With the wisdom gleaned from 3 decades of navigating the realm of sorcery, I impart to you this truth. Myriad external maladies are not truly sinister, the most malevolent. Force lies within the human heart. Chapter 1. The Art of Illusions and Beasts. I am a practitioner of the arcane arts, known as a healer of external ailments, and I am often referred to as the master of the veins. Life is a tapestry woven with a multitude of experiences, and maladies manifest in countless forms, with at least half being external afflictions: loss of soul, violent collisions, possession, blood-nurtured vessels, flesh-born seeds, facial blemishes, stillborn shadows, and mental sorcery. These bizarre and enigmatic ailments abound, each more peculiar than the last, steeped in the most extraordinary mystique. Yet, I contend that all external sorcery pales in comparison to the true wickedness that resides in the human heart. When the heart becomes corrupted, it gives rise to a plethora of external maladies from the void. Moreover, it was the insatiable greed of a certain individual that compelled me to tread the path of the master of the veins, leading me to wander the vast seas like a rootless reed, devoid of a home to call my own. Before the age of 8, I once had a family. I recall a sugar plum tree standing at the threshold of our home, its branches heavy with crimson fruit each autumn, ripe for the picking. Soft, sweet, and tart, it would touch the very depths of my heart. This fleeting memory remains my sole connection to home. That fateful summer, I was lured away from my dwelling by a flower seller and abductor who smeared his hands with a narcotic. He would spot solitary children in the streets, approach, and with a swift motion to the forehead, render them senseless, leading them to follow without resistance, surrendering to whatever fate awaited them. I only remember playing at the entrance of my home when an elderly man, his eye resembling a stained glass orb, approached with a smile. In an instant, my memories vanished. When I regained consciousness, I found myself confined within a large iron cage, my upper body bare, engulfed by a nauseating stench that assaulted my senses. That on either side there were identical iron cages, each containing a smooth-skinned child, making a total of 6, including myself. The eldest appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, while the youngest was merely 2 or 3. That all of them sat vacantly in their cages, neither crying nor making a sound, resembling lost souls in a stupor. That a bald man, clad only in a leather apron and baring his chest, stood before the cages, wielding a sharp knife in one hand while holding a yellow dog by its leash in the other. The leather apron was stained with blood. The yellow dog, tail tucked between its legs, trembled incessantly. Fear enveloped me. I yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped my lips. The only action I could muster was to curl up tightly in the corner of the cage. The bald man cast a sideways glance at me and said, "Do not fret, tomorrow will be your turn. You are too large for the dog. I shall have to procure a sheep instead, and it must be done fresh. You're nothing but a nuisance." With that, he dismissed me from his attention and continued to scrutinize the other children in their cages. Ultimately, he selected a boy, approximately 4 years of age, whose size was comparable to the yellow dog. Seizing the boy as one would a mere toy, he extracted him from the cage and placed him into another cage situated in the center of the room. This cage was surrounded by menacing spikes, stained a deep brown with what appeared to be filth. Upon placing the boy inside, the bald man activated a mechanism, causing the spikes to converge towards the center, piercing the boy's body and drawing forth a stream of blood. The previously dazed child erupted into a cacophony of screams and cries. The bald man then turned, trapping the yellow dog between his legs, seizing its ear with one hand, and drove the sharp knife into the dog's chin. The yellow dog emitted a heart-wrenching wail, yet remained utterly immobile. The bald man plunged his knife into the creature, swiftly maneuvering it along the skin. Before long, he had entirely stripped the dog of its hide. Surprisingly, the dog still lived, continuing to howl in agony. The bald man appeared to revel in its cries, offering no mercy. He laughed heartily as he extracted the blood-soaked boy from the cage, meticulously affixing the dog's skin to the boy's body. In a brief moment, the boy transformed into a grotesque creature, possessing the head of a human and the body of a dog, his forepaws frantically scratching at his own form. The bald man tethered the boy to a corner with a chain, placing a bowl brimming with rice and meat before him. Be a good boy and eat. You mustn't die this time, or I shall toss you to the dogs. He taunted, patting the boy's face before casting a glance in my direction and exiting the room. I felt as though I were on the verge of collapse, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, curling into a ball in the corner of the cage. Weeping, time lost all meaning as I sobbed, until I heard the door creak open once more. The bald man entered, leading a goat behind him. He surveyed me briefly, then glanced at the goat, nodding in satisfaction as he tied the animal beside the cage to tease some point. The boy in the corner had ceased his cries, lying motionless on the ground. The bald man approached to inspect him, muttering, "What terrible luck, another one dead. Today's children are far too fragile," he grumbled as he dragged the boy's lifeless body out of the room. I finally regained my composure. Despite my fear, I understood that I could not continue in this manner. Tomorrow, he would transform me into a sheep. I had to escape. I rose to my feet and vigorously shook the cage door. The iron bars clanged loudly. However, the door was locked, and I could not budge it. Just as despair overwhelmed me, the goat approached and suddenly uttered in a deep, melodious voice, "Do you wish to live?" A goat capable of speech. I was utterly terrified, scrambling back into the corner of the cage, filled with dread as I gazed at the goat. The goat then moved closer and continued, "If you wish to live, nod your head." Though fear gripped me, the thought of death was unbearable, and I instinctively nodded vigorously. Compared to the talking goat, the bald man was far more terrifying. The goat opened its mouth and spat a short knife beside me. "When he seizes you, stab him in the navel with this knife. Remember, only the navel will suffice, no other place will harm him. Do not fear, I shall assist you." The short knife was straight, gleaming, and shimmered with a faint blue light. Trembling, I picked up the knife and carefully concealed it beneath my body. The goat fell silent thereafter. Curled up in the cage, I felt both hungry and cold, my fear overwhelming as I could not help but weep silently. The goat leaned in to observe me and, using that deep, melodious voice once more, said, "A man bleeds but does not shed tears. What sort of spectacle is this? Weeping and wailing. Tears waste your strength if you wish to survive. Cease your crying. Wipe away your tears, conserve your energy, and tomorrow, slay that beast." I believe the goat speaks the truth. I can only rely on myself now. Thus, I wiped away my tears, ceased my weeping, and forced myself to close my eyes and rest. Before long, the bald man entered again, wielding the skinning knife, reeking of strong alcohol. His steps were unsteady as he staggered to the iron cage, glaring at me with bloodshot eyes, and grumbled in displeasure, "Hurry up, hurry up. What the hell? You just can't stand to see me enjoy myself for a moment, can you? What a joke. Do you really think you are someone of importance? If you have the guts, do it yourself." Mumbling incoherently, he opened the cage door and yanked me out. With widened eyes, I grasped the handle of the knife tightly, aimed for his belly, and thrust it downwards. There was no resistance. The blade sank deep to the hilt. The bald man let out a thunderous scream, and with a swift motion, he flung me away. I crashed against the wall and fell to the ground, feeling as though my entire body had disintegrated. Immobilized by pain. "You son of a bitch." The bald man did not attempt to retrieve the knife, but instead staggered towards me. "Where did you get this knife? If you don't tell me, they'll skin you alive." He waved the sharp knife in his hand, clearly not as a threat, but with the intent to fulfill his grim promise. I gasped in horror, trying to emit a low, hoarse sound. The bald man grew even angrier, bending down to seize me. That moment, the goat suddenly flipped over, and a slender figure emerged from beneath its belly, darting like lightning to the back of the bald man. With a swift motion, the figure slipped the noose around the man's neck and tossed the end of the rope over a beam, seizing it again and pulling with all their might, lifting the bald man into the air. The bald man's eyes widened in terror as he clawed at his neck, his feet flailing wildly beneath him. The slender figure secured the rope to a spiked iron cage in the center of the room, placing their hands on their hips as they regarded the bald man, proclaiming loudly, "Jiechong, let me clarify your fate. You once turned a boy named Hua into a human-headed snake. The Hua family has traced the matter back to you and demands your life in compensation." Before long, the bald man ceased his struggles, a foul liquid streaming down his legs. "You reap what you sow. Your heinous crimes deserve such an end." She observed the lifeless body for a moment before extracting the short knife from his abdomen and stowing it away. Approaching me, she leaned down to gaze into my eyes. Her eyes were remarkably large and beautiful. Stay in the cage for now. I will report to the police shortly, and they will come to rescue you. Once you return home, make sure to stay safe and refrain from wandering outside alone. Her deep, melodious voice resonated in my ears. I thought she must surely be a fairy from the stories. The young girl lifted me effortlessly, but the next moment she exclaimed softly and set me back down. Chapter 2. Capsize in the gutter. Do you remember where your home is? Do you recall who resides there? Just nod if you can remember. I opened my mouth, only to find my mind a blank slate. I could not recollect the location of my home, nor could I remember who lived there. I was at a loss even for the names of my parents. I could not even recall my own name. Terror gripped me as I gazed at her, managing only to emit a muffled sound. The girl sighed deeply. Though she appeared to be merely 16 or 17, that sigh carried the weight of ages. You bear a mark of a copper coin on your back. It signifies that your life essence has been stolen, resulting in the loss of part of your memories. It is no wonder you were sent to Jiechong for transformation into livestock. This is intended to sever your original fate, preventing future entanglements. The ones who brought you here will undoubtedly return to verify whether you have indeed become a beast. They must know who has robbed you of your life force. She hesitated, glancing at the corpse of the bald man, then back at me, before exhaling another heavy sigh. Had I known, I would not have enlisted your help. In attempting to conserve energy, I have only invited further complications. I stared at her in bewilderment, feeling utterly lost. Listen, the one who sold you to Jiechong will surely come back. Whether we can identify the one who stole your life essence hinges upon this person. For now, you shall play the role of a sheep. With that, she pushed me into the belly of a sheep. I had expected it to be foul and terrifying, yet inside was surprisingly soft and comfortable. Within the sheep and Appo's legs were extendable wooden supports, aiding me in maintaining my balance. The girl thrust the short knife into my hand, peeled away the sheep's mask, exposing my face, and then secured a chain around me, as if leading a genuine sheep, guiding me out of the room. Beyond the door lay a slightly smaller chamber, furnished with a single bed, a square table, and a low-hanging lamp that emitted a dim, yellow glow. A poster of a nude actress adorned the wall. The bed, table, and floor were strewn with a chaotic array of debris, disorderly and filthy. The girl tethered me to the edge of the bed and then returned to the previous room. Before long, a bald man staggered out, swaying slightly. I was nearly paralyzed with terror. How could he be alive after having been hanged? He approached a chair by the table and plopped down heavily, causing the chair to creak ominously under his weight. It was then that I noticed the girl standing behind him, holding a thin thread, the other end of which was inserted into the man's back and neck. As she manipulated the thread, the bald man appeared to come to life, raising a hand to seize a bottle and pouring its contents into his mouth. Yet, being deceased, he could not swallow, and the liquor spilled forth, drenching him in the process. This was sufficient to mask his odor. The girl nodded in satisfaction before retreating behind the chair. What followed was a prolonged wait. An indeterminate amount of time passed before a gentle knock echoed at the door. "Come in. The door isn't locked." The voice that resonated within the room was startlingly identical to that of the bald man. The girl behind the chair slowly bent her body, preparing for an attack. The door creaked open gently. An elderly man, hunched over, stepped inside, one of his eyes resembling a stained glass orb. He immediately spotted me tethered beside the bed and chuckled. "All set? Not bad, not bad." The bald man seized a bottle of liquor, took a haphazard swig, and gestured dismissively. "Take him away. Don't bother me here." All right, I'll settle the payment first, as promised." "I can't let you down," the old man replied, slowly approaching the table. He reached into his coat, retrieving a cloth pouch, and leisurely opened it, then tossed its contents towards the bald man. A vast cloud of white powder enveloped the area around the chairs. The girl's body slackened, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide open. Yet she was unable to move. The old man ambled over to her, crouched down, and mockingly remarked, "With such limited skills, you think you can challenge me? I consumed more salt than you have rice." He continued, "You manipulate puppets quite adeptly. Are you a disciple of Puppet Lou? The girl glared at him and said, Just kill me. Kill you? What a shame that would be. With your little stature, even the impoverished ruffians in the western mountains would fight to purchase you. Your wild nature is of no concern. Simply sever the tendons in your hands and feet. As he spoke, the old man reached out, caressing the girl's face and gradually moving downward. My heart raced with anxiety. Confined within the sheep's body, I could offer no assistance, resorting instead to stamping my feet to create a loud thud against the ground. This indeed captured the old man's attention. I almost forgot about your little trouble. My dear, wait here for a moment while I attend to my business, and I shall return to concoct something for you. He chuckled. The old man reluctantly released the girl and turned to approach me. He touched the sheep, quickly finding the right spot, and opened its belly, pulling me out. I was well prepared. As soon as I saw that familiar old face before me, I thrust my knife forward. The blade struck directly at the old man's neck. He let out a terrible scream, releasing me as he clutched his throat, staggering backward, seemingly attempting to flee towards the door. Yet after only a few steps, he convulsed and collapsed, blood spilling across the floor. I scrambled to the girl's side, panic coursing through me as I gently shook her, producing a soft whimper. She reassured me, saying, Do not fear. I have merely been rendered unconscious by a sedative, and I shall recover shortly. This time, I had underestimated him. The notorious Flower-Eyed Jong had roamed the north for years, committing heinous acts while evading capture, indeed possessing remarkable cunning. Unsure of what to do, I sat beside the girl, anxiously observing her. Thankfully, she lay there unscathed and continued to converse with me. She informed me that this old man, known as Flower-Eyed Jong, was the leader of the largest child trafficking gang in the north, skilled in using a mesmerizing technique to ensnare many innocent children. If apprehended, he would undoubtedly face execution. Aware of his numerous crimes, he moved stealthily and acted with great caution. Little did he anticipate that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere 8-year-old child, aptly illustrating the saying, Even an 80-year-old mother can be bested by her child. After approximately 10 minutes, the girl began to regain her composure. She rose to check on the old man's condition, sheathed her dagger, and turned to grasp my hand, saying, Huayin Zhang is dead. The lead has gone cold, and I can no longer assist you in locating the person who harmed you. You now have two choices. The first is to wait for the police. They will help you find your home, and if they cannot, they will send you to a welfare institution or an orphanage. The second option is to come with me. I will teach you some skills, and when the time is right, you can reclaim your life. However, following me will be arduous. I struggled to comprehend her words, yet I sensed that she offered a greater sense of security, and as my savior, I felt compelled to express my gratitude. I knelt before her and bowed 3 times. I vaguely recalled someone saying that bowing was the utmost form of respect, typically reserved for honoring ancestors or elders during festive occasions. The girl widened her eyes in surprise, appearing somewhat displeased. Chapter 3. The 36 Forbidden Arts. Why are you bowing? I have no intention of taking you as my disciple. Unfamiliar with the concept of a disciple, I found myself at a loss upon witnessing her ire and could only gaze at her in bewilderment. The girl and I exchanged a silent stare for a moment, before her expression softened. With a resigned sigh, she reached out to ruffle my hair. Well, since you've already bowed, there's no turning back. It would be rather troublesome to return to the ground, wouldn't it? Henceforth, I will acknowledge you as my disciple, but outside, you must address me as Sister Meow, not Master. I understood that I was to call her sister, and nodded enthusiastically in agreement. From that moment forth, I officially became Sister Meow's disciple, a commitment that would span a decade. She explained that her discipline was known as the art of Yin Veins, dedicated to treating ailments caused by external forces, and was classified as one of the 36 Forbidden Arts. According to the imperial compilation of authentic Taoism, compiled during the Qing dynasty under Emperor Qianlong, various forms of sorcery are categorized into righteous and forbidden paths. Among the 36 Forbidden Arts, 35 are deemed malevolent, with severe punishment for those caught employing them. The actions of that bald man, for instance, were part of the malevolent practices of harvesting life and mutilation, specifically the method of creating livestock. This involves inflicting wounds upon abducted children and applying freshly removed animal hides while still warm, which, upon cooling, adhere tightly to the skin, creating the appearance of a hybrid between human and beast. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the use of such cruel methods led to severe penalties, including death by 1,000 cuts. The 36 forbidden arts predominantly encompass malevolence rather than true craft. However, the art of Yin Veins stands as the sole exception, embodying genuine skill devoid of wickedness. As the saying goes, capturing the essence of flowers extends life, while harvesting the living and severing the created is a different matter. One becomes ensnared by the whims of the mind, concealing treasures to quell nightmares. Among the myriad of 36 esoteric arts, only the true Yin Meridian stands apart. Yet, Sister Miao's knowledge transcends mere mastery of the Yin Meridian technique. She comprehends all 36 external arts. I have witnessed her wield these arts on multiple occasions. And although her targets have invariably been the malevolent who inflict harm upon others, the brutality of her methods has left me trembling with dread. Nevertheless, Sister Miao asserts that the arts themselves are devoid of righteousness or wickedness. It is the human heart that veers astray. She insists that if I cannot overcome this hurdle, I shall never discover my own path. Thus, she has imparted to me not only the Yin Meridian techniques, but also other external arts. Over the span of a decade, I traversed the vast expanse of the land alongside Sister Miao, encountering countless extraordinary individuals and their unique methods, while solving innumerable perplexities of the external path with her. By the last 2 years, she required no longer to intervene, for I had become adept at resolving all matters independently. Sister Miao proclaimed that she had little left to teach me regarding the discipline of the Yin Meridian. Of course, her endeavors were not solely confined to treating ailments of the external path. She also accepted certain commissioned tasks, akin to eliminating the notorious bald man, Jiechong. However, she has consistently barred me from engaging in such ventures, declaring them to be her path, not mine, thereby shielding me from their influence. Deep within her heart lies a concealed shadow, a remnant of her past that I have yet to penetrate, even after a decade by her side. This shadow forms the very root of her path, and is the reason she wandered the world as a youth. Upon hearing her utter those words, I realized that the day of our inevitable parting would arrive, for she has stated that when paths diverge, collaboration becomes impossible. The day arrived much earlier than I had anticipated. It marked the 10th anniversary of my acquaintance with her in the year of 1995. As she struggled to recall the past, she designated the day we met as my birthday, celebrating it annually. True to form, she prepared a sumptuous feast in our temporary rented abode, set out 2 bottles of Wuliangye, and procured a birthday cake. After singing the traditional birthday song and sharing the cake, Sister Miao personally filled my glass with wine. Prior to this moment, she had never allowed me to touch alcohol. "You may drink now. From this day forth, you are an adult." A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I pressed the glass down, asking, "And then?" "Then, our fates will part. You have 3 years left to live. You must find the one who has stolen your lifespan before your 21st birthday and reclaim your life. The quest for your own life must be undertaken alone. I cannot accompany you on this path." Sister Miao raised her glass and downed it in one gulp. The glass, filled to the brim with 2.5 taels, disappeared in an instant, and her face flushed immediately. "You have been with me for 10 years. I have imparted all that I know to you, save for the final lesson, which I shall teach you today. After this, we shall not meet again." As she spoke, she lunged forward, pinning me down onto the bed, pressing her lips to mine with fervor. The peculiar amalgamation of her bodily fragrance and the scent of alcohol enveloped my senses, with a hint of spiciness that slid into my mouth, igniting the suppressed flames within my heart, transforming me into a creature of instinct. With a sudden surge, I flipped her over, asserting my dominance beneath her, roaring like a wild beast, unreal, as if ensnared in a dream. Upon awakening, I found that Miao Jie had vanished without a trace, leaving me to lie alone in bed, my entire body devoid of sensation, unable even to wiggle a finger, while my mind remained unervingly alert. This sensation was truly terrifying. I lay there rigid for 7 days before my body, regained feeling. By then, I was so weak that I could scarcely muster the strength to rise from the bed. With all my might, I rolled off, only to discover an open bottle of mineral water on the floor beside me. Beneath the bottle lay a note, marked with a knife at its head. I felt a surge of emotions, both sorrow and laughter, yet ultimately, I simply grasped the water bottle and filled my belly with its contents. Meow, Jia departed, taking with her all that belonged to her, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, I knew she did not abandon me without reason. Deep within, a shadow lingered that she had long wished to confront, a task that had been delayed for a decade on my behalf. Now, she could finally set forth to accomplish it. As for our parting, I felt little sorrow. As long as life endures, we shall meet again. Even if she wishes to avoid me, I would seek her out. However, for the moment, my utmost priority is to locate the one who has stolen my lifespan, to reclaim my life and the childhood memories I have lost. Throughout these 10 years, Miao Jia has never ceased her investigations, returning each year to Jinsheng for a month in search of me. The art of lifespan theft must be conducted face-to-face between the thief and the victim. Thus, either the practitioner or the victim must be in Jinsheng. Miao Jia believes that the person residing in Jinsheng must be the practitioner of the art. For the act of life-taking is one of the most esteemed methods in the realm of longevity, specifically the pinnacle of the 36 external Taoist arts. Those capable of wielding such a technique are undoubtedly masters of extraordinary caliber, so rare that they could be counted on one hand. Typically, these exalted beings choose to maintain an air of transcendence, only accepting those who approach them for assistance, never venturing forth to offer their services. Through relentless and discreet investigation, Miao Jia has narrowed down the list of suspects to 3 individuals. My task is to return to Jinsheng and identify the one who, years ago, took my lifespan from among these 3. I must patiently await my 21st birthday, when that individual will once again perform the rites to secure a prolonged life for themselves, at which point I shall reclaim my stolen years. However, prior to this, I require a completely new identity and a fresh visage. The art of life-taking is a battle of life and death. Though a decade has passed, the practitioner will surely remember my appearance. As long as I draw breath, the possibility of reclaiming my lifespan remains. Thus, the life-taking art is perpetually thwarted from achieving its full fruition. The practitioner will undoubtedly be on constant alert, which is why Miao Jia refrains from bringing me along on her returns to Jinsheng. In the struggle of magical combat, the stakes are nothing less than life and death, and one must employ every conceivable tactic, using underhanded methods without revealing oneself, concealing my identity while keeping the enemy in the light and myself in the shadows is of utmost importance. The theatrical displays of confrontational magic battles are mere spectacles for the uninitiated, designed for entertainment. The true art of combat is devoid of such superficial embellishments. It often unfolds quietly and imperceptibly until one side is utterly vanquished without ever knowing the identity of their adversary. Chapter 4. Borrowing the shell and spirit. There exist myriad methods to alter one's identity and facade. One could procure a counterfeit identification card, undergo cosmetic surgery, or even transform their appearance to the extent that their own parents would fail to recognize them. This represents the most rudimentary approach. However, the inability of one's biological parents to identify them does not imply that adept practitioners of the arts would be similarly deceived. Their perception transcends the ordinary. They observe the essence of flesh, bone, and skin, focusing instead on the vital energies and spiritual essence, rendering superficial features such as eyes, mouths, and noses relatively insignificant. To successfully deceive them, one must employ the esoteric art of borrowing the shell and spirit from the 36 external methods. The term borrowing the shell and spirit refers to assuming an identity while borrowing the vital essence of another. To execute this technique, one must live, eat, and travel with the target for a duration of 33 days, meticulously studying their speech, behaviors, traits, and habits, while mimicking their attire, preferences, and mannerisms. Ultimately, on the 33rd day, one is required to strangle the target, thereby appropriating their vital essence. allowing for a complete transformation that even the closest family members would be unable to detect. Yet, this method is not sustainable. It lasts a maximum of 12 months, after which the borrowed spirit dissipates, reverting the individual to their original state. Those who practice this art often do so with ulterior motives, seeking to usurp another indopos as wealth. By usurping the identity of the household head, they conspire with accomplices to orchestrate a series of misfortunes, business failures, reckless gambling, and other calamities, leading to the swift depletion of the original estate. In the shadows, they may even resort to selling off family members or resorting to murder, thereby orchestrating a quiet yet devastating downfall. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, those caught employing such treachery faced immediate execution without delay. To select an appropriate target for this endeavor, I spent half a month lurking at the largest local hospital, ultimately deciding upon a man named Zhou Cheng. The man, in his late 20s, was solitary and utterly alone, afflicted by a terminal illness with a prognosis of only 6 months left to live. Surgery could extend his life by a few years. Yet he lacked the funds for such an operation and was resigned to enduring his pain through regular doses of analgesic from the hospital. Strikingly, his demeanor was remarkably tranquil, devoid of the despair that typically accompanies those facing imminent death. Such a demeanor could only belong to one whose heart had turned to ash. However, Zhou Cheng diligently continued his medication, showing no signs of surrender, and his mental state appeared to improve day by day. This suggested he was harboring a purpose, a resolve fortified by his dire circumstances. Most likely, this purpose was revenge, which was also one of the reasons I had chosen him as a target. Only the thirst for vengeance could compel one to risk life for life, and only by being unencumbered could he adopt an assumed identity without inviting uncontrollable troubles. After 5 days of surveillance, I intercepted Zhou Cheng as he exited the hospital. Although his physique was frail, his spirit seemed more vigorous than that of an average person, even bordering on exuberance. He was cautious, reluctant to engage in conversation with a stranger like me. However, upon my mention of assisting him in avenging himself, he readily agreed to converse. We found a nearby tea house, secured a private room, and ordered a pot of fine tea. Once the tea master departed, Zhou Cheng eagerly inquired, "How can you assist me?" I placed 2 lotus seeds into an empty teacup, poured hot water over them, and covered the cup before replying. "I am a practitioner of the arcane, capable of enacting retribution from the shadows." Zhou Cheng's expression shifted to one of disappointment. In popular perception, itinerant charlatans are often equated with swindlers. He likely presumed he had encountered a fraud and declared, "I possess nothing of value save for this life, which has but 6 months remaining. You shall extract no wealth from me." I chuckled, lifting the lid of the teacup. Amidst the rising steam, 2 vibrant lotuses bloomed within the cup. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. This feat, known as instantaneous lotus cultivation, could still deceive many, even 3 decades hence. Let alone in 1995, when the internet was yet to pervade and public wisdom was just beginning to dawn. Yet, in reality, this was no genuine art, but rather a deceptive trick, a mere facade to impress. The lotus seeds were hollowed out beforehand, and small lotus flowers and leaves made of pith were inserted. Then the lotus seeds were glued back together. Thus, upon encountering heat, the glue would dissolve, the pith would absorb water and expand, rising to the surface, and the lotus would appear to bloom. True art cannot be demonstrated. However, to gain someone's trust, one must first display a skill. Hence, seasoned practitioners devise these flamboyant tricks specifically for performance. These tricks were originally intended merely as stepping stones to conducting genuine affairs, but regrettably, some unworthy disciples learned only these flashy tricks and went out to swindle and deceive, masquerading as masters to extort money. And alas, the world readily fell for it. If I, too, merely sought to earn money, I could simply rely on these flamboyant tricks to play the role of a Qigong master, conduct classes, sell instructional materials, and amass a fortune. I had prepared 2 options. If this instantaneous lotus cultivation failed to persuade Zhou Cheng, I would then perform the serpent from empty basin trick, which would surely gain his confidence. In truth, this one feat alone would suffice. Zhou Cheng believes that I possess considerable abilities. Yet I find myself in a state of despondency. Beyond this life, I possess nothing. I cannot offer you anything. What I desire is your life. If you consent, from this day forth, we shall share meals, travel, and reside together for 33 days. I shall assist you in avenging your grievances, and then you may take your own life, bestowing your existence upon me. My enemies are wealthy and powerful, perpetually accompanied by bodyguards. I have stated before that I can eliminate them without a trace. It merely depends on whether you believe me. Very well, I accept your terms. If you can indeed eliminate him, I will surrender my life to you. However, I must witness his demise with my own eyes. Zhou Cheng slammed his hand heavily on the table, his eyes bloodshot, resolute in his decision. The following day, I moved into Zhou Cheng's rental accommodation, embarking on a life of shared meals, travel, and residence with him. This marks the first step of invoking a divine presence. It is not solely about imitating his behavioral traits through close proximity, but also about immersing myself in his emotions, sharing in his joys and sorrows, thereby cultivating a synchronized essence. Zhou Cheng's adversary is named Wang Sivan, the wealthiest individual in his hometown. In his early years, through audacity and tenacity, he rallied a group of followers to dominate the local market, accumulating his initial fortune. Riding the wave of local enterprises' bankruptcies, he became a renowned entrepreneur, amassing a fortune in the billions. His life revolves around three primary indulgences: wealth, wine, and women. Particularly in matters of desire, he is notorious. Whatever catches his eye, he will pursue relentlessly, leaving a trail of ruined lives in his wake. Zhou Cheng's wife is among his victims. She took her own life after being humiliated by Wang Sivan. Zhou Cheng sought to bring Wang Sivan to justice, but instead, he was driven to the brink of ruin, unable to remain in his hometown and forced to flee to Jincheng for refuge. Upon learning of his terminal illness, Zhou Cheng purchased a watermelon knife, contemplating a desperate gamble. If he could not kill Wang Sivan, he would take his own life, framing Wang with a murder charge. Yet deep down, he understood that such actions would not even scratch the surface of Wang Sivan's existence. I am the last glimmer of hope in his desolate life. For me, ending Wang Sivan's life would be a mere trifle. Thus, I asked Zhou Cheng how he wished for Wang Sivan to perish. Through gritted teeth, Zhou Cheng replied, "I wish for him to be subjected to 1,000 cuts." Very well, then let it be 1,000 cuts. Chapter 5. Rooting out the evil Wang Sivan. A man notorious for his malevolence is acutely aware of the multitude of enemies he has made and undoubtedly seeks to hire protection. Not only would he employ bodyguards, but he would also enlist the aid of practitioners of the arcane arts for a safeguard. During my years of wandering with Sister Miao, I encountered numerous affluent individuals, none of whom failed to pay homage to genuine masters of the mystical arts. Sister Miao remarked that the wealth of these individuals is tainted with blood, rendering them particularly fearful of insidious and invisible methods of assassination. Wang Sivan has taken to venerating the most renowned Yin-Yang master in the county, known as Zhao Haizi, who claims to possess unparalleled skills in divination, geomancy, and disaster resolution. It is said that Wang Sivan's rise to fortune was facilitated by Zhao Haizi's relocation of his ancestral grave. Prior to taking action against Wang Sivan, I paid a visit to Zhao Haizi to gather intelligence, which fortified my resolve to proceed with my plans. I began by obtaining Wang Sivan's birth date from the hospital's records. Subsequently, I crafted a wooden effigy and affixed a photograph of Wang Sivan, inscribed with his birth details, to the back of the figure. Using ink made from the ashes of the garments worn by Zhou Cheng's wife during her violation, mixed with Zhou Cheng's blood, I meticulously pricked the wooden effigy with silver needles, targeting various points on its body. Finally, I inserted a silver needle at the effigy's groin and wrapped it in white cotton cloth inscribed with incantations. This figure served as a vital component for the execution of the Zhenyan technique, one of the 36 methods of external arts. Typically, the materials required for the Zhenyan technique need not be overly elaborate. Simple items, such as small coffins, bloodied tiles, tattered shoes, broken mirrors, and worn clothing can suffice, each serving its unique purpose. However, this time I employed a method of suppressing nightmares refined by the teachings of the Yuan Shi Lama. which is far more intricate and insidious. It is classified as the third most malevolent technique among the 36 external arts in the Yuzhuan Dao Tong Zhengzhou. The punishment of death by 1,000 cuts for those captured ranks only as the 17th. After preparing the nightmarish object, I took advantage of the darkness to hang a small mirror from a tree at the southwestern corner of Wang Sivan's residence. The following morning, a passing driver, momentarily distracted while turning, collided with the wall of Wang Sivan's estate. Fortunately, the individual was unharmed, though the vehicle sustained damage and a section of the wall crumbled. It was not a significant incident. Wang Sivan's family promptly sought out a familiar contractor to assemble a crew for the reconstruction of the wall. While they busied themselves with the task, I approached under the pretense of inquiring about renovation costs for my own home. A few masons, intrigued, engaged in conversation, asking me about the size and location of my project and whether I intended to undertake a major or minor renovation. Squatting nearby, I conversed with them while subtly casting a mesmerizing spell on the nearest mason. Seizing the opportunity while he was in a daze, I placed the nightmarish object into the foundation pit. What followed was a period of anticipation. Each day, I brought Zhou Cheng along to monitor Zhao Haizi's movements. On the 5th night after the wall's completion, Zhao Haizi was taken away by Wang Sivan's subordinates. I dismissed Zhou Cheng and stealthily entered Zhao Haizi's home, dragging a chair into a shadowy corner to sit and wait. Zhao Haizi did not return until after 10 o'clock that night. He stealthily entered the room without turning on the lights, settling himself at the table. He first felt for the teapot and poured himself a substantial gulp of cold tea. After finishing the sip, he let out a long sigh, reluctantly turning his head to survey the surroundings. His gaze soon fixed on the corner where I sat, his entire body stiffening as he tremulously inquired, "Who?" In a soft voice, I replied, "The heavens are vast, the waters are deep, and the mountains abound. Deities reveal their true essence. When venturing outside, etiquette precedes all. I humbly pay my respects to Master Ge. May I inquire to which mountain temple, or venerable sage you owe your allegiance?" This was a subtle approach to probe into the realm of esoteric practices. During the late Qing and early Republican eras, societal chaos gave rise to a flourishing underworld, where various sects and disciples traversed the land, either in pursuit of wealth or power. Each faction was replete with numerous offshoots, and to prevent conflicts, much like the floodwaters that might wash away the Dragon King's temple, leaving kin unrecognized, distinct methods of inquiring about one's identity emerged. However, this system had been largely lost in the decades following the establishment of the Republic, and few in the underworld still employed such inquiries. Yet, legends of the underworld lingered on. Anyone navigating this sphere would know that an individual capable of articulating such inquiries surely possessed a notable background and was not a solitary wolf, easily provoked. Although Sister Miao's knowledge was limited, it was sufficiently impressive. My words aimed to clarify my own identity before questioning his affiliation with a particular sect. The practice of pulse diagnosis reveres the esteemed Master Guhong from the Eastern Jin dynasty as its patriarch. This reverence is rooted in Ji's seminal work, Miscellaneous Discussions on Pulse Diagnosis, where he distinctly categorizes pulses into yin and yang, elucidating the intricacies of each. Thus, I humbly acknowledge my allegiance to Master Ge, and those well-versed in the art would recognize me as a genuine practitioner of yin pulse tradition, distinct from the unorthodox methods. Zhao Haizi remained silent for a moment before responding, his words emerging with difficulty. "I am merely a local charlatan, not a wanderer of the realm. I do not comprehend the notions you speak of," I retorted. "You entered without illuminating a lamp, hastily seeking to depart after a mere sip of water. It is evident you discerned the roots of Wang Sivan's predicament and sought to evade misfortune. You possess considerable insight, yet dare to claim ignorance of the craft." The sound of Zhao Haizi swallowing was distinctly audible, and when he spoke again, a note of trepidation laced his voice. "I have merely acquired some rudimentary skills from the esteemed Chuda Gu of Shishan. I have not formally taken a master." I inquired, "Wang Sivan has generously supported you, providing substantial annual funds. Is it right to abandon him in times of trouble?" Zhao Haizi replied, "If I can assist, I shall, but I cannot jeopardize my own well-being. I cannot afford to meddle in the affairs of your unorthodox practices." I scoffed, given Wang Sivan's temperament. "Do you truly believe he would allow your escape? The mere fact that he sought you suggests he is unable to resolve his issues at the hospital. Should you dare to flee, he would undoubtedly drag you down with him." After a brief pause, Zhao Haizi asked, "What do you wish for me to do?" Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a relief, so I responded, "I require you to illuminate a clear path for him. This matter may be beyond your capabilities, but the esteemed Bai Si from the provincial city can surely assist. Please convey a message to Master Bai Si. I seek only my life, not wealth, and shall await the sound after the 21st day. In this arrangement, each party shall fulfill their needs, settling all debts." Master Bai Si, renowned throughout the region, is a distinguished figure whose expertise is sought even for the feng shui of highways. Construction only proceeds once he has deemed the path unobstructed. He is both famous and capable, yet possesses a truly ruthless nature. I have revealed my intentions and relayed the message, assuring Master Bai Si that there is no need to fear offending the practitioner if he does not thoroughly consume the Wang family's ill-gotten gains. It would be a disservice to his notorious reputation as the White Wolf. The methods of external sorcery, once unleashed, are devastating, leaving no opportunity for resurgence. Zhao Haizi shuddered, but acquiesced. The following day, upon returning to the Wang household, it was not long before an ambulance was summoned to transport Wang Sivan to the provincial capital, with Zhao Haizi accompanying him. Zhou Cheng and I lingered in the county for 5 days before escorting him back to the provincial city. By this time, Wang Sivan had been admitted to the First People in Apos, as hospital of the province. Disguised as doctors, Zhou Cheng and I entered the ward to assess the situation. This was my first and final encounter with Wang Sivan, the once formidable tyrant who had dominated the county for nearly 2 decades, lay in a hospital bed. His body riddled with tubes, his flesh grotesquely decayed, oozing pus and blood, particularly in the groin area, which was beyond repair. It was akin to 1,000 cuts. A large gathering of Wang family members surrounded the bedside, all utterly bereft of composure. Zhao Haizi was also present, engaged in conversation with a wealthy woman in her 40s. "Mrs. Wang, it was conveyed from Bai Si that Master Wan and Apos S. burdensome karma remains unrelieved, rendering him susceptible to the persistent curse that afflicts him. He suggested that she consider making a donation, for which he had already established connections with a reputable charitable organization in the South, managed by individuals from Hong Kong, known for their impeccable credibility. A modest contribution of 10 million would suffice. Bai Si has already commenced rituals to invoke blessings from Master Wan. Yet it is imperative that we also exert our efforts, is it not?" Mrs. Wang, in tears, lamented, donate as long as it can save old Wang. I will part with any amount." Unbeknownst to her, this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, various elaborate schemes would inevitably arise, stripping the Wang family's wealth entirely. By that time, not only would Wang Sivan be doomed, but the rest of the Wang family would also meet a grim fate. During his time in the hospital, Zhou Cheng maintained a semblance of restraint, his eyes merely tinged with redness. However, upon exiting the hospital, he unleashed a torrent of tears that lasted for over half an hour. Once he had wept enough, he turned to me and declared, "My life now belongs to you." Chapter 6. The Night Dragon Explores the Waters of the Jianghu, Day 33. The news of Wang Sivan's demise spread like wildfire. In his final moments, he had succumbed to a state of decay, reduced to little more than a pile of mud, enduring untold torment before exhaling his last breath. In just a few days, his 2 brothers met dire fates. One offended a local tyrant in the provincial capital and was left in a vegetative state, while the other, stripped of Wang Sivan's protection, had his past crimes of homicide unveiled and was promptly incarcerated, destined to meet a grim end. Such were the machinations of Bai Si Lang. He sought lives over wealth. In a twisted exchange, he accepted riches and returned the lives of the Wang family as a grim token of gratitude. Upon the news reaching the county town, the streets erupted in a cacophony of firecrackers throughout the night, with neighbors claiming it was a ritual to ward off the plague. Amidst this jubilant uproar, Zhou Cheng chose to end his own life by hanging. Typically, a person in such a predicament would struggle against the suffocating grip of death, contorting their visage into a grotesque mask of agony. This often leaves a lingering trace of terror upon the faces of those who practice the arcane arts, revealing their greatest vulnerability. Yet, Zhou Cheng remained eerily composed, even exuding a sense of liberation. As he inhaled his final breath, I gazed into the mirror. Reflected back was Zhou Cheng's countenance, youthful yet weathered, with silver threads gracing his temples. His eyes heavy with sorrow yet touched by a transcendent understanding of the ephemeral nature of life. From this moment forth, I am Zhou Cheng, and he is I. After attending to his remains, I embarked on the night train bound for Jincheng, clutching Zhou Cheng's identification and personal effects. Having not purchased a sleeper ticket, I opted for a hard seat on the slow train, which would take a staggering 27 hours to reach my destination, Jincheng. At this time, it was not the peak season. The train was sparsely populated, with only a few passengers scattered about, allowing for a certain spaciousness. Upon finding my seat, I retrieved a soft pack of cigarettes, extracted one, and positioned it askew upon the pack, securing it with a lighter to create an irregular yet stable triangle. I then leaned back, crossing my arms, and closed my eyes to rest. This technique is known as pressing the path, a minor skill that, to the discerning eye, would reveal my familiarity with the ways of the world, discouraging any would-be troublemakers from approaching. On night trains, various and scrupulous characters, those who profit from trickery and deceit, tend to become active. The phrase "riding the dragon while the ghost" is unaware aptly describes the moment when unexpected fortune may come in hand. The constant flow of passengers on the train means one can act and depart without a trace, leaving no ghost behind. At this moment, I am Zhou Cheng, utterly destitute, far from home, compelled to purchase a hard seat ticket for the night train in pursuit of economy. This is not an act. I genuinely find myself devoid of funds. Although I once had some savings, I donated them all to the Hope Project to align with my current persona. The distinction between genuine poverty and the pretense of being poor is vast, both in spirit and behavior, and seasoned individuals can discern this difference at a glance. My journey to Jincheng is a matter of life and death, and I must meticulously attend to every conceivable detail. However, I also wish to avoid unnecessary trouble along the way, thus employing this strategy to shield myself, hoping for a safe passage. As the train departed from the starting station, the seat beside me remained vacant, while across from me sat a family of three, a young couple, elegantly attired and fashionable, accompanied by a chubby toddler not yet 2 years old, exuded an air of sophistication. The little boy, brimming with mischief, incessantly clambered over his parents. His attention was drawn to the lighter I had placed on the table, and he attempted to reach for it, only to be promptly restrained by the young father, who took the opportunity to impart a valuable lesson, admonishing him against taking things that do not belong to him. The chubby boy responded with a series of incoherent sounds, seemingly oblivious to the lesson, before turning to nestle into his young mother's embrace. The journey proceeded smoothly through the first 3 stops. However, by the 4th stop, as the clock approached midnight, the passengers' boarding became a motley crew. Over the course of several stops, 3 groups of seasoned gamblers, each comprising at least 6 individuals, joined the carriage, their presence unmistakably indicative of those who thrive on the fortunes of chance. Yet, to my relief, they refrained from engaging in their usual antics in this particular compartment. This restraint stemmed from their awareness of the tokens I had displayed on the table. Such tokens not only signify one's identity, but also delineate territory. By laying them out, I effectively claimed this section of the carriage, signaling my intent to conduct business here. In the world of dealings, both territory and the principle of first come, first served are paramount, particularly for seasoned gamblers, whose endeavors are driven by the pursuit of wealth. Conflict with fellow practitioners is to be avoided whenever possible. Upon noticing my tokens marking the territory, they chose to retreat, knowing that the night was still long, and opportunities for profit would abound in any carriage. Consequently, the other passengers benefited from my presence, sparing them from potential misfortune. In the stillness of the night, as tranquility enveloped the surroundings, shortly after 3 o'clock in the early hours, a few individuals began to arrive at a small station, gradually making their way from other compartments. Among them were men, women, and children, who, upon passing through my carriage, settled into the vacant seats nearby, fortuitously clustering around my location. Not long after, a benevolent-looking elderly lady took the empty seat beside me, exuding a faint scent reminiscent of medicinal herbs. Ah, the fragrance of benevolence. This was a subtle form of enchantment, akin to a potion designed to lull one's defenses, crafted through a secretive formula. The medicinal sachets she carried emitted an aroma capable of inducing a state of unwitting relaxation, rendering strangers as confidants with whom one could share intimate thoughts. Casting a discreet glance around, I discerned their true identities. They were a group of abductors. The kindly old woman beside me was none other than the leader of this cadre, a figure of authority who would orchestrate the approach and inquiries before orchestrating any illicit abduction. Opposite me, in seat 86, sat a tall and robust man, whose seemingly simple demeanor belied his true role as a guardian, tasked with obstructing any interference while escorting their prize away. In the rear, a short middle-aged man, draped in a tattered military coat, appeared to doze against his seat, yet he was vigilantly surveying the environment, assessing the safety of the situation for any potential theft. He was a vigilant sentry, responsible for monitoring and identifying threats, particularly discerning whether their intended target was under the watchful eye of undercover authorities. 3 middle-aged women, each around 30, donned in the attire of rural housewives, engaged in loud discussions regarding trivial matters as they sat. They were akin to raucous dragon maidens, stirring up chaos after the arrival of the precious cargo. The precious cargo referred to the child they intended to abduct. Their eyes were fixed on the chubby boy accompanying a young couple across the way. This boy, with his well-proportioned physique and vibrant complexion, was deemed an exceptional prize in the eyes of the abductors. If a suitable buyer could be found, the price would undoubtedly start at no less than $50,000. In these times, acquiring a modest house could cost merely $30,000. This group must have noticed the items laid out on my table, yet they unabashedly proceeded with their intentions in my presence. They also employed the incense of benevolence, indicating that they were no ordinary kidnappers but practitioners of a specialized esoteric art. Only those possessing such arcane skills would exhibit such audacity, dismissing the common folk and disregarding the unwritten rules of the underworld. If other rogue practitioners were to operate here without causing me trouble, I would certainly refrain from intervening. I am merely a practitioner of the arts, not a chivalrous hero as depicted in tales. However, the presence of these flower-picking abductors weighs heavily on my conscience. All kidnappers in this world deserve their comeuppance. Chapter 7. The immortal extends a hand to worship the true Buddha in this scene. The plump child had nestled into his mother's embrace, soundly asleep. The young couple, despite their overwhelming fatigue, dared not close their eyes and engaged in hushed conversation. After the elderly lady took her seat, she did not speak immediately, but instead gazed at the young couple with a warm smile, patiently listening for a while before seizing an opportune moment to interject. With the aid of her benevolent aura, the young couple felt no defenses against the elderly woman, and within mere moments, she had inquired about the child's age, full name, daily habits, and even his birthday. Once she had gathered sufficient information, the elderly lady gently addressed the couple, saying, "You two look quite weary. Allow me to hold the child for you. You should rest your eyes for a bit." As she finished speaking, she blew a gentle breath towards them. The young husband, still somewhat on guard, sleepily replied, "No, we can manage holding him ourselves." However, the young wife, unable to resist, instinctively handed the plump child to the elderly lady, mumbling indistinctly, "Auntie, please be careful. Dabao is about to wet himself." Neither of them managed to finish their sentences before their heads tilted, leaning against one another as they drifted into a deep slumber. The elderly lady cradled the child, softly humming as she gently patted him for a few moments. After ensuring the young couple was soundly asleep, she prepared to rise from her seat. Just as she was about to stand, I reached out and lightly patted her shoulder, saying, "He is quite heavy. I senti. Don't overexert yourself. Allow me to hold him for a while." The elderly lady's expression revealed a hint of confusion as she raised her hand and passed the plump child to me. I 2. Possess the art of gentle persuasion. Though I harbor a deep-seated aversion to the practice of flower picking due to personal experiences. Sister Meow once remarked that the more one fears or detests something, the more imperative it becomes to understand and master it in order to vanquish it. This technique is known as the celestial hand, the pinnacle of the art of flower picking. It requires neither a tap on the forehead nor the blowing of powder drugs. A mere tap on the shoulder suffices to bewilder an individual, compelling them to comply. The guardian Vajra, seated nearby, abruptly rose to his feet. As a thug within the gang, it was his duty to intervene whenever the Bodhisattva found herself in a predicament. He would seize opportunities when possible, and if not, he would aid the Dragon Lady in ensuring the Bodhisattva's safe retreat. I let out a cold chuckle, wrapping my fingers on the small table before me, not directing my gaze at the guardian Vajra, but rather turning towards the multi-eyed Arhut in the back seat. Had he gone blind? Upon being exposed, the multi-eyed Arhut had no choice but to stand, adjusting his hat as he spoke. "Boss, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first ride on the Night Dragon?" I uttered a single word, scram. The breach of the unspoken rules of the underworld warranted no courtesy in return. While the underworld is inhabited by the lowest of the low, and can indeed descend into chaos devoid of boundaries or morals, there remains a facade of decorum to uphold in public, a display that although one may be of a base nature, they still adhere to certain principles. This is akin to the flower-picking ruse, where one engages in heinous acts yet clings to the titles of Bodhisattva or Arhut, claiming to bestow blessings. Merely a fade to bolster their courage. Yet with such rules in place, one can manipulate situations to their advantage. By invoking the name of those who defy the code, I ensure that, should word of this spread, no one would dare claim my actions were unjust. However, if one were to immediately speak of righteousness and the urge to intervene in the face of injustice, then one ought not to traverse the realm of the martial world any longer. A true denizen of this realm never acts with ostentation. Merely watching with a cold gaze is the pinnacle of their conscience. Occasionally, one may, in a moment of folly, wish to act nobly, but by then, the grass atop their grave would be 3 feet high. In this world, one is bound and cannot act freely. It is not mere bluster, but a bloody, harsh reality. The many-eyed Arhut changed his countenance, his eyes gleaming with menace, and said, "Brother, do you not see whose territory this is? Treading on the toes of others without paying respects is akin to seeking dominance. Do you truly grasp the weight of your presence here?" The guardian king stepped forward, poised to strike. I picked up the cigarette that had been resting on the edge of the box and lit it, taking a deep drag and exhaling a long plume of white smoke. I remarked, by lending a hand, one may bring blessings to many before the Bodhisattva. "Which road do you occupy?" As the smoke engulfed them, both the many-eyed Arhut and the guardian king appeared momentarily dazed and bewildered. I stood up and patted each of them on the shoulder in turn, leaning in to whisper into the ear of the many-eyed Arhut. "This message is for your venerable Bodhisattva. Let him weigh his own merits before seeking me out. I am Zhou Cheng, and I shall make my mark in Jinsheng. Now, it is time for you to depart." The many-eyed Arhut, in a daze, began to move forward. The guardian king, like a lifeless shell, followed behind him. Subsequently, the one adorned with treasures slowly rose to her feet. She appeared to struggle, yet could not control her movements, her face betraying a look of fear as she cast a pleading glance in my direction. This was a true practitioner of external arts, thus able to maintain a flicker of clarity amidst the chaos. Regrettably, this is the only option left. With superior skill akin to a mountain pressing down, she is unable to contend with me, leaving her with but one path, death. I smiled at her and said, "Aunt, your stop has arrived. You may disembark." The Bodhisattva, filled with despair, unsteadily rose to her feet, following in the footsteps of the Dharma protectors and the multi-eyed Arhut. The 3 dragon maidens, who carried her palanquin, exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. Yet, as the Bodhisattva passed by them, they stood frozen in place, eventually rising in a daze and departing. This maneuver is known as sending off guests from afar. The fragrant incense of the virtuous individuals enveloping them serves as both a deceptive crutch and a deadly snare. The powdered medicine in the smoke lacks any intoxicating qualities. On the contrary, it clears the mind and sharpens the senses, yet clashes with the virtuous incense. I chuckled softly, returning to my seat, only to find that the chubby little boy was staring at me with his round eyes. This commotion had roused him from his slumber. Unfazed by our previous encounters, he grinned widely at me, revealing his toothless grin, and reached out eagerly to snatch the cigarette from my lips. I quickly extinguished the smoke and set it back in the case, then continued to engage in a silent stare-down with the little boy. Although I have mastered the 36 techniques of the external arts, the art of amusing children was never imparted to me by Sister Meow. One cannot blame her. When she found me, she was merely 16, still a half-grown child herself, and likely no one had taught her this trick. After waiting for a while without receiving a response from me, the chubby boy's smile faltered, and he appeared on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a rattle drum was thrust before him, jingling and clattering, instantly capturing his attention as he reached out with his chubby little hand to grasp it. I turned my head and beheld a portly middle-aged man seated in the spot previously occupied by the bodhisattva, clad in the garb of a rural official. With a round belly, meticulously combed hair, and adorned with black-framed spectacles, he waved a rattle drum in his hand, a smile plastered across his face. His name was Liu Aijuan, a businessman dabbling in minor enterprises during the night. "What do they call you, brother?" he inquired, as he twirled his rattle drum, revealing a playing card beneath the drumstick, the spade face. He was a card sharp. He had boarded the train at 10:25, and, after observing my demeanor, had remained seated obediently in a diagonal position, occasionally tossing a few cards with his companions, losing more than winning, and maintaining a decorous demeanor. Clearly, he had come to probe after I had revealed my hand. I shot him a sidelong glance, refraining from responding. The rotund man, undeterred, chuckled and remarked, "Brother, you possess remarkable skill. Why resort to such underhanded methods? Why not join me in prosperity instead? I've organized a game in Jincheng, and I am in need of partners. Should you wish to invest, I assure you a handsome return." With that, he flipped his hand, showcasing a 10 of hearts. In games orchestrated by card sharps, they typically employ old accomplices. His intention to engage me could either signify he viewed me as an easy mark, intending to use me as a scapegoat later, or this was a spontaneous scheme, where once the game concluded, we would part ways and never meet again. I remained silent, my gaze fixed upon the man. He let out a hearty laugh and said, "Very well, I shall consider myself overly sentimental. You can rest, brother." He rose to depart. I whispered, "Stay seated, do not move." The rotund man let out a sound of discontent and remarked, "Brother, when business fails, we must uphold our integrity. Are you still hoping to hang my name on this?" As soon as his words faded, a sudden commotion erupted at the front of the carriage, with numerous voices rising in alarm. The expression on a man's face shifted to one of unease. He glanced at me and shuffled slightly, yet ultimately remained still. Before long, news trickled down that someone had leapt from the train in the front carriage. 6 individuals had lined up to jump, a mix of men and women, including an elderly lady. It was reported that at least 3 had been caught beneath the wheels, their lives extinguished. Whispers circulated among the passengers, speculating whether some malevolent force was at play, questioning the likelihood of a queue forming to leap from a moving train. A bead of sweat trickled down the man's forehead. I smiled at him and asked, "What was it you just said?" Chapter 8. The Art of Creation. From nothing, the portly man's lips quivered slightly, yet his face remained adorned with a genial smile, devoid of any telltale signs. His lackey, blind to the truth, offered his apologies to the elder. With a swift motion, he revealed a gleaming knife, poised precariously against the tip of his right index finger, ready to make a downward thrust. The skills of a con artist are half reliant on the hands. Losing a finger would render his entire craft practically futile. He was indeed a formidable individual. I flicked my finger onto his pulse point, deeming it unnecessary to engage in idle chatter. The portly man, weakened, dropped the knife, which fell onto his thigh. Although he was bundled in thick winter attire, it still pierced through, drawing blood. I accepted his apologies, But there was no need for such a steep price, a mere demonstration of skill. Letting him taste his own blood served to establish my authority. Without uttering a word, the portly man maintained his unyielding smile and said, "Brother, I'll compensate for my finger. Please let me go." I feigned ignorance to his plea. In this game in Jincheng, are you hastily assembling a scheme, casting a wide net, or opting for a more explosive approach? A hasty scheme involves encountering a fat sheep, impulsively orchestrating a game, and delivering a lethal blow before vanishing. The most common ruse involves fabricating ancient antiques or artworks, often netting hundreds of thousands in a single stroke. Once accomplished, one must not linger locally. For those capable of affording such sums are typically influential figures, and prolonged presence raises the risk of exposure. Casting a wide net entails first disguising and promoting one's identity, such as posing as a wealthy investor, claiming to initiate a project with substantial funding, thus enticing desperate manufacturers and locales into traps, ready to be deceived. The term sitting cannon refers to a long-established local setup, primarily centered around gambling establishments, characterized by intricate interconnections with various local factions involved in usury, professional debt collection, pawn brokering, and even illicit drug trade, as well as poultry farming and flower trade. This scenario embodies the metaphor of boiling a frog slowly, methodically draining resources. The stout man licked his lips and candidly replied, "I am in a hurry. I am merely a runner." In the case of impromptu gatherings, one must light the lantern at night, genuinely seeking companions rather than scapegoats. If I inadvertently offend your esteemed presence, it is certainly not intentional. In the vast web of interactions, the term ma, mentioned by the stout man, refers to ma, indicative of solitary ventures where one indulges in self-serving pursuits. Typically, one does not engage companions, preferring to deceive in various locales, regardless of success. After a single transaction, they simply depart. Lighting the lantern at night signifies selecting partners spontaneously on the night train. This environment is rife with opportunists eager for financial gain, making it ideal for hasty selections. As for the notion of genuinely seeking partners without looking for scapegoats, such sentiments are merely rhetoric when necessity arises. Even old acquaintances may betray one another, and whether one becomes a scapegoat hinges entirely on individual capability. Although the stout man currently appears earnest, it is merely a fade instilled by my lethal methods. Those who navigate the underworld do so primarily for wealth. Aside from the reckless few who court death, most refrain from taking lives. Only those who are willing to strike lethally can be deemed true masters of this realm. True masters are often desperate individuals who disregard the lives of others, as well as their own. Even the most audacious denizens of the underworld would feel a twinge of trepidation upon encountering such figures, typically avoiding confrontation. I intend to establish my residence in Jincheng. You may consider this matter concluded. As you embark on your venture, allow me to add a touch of auspiciousness. There is no need, for I would not wish to impede your prosperity. I could offer you a business opportunity in return. Would you be interested? My dear brother, I am devoted to the veneration of the holy Fuxi, not to the likes of Han Exine, the ruthless killer. The rotund man, beads of sweat forming on his brow, maintained an expression of composure. The world is divided into two factions, those who revere Fuxi, who advocate for wealth without harm, and those who follow Han Exine, who adhere to a code of no restrictions. The portly gentleman hesitated to engage with my remark, yet I remained unfazed. I had my own intentions and merely stumbled upon this encounter, finding him to be a more suitable candidate. Very well, then, you may disembark. My brother, please. Do not. I am but a humble steed rider, ill-equipped for grand enterprises. I fear I may encumber your significant endeavors. The expression of the rotund man faltered, and he ceased to smile. In the previous round, I had invited 6 individuals to disembark, 3 of whom met their demise. It was only natural for him to feel apprehensive. I am Zhou Cheng. In a fortnight, you shall hear of me in Jincheng. Once you have made your decision, seek me out. I shall await you for 21 days. I took the rattle drum from his hand, giving it a gentle shake, for which a white card tumbled forth, landing in the hands of the rotund man. The card bore 2 characters, Zhou Cheng. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this conjured from thin air? Should you wish to learn, I am willing to teach you. To compel such seasoned individuals to act with sincerity, mere threats will not suffice. One must also entice them with allure. Miao Jie once stated that even the most seasoned of individuals have their price. It merely depends on whether one can strike a chord within their heart. The concept of creating something from nothing is a principle within the 36 arts of the unorthodox, particularly the method of emptiness. The so-called 1,000 doors of today is merely a superficial understanding of the art of deception, a mere veneer learned without true mastery. The art of deception resides deeply within the heart of every genuine practitioner of this craft. The portly fellow appeared visibly stirred, yet remained silent, drawing forth a small knife from his trousers. Instantly, the fabric was marred with a deep stain. Seemingly oblivious to his own predicament, he presented the knife before me, suggesting that he would visit at the appointed time. There was a subtle implication in his words. Should I fail to establish a reputation in Jincheng within a fortnight, he would find himself unable to pay me a visit. I flipped my palm to conceal the knife, choosing to refrain from further conversation with him, focusing instead on amusing the portly lad with my antics. He rose and departed the compartment, and despite the wound on his leg, he walked with the steadiness of an unscathed individual, as if the injury were but an illusion. The authentic transmission of the art of deception requires rigorous training in the 8 winds unmoving technique, alongside the consumption of medicinal herbs to protect vital organs. Practitioners must endure physical trials, utilizing whips and sticks to stimulate and toughen their bodies until they can maintain complete control over their expressions, movements, and demeanor in any circumstance, effortlessly creating incongruous habits that belied their emotional state. The portly lad's ability to endure pain without faltering indicates at least a modest proficiency in the 8 winds unmoving technique. This individual possesses a solid foundation. As I pondered these thoughts, I suddenly felt a warm and damp sensation on my leg, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Glancing down, I was met with the toothless grin of the portly boy. He had urinated. I hastily roused the couple across from me, returning the portly lad to their care. The two individuals had no recollection of the events that had just transpired. They merely exchanged mutual grievances regarding why the other had also succumbed to slumber. Amidst their disarray, while they tended to the chubby child, they expressed their gratitude and apologies to me, creating quite a chaotic scene. At that moment, a 50-something conductor, accompanied by a train attendant, approached from the front compartment. I discreetly gathered the items on the table. The conductor indeed inquired about the situation concerning the group of pickpockets that had recently occupied this area. I simply stated that the elderly lady had been seated comfortably until she suddenly expressed an urgency to depart, entrusting the child into my care. The young couple, having engaged in conversation with the elderly lady, were subjected to a few more questions. However, that was the extent of it. Nearby passengers had also been present. Yet when the pickpockets prepared to act, they had rendered them all oblivious, leaving them to believe they had merely dozed off, unable to articulate anything. As the conductor took his leave, he scrutinized me for a moment and uttered a remark. Chapter 9. The Windy Incident Shall Foam. Find this young fellow a place to change his trousers. It's winter, and we can't have him catching a cold, the old conductor instructed the attendant who trailed behind him. The attendant, a corpulent woman in her 30s, glanced at the large wet stain on my trousers, her lips curling slightly in amusement. Yet she remained silent and gestured for me to accompany her with my luggage. The two of us proceeded to the staff lounge. The female attendant discreetly excused herself, leaving the old conductor seated nearby, unmoving. I had scarcely removed my damp trousers when the old conductor abruptly remarked, "We just apprehended 2 groups of pickpockets in the front carriage. They all confess that someone in this carriage is reserving seats." Despite the smile on his face, his gaze scrutinized me intently. I gazed back at him in bewilderment, my expression conveying my incomprehension of his words. The old conductor, undeterred, continued with a grin. Just a moment ago, 6 individuals jumped from the train, and at least 3 were crushed on the spot. The remaining 3 are unlikely to fare well. The pickpockets claim that a true Buddha has emerged on our train. Young man, do you know this true Buddha? With resignation, I replied, comrade, I do not comprehend what you are saying. I do not recognize any Buddha, nor do I believe in such things. That's for the best. You are still young. It's wise to keep a distance from these feudal superstitions and dubious practices, the old conductor said, patting my shoulder. My name is Gao Kuan Yu. Should you need anything while aboard this train, do not hesitate to seek me out. Such seasoned veterans, having spent a lifetime on the train, likely possess a deeper understanding of the ways of the world than those who merely claim to be part of it. However, he was uncertain about my identity and could not casually bring others into the conversation. Instead, he chose to subtly hint at me to behave quietly in the car and avoid causing trouble. I expressed my gratitude to Comrade Gao. Glancing at the old conductor's expression, I inquired, Comrade Gao, have you been feeling persistent back pain and discomfort lately, only to find that the hospital could not identify the issue? Gao Kuan Yu regarded me with curiosity, exclaiming, "Oh, I didn't realize you were a doctor." I replied, "I am not a proper doctor. I merely possess some knowledge about treating external ailments. My purpose for visiting Jincheng this time is to earn a living through this skill. Your ailment appears to be caused by a draft. If you trust me, I can help alleviate your symptoms." He asked, "How do you intend to assist me?" "There is hardly anything available on this train." I replied, "As long as there is some liquor." He chuckled, "Interesting. Your eyes are more cunning than a thief's." Gao Kuan Yu then produced a flat flask from his inner pocket, unscrewed it, took a sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. When on the train, I am not permitted to drink, so I can only steal a sip in secret, like a common thief. Earning this meager sum is no easy feat. I must be frugal, as there isn't much left. I took the flask, gently shook it, and brought it to my nose, praising this is a fine spirit. Genuine pure grain liquor, strong, warming, yet it does not cloud the mind. You have an eye for quality, young man, Gao, Kuan Yu chuckled. This is a 30-year-old vintage from the Jinya distillery. Most people cannot even hope to acquire it. I poured a little liquor into my palm, rubbed my hands together, and a bluish flame flickered in my cupped hands as I turned and tilted my head back to expose my neck. There exists a certain finesse. Gao Kuan Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, turned, and graciously exposed his neck to me, displaying an air of complete unguardedness. However, in the very act of bowing his head, his right hand stealthily slipped into his pocket. Within it lay a pistol, a standard Type 54, unmistakably loaded to the brim, its muzzle aimed directly at me, poised to unleash destruction at any moment. Should I harbor any nefarious intentions, even if I managed to inflict harm upon him, I would undoubtedly face his lethal reprisal in the blink of an eye. This seasoned officer is more perilous than a desperate outlaw. Yet, it is precisely such a figure, imbued with a tinge of rogue spirit, who can maintain order amidst the chaotic throng of the nocturnal train. I raised my palm and struck at the de jouet acupoint on his back, gently kneading it. Instantly, the warmth from my hand surged through the pressure point. Then, I withdrew my hand and stepped back. Ouch! 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 Gao Kuan Yu exclaimed several times, shifting his back, reaching to probe, and giving his waist a few gentle thumps, before turning to me with a look of admiration. Young man, ahem, young sir, you possess genuine skill. My back no longer itches, and my waist is free of pain. Remarkable. This affliction has plagued me for months. I've visited numerous hospitals and tried countless remedies, yet nothing worked. Your touch has brought me relief. With such talent, you will undoubtedly establish your name in Jincheng. This merely addresses the surface issue. To truly resolve the matter, upon returning home, take a few drops of sesame oil and place it in the northwest corner of your room before bedtime. In the morning, use this oil to fry an egg without adding salt, and consume it while still warm, ideally feeling a slight burn in your throat. Repeat this for 3 consecutive days, and you shall find yourself healed. After recovery, inspect the northwest corner. There should be a drafty hole, which you must seal to prevent recurrence. This seemingly unremarkable old officer has extensive connections within the system, and should he set his sights on you, it would not bode well. It might be wise to reveal a glimpse of my true abilities, thereby affirming my identity as a master of the Yin channels, thus averting future complications. A genuine master of the Yin channels treats the balance of Yin and Yang and alleviates malevolent ailments, ensuring that no lives are tainted by their hands, for fear of entanglement that could tarnish their reputation. Gao Kuan Yu continued to stretch his shoulders, smiling as he said, "All right, I'll give it a try. If it works, I shall pay my respects in Jinsheng. Where do you reside in Jinsheng? I shall introduce you to some people. I have never been to Jinsheng and have yet to find a place to stay, but with my abilities, I am confident that it won't be long before you inquire in Jinsheng and discover my whereabouts." "You are quite self-assured," he remarked. "Rest assured, even if you do not gain notoriety, I will still be able to locate you." I swiftly changed my trousers and bid farewell to Gao Kuan Yu. Pushing the door open to leave, the attendant stood outside, her face a picture of curiosity, and upon seeing me, she inquired, "Can you truly diagnose external ailments?" I scrutinized her for a moment and replied, "But you have no external ailment. Why ask such a question? I cannot treat issues like engorgement." The train attendant's face flushed slightly as she instinctively pressed her hand to her chest and inquired, "Can you remedy a 1-year-old child who cries incessantly until midnight?" We have consulted the hospital and asked the local doctor, yet nothing seems to alleviate the situation. The causes of a child's night terrors are manifold, requiring a closer examination. I scrutinized the attendant's features and asked, "Is she your daughter?" The attendant, taken aback, responded, "How did you know it was a daughter?" I remained silent and further questioned, "How long after your husband's passing did the child begin to cry at night?" The attendant's expression turned ghostly, and she instinctively took a step back, stammering, "How do you know my husband is gone?" I shrugged and replied, "If I cannot discern such a trivial matter, how could I hope to treat external ailments? There is a temporary remedy. Before bedtime, take a piece of the child's clothing, wrap it around a buckwheat pillow, and place it at the entrance of the living room. This should ensure a peaceful sleep." The attendant hesitated, then quietly asked, "Is it my husband returning to disturb her?" I shook my head, saying, "Your eyes and nose lack any signs of distress. That is not the cause. However, the child's cries may indeed be related to this matter. We must examine it closely to ascertain the truth. Please leave me your phone number. Once I secure accommodation in Jinsheng, I shall inform you, and you can bring the child for me to examine." The attendant retrieved a small notebook from her pocket, tore out a page, and wrote down a phone number. After a moment's contemplation, she penned the name Phone Wan and handed it to me, saying, "Call this number. I am Phone Wan." The handwriting on the note was elegant and beautiful, a reflection of her very essence. I took the folded note, tucked it into my pocket, and said to her, "Accumulated stress can harm your health. Your recent stomach pain is likely linked to emotional suppression. For the sake of your daughter and yourself, try to let go a little. I have heard that the major hospital in Jinsheng now has a psychology department. If you truly feel overwhelmed, consider seeking their assistance. It may prove beneficial." "Understood," Phone Wan replied absent-mindedly, clearly not taking my words to heart. I refrained from pressing the matter further. After this brief interlude, the journey remained tranquil until we reached Jinsheng, without any further incidents. Upon disembarking, Phone Wan made a point to approach me, reminding me to call her. Gao Quan did not reappear. Yet, I knew that this minor event on the train had been settled in his eyes, and it had even forged a positive connection. Miao Jie once remarked that in navigating the complexities of life, one must not only possess the strength to confront challenges, but also the ability to cultivate benevolent relationships. One can never predict when an unintentional bond may ultimately save one's life. The teachings of Buddhism speak of karma, while Taoism emphasizes the burden of responsibility. Both good and evil follow this principle. Chapter 10. Fishing upon emerging from the train station, I deliberately paused for a moment in the square, clutching my satchel closely to my chest while casting a glance around. It was then that an oblivious young knife man approached, a mere boy of 13 or 14, gaunt and clad in a filthy cotton coat, nervously shoving his hands into his pockets as he collided with me. Just as he brandished his blade, I seized him and delivered several sharp slaps across his face. The onlookers recoiled in fear, maintaining a safe distance. Among the crowd, a few lookout boys, perhaps age 15, exchanged glances and, sensing the situation turned dire, bared their teeth, preparing to intervene. Their hands were tucked into tattered overcoats, with telltale bulges hinting at concealed weapons. I grasped the bloodied young knife man, scolding him harshly. "Where did this blind little rascal come from? Seeking to ply his trade on your ancestors? Are you courting death?" The group of boys hesitated, reluctant to approach. A man leaning against the wall, clad in a soiled military coat, cigarette dangling from his lips, hunched forward and interjected. "Have mercy, let him off lightly." I scoffed and tossed the young knife man to the ground, raising my hand to roll a cigarette, which I placed between my lips. "Is this the kind of scoundrel you raise? With such pathetic skills, daring to take to the streets, he'll soon meet his end. Come, I need a light." Thieves do not ask for a loan, they simply take. The man tossed me a shoddy disposable lighter. "Are you hoping to strike it rich riding the Night Dragon? To establish yourself in the Golden City, you must first pay homage to the old Buddha, or else risk losing your hands and feet." I lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and remarked, with my face exposed, "I shall no longer engage in manual labor. My brother has acquired some skills on the mountain and intends to come to this prosperous land to make a name for himself. Do you know where one might find a residence plagued by disturbances and afflictions? This mountain is not a remote wilderness. Rather, it refers to a prison. Ascending the mountain means serving time, while descending signifies release." The man chuckled and said, "Are you contemplating a career change to become a teacher?" "Indeed, there is a courtyard in Dahua village, adjacent to the development zone, where anyone who resides there falls into misfortune and madness." A guest from the West, believing himself to be formidable and untouchable, ended up losing his sanity after just one night, running half-naked down the street scattering powder. When Lei Zi apprehended him, he was incomprehensibly muttering strange phrases. "If you truly possess the capability, take a trip there. If you can resolve the situation, you will achieve instant fame and fortune, securing your place in Jinsheng. There are also those who can provide assistance. Simply come to the station and ask for me, brother in lieu." "Thank you," I replied, pulling out half a pack of cigarettes and tossing it to the man, casting a sidelong glance at the little knife wielder before stepping down forcefully on his right hand. A sharp crack echoed as his index, middle, and ring fingers suffered shattering fractures. Even if they were to heal, he would never again perform delicate tasks. He could no longer be a thief. The little knife wielder cradled his hand, emitting a chilling wail. I showed mercy by crippling 3 of his fingers, sparing him from a fate of being beaten to death in the streets. A fierce glint flickered in the man's eyes as he kicked the little knife wielder, exclaiming, "What are you howling about? Having lost your trade, do you still have the audacity to wail? Get up and thank the benefactor for their kindness." The little knife wielder struggled to rise, sweat beading on his face, his features contorted in pain. Clutching his hands, he glared at me fiercely before gradually lowering his head. "Thank you for your kindness, old he. I shall repay you in due time." Having come to this realization, he boldly declared that if anyone dared to approach him, they would be met with his wrath. In the world of the underbelly, the greatest fear is the absence of reciprocity. I chuckled softly as I patted the little knife wielder on the shoulder and turned it apart. After walking a short distance of about 10 meters, I heard the little pickpocket behind me inquiring about the man. "Old uncle, what's his background?" "Quite impressive, isn't. Given the considerable distance and the clamor of the bustling square, most individuals would not have caught the sound. Yet I had diligently honed my auditory skills. First, I discerned the clinking of coins, then the rustling of leaves, followed by the whisper of the wind, and ultimately, amidst the cacophony, I learned to identify sounds and their origins. After 10 years of practice, I could hear even the faintest fall of a pin within a 30-meter radius and accurately locate its position through sound. The man scoffed. An old thief who has lost his touch, no longer capable of honest work. Chances are he has rendered himself useless for our line of work, resorting instead to petty tricks while trying to act tough in front of us. A little pickpocket then asked, "Uncle, why do we tolerate him? Let us give him a couple of slaps to make him aware of the prowess of our Golden City Buddha." With a sharp crack, 2 resounding slaps echoed. The man muttered under his breath, "What prowess are you talking about? You haven't even fully grown. How dare you call yourself a Buddha? Have you all forgotten the principles I taught you? 3 things not to provoke, 9 things not to steal. Have those lessons been lost on you? When I show you the proper gaze, you should understand not to be so reckless." When he took action, his eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. There was undoubtedly blood on his hands. This was a true master. You lot are merely unworthy of even being a mere morsel. Enough of this. Let us call it a day. What a stroke of bad luck. Lao Ba, take shower to see old Lu. If money is needed, let it be. The principle of not provoking the 3 and not stealing from the 9 is a legitimate legacy of the esteemed Wrongman, although scarcely anyone adheres to it. Initially, I merely sought to entice a couple of local ruffians from Jincheng to assist me, but unexpectedly, I have ensnared genuine lowlifes from the underbelly of the world. A casual cast of the line has yielded a significant catch. The omen truly seems auspicious. At the edge of the square, I hailed a motorcycle taxi, which took over 20 minutes to reach Daya village, my face nearly frozen from the wind. This place was merely rural farmland a few years prior. However, due to the newly established national-level high-tech development zone nearby, an influx of enterprises has occurred, along with the relocation of 2 universities, driving rapid growth in surrounding real estate and rail transit. It resembles the act of slicing a cake, as the once abundant farmland has been systematically claimed, with several railways intersecting the village, leaving only the residential areas for the villagers, akin to discarding the remnants of a cake. Walking through the culverts beneath the railway bridge, one is met with a chaotic realm. A village road flanked by privately erected high-rises and original single-story homes stands in disarray, tall and short, uneven and haphazard, enough to induce distress in those with obsessive tendencies. The astute villagers have promptly revamped their single-story homes into multi-story buildings for rental income, while the more conservative and sluggish among them cling to their old houses, resistant to change. However, this persistence will soon be shattered by the stark reality of neighbors profiting immensely, leading all the bungalows to be transformed into private residences, ultimately morphing into a grotesque semblance reminiscent of Kowloon walled city. At the entrance of the village stands a police station, its windows ajar even in the biting cold. A gray-haired officer, wrapped in a faded old coat, dozes off at the window. Venturing further inside, one finds a row of eateries, small shops, shoe repair stalls, hair salons, massage parlors, and foot massage establishments lining both sides of the street, while tangled wires hang overhead like a spider's web. The courtyard mentioned by the man is located at the other end of the village. This place has gained a notorious reputation in Jincheng as a haunted house. Just mentioning it is enough for the motorcycle taxi drivers on the road to recount several eerie tales they have heard. Stories of tenants hearing a woman weeping at midnight, blood flowing down the walls, a woman with disheveled hair appearing in the mirror, and tales of tenants going mad within days are far more captivating than the ghost stories broadcasted on the radio. Yet from the outside, this courtyard bears no resemblance to a haunted dwelling. 3 neatly arranged tile-roofed houses stand there, with clean windows and doors, clearly indicating careful upkeep, devoid of any signs of abandonment. The courtyard is remarkably tidy, with not a single withered weed in the corners or crevices. A thick cardboard sign, secured with wire to the gate, displays the eye-catching words for rent in a crooked manner, with a smaller line below stating that the landlord resides in the courtyard. As I stand at the entrance, surveying the scene within, I suddenly hear a voice behind me saying, "Looking to rent a place?" A plump woman in her 50s approached me with an exuberant enthusiasm. "My dear brother, you possess discernment. This courtyard is truly one of a kind. You won't find a better one elsewhere. It has both water and electricity, running water and agricultural electricity, no less. I can tell you are a tidy and efficient person. Otherwise, I will be reluctant to rent it out. Look at this courtyard. It is immaculate. I clean it daily, not even a scrap of paper to be found." Just as she continued her enthusiastic chatter, a large, unhurried rat ambled across the courtyard, stopping in the center to stand upright, scrutinizing both me and the stout woman with its beady, blood-red eyes. Chapter 11. The fragile waist and innate charm this wretched rat. The plump lady stomped her feet in frustration, and seeing the rodent remain unmoved, her temper flared. She removed her shoe and hurled it, though her aim was not precise. She was a good half-meter away from the rat. Yet, her action startled it, causing it to scurry away in haste. In this village, there was one individual who ordinarily treated rats with indifference. Yet today, it seemed unusually bold. Perhaps the harsh winter had deprived it of food, driving it to desperation. As the lady continued her explanation, she pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside to retrieve her shoe. How much? I interrupted her incessant chatter. The plump lady, visibly pleased, replied with alacrity. 100 yuan per month, excluding utilities, with a minimum 3-month lease and a deposit of 3 months plus 1 month's rent in advance. If you vacate early, the deposit is forfeited. I reached into my pocket, finding a total of 307 yuan and 81 cents. The entirety of the wealth left by Zhou Cheng, and indeed, all the cash I possessed. I needed to negotiate. Could you lower the price? Oh, dear brother. You want it cheaper? She exclaimed. This entire courtyard comes with 3 rooms. You want to find a better deal in Jincheng. You've hit the jackpot here. The previous tenant was apprehended by the police. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to seize this bargain. Perhaps you should take a stroll elsewhere? But I must warn you, if you take too long, it might be rented out. Though her words were assertive, her gaze unconsciously shifted downward to the right. A classic sign of deception and unease. It is evident that she harbors intentions of exploiting someone like me, a foreigner, as a mere cash cow. As long as she collects the money, if I'm frightened away after a single night, it becomes my problem. The deposit is non-refundable while the rent is forfeited, allowing her to profit from 3 months' worth of earnings for just 1 night. I scrutinized her for a moment and remarked, Annie, it seems you have been struggling with sleep lately. Allow me to assist you. You could deduct a little from the bill as my consultation fee. The plump woman paused, asking, Are you a doctor? I replied vaguely, in a manner of speaking. She hesitated, confiding that she had been restless for 3 years, plagued by a chill that crept down her neck whenever she closed her eyes, leaving her with a cold heart and a throbbing head. Despite trying various remedies, none had proven effective. If you can cure me, I shall grant you a month of free lodging. However, payment must be made up front, 2 months' rent as a deposit and 1 month's rent in advance. Should you not stay, the deposit is refundable, but the rent is not. Ah, so she intends to charge me less as a consultation fee? We shall assess the situation and see if there's any improvement tonight. We can discuss the financial matters tomorrow. Very well, you may stay in the room above tonight. The plump woman led me into the courtyard opposite. Within it stood a modest 4-story building, evidently a private modification, with numerous windows, at least 20 rooms, if not more. Clothes of various qualities hung on the lines outside, reflecting the diverse identities of the tenants. As we walked, I engaged her in conversation, gathering the information I sought as we entered the premises. The stout woman, surnamed Bao, is called Bao Yuqin. She is a native of this village, with a son and a daughter. Her financial situation is quite stable, as she derives income from her land and rental properties. Her eldest daughter is currently a 3rd-year student at the Science and Technology University in Jincheng and stays on campus most of the time. Her younger son, however, is a disappointment. He dropped out of school after middle school and now spends his days idling about without a permanent residence. 3 years ago, her husband left home one morning to stroll with his birds and has since vanished without a trace, becoming a source of deep concern for Bao Yuqin. The courtyard she resides in is a converted building that she owns, while the unrenovated courtyard across the way belongs to a neighbor. This neighbor is an old errand runner who has never married and roams aimlessly from place to place, similarly without a home. He entrusted the care of his courtyard to Bao Yuqin, permitting her to rent out 2 of the 3 rooms, provided that the one he occupies remains untouched. The rental income is considered compensation for her oversight. The makeshift building deteriorates as one ascends, and Bao Yuqin occupies the ground floor. Upon inviting me into her home, she poured me a cup of hot tea, then sat down opposite me and inquired, What do you think? Would you like to take my pulse? There is no need for that, I replied. I meticulously observed the area around her eyes and nose, examined behind her ears and at the roots of her hair, and finally requested that she extend her hands to inspect the color of her nails and palms. With this assessment, I concluded that if she were to mix 2 taels of threshold dirt with 2 taels of millet, wrap it in today's morning paper, and place it at the threshold, she would assuredly enjoy a restful night's sleep. Bao Yuqin blinked in surprise. Are you a doctor? Indeed, I specialize in external ailments. If you happen to know anyone suffering from such issues, feel free to send them my way. It won't cost you anything. Bao Yuqin instinctively glanced across the courtyard, furrowing her brow as she contemplated for a moment before speaking. Well, if it's a long-term rental, I can offer a discount. Let us say $95 a month. But you'll need to pay 6 months' rent as a deposit and 3 months in advance. There's no rush. Let us evaluate the efficacy of tonight's treatment first, and we can discuss the rental arrangements tomorrow. Agreed? Auntie, consider this a consultation. Staying here tonight won't incur any charges. Dinner and breakfast are on me. That's the customary practice. I understand, I replied. There's an available room on the first floor, set back and quite tranquil, as well as warm. Allow me to show you. Come over for dinner tonight. We'll have fish and meat, she added. With the key in hand, Bao Yuqin led me to the room. The layout of this private residence resembled that of a guest house. A lengthy corridor stretched before us, with windows facing the courtyard on one side and individual rooms on the other. Aside from her own living quarters, there were 4 additional rooms on the first floor. She assigned me the innermost room, approximately 8 square meters, furnished with a single bed, a small square table, and a simple wardrobe, nothing more. Fortunately, it was impeccably clean. Bao Yuqin handed me a bundle of bedding, freshly laundered, infused with a subtle fragrance of detergent. Rest for now. If you wish to obtain a temporary residence permit, you can visit the police station at the village entrance. For other matters, you would need to go to the main police station. But since we have many outsiders staying here, they've made it a bit easier for us. Old Chow is quite accommodating. Just drop the bag at his door when you're done. If you need to purchase anything, head to the shop at the east end run by Old Fong. It's inexpensive and reliable. Dinner is served around 6. Do remember to come back. After sending off the verbose Bao Yuqin, I set my luggage down and took a seat beside the bed, surveying the surroundings. I then retrieved a small incense burner, placing it by the window, where I buried 5 1-cent coins within and lit 3 sticks of incense. As the fragrance wafted through the air, numerous insects scurried out from the crevices in the corners of the room, hastily fleeing. This was a repellent incense. Having wandered for years, the challenges of unfamiliar climates and the incessant bites of mosquitoes posed significant threats, while local residents might endure a bite without consequence. Newcomers could easily succumb to fever and illness. Thus, the foremost task upon settling was to drive away insects, in addition to preventing bites. Observing the insects that emerged provided insights into areas typically obscured from view. Among the creatures that fled the room were spiders, centipedes, damp wood lice, and bedbugs, along with a small, black, hard-shelled beetle the size of a soybean, adorned with antennae and pincers. This was a corpse beetle, thriving exclusively on human remains. The sight of this creature reinforced certain suspicions I had previously harbored. I captured one, placing it in a matchbox and setting it beside the incense burner. Not wishing to linger in a room any longer, I rose and strolled around the village, eventually visiting the shop recommended by Bao Yuqin, owned by the Lao Fong family, where I purchased a pack of cigarettes, a box of matches, and a small bag of coarse salt. Upon my return, I noticed the door to the adjacent room was ajar, and Bao Yuqin's voice drifted from within. Xiaomei, it's not that I lack compassion, but you have fallen behind on your rent for half a month. There are nearly 20 families staying here, and if everyone were to live rent-free like you, how would I survive? If one cannot secure employment, it may be best to return home. After all, one should not squander the effort without reward. A gentle voice resonated. Auntie, grant me just 2 more days. Today, I encountered a sister from the factory who mentioned she would introduce me to a job. She was in a hurry and did not elaborate, but she asked for my address and promised to visit me tonight. If it works out, I shall commence work tomorrow and will certainly pay you the rent. Very well, it is settled then. Just 2 days, replied Bao Yuqin as she emerged from her room, a young woman trailing behind her. I cast a fleeting glance and felt a stir within me, prompting me to observe her more closely. This woman, in her early 20s, possessed single eyelids and almond-shaped eyes, with a prominent nose and full lips. While she may not have been striking at first glance, there was an alluring charm emanating from her, a beguiling essence that radiated from within rather than mere surface allure. True beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. This young woman possessed a rare, innate appeal. Ah, Mr. Zhou, you have returned. I have prepared the meal. Come and join us. Bao Yuqin greeted me with exuberant warmth. The young woman cast a glance in my direction before retreating into the room, her graceful figure accentuated by a curvaceous silhouette and a delicate waist, captivating in its elegance. Chapter 12. The wailing spirits at the window, the mice tapping on fragrance indeed. Dinner was lavish. There was Hunan-style braised pork and steamed fish, along with a plate of stir-fried liver and another of spicy tofu, complemented by locally brewed white liquor, warm to the touch, with an enticing aroma wafting through the air. It is customary to treat the visiting physician with a hearty meal, replete with meat, fish, and wine. Bao Yuqin poured me a glass of wine and sat beside me, watching as I indulged in the feast, her chatter never ceasing. She began by lamenting her disobedient son, who had yet to return home at such a late hour, vowing to give him a stern reprimand upon his arrival. Then, she spoke of the challenges of renting a home, her grievances flowing endlessly. In the midst of her ramblings, she shifted the conversation to a young woman named Xiao Mei. The poor girl's plight was indeed tragic. She had worked at the Jingzhou textile factory, which had closed down last year, leaving her unemployed. With elderly relatives falling ill and no job opportunities in Jingzhou, she had heard that Jinsheng offered more work. Driven by desperation, she ventured here, but her skills were limited to weaving, leaving her struggling to find employment. After much effort, she secured a position as a waitress, only to find her employer with unsavory intentions. Such matters bore no direct relevance to me, and I merely listened, allowing the sounds to wash over me. After a satisfying meal, I took it upon myself to inspect the threshold soil and millet that Bao Yuqin had prepared, ensuring everything was in its proper place. Finally, I cautioned her that once night fell, regardless of what she might hear or see, she was not to open the door. Satisfied that she understood, I returned to my room, carrying the remaining half-bottle of white liquor. The wine I brought back is not for drinking, but for use. After closing the door behind me, I poured a circle of liquor along the threshold and sprinkled a handful of ash from the incense burner onto the ground behind the door. I then replaced the incense with 3 new sticks before lying down on the bed, fully clothed to rest my eyes. Before long, I heard voices emanating from the adjacent room. The tone was rough, a result of excessive indulgence in smoke and alcohol, coupled with prolonged nights without sleep. You could earn this amount in just one night, and with your family matters, a mere 6 months would suffice to resolve it. If you're willing to dive into this with your figure and that slender waist, becoming a top-tier performer would be effortless, easily earning that amount in a single evening. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Simply lie back, part your legs, close your eyes, and indulge in the experience. The establishments in Victoria are frequented by affluent magnates. Those lacking wealth cannot even gain entry. Adopt a stage name, apply a heavier layer of makeup, and once you've earned enough, you could return home and open a small shop. Who would ever know your past? If a wealthy patron were to take notice of you, it could propel you to success, ensuring a lifetime free from financial worry. We all come from the same factory. It is only because I see the hardships you endure that I guide you this way. Jean Hua and Sister Liu, had they not chosen this path, could they have amassed such wealth? Who dares to speak ill of them? Does their family not know? They must still be supported. In this day and age, one is more likely to scorn poverty than to condemn prostitution. What is wrong with selling oneself? Earning money makes one a forebear. Without support, one would surely starve. Only this voice continued to resonate, while little May remained entirely silent. This conversation was not intended for my ears. I turned over, instinctively silencing the noise, guiding myself into a state of slumber. I lost track of time and sleep until I was jolted awake by a series of forceful knocks against the window. The intensity was alarming, echoing with a frantic urgency, as if something were attempting to shatter the glass and invade my sanctuary. Rising from my bed, I approached the window. Outside, a pallid mist swirled in the air. Amidst the fog stood several distorted figures, their forms indistinct yet oriented towards my window. Suddenly, a bloodied and mangled hand struck the glass with a resounding thud. Following that, another hand, and then more, an escalating cacophony of palms battering against the pane. The glass, however, remained steadfast, as if forged from iron. Abruptly, a visage pressed against the window, its skin marred with necrotic blotches, punctuated by gaping wounds oozing with pus and blood, eyes wide and lifeless, staring intently at me. Then, one after another, more faces pressed against the glass, completely covering the window pane. I met the gaze of these deathly visages with indifference, raising my hand to extinguish the 3 incense sticks on the windowsill. The grayish mist began to dissipate. The ghastly faces seemed to recoil in terror, retreating from the glass. Each of them bore a gaping wound in their chest, blood gushing forth, while swarms of rats scurried over their bodies, gnawing incessantly. Suddenly, a thunderous banging erupted from a door. The door frame trembled. Something was violently colliding against it, yearning to force its way inside. I stifled a yawn, reclined back onto the bed, and closed my eyes once more, silently counting to 10 in my mind before opening them again. All sounds faded into oblivion. The dark room was enveloped in an extraordinary silence. The 3 incense sticks on the windowsill flickered softly, and the air was infused with the comforting fragrance of sandalwood. It was merely a nightmare, entirely within the realm of expectation. However, the magnitude and appearance of it slightly exceeded my anticipations. Nonetheless, this was a fortuitous development for me. Not only would my rise to prominence in Jincheng be significantly expedited, but I also anticipated that I would no longer need to spend money on residing in that establishment. I closed my eyes once again, this time free from nightmares, and slumbered until 4 in the morning. Rising punctually, I engaged in an hour of meditation to cultivate my energy. Originally, I intended to practice martial arts and stretch my muscles afterward, but the current environment was unsuitable, so I refrained from venturing outside. I opened the matchbox beside the incense burner, only to find it empty, devoid of the corpse beetle. By 5 o'clock, the courtyard began to buzz with activity. The tenants above stirred, vying for the bathroom, drawing water for their morning routines, engaging in light-hearted banter and disputes, filling the atmosphere with a vibrant energy. The last lingering trace of the eerie aura that the nightmare had cast over the night was completely dispelled by the lively ambience. Once everyone had departed for work, Bao Yuqin came to summon me for breakfast, her demeanor noticeably less spirited than the previous day, tinged with a hint of anxiety. As I passed by the adjacent room, its door was firmly shut. Breakfast consisted of homemade xiao mai paired with egg wine, embodying warmth and practicality. Bao Yuqin waited patiently for me to finish before she spoke. Mr. Zhou, I had a rather restful sleep last night in the early hours, and the chill at the back of my neck vanished. However, in the latter half of the night, I was abruptly awakened by the sound of someone knocking at the door. In my dazed state, I initially thought it might be my child returning home. I rose to open the door, but then recalled your caution and leaned over to glance out the window. Upon doing so, I was struck with a sense of dread. I saw my spouse standing at the door, knocking with a gaping wound on his chest and swarms of rats crawling over him, gnawing at him. As I stared in horror, he suddenly turned to face me. His countenance was grotesquely pockmarked. The moment he saw me, he lunged toward the window, which startled me awake. I struggled to find sleep again for the remainder of the night. Mr. Zhou, what is happening? Has my spouse perished outside? Was my previous restlessness due to his return? I glanced at her palm and noticed a faint bluish hue, then inquired, is the millet that was mixed with the threshold earth still present? Bao Yuqin replied, the newspaper is tattered and the millet inside has been consumed. It appears to have been ravaged by rats. I stored it away this morning, fearing it would be trampled. I raised my hand and brushed it against the back of her neck, then displayed it to her. My palm held a few scattered grains of millet. Bao Yuqin's complexion turned ashen. Was the chill at the back of my neck caused by the rats blowing on me? The situation was more intricate than I had anticipated. Let me gather a few items. I assumed a solemn expression and turned back into the room. From a small bag, I retrieved 3 crimson incense sticks and returned to summon Bao Yuqin to her doorstep. I first inspected the marks on the threshold and said to her, no matter what you see shortly, remain utterly silent. If you feel fear, simply cover your mouth. Bao Yuqin, visibly anxious, nodded repeatedly. I rubbed my fingers together, conjuring a flicker of flame, and carefully ignited the 3 red incense sticks, placing them delicately into the earth at the threshold. Upon witnessing my display, Bao Yuqin gasped in astonishment. Yet, in the next instant, her mouth gaped even wider, nearly dislocating her jaw. A horde of rats scurried from the courtyard. Arriving at the incense, whereupon they all stood upright, bowing repeatedly before it. In no time, a dark mass of them gathered, numbering over 100, each one with a plump head, large ears, and a long, rounded body. I exhaled gently towards the incense, causing the tips to extinguish abruptly. The rats, which had been in the midst of their reverent bows, all stood erect in unison, fixating their greedy and ferocious crimson eyes upon me and Bao Yuqing. Chapter 13. The Ninefold Corpse Cauldron. Bao Yuqing nearly screamed in that moment. Fortunately, recalling my warning, she tightly covered her mouth, daring not to utter a sound. I raised my hand, casting forth a billowing white flame. The rats scattered in a frenzy, most scurrying back the way they came, retreating to the opposite courtyard. I tugged at the trembling Bao Yuqing, following closely in the wake of the fleeing rodents, and soon observed them disappearing behind a building on the left side of the courtyard. Turning to inspect, I noticed a rat hole nestled beneath the eaves. I inquired, "Who was this room rented to before?" Bao Yuqing stammered, "In no one. It hasn't an Oppos. Been rented. This is where Wang Laogun lived. He forbade renting it out. It in Oppos. It's usually locked. And he hasn't returned in nearly 2 years. How could there be so many large rats? Your husband lies just beneath this room. We should dig. It would be prudent to notify the police beforehand." Buried down there? My husband was harmed by Wang Laogun. Who did the harm is uncertain, but he is certainly beneath us. We ought to dig and see. I and Oppos. LL go summon help. Initially paralyzed by fear, Bao Yuqing suddenly found an unexpected surge of strength, sprinting away with surprising speed despite her age and heft, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I knelt to scoop some earth from the entrance of the rat hole, rubbing it between my fingers and bringing it to my nose. A faint yet profoundly unsettling odor wafted forth, sending chills down my spine. I extracted a pouch of medicinal powder from my pocket and scattered it at the mouth of the cave. Then, I ambulated in a clockwise direction around the 3 houses, ultimately halting at a position that corresponded with the time of day, gazing upward towards the sun. The sun, the houses, and my current location formed a perfect equilateral triangle. A sliver of sunlight failed to illuminate one of the houses. In the shadow below the light, darkness prevailed. Where there is the utmost brightness, there lies the utmost darkness. This is not a matter of corpse refining. It pertains to elixir crafting. Indeed, this golden city is a most peculiar place. The last time I was here, I stumbled upon the practice of life harvesting for livestock. This visit, I find myself amidst the art of life harvesting for alchemy. It seems I share a fateful bond with this uncanny locale. As I pondered, a large procession approached from afar, bustling with activity. Leading the way was Bao Yuqing, accompanied on her left by the elderly officer from the village police station, and on her right by a gray-bearded elder clad in a coat. Trailing behind was a group of robust young men adorned with red armbands. She had summoned the neighborhood watch. Upon their arrival, Bao Yuqing introduced me, saying, "Mr. Zhou, this is Officer Chow from the police station, a legitimate officer, and this is our village secretary, Tao Danian. Please, instruct us on how to proceed." Secretary Tao Danian scrutinized me with a hint of skepticism. "So, you are the expert summoned by the He family? Quite young. Aran and Oppos. To you?" Bao Yuqing immediately took offense. "Old Tao, what do you mean by that? What is wrong with being young? As long as one possesses the ability, that suffices. My husband has already communicated with me through dreams. You must expedite the digging, or else my husband will seek you out tonight." Hey, hold on. I never said not to dig. I merely wanted to greet Mr. Zhou. "Officer Chow, you should say something." The absence of Wang Laogun and the lack of any evidence did not justify the arbitrary excavation of people's homes. This was a breach of decorum. Does my spouse's dream not count? Let him seek you out tonight. Dig away, as if I had said nothing. The 2 elderly men retreated, clearly reluctant to encounter the spouse of Bao Yuqing. Bao Yuqing, triumphant, turned to me and said, "Mr. Zhou, you may proceed as you see fit. For now, we shall not disturb the house. Instead, let us begin from the old rat hole behind the house, digging diagonally downwards." With a decisive wave of her hand, Bao Yuqing commanded the members of the joint defense team to raise their shovels and pickaxes to commence their task. They dug at an angle for approximately 4 or 5 meters until they breached a subterranean cavity. A foul stench indescribable in nature, erupted from the hole, causing the members of the Joint Defense Team to collapse to the ground, retching violently. Initially squinting and appearing somewhat dazed, Officer Lao Chow suddenly widened his eyes upon catching a whiff of the odor, peering intently into the excavation and declaring, "Cease digging. This is the stench of decay. There is a corpse within. Secretary Tao, ensure that no one touches anything. I must call the station." With that, he turned and dashed away. When he returned, he was accompanied by an entire van full of police officers. The Precinct-S personnel descended en masse. The commotion was so significant that it drew the attention of many villagers, who rushed to witness the spectacle, creating a throng of eager onlookers. The police cordoned off the area, excluding all irrelevant parties, leaving only the members of the Joint Defense Team to assist. They proceeded with a resolute determination, swiftly uncovering the entirety of the breached cavity. The air was thick with the pungent odor of decay. The crowd was left in stunned silence by the scene before them. It was a narrow cellar, neatly stacked with 9 corpses, arranged in 3 layers, with each 3 forming a triangle. The surface of the bodies exhibited a peculiar wax-like appearance, marred by gnawing marks. Surrounding them were grotesquely large rats, standing upright, unafraid of the onlookers, their blood-red eyes locking onto the gaze of the crowd. These were creatures that had fattened themselves on human remains, perceiving humans merely as a source of sustenance. The station chief's face paled slightly as he instructed everyone to remain still and prepare to make a report. I leaned closer to old Chow and suggested, "Comrade Chow, perhaps you should encourage your chief to excavate further. There may be more bodies below." Since the arrival of the police force, old Chow had taken a step back, smoking a cigarette while joining the onlookers in their morbid curiosity. Upon hearing my words, he regarded me with surprise and asked, "Is there more beneath the cellar?" I affirmed, "There are at least 2 more layers. Just dig down an angle along the concrete layer, as we did before." Old Chow extinguished his cigarette underfoot and approached the chief, whispering a few words. The chief glanced my way, furrowed his brow, and inquired further, before returning to the cellar and directing the Joint Defense Team to continue excavating at the angle I had suggested. Indeed, 2 additional layers were uncovered, each containing 9 corpses stacked in triangular formations. In total, there were 27 bodies. A shocking case. The faces of all present turned as pale as specters. The director promptly made a phone call to report to higher authorities. With that call, 3 vehicles and a truckload of armed police arrived, surrounding the scene meticulously. Even the auxiliary defense team members were ushered away, as the area became a flurry of activity, with photographers capturing images and investigators collecting evidence. A middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket arrived last in a Jetta. After listening to the on-site report, he proceeded to inspect the body in the cellar, then turned to speak briefly with old Chow before heading towards me. "Mr. Zhou, I presume?" The middle-aged man possessed a square face that exuded authority without anger. Yet his demeanor was exceedingly polite as he extended his hand. "Criminal Division, Zhang Baoshan." "Captain Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you." I exchanged a brief handshake with Zhang Baoshan, awaiting his next words. By standard protocol, I was considered one of the primary suspects, and it was quite possible I could be taken back for questioning. However, to my surprise, Zhang Baoshan remarked, "I never anticipated that after hearing of your esteemed reputation, I would meet you in person so soon. Truly a matter of fate." I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and inquire, "Did Comrade Gao mention me?" Zhang Baoshan replied, "I previously worked in the railway police, and old Gao was my mentor. He called me last night, suggesting I come to see you regarding an old issue. He also advised me to keep an eye on you and ensure you don't stir up any trouble. Correct?" I smiled and acknowledged his words, inwardly relieved that I had established a favorable connection with Gao Quan, for otherwise, Captain Zhang would not have approached me with such a disposition today. Zhang Baoshan chuckled. "How could that be? My master means to say that Mr. Zhou is an extraordinary individual. Do not allow those lacking in discernment to offend you and stir up unnecessary trouble." He recounted that on that particular train, a true Buddha had appeared, resulting in 6 individuals jumping off, 3 of whom perished on the spot. I maintained my composure and replied, "I have also heard of this incident. I cannot fathom what could possibly compel someone to take such drastic action. Zhang Baoshan produced a pack of Dacuman cigarettes, offering me one before taking one for himself. Just as he was about to retrieve a lighter, I generated a small flame between my fingers and presented it to him. Taken aback for a moment, he soon smiled and brought his cigarette to the flame, inhaling deeply. Mr. Zhou, you arrived in Jincheng only yesterday. This case has no bearing on you. I merely wish to inquire how you discerned there was a corpse beneath, and how you knew the exact number of layers. I have heard that you employed some means to have the deceased communicate with their family in a dream. His tone suggested skepticism, and his gaze towards me was tinged with doubt. Clearly, despite his verbal assurance that the case did not involve me, he had not entirely excluded me from the list of suspects. Chapter 14. The Creation of Life Elixir. Living flesh mushroom the mouse, its eyes of vivid crimson, caught my attention as I pointed towards the cluster of plump rodents huddled in the cellar, unwilling to flee. Tao Jinghong had mentioned in collecting golden elixirs that a beast consuming humans often possesses red eyes. With Bao Yuqin absent, I felt compelled to articulate the basis of my initial judgment, thereby earning the trust of such professionals. Speaking plainly to the living and employing the appropriate language for the spectral is the fundamental decorum for navigating the world. Zhang Baoshan pressed further. Yet that only allows us to ascertain the presence of a corpse. It cannot confirm the existence of 3 layers. Admittedly, I too was unaware of the number of corpses beneath. However, upon inspecting the first layer of the cellar, I was able to arrive at an accurate conclusion. This pertained to a nefarious technique of the outer path, known as the creation of life elixir. 3 layers constitute the furnace, while 9 layers form the cauldron, assuredly. At the center of the lowest layer lies a pit for collecting blood. This serves as the cauldron's eye. Blood nourishes the elixir's essence, while the gathered energy from the corpses fuels the alchemical flames. By boiling this essence 9 times, the life elixir can be produced, a process that typically spans approximately 3 years. The severe degradation of the corpses here indicates a lack of oversight at the furnace, suggesting the elixir has likely been completed and removed, leading to the abandonment of this alchemical chamber. The creation of a life elixir? What purpose does it serve? The concept of nourishing what one consumes is familiar, is it not? Originally, this notion did not pertain to the consumption of livestock, but rather emanated from the shamanic practices of the Shang dynasty, which posited that consuming specific parts of a human body could restore one's own damaged counterparts. However, direct consumption was forbidden. It necessitated ritualistic enhancement through shamanic rites before ingestion, which gradually evolved into the art of crafting the life elixir. These corpses all appear to be missing the same organ excavated from within. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baoshan's expression shifted noticeably. Such a topic clearly transcends the realm of what an ordinary person can comprehend. Even this veteran detective, accustomed to the shadows, found it difficult to bear. Can such a concoction truly nourish the corresponding parts? I couldn't help but chuckle, remarking to Captain Zhang that ancient people believed in the existence of elixirs that granted immortality. Indeed, if that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Zhang Baoshan muttered, mentioning that he had heard Mr. Zhou came to Jincheng to make a name for himself and earn a fortune through his skills, suggesting he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. I informed him that I would be residing in Day Village and, if possible, would stay in this courtyard afterward, inviting him to reach out whenever necessary. Zhang Baoshan was momentarily taken aback, glancing instinctively at the 9 layers of corpses. You wish to reside in this courtyard? Aren't you afraid? I replied. If I were to fear such things, how could I serve as a master of the yin veins, diagnosing external ailments? Living in this courtyard would only amplify my reputation, showcasing my abilities and facilitating my pursuit of fame. In our line of work, reputation is paramount. With fame comes fortune. Zhang Baoshan seemed to inquire casually with your skills. You could establish a name and amass wealth anywhere. Why come to Jincheng? Wouldn't it be more convenient to do so in your hometown? I fixed my gaze upon Zhang Baoshan's eyes, remaining silent for a moment before letting out a wry smile. Do not mock me, Captain Zhang. Back in my hometown, I was wronged, leading to the ruin of my family. Recently, the matters have come to a close, and I could no longer bear to remain in that place. haunted by memories, which is why I have come forth to seek a meager livelihood. Zhang Baoshan's expression faltered momentarily, yet he inquired once more, with your skills, how could one cause such devastation? At that time, I had yet to acquire these abilities. Then let us not dwell on the past. Look forward. With your current talents, your future prospects are undoubtedly bright. Today is not suitable. I shall return later for you to examine an old ailment of mine. At that time, I will also assist in promoting your endeavors. Just as I was speaking, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the direction of the corpse cellar. Old he, how could you have let this calamity befall you? The mournful cries belonged to Bao Yuqin. As she wept, she attempted to rush into the cellar, only to be firmly restrained by the nearby officers. Old Chow muttered, it seems the men of the He family have truly perished within. Zhang Baoshan furrowed his brow, preparing to move toward that direction. I lowered my voice and said, Captain Zhang, do you wish to capture the murderer? Zhang Baoshan halted immediately. Mr. Zhou, do you have a plan? I can lure the culprit out. If you trust me, arrangements must be made at once. How will you do that? Utilizing the corpse cauldron to concoct a life elixir presents a 1 in a million chance of producing living flesh fungus. This substance is said to revive the deceased and restore their flesh to bone. Once the news spreads, the one who crafted this cauldron will undoubtedly return to claim the living flesh fungus. What if he doesn't return? He will certainly come back. Those who resort to such nefarious arts to create life elixirs must possess a heart tainted by greed and insatiable desires. They cannot possibly resist the allure of living flesh mushrooms. This living flesh mushroom is something the average person has never even heard of. Relying solely on hearsay might not convince him. But what if a television program were to feature it? I could help you replicate one and even present it on television. Zhang Baoshan looked at me and suddenly laughed. Mr. Zhou, you tell Master Gao that it won't be long before you achieve fame in Jinsheng. If it goes on television, won't that truly bring you renown? Can you really predict such things? I shrugged and replied, to predict such things requires divine skills, of which I, a mere mortal, know nothing. However, to gain fame, one must seize opportunities. The first thing I did after arriving in Jinsheng was to inquire about any haunted houses or malevolent sicknesses. That is why I have come here. Captain Zhang, you wouldn't deny me this opportunity, would you? Of course not, he replied. When I return, we can discuss the specifics. Is there anything we need to be cautious about for now? After the bodies are removed, there will be a rather deep pit in the middle of the lowest layer. We can pretend to have discovered something strange, conceal it, and seal off the scene. We will create a scenario and return tomorrow morning to retrieve whatever we find. Agreed. I shall make the arrangements. Zhang Baoshan turned and walked away. Shortly thereafter, the police began to expel the onlookers, carrying out the bodies one by one, while another group urged the crowd to disperse and refrain from watching any longer, lest it cause unnecessary distress. The scene was indeed quite uncomfortable, as the once bustling crowd gradually dispersed. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the bottom of the pit, prompting Zhang Baoshan to descend with a group of individuals to investigate, after which they arranged for something to barricade the area. This disturbance piqued the interest of those who had intended to leave, drawing them back as they craned their necks to discern what had transpired. The spectacle had thus become a success. I chose not to linger, discarding my cigarette with the ash barely settled, extinguishing it beneath my foot as I turned away, returning to my room. As I passed by the door next door, I noticed it ajar. There sat Xiao Mei at the edge of the bed, her face concealed in her hands, softly weeping. Beside her was a young man with a shock of messy blonde hair, appearing to be around 18 or 19, his features bearing a slight resemblance to Bao Yuqin. Xiao Mei, do not fret. I shall devise a way to assist you with the rent, and you can take your time finding work. However, you must absolutely avoid Victoria. It is nothing but a den of vice. If you hadn't warned me last night, I would have had to confront that woman myself. She is the one truly endangering you. My tone was exceedingly gentle, a stark contrast to my otherwise disheveled appearance. Despite the uproar outside, he seemed oblivious, showing no inclination to engage. Yet what could I do? My own household was in dire need of funds. Yesterday, my husband had threatened that if I did not send money soon, he would come to harm me. Do not be afraid. If he dares to approach, I shall take care of him. Do not. Shall he, please refrain from such actions. If something were to happen to you, How could I possibly endure it? Xiao Mei cried softly, her body slightly turned, exuding an air of vulnerability and helplessness, as though she sought solace against the yellow-haired figure. The yellow-haired youth, stirred by her demeanor, reached out in an attempt to embrace her shoulder. I merely curled my lips in mild disdain, intending to pass by unnoticed. However, Xiao Mei suddenly glanced towards the doorway, her expression shifting as if startled, and she sprang away from the yellow-haired figure, pressing herself against the wall, clutching her chest in a panic while casting a terrified gaze in my direction. Frustrated by his unsuccessful attempt to comfort her, the yellow-haired youth turned his head and, upon seeing me, spat out an insult. "What are you staring at? Get lost." I raised an eyebrow, halting my steps, and continued to observe Xiao Mei. Chapter 15. The Swallow's Palm. The Buddha's mark, you dare to provoke me. Upon seeing my defiance, the yellow-haired youth erupted in fury, leaping towards me with an intent to strike. "Xiao Bing, don't." Xiao Mei weakly interjected. With a swift motion, I seized the yellow-haired youth's face and forcefully pressed his head against the wall. The back of his skull collided with a resounding thud. "Let go of me, you bastard. I swear I'll kill you," he shouted undeterred. In a desperate attempt, he drew a small knife from his waistband, thrusting it recklessly in my direction. I deftly snatched the knife from him and retaliated with a sharp slap, sending him spinning in a daze. "Your father has been unearthed across the way. Your mother is weeping, and yet you linger here, chasing after girls? How remarkably filial of you. Now, be gone and attend to your family." I breathed dismissively at him. Momentarily stunned, the yellow-haired youth turned on his heel and fled. This unexpected turn of events left Xiao Mei in a state of disbelief, her previously sorrowful expression freezing for several seconds. I stepped into the room, closed the door behind me, and sat by the bed, gazing at the corner where Xiao Mei huddled. The most fundamental rule of the Swallow's Path is this: do not bridge unknown waters. You do not even know who I am, yet you dare to presume to cross over me? Was there no one to teach you that a bridge made of beams may lead to your demise? "Brother, I cannot comprehend your words," Xiao Mei replied, her voice trembling with tears, her eyes glistening with sorrow, exuding a charm so poignant it could revive even the most jaded of souls. "This is not a skill that can be cultivated through effort. Rather, it is an innate talent bestowed upon her from birth, a gift from the heavens. A person of her caliber, adept in both acting and singing, is destined to be a first-rate star. Should she choose to become a mistress, she could undoubtedly outmaneuver the original spouse. The illustrious Hollywood icon Elizabeth Taylor, renowned for her captivating allure, moved with an enchanting grace that, even as she aged and her beauty faded, continued to mesmerize countless men with her inherent charm. Such a gift, however, should not be squandered on merely deceiving the Navi offspring of local tycoons. She must either be a novice honing her craft or part of a larger, intricate scheme. This woman could prove advantageous for my purposes. Initially, I planned to resolve matters concerning the adjacent courtyard before addressing her, but since she has presented herself, I shall assess her worthiness first. Should she prove suitable, I shall embrace her talents, akin to the encounter with the rotund Lu Aijuan on the train. As my dear friend Miao Jie once remarked, in this world of various factions, those like us are but subservient figures, and should we find them useful, it is a gesture of respect to accept them. As for any entanglement she may have, once I take her in, I shall sever all ties. If she chooses not to speak, then so be it. I raised my hand and deftly conjured a lit cigarette from thin air, placing it between my lips in silence. My gaze fixed intently on Xiao Mei. She stood there, arms crossed and body hunched against the wall, radiating helplessness and fear. After approximately 10 minutes of sustaining this posture, she could no longer endure it. The art of seduction indeed relies on allure, yet requires interaction to truly enhance its beauty. Many of the exquisite swallows, despite their unremarkable colors, have captivated countless seasoned flower enthusiasts with their charm, relying solely on the allure of interaction. Without interaction, the seductive quality cannot be fully expressed. Mere reliance on beauty and physique falls short. In this silent confrontation, the advantage lies with me. Xiao Mei evidently recognized this, prompting her to take the initiative. She gracefully stepped forward, her slender waist swaying, exuding charm. However, in the next moment, she froze in place. When she opened her mouth, not a single sound emerged. Her eyes reflected sheer terror, yet there was an oddly enticing vulnerability about her. I remarked, rendering you mute is not the goal. It is to prevent your cries from summoning the neighbors above and below. Right now, you are feeling quite itchy. The moment I uttered the word itchy, Xiaomei's expression changed dramatically. She began to squirm restlessly, initially trying to restrain herself, but soon she disregarded all decorum, reaching beneath her clothing to scratch fervently. The intensity of her scratching was such that even through the fabric, the sound of her nails rasping against her skin was audible. Nevertheless, it failed to alleviate her discomfort. Before long, she could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground, desperately rubbing and scratching, her garments unable to withstand her fervor. One piece after another torn away until she lay completely bare. Her porcelain skin was marred with crimson welts, numerous areas already broken and bleeding. Her face flushed a deep crimson, tears mingling with mucus, her mouth agape, yet she could not muster even a whimper. I gazed at her coldly, my heart devoid of any tumult. The skill was like thunder. When unleashed, it would either devastate others or oneself. She had extended the bridge for me, yet she must endure the backlash from my actions. In a mere 5 minutes, Xiaomei completely crumbled. She writhed on the ground, her supple and fair body twisting like a serpent, struggling to crawl to my feet, repeatedly bowing in reverence. My gaze fell to the small area just below her lower back, where a pair of dimples resided, and amidst the snow-white expanse, a tiny red mole stood out conspicuously. This was known as the swallow's head mole. It was marked by the master upon initiation, easily reachable with a backward hand. As the head of the swallow, engaging in seduction would inevitably require the use of one's body to ensnare others. Once this threshold was crossed, there would be no turning back, only the path of seduction leading into darkness. This mole served as a reminder. As long as the body remained intact, the mole would persist, allowing for the possibility of retreat. I pressed my hand against the nape of Xiaomei's neck, gliding over her smooth, supple back until I reached that swallow's head mole, gently prodding it, offering her a chance for reconsideration. She should come back only after making her decision. Suddenly, her body, taut and writhing, came to an abrupt halt. A pale yellow liquid began to trickle forth between her legs. Although the itch had subsided, her body, overwhelmed by excessive stimulation, relaxed to the point of incontinence. She curled herself into a ball, weeping silently. Once 5 miles away from Daya village, one could speak freely. Remember to settle the rent. I tossed this remark over my shoulder as I stood to leave the room, and upon exiting, I kindly ensured the door was secure behind her, to prevent any inadvertent revealing of her vulnerability. The more one resembles a swallow, the more one tends to value the secrecy of the body. Those who undress immediately are not swallows. They are akin to chickens. When Bao Yuqin came to my door to summon me for dinner, the door of the adjacent room stood wide open, already tidied up. Noticing my glance inside, Bao Yuqin remarked that someone had just come to pay the rent, claiming that an elder sister from the factory had introduced a job that provided meals and accommodation. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were severely swollen, occasionally betraying her with a sniffle as she spoke. It was evident she had been crying just moments before, and it would take her until tomorrow to recover. However, she did not mention the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the man's body, and I refrained from inquiring. Dinner remained lavish, featuring stir-fried cured meat, small fried fish, soup, cold bamboo shoots, and a warming pot of liquor. Bao Yuqin continued to stand by, watching me eat, yet this time, she remained silent. Only after I had satisfied my hunger did she ask, "Will your husband be coming over again tonight?" Chapter 16. Raising mice and cultivating the flesh of the Ji mushroom. Do you wish for him to come? Or do you wish for him not to? Now that he is deceased, let there be peace. Do not return, for I cannot bear it. While he was alive, he was seldom home, and now that he has passed, he insists on returning. What manner of absurdity is this? Is there truly nothing left to say to him? There is indeed nothing to discuss. Without him, my daughters and I manage quite well. Bao Yuqin appears remarkably composed, evidently having prepared herself psychologically for the man's demise. After a brief outburst of emotion, she ultimately regains her rationality. For so many years, he was absent in life and now absent in death. It was a constant source of concern. Today, having finally laid eyes on his remains, she feels a sense of closure. As the old adage wisely states, the living and the deceased each traverse their own paths. Once a person has passed, they no longer share the same journey as the living. Thoughts during the day lead to dreams at night. If you truly do not yearn for him, he shall not visit you in slumber. Then, must I not allow the chill to creep upon my neck? Would you care to assist me once more? No need. Rest easy, and I shall cleanse the negative energy surrounding your home tonight, ensuring your future safety and tranquility. Ah, how delightful. Mr. Zhou, might you indulge in another sip? I shall bring you a couple more dishes to enjoy. Bao Yuqin, elated, rubbed her hands together, eager to fetch more food. Just then, a young man with yellow hair burst in, shouting at Bao Yuqin. Mother, where is Xiao Mei? Have you driven her away? Was it merely a matter of a little rent? How could you send her out into the bitter cold like this? How is she to survive? You are truly heartless. Bao Yuqin, in a fit of rage, seized a broom and struck Huang Mao relentlessly. What have you done to deserve this? I have raised you, yet you have turned into such a deceitful and ungrateful wretch. Your father met such a tragic end, and you still have the audacity to think of women. I could just beat you to death. Huang Mao, cowering and clutching his head, cried out, Mother, if anything happens to Xiao Mei, I swear I won't live on. You might as well die now. He Qiangbing, you have truly fallen far. For the sake of a woman, you are making such a scene with me. If you wish to die, just jump off a building, you ungrateful scoundrel. Bao Yuqin was unfazed by Huang Mao and Appo's antics as she wielded the broom with fervor, striking him with a resounding swish, causing him to flee the room, wailing in agony. Tossing the broom aside, she exclaimed in exasperation, How could I have raised such a heartless creature? Mr. Zhou, please take a moment to rest. I will prepare a few more dishes. No need. I am quite satisfied with what I have. I shall return to regain my strength. Whatever commotion you hear tonight, do not venture out. Ensure the neighbors and those renting rooms are adequately informed. If there is any trouble, do not come seeking my help. Understood, understood. I will go door to inform them shortly. Bao Yuqin, a woman of swift action, went to notify each household as dusk began to settle. The tenants were already unsettled by the discovery of numerous corpses unearthed across the street during the day, and they fully comprehended and supported Bao Yuqin's decision to bring in a gentleman to manage the situation, promptly shutting their doors and extinguishing their lights. At 11 o'clock in the dead of night, I emerged from my dwelling and stood in the courtyard. I lit 1 red and 2 white incense sticks, placing them firmly in the earth before retreating to the threshold of my abode. Before long, a horde of plump, crimson-eyed rodents converged from all directions, encircling the incense in a frenzy. After 2 rotations, one audacious mouse could no longer restrain itself and stood upright, reaching for the golden-tipped incense. At that very moment, another mouse lunged at it, sinking its teeth into its neck with a ferocious bite, causing blood to spatter. This seemingly trivial incident appeared to unleash a chaotic frenzy, igniting the remaining mice into a wild frenzy of mutual savagery. Their piercing squeaks echoed through the stillness of the night, filling the air with a chilling sense of despair and desolation. The red incense summoned, while the yellow incense nurtured the cursed. This was the art of raising cursed creatures, one of the paramount methods of life, harvesting, and sacrifice. Cursed beings are not merely the insects cultivated in the Shaanxi region. Anything nurtured through this art is deemed cursed. It can encompass insects, serpents, ants, rodents, dogs, pigs, or even humans. I sought to fabricate a living flesh offering, and these rodents, having feasted on the remnants of alchemical corpses, were the ideal materials. In a short span, more than half of the amassed mice lay lifeless, creating a dark blanket across the courtyard, with only a dozen of the plumpest and strongest still engaged in their brutal skirmish. I retrieved another red incense stick, ignited it, and began to walk away, with the remaining stout mice ceasing their conflict and hastily trailing behind me. As I stepped out of the gate, and prepared to cross the street into the courtyard opposite, I suddenly noticed a staggering figure approaching from afar, yelling incoherently with a notably large tongue. Who could it be, disturbing the tranquility of the night? The commotion startled the dozen or so mice, causing them to freeze in place, standing upright with their blood-red eyes fixed intently on the newcomer. I gradually turned around, raising the incense I held between my eyes, peering through the flickering red glow toward the figure. It was that yellow-haired man. Having consumed an unknown quantity of alcohol, his face was flushed, and he staggered toward me with a menacing demeanor. However, as he drew near, he suddenly froze, a look of sheer terror slowly overtaking his features, his lips quivering. "Oh my God! Rats!" he screamed, turning to scramble back toward his own courtyard. Yet, upon entering, he stumbled and fell, landing amidst a heap of mouse corpses. Unable to rise as he rolled about, screaming in panic. "Oh my God, help! Mom, help!" The door remained tightly shut. Bao Yuqin clearly remembered my warning, for even upon hearing her son's cries, she did not come to open the door, perhaps believing some monstrous entity had taken on a disguise. I turned back, incense in hand, continuing to lead the mice into the opposite courtyard. As I passed in front of the house, the reflection in the window revealed a grotesque figure. A mouse-headed creature with a sharp snout and long whiskers writhing like tentacles. This was the scene that had so terrified the yellow-haired man. The practice of breeding poisonously enchanted creatures can induce associative hallucinations, and even the practitioner is not immune. A wavering resolve can lead to madness merely from these illusions. I pretended not to notice the shadow on the window and cautiously maneuvered around to the rear of the house, where a deep pit had been excavated. The corpses had already been removed, yet the caution tape remained. Of course, even in the absence of such tape, no sane individual would dare to trespass into a place that had once housed dozens of bodies. Accompanied by my rats, I descended to the cellar's lowest level, casting the yellow incense into the head-sized abyss at its center. The remaining dozen or so rats followed suit, leaping into the pit, where a new round of brutal conflict unfolded amidst the foul, murky sludge. In a short span, only one rat remained. This ultimate victor stood atop a mound of its fallen kin, emitting a piercing shriek, its blood-red eyes ablaze with ferocity. I scattered a pouch of powder. The drenched rat became increasingly agitated, frantically gnawing at the carcasses beneath it. Before long, it consumed the bodies of its equally corpulent comrades, to the point of bursting. The last rat, unable to be swallowed whole, protruded grotesquely from its mouth, resembling a bizarre two-headed creature. Having reached such a state, the rat lay motionless, its four paws sprawled in the filth, emitting intermittent, feeble sounds. At that very moment, midnight struck. The moonlight slanted down, illuminating the rat in the narrow pit. Its fur had shed, exposing raw, crimson flesh, within which something writhed and grew. The seeds have been sown into fertile soil, and by dawn, they shall mature. I no longer fixate on them and turn it apart. In the courtyard of Bao Yuqin, the yellow-haired figure continues to writhe on the ground, howling, smeared in blood and dead mice. The cries reverberate through the village, yet no one pays heed. Even the windows that were once aglow extinguish one by one. The howling persists for approximately half an hour before it finally subsides. By this time, I have comfortably reclined in bed, and upon hearing the cessation of the cries, I close my eyes, silently counting to 9, and drift into slumber. Uncertain of how long I've slept, I am stirred by a gentle tapping at the window. I open my eyes to behold a mist of grayish-white fragrance enveloping the air, and I roll out of bed to approach the window. Outside, 27 indistinct figures stand in neat formation. Although still incomplete, they are no longer beset by mice. Upon my appearance at the window, these figures silently bow in my direction. I cannot help but smile. The local spirits are rather polite. Chapter 17. The consultation begins at 4 o'clock in the morning. I rose punctually. This time, I did not engage in meditation to cultivate my energy. Rather, I simply practiced standing exercises to loosen my muscles and prepare for the demanding day ahead. Shortly after the clock struck 4, just as the dawn began to break, there came a hurried knock at my door. It was Bao Yuqin. her face a portrait of anxiety and dread. "Mr. Zhou, something has happened to my Qiangbing," she exclaimed. "What did I say last night?" I refrained from inquiring about the specifics of the incident, merely uttering this phrase. Bao Yuqin opened her mouth, her face flushed, yet she implored. "Qiangbing is still young and naive. He is my only son. I beseech you to help him." I feigned hesitation for a considerable time before responding. "Your son has encountered something extraordinary. It necessitates a formal ritual for restoration. I performed a cleansing for you last night, and the depletion of energy was significant. It will take half a month before I can conduct the necessary rites. I specifically cautioned you regarding this matter. And it is not that I lack the desire to assist you. Rather, I am presently constrained in my capabilities. How about this? I shall prescribe a medicine for your son, which you can administer daily to stabilize him and prevent his spirit from wandering. During these 2 weeks, you may seek the assistance of a local practitioner should they succeed. It will be splendid. If not, we shall await the completion of the fortnight for me to perform the ritual. However, I continued, such rites should not be undertaken lightly." Bao Yuqin clenched her teeth and replied, "Mr. Zhou, I will heed your advice. As long as Qiangbing can be cured, I am willing to pay any price." I remarked, "It is not solely a matter of finances. In our profession, we are often averse to conducting rituals, as they are troublesome and fraught with complications. And one must also address the karmic repercussions to avoid being ensnared. Without further ado, let us first attend to the condition of your son. Administer the medication and seek out a few local practitioners who might offer their healing touch. If they succeed in restoring his health, it would certainly ease everyone's burdens. Alas, I must trouble you with this." Bao Yuqin responded hurriedly, leading me outside. In the corridor, a considerable gathering had amassed at the entrance, pointing and whispering about the scene in the courtyard. Upon noticing Bao Yuqin's approach, they swiftly fell silent. Outside the courtyard, a similar crowd had gathered, their faces betraying a mixture of shock and curiosity, yet they seemed reluctant to depart. I quickly spotted old Chow, clad in his tattered police overcoat, arms crossed and frowning at the forefront of the crowd, his demeanor distinctly displeased. The courtyard remained littered with the remains of rodents. Though the blood was minimal, the sheer number of lifeless bodies stained ground. Huang Mao sat amid the carnage, hunched over with a fearful expression, glancing left and right, occasionally emitting a faint, squeaking sound that resembled that of a large rat. I observed Huang Mao for a moment, then surveyed the surroundings before addressing Bao Yuqin. "Henny, he seems to be in distress. Please find someone to remove the rats from the courtyard and clear the area. I will first ensure his spirit is calmed before we proceed with anything else." Bao Yuqin promptly agreed, opening her mouth to call for help. I pulled her back gently and said, "Not so fast. Before we take action, I must perform a ritual for everyone's sake, to prevent any further disturbances during the clearing process. However, conducting the ceremony signifies the formal commencement of consultations. Yet, at present, I lack a fixed location. To inaugurate in such circumstances would be akin to hawking medicine without propriety, which bodes ill for the future. I must first secure a stable place where I can dwell for at least a year to establish my practice. A secluded courtyard is essential. Additionally, I ought to invite some of the village elders to serve as witnesses and arrange a modest opening ceremony." Bao Yuqin gazed at the yellow-haired man, her anxiety rendering her nearly beside herself. She nodded in agreement to everything I said without hesitation. The moment I finished speaking, she raised her voice to summon Secretary Tao Danian and several members of the village committee from the gathering crowd, recounting what I had just articulated. Tao Danian looked at me with a furrowed brow. "Mr. Xiao Zhou, facilitating your opening is certainly feasible. We, the old-timers, are present. Having a practitioner in the village is undoubtedly beneficial. However, regarding your need for a secluded courtyard, there is but one such courtyard belonging to Wang Laogan in the entire village." Before I could respond, Bao Yuqin turned her ire upon Tao Danian. "Old Tao, whether you can provide a statement for the village is crucial. My son is in dire need of salvation. Do not feign ignorance. Our family's legacy rests solely in this lineage. Should anything happen to him, I will hold you accountable. Why the urgency? I have not said no. I merely fear that Mr. Xiao Zhou might perceive our intentions as insincere Granting him a courtyard where a recent death occurred would surely be unsettling. Furthermore, there are two complications. First, the police have sealed the courtyard following such a grave incident. And second, upon Wang Leogun's return, the occupation of his home must be addressed. Bah, that old man Wang, with his feeble attempts at authority, why should we fear him? Bao Juin imeditan confon Tao Danian. Tao hastily recoiled, exclaiming, Hey, let us not escalate this. There are so many people around. I gestured for Bao Yuqin to refrain from violence and said, Comrade Tao, allow me to clarify my intentions. My arrival in Jincheng was solely to establish a foundation for my endeavors, relying on my own abilities to earn a living. I chose this courtyard for its potential. Whether it has witnessed death or not is inconsequential. Given my status, I have no reason to fear such matters. I assure you, the authorities will revoke the seal today. As for the claims regarding Wang, I intend to respect his interests. I regard this property as my rental. If he insists on returning, I will reimburse him for the rent, but the terms must remain unchanged for 1 year. Now let us proceed. If not, we should urgently find a local practitioner to assist. Delays could result in dire consequences. Tao Danian, hands clasped behind his back, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Bao Yuqin, growing impatient, interjected, Old Tao, do speak up. It's not as if you're being asked to collect agricultural taxes. Why feign such authority? Enough with the bickering. Let us settle this. Reluctantly, Tao addressed the elder members of the village committee. Let us proceed as discussed, and may everyone serve as witnesses. In our village, the secretary holds considerable sway, and with his consent, no one dared to object. Thus, Tao shared the arrangement with the gathered crowd, and preparations for the opening celebration were set in motion. In a moment of urgency, I resorted to simplicity, purchasing 2 firecrackers which I ignited and tossed at the entrance of old Wang's abode, producing a resounding crackle. I then procured a sheet of paper along with ink and a brush, and with my own hand, inscribed the name of my establishment. I affixed it onto a sturdy wooden board and secured it with iron wire to the gatepost. San Maitang. Upon seeing these 3 prominent characters, old Chow, who had been silently observing, promptly exclaimed in approval. Although I have never formally attended school, I have absorbed a wealth of knowledge from Sister Miao. The characters I penned were crafted with the elegance reminiscent of Chu Soyang's style of the sacred teaching at the Wild Goose Pagoda, emphasizing a dignified, orderly, and vigorous style, ideally suited for signboards. With this commendable calligraphy as my foundation, even if the sign itself appeared somewhat rudimentary, its presence at the entrance exuded a certain gravitas. Standing beneath the sign, I clasped my hands in greeting to the gathering villagers of Day. My surname is Zhou, my given name Cheng. I hail from the serene hills of Pingzi Mountain, an unfortunate soul who, having ventured forth to acquire skills, has now arrived in this bountiful land of Jincheng to commence my practice. My purpose is twofold: to provide peace for the elders and to repay my learning. Should any of you, dear friends, neighbors, or guests, encounter disturbances of spirit, inexplicable pains, sudden temperament changes, or various ailments of external origin, do not hesitate to send them my way for diagnosis and treatment. If I cannot cure them, no fee shall be charged. Upon concluding my address, I distributed pre-printed business cards to the villagers. These simple white cards bore the name San Maitang along with my name, Zhou Cheng, while the reverse detailed my areas of expertise, specializing in resolving disturbances, alleviating anxiety, nightmares, soul loss, and various other ailments. While distributing business cards, I earnestly advised everyone to keep them safe, for these cards have been blessed. Carrying them on night journeys would ward off collisions, and placing them beneath one's pillow would prevent nightmares. Moreover, should they introduce friends or relatives, this card would entitle them to a complimentary calming bracelet. Upon hearing my words, the villagers who received the cards carefully tucked them away, while those who had not eagerly approached, clamoring for one. With 33 cards in hand, they swiftly vanished before my eyes. I clasped my hands in gratitude and informed the villagers that I had exhausted my supply, having prepared only a limited number. As the blessing was no simple task, and I could not procure more, I intended to check on He Qiangbing's condition, if all was well. I urged everyone to lend their support to bolster his spirit. Upon returning to Bao Yuqin's courtyard, I first sprinkled a circle of medicinal powder around the perimeter and instructed her to gather the rat carcasses in the yard and dispose of them at the village entrance for incineration. I cautioned them that the ashes must not be carelessly discarded, but rather buried beneath the great locust tree at the village's edge. Once the rat bodies were cleared away, He Qiangbing, who had been sitting on the ground, ceased his restless fidgeting and instead slumped down as if drained of strength, only occasionally emitting faint squeaks. I summoned 2 sturdy villagers to assist He Qiangbing to his feet, positioning him so that his back faced me. I then retrieved a bundle of incense from my belongings, ignited it, and waved it in the air, allowing the delicate smoke to trace a complex symbol that lingered in the atmosphere. The gathered villagers gasped in awe. Before the astonished murmurs could dissipate, I thrust the bundle of incense forcefully onto He Qiangbing's back. He Qiangbing suddenly shivered, struggling desperately while crying out, "Mother, save me!" A rat, a big rat. The 2 villagers, adhering to my instructions, firmly restrained He Qiangbing, preventing his escape. Bao Yuqin looked on with a pained expression, yet dare not approach. I wielded the incense, repeatedly prodding him, delivering 9 precise jabs that left a dense array of burn marks on He Qiangbing's back. A thin black line began to ooze from the scorched spots. He Qiangbing slumped against the arms of the 2 villagers like a deflated balloon, laboriously raising his head to glance at Bao Yuqin, weakly murmuring, "Mother, I am cold and hungry." Upon witnessing his return to consciousness, Bao Yuqin was overwhelmed with joy and tears, wiping her eyes as she said, "All right, Mother will cook for you, making your favorite mutton with broth." Though she spoke thus, her gaze first turned toward me. "All right, put on your clothes and rest in the room. I will prepare a prescription for you. Take it every night before bed. During this period, avoid giving him rich or spicy foods. He may only consume vegetables and plain porridge. If the rat becomes greedy and lingers, it could lead to complications. Please be vigilant in the coming days, ensuring he does not encounter any rats again, for a recurrence of his illness would be troublesome." Bao Yuqin hurriedly agreed, directing others to assist He Qiangbing into the room while producing a red envelope to hand to me. "Mr. Zhou, this is a token of gratitude. Please accept it. For the next few days, stay here with me. When it becomes convenient, I will help you tidy up your courtyard, and then you may move back in." I did not refuse, taking the envelope and gently assessing its thickness, a full 1,000. In these times, an ordinary salary barely amounts to 2 or 300 yuan, and for rural families, finances are particularly strained. To suddenly present 1,000 yuan as a token of respect to a teacher is indeed a mark of considerable wealth. It is no wonder that He Qiangbing has caught the attention of the charming Xiaomei. This performance left the villagers yearning for more, and it took Taoyuan several loud calls to disperse the crowd. Just as the spectators began to leave, I turned to return home, only to encounter old Chow strolling over, hands tucked away, wearing a knowing smile. What a clever strategy to open a clinic with such flair. Chapter 18. Soaring to great heights with a bow drawn. The practice of raising a sedan chair encompasses a myriad of cunning strategies, primarily categorized into 2 types: the employment of a ruse and the orchestration of events. The former, which requires no elaborate explanation, involves enlisting individuals to form queues at the grand opening of a new establishment or to create a spectacle by beating drums and presenting plaques as a token of gratitude. Such tactics are commonplace. The old gentleman at the station, Lao Rong, indicated that those seeking to elevate their status could approach him, for he possesses a roster of skilled bearers. The latter strategy entails meticulously crafting a dilemma and its resolution. Upon arriving at the designated locale, one identifies a target, casts forth the trouble, and waits for the victim to become ensnared in a predicament so dire that they cannot extricate themselves. Only then does one step in to offer assistance, thereby garnering a reputation and reaping rewards. This methodology mirrors that of unscrupulous software companies that first create a virus, then release antivirus software to eliminate it. As for the machinations of itinerant sorcerers, they are often more nefarious. Upon reaching a new place, these practitioners select a target and employ various methods to induce a public display of distress, exhibiting symptoms that are overt and pronounced, such as agitation, confusion, or possession. When the individual collapses in convulsions or madness, the sorcerer then intervenes, ostensibly curing them, thus establishing an illustrious reputation through word of mouth among onlookers. However, such tactics frequently inflict irreparable harm on the afflicted, leading to a lifetime of repercussions, and are thus held in contempt. It was evident that Lao Chao believed I had orchestrated the incident with Huang Mao, which is why he approached me for a conversation. Truly, Jin Sheng is a place of hidden talents and unexpected revelations. Even if Lao Chao is not a denizen of the underworld, he is certainly well-versed in the affairs of Jin Sheng's clandestine society. I refrained from rushing to elucidate, simply stating, "Comrade Chao, let us converse indoors." However, Lao Chao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. It is but a matter of 2 or 3 brief exchanges. Here is my territory, and with such a significant case emerging, if you wish to establish yourself, you must conduct yourself with utmost sincerity. As long as you possess the means, there is no need to fret about fame or business. Should you engage in any mischief, I shall gladly assist you in loosening your muscles." This is a direct assertion of one's official identity. Firstly, it exerts pressure through authority, and secondly, it clarifies that one is not merely a rogue. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and replied, "Comrade Chao, you underestimate me. I am fully prepared to draw the great bow. Why would I resort to a mere palanquin?" The term drawing the great bow signifies a grander approach compared to the modest palanquin, and serves as a method of gaining notoriety. However, the approach of drawing the great bow is characterized by a bold and expansive manner, leveraging the power of the authorities to amplify one's reputation, spreading it far and wide in the shortest possible time, akin to an arrow soaring towards the heavens. Thus it is also referred to as building a ladder to ascend to the clouds. Those who navigate the perilous waters of life inevitably find themselves entangled in illicit affairs, and it has always been a grave taboo to associate with the authorities. Those audacious enough to construct a ladder to the clouds and draw the great bow must either possess a pristine background and be unafraid of engaging with officials, or they aspire to conduct substantial business, necessitating the use of official support for both fame and operations. Figures like Wang Hongsheng, who engages in water-to-oil transformations, Yin Xin, who practices Qigong, Zhang Baosheng, and Tian Ruisheng, all employ the strategy of drawing the great bow, creating a tremendous uproar and swiftly rising to prominence, even attracting the attention of higher-ups. Yet they all succumb to greed, failing to recognize when to retreat, and their downfall was inevitable. Upon hearing my words, the corner of old Chao's right eye twitched slightly. He bore a faint scar in that area, which had nearly grazed his eyeball. Upon hearing the phrase, drawing a bow, an involuntary twitch coursed through him, indicating he had previously suffered losses in similar circumstances, resulting in this conditioned reflex. "Here, have a cigarette." Lao Chao refrained from further conversation, retrieving a pack of cigarettes, offering me one, and then extracting a matchstick, which he did not strike, but instead slowly extended towards me. The act of presenting a match without igniting it was a gesture of farewell, a parting smoke. This man, before donning the uniform of a policeman, was undoubtedly a figure from the underworld. Judging by his age, he likely hailed from the pre-liberation era. At that time, for those at the bottom of society seeking wealth and recognition, the swiftest route was to immerse oneself in the underworld and join a gang. Lao Chao, having been a mere teenager before the liberation, was undoubtedly at the prime age for such a venture. Even after breaking free from the ties of the underworld and embarking on a legitimate path post-establishment, he would still possess a profound familiarity with the legends of the Jin City underbelly. This man held potential value for me. I smiled faintly, placing the cigarette between my lips and gradually bringing it closer to the unstruck match head. Remarkably, despite the absence of flame, the cigarette began to emit smoke as I approached it. Smoke without fire, a miraculous feat. If fate does not retain one, heaven shall. The corner of Lao Chao's I twitched slightly once more. I inhaled deeply and said, "Comrade Chao, let us speak candidly." Lao Chao raised a hand to touch the corner of his eye and replied, "The last individual to showcase his prowess in Jin City. Soaring high like a drawn bow and engaging in grand enterprises was the venerable Chang Laoxian from before the establishment of the nation. He was apprehended and executed in 1949, but prior to that, he had caused untold suffering and ruin to many families. Even now, his disciples linger in Jin City, exploiting their limited skills. Claiming the name of Chang Xianmen, I can discern that you possess genuine skills, a competent individual who has infiltrated the Changxian sect to vie for resources. Surely, one must be prepared to face peril and engage in battles of sorcery and performance. For tranquility is a luxury that eludes you, regardless of your dwelling. I have reached the age of 59, having traversed a myriad of tumultuous experiences throughout my life. Surviving to witness these peaceful times is no small feat. With merely 10 months remaining until my retirement, I seek nothing more than a serene existence during this interval. I am familiar with the esteemed Chang Laoxian. However, as a practitioner of the Yin vein, I earn my livelihood through my abilities in healing, which diverges from his path, ensuring no conflict arises. Rest assured. Indeed, I have heard much. His disciple, who still idles in Jincheng, is among the 3 suspects identified by Miao Jie. When Chang Laoxian first arrived in Jincheng, he too was known for his healing and harm-reducing prowess. Should you choose to remain, I shall keep a watchful eye on you within these 10 months. Do not fall into my grasp. Once I retire, you may pursue whatever endeavors you desire, and I shall no longer have a say in the matter. Old Chow scrutinized me intently, a fierce glimmer flashing in his murky eyes. One must first gauge a person's gaze. This old Chow undoubtedly possesses lethal skills. I offered a faint smile, producing a business card and placing it in old Chow's hand. Comrade Chow, with your extensive connections, please assist me in enhancing my reputation. If you know anyone entangled in such external troubles, feel free to refer them to me. Old Chow accepted the card, examining it meticulously before tucking it into his pocket. It is not easy for the old He family. Do not use her son as a pawn. That was an unfortunate incident, and I am currently unable to treat him. I have advised the old matron to seek a local practitioner for assistance. Since the matriarch is facing difficulties, why are you not intervening with Yan's fixation on her son? That young man strays from the righteous path. A lesson learned is indeed beneficial. I am keeping a watchful eye on him to ensure he does not suffer any significant losses. Should you wish to intervene with that lad, I can assist in his guidance and provide him with a means of livelihood. If you find this agreeable, I shall prepare some food and drink, and we can have a chat, just the 2 of us. Old Chow patted his police uniform and remarked, "My son is in Shenzhen, and he has already purchased a house for us. Once I retire, my wife and I shall move there to enjoy a life of comfort. In this lifetime, what do we ultimately seek, if not the warmth of family and a cozy hearth?" In his heyday, Elder Chang was a figure of great prestige in Jincheng, commanding authority and bending high-ranking officials and military leaders to his will, all while maintaining a sense of superiority regardless of the changes in dynasties. Yet, what became of him in the end? When the army arrived, a mere squad leader with 2 men apprehended him. A single peanut shattered his pride, and not a trace of his former prowess emerged as he soiled himself before his execution. One must learn to be content and accept their fate. As he pondered this, he shoved his hands into his pockets and ambled slowly towards the courtyard's exit. Just as he stepped out, he unexpectedly encountered the energetic Zhang Baoshan rushing towards him. Old Chow, so early. There is no need for you to head over there. Go back and rest." Zhang Baoshan greeted him before approaching me. "Our people have arrived. What is the plan for today? I have prepared the items. You merely need to place them in a basin, cover them with red cloth, and carry them away. As for the execution of the procedure, you're more knowledgeable than I assure you, as long as I appear alongside those items on television, I will surely draw out the individual responsible for this sacrificial altar. Is it truly that simple? Very well, I shall retrieve the items. By the way, here is something for you." Zhang Baoshan spoke as he produced an envelope and placed it in my hand, stating it was a consulting fee. Do not dismiss its modesty. It is something I had to painstakingly negotiate for. I found myself in a predicament, half laughing, half crying, and I declined, saying, "This is truly unnecessary. My assistance to you is not motivated by monetary gain." However, Zhang Baoshan insisted, "I understand your principles. This is merely an acknowledgement of your efforts. It seems I may need to trouble you again in the future. He paused before continuing. I have previously handled similar cases, during which I lost 3 brothers. It would be perilous to rely solely on ourselves this time, as the risk of casualties looms. Though we, as practitioners of this trade, inevitably face such dangers, I sincerely wish for the safety of my comrades at all times. This case has already been registered in the department and has attracted provincial oversight. It is imperative that we resolve it. I am aware that those in your profession are often reluctant to engage with us. Thus, if you lend us your assistance now, I can assure you that as long as you remain in Jincheng and steer clear of major troubles, your safety will be guaranteed. This reluctance to engage with the authorities stems from the difficulties of disentangling oneself once involved. While there are indeed skilled practitioners in Jincheng, at least 3 top-notch sorcerers that I am aware of, why, then, seek the aid of an outsider like me? It is precisely due to their unwillingness to forge connections. However, to refuse assistance at this juncture would mean incurring the ire of Zhang Baoshan, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate the waters of Jincheng in the future. Fortunately, having resolved to take bold action, I was mentally prepared for the consequences, especially since I did not intend to remain indifferent to the matter of the corpse cauldron. Those who exploit the vulnerable deserve their fate, and those who engage in the harvesting of lives deserve it even more. Chapter 19. Blossoming in solitude, I gently grasped the envelope, containing 300 yuan, which was indeed a modest sum. Very well. Let this incident serve as a means to cultivate a benevolent connection with Captain Zhang. I require no further assistance. I am a person who earns my living through diligence and integrity. If you wish to aid me, kindly promote my practice and refer more patients my way. The clinic has been secured, and as of today, I shall commence consultations. I tucked the envelope away and produced a business card, extending it towards Zhang Baoshan. He accepted the card, glanced at it, and chuckled softly, remarking, I noticed the sign hanging on the door. The lettering is quite elegant. Very well. I shall craft a beautiful sign for you and ensure my colleagues promote your practice. In our line of work, we often encounter similar situations, and I shall direct patients your way. Just do not tarnish your reputation. He tucked the card into his pocket, took a few steps, then paused, turning back with a knowing smirk. I called a colleague in Qinglao County last night. Wang Sivan has passed away. I replied with calm composure. I am aware. This was entirely anticipated. It would have been peculiar had he not sought to probe my background. Zhang Baoshan laughed heartily and then briskly departed. Returning to my room, I retrieved a packet of tea leaves and a bag of rice cakes, brewed 2 cups of steaming tea, and sat at the table, slowly savoring the cakes. Just as I finished one piece, Zhang Baoshan re-entered, his complexion slightly pale. Upon seeing the 2 cups of tea on the table, he paused momentarily, then smiled, stepping forward to lift 1 cup and downing in one go, finding the temperature just right. After finishing the tea, his color improved considerably. The tea is exquisite, surpassing even that of our director. Do share some with me, as I intend to present it to the director and subsequently request a consulting fee for you, Mr. Zhou. Please let us proceed. I offered a faint smile, rose, and finished the tea before meticulously tying the pouch of steamed cake. I placed the lid on the teacup and then exited the room with Zhang Baoshan, heading towards the small courtyard of Old Man Wang. A circle of onlookers had gathered by the corpse pit, all dressed in plain clothes, their expressions grim, with a couple of them squatting to one side, retching. Zhang Baoshan remarked, Is it truly necessary to make such a spectacle of this? This is how live meat fungus appears. Without the right presentation, how can one attract connoisseurs? Approaching the edge of the large pit, I leaned in for a closer look. At the bottom, amidst the congealed blood, lay an irregular, ball-like mass the size of a human head, its surface a grotesque blend of flesh and blood, adorned with numerous open and closing eyes. After a night's passage, the last surviving rat had transformed into meat fungus. However, this was dead meat fungus, not live meat fungus. Outwardly, there is little distinction between live and dead meat fungus. Even the most discerning expert must engage directly to discern the difference. Yet, in terms of efficacy, the two are diametrically opposed. Consuming live meat fungus can resurrect the dead, whereas ingesting dead meat fungus offers no hope, even to celestial beings. We had only just managed to lift this substance, but in a moment of distraction, it slipped from our grasp once more. Zhang Baoshan leaned closer to me, peering into the pit with a peculiar expression on his face. He pressed his hand against his chest, gazing at me in astonishment. "Did you add something to your tea?" I felt nauseous just from looking at it a moment ago. Yet now I feel absolutely fine. That was my own blend of soothing tea, typically consumed for health benefits. Its appearance was so grotesque that any normal person would feel a wave of revulsion upon viewing it up close. But the tea's calming properties suppressed any urge to retch. I took the shovel from Zhang Baoshan's hands and began to excavate the flesh fungus from the pit. As I dug deeper, I discovered a multitude of grotesque, intestine-like structures beneath the fungus, dripping a foul, yellow-green, viscous liquid. The group of plainclothes officers surrounding us swiftly turned away, covering their mouths, unable to bear the sight. This was precisely the reason they had inadvertently dropped the flesh fungus back into the pit. Only Zhang Baoshan remained unfazed, assisting me in retrieving a clay basin. I placed the flesh fungus inside, then scooped 2 shovelfuls of blood-soaked mud from the pit's bottom to fill the basin, covering it with ordinary soil, leaving only half of the fungus exposed. I then draped a red cloth over it and instructed Zhang Baoshan to take it back, store it in a cool, dark place, and water it daily with a small bowl of blood. Any from pigs, cattle, or sheep would do, but dog or chicken blood was not acceptable. This method would maintain its vitality for 13 days. Beyond that, it would wither away. Zhang Baoshan inquired, "What if that person doesn't come within those 13 days? Wouldn't we have to start over?" "We cannot start over," I replied. "Each flesh fungus is unique, and an expert would recognize it immediately. However, trust me, once we spread the word, that person will undoubtedly arrive within 10 days. "Very well. Then I shall make the necessary arrangements swiftly. The enclosure of the courtyard has been lifted. Feel free to arrange it as you wish." Zhang Baoshan personally carried the pot of meat fungus and, accompanied by his subordinates, hurriedly left after grabbing a stale bun. I returned to the house, washed my hands, and checked the fermented cakes on the table before sitting back down and slowly enjoying 2 more. Just as I was about to indulge in a third, Bao Yuqin approached. "Oh, Mr. Zhou, why are you eating this? Put it down. I've prepared breakfast for you. Come and eat." "No, thank you, I'm almost done." "That won't do. Put it down." Bao Yuqin stepped forward, forcibly snatching the fermented cake from my hands and pushing me outside. "If you don't mind, I'll take care of your meals from now on. I'll bring them to you every day." Breakfast was indeed delightful. There was golden millet porridge, fist-sized meat buns, and glistening side dishes. Although I had already consumed 3 pieces of fermented cake, I still managed to drink 2 large bowls of millet porridge and devour 4 large buns. Just as I finished my meal, Tao Danian arrived, looking impressed. "Mr. Zhou, Captain Zhang just informed me that the courtyard enclosure has been lifted. How would you like it tidied up? I can arrange for someone to come. Please find someone to fill that pit and purchase a few items." I pulled out a small handful of red strings tied with copper coins. These are calming strings, worn on the wrist to soothe the mind and spirit, suitable for both adults and children. As a token of gratitude, please distribute 1 to each helper. "That won't do." Tao Danian hastily declined, saying, "Mr. Zhou, your presence in that courtyard brings peace to the entire village. Your assistance is invaluable. How can we possibly accept anything in return?" "Please take it," he insisted. "Rituals are not to be taken lightly, and summoning spirits is not done without due cause. It is the custom." "Customs indeed." "Very well. Allow me to express our collective gratitude," he replied. With the red cord cradled in his hands, Tao Denian departed in high spirits. Before long, he returned with a group, armed with shovels and picks, as well as a tractor. They merrily filled the large pit in the courtyard, ensuring it was both solid and level. While they busied themselves with the task, I took the opportunity to explore the 3 rooms before seeking a few companions to accompany me on a shopping expedition. After a morning spent wandering the vicinity, we finally acquired all the necessary items, which we left stacked at the entrance rather than bringing them inside just yet. During this time, the area behind the house had been thoroughly leveled, and a crowd gathered to observe my preparations. I washed 5 types of fruit and gathered 5 varieties of grains, along with 5 large coins, arranging them into 15 plates. Each room received a plate in its 4 corners and one in the center. Next, I drew a purification talisman and burned it in an aluminum basin, filling it with tap water. Using branches adorned with leaves, I dusted both the interior and exterior of the house while reciting the purification incantation. Upon completion, I symbolically swept each room with a newly purchased broom, thus concluding the purification process. Meow. Jia had once mentioned that an unclean rented space leads to restless sleep. Though we only resided in each city for 3 to 6 months, she adhered to this purification ritual every time we rented a property, meticulously arranging the rooms to create a warm and inviting atmosphere. Meow. Jia believed that the purification was not solely for the dwelling, but also for the soul. Even if I reside here for merely 3 months, having it arranged can still render it a home. Life is fleeting. One must learn to savor existence. For vengeance is not everything. To dwell in perpetual misery only serves to torment oneself and grant satisfaction to one's adversaries. Therefore, even if I fail in seeking retribution 3 years hence, I shall ensure that these 3 years are filled with tranquility and comfort. Should death come, I would not harbor regrets. I distributed fruits and grains among everyone, retaining only a substantial sum, which I buried beneath the threshold of the courtyard, thus commencing the arrangement of my abode. The central room has been transformed into a consulting room and reception area. On the wall hangs a couplet penned by my own hand. The pulse distinctly embodies yin and yang, while humanity exhibits a duality of virtue and vice. This is the essence of the master of yin pulse. To display these characters is to affirm my lineage as authentic. The room on the left serves as a bedroom, furnished with entirely new bedding and supplies. The room on the right functions as a guest room, accommodating patients who arrive late at night or from afar for recuperation. With a newfound sum of 1,300 yuan, my pockets feel substantial, granting me the confidence to spend freely. With the assistance of the villagers, by evening, everything was arranged. Lastly, I planted a ring of newly purchased flower seeds along the inner edge of the courtyard fence. This action elicited a wave of good-natured laughter from the villagers. Tao Danian shot them several admonishing glances to quell the mirth. Yet he himself struggled to suppress a smile and approached quietly, saying, "Mr. Zhou, it is already winter, with temperatures plummeting to 5 or 6 degrees below zero. These 1T sprout. They will perish throughout the winter. It would be wiser to wait until spring to plant." I smiled and replied, "Flowers symbolize prosperity and invite good fortune. Not planting flowers in a new home feels like an incomplete endeavor. If it cannot grow, then so be it. That is the essence of the matter." Tao Danian ceased to speak. Nevertheless, the villagers could not help but murmur behind his back, remarking on how Mr. Zhou was a bit foolish, thinking that once he was out of the courtyard, his words were far enough away, whereas I could hear them quite clearly from within the house. That evening's dinner was prepared and delivered by Bao Yuqin, featuring sliced braised pig's head, fried peanuts, spicy bean curd skin, and a bowl of tofu and bok choy soup. As customary, there was also a warming flask of liquor. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I took a stroll around the village's edge to aid digestion, then returned to my room to complete my evening practice, finishing the qi cultivation I had missed in the morning before resting early. I enjoyed a peaceful night as sleep without any dreams. At precisely 4:30, I rose on schedule, meditated for an hour to cultivate my qi, and then washed my face and brushed my teeth. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, filled with gasps of astonishment. It truly opened. Incredible. Mr. Zhou is remarkable. I smiled faintly, dried my face, neatly hung up the towel, and then stepped out of my room. Frost had fallen overnight, causing the ground to appear slightly white. My breath formed fog in the chilly air. Yet, at the base of the courtyard fence, flowers bloomed exuberantly, as if spring had returned. The courtyard was filled with villagers who had come to witness the spectacle, pointing at the flowers. Upon seeing me emerge, they promptly fell silent. I clasped my fists in greeting, saying, "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, Mr. Zhou," came the respectful replies, imbued with awe. Only by demonstrating skill can one earn the trust of others. From today onwards, at the very least, the entire village of Day will undoubtedly place their trust in me. Chapter 20. Consultation Zhang Baoshan's actions were far more nimble than I had anticipated. On the fourth day, after the discovery of the peculiar mushroom, he arrived in his old Jetta to take me to record program. First, we would appear on the provincial news channel, followed by a brief segment for the national station, where I would be featured in the news. However, my appearance would be limited to the provincial channel, as a national station was off-limits. This arrangement was only made possible due to the shocking nature of the case, with the department leveraging connections to secure the spot. Regardless, I accepted the arrangements. Although I feigned indifference, I felt a surge of delight within. Initially, I had merely hoped to appear on the local Jean City channel, so being featured on the provincial station was a pleasant surprise. As for the national channel, that was utterly out of the question. Even if offered, I would decline. There must be limits to ambition. If one overreaches, it is all too easy to meet a fate akin to that of Yan Exen, Zhang Baoshan, or Tian Ruisheng, ultimately leading to a disastrous end, losing both reputation and dignity. The program was recorded at the Jean City Institute of Biological Research. The provincial station dispatched a reporter named Chun Winli, a woman with strikingly large eyes, to conduct the interview and recording. She frequently appeared in various social news segments and was more recognizable than many celebrities. The entire recording process was divided into several segments. First, the mushroom, followed by interviews with various experts. As a specially invited folklorist and the discoverer of the mushroom, I was scheduled to appear last. The interview itself was straightforward, lasting a mere 10 minutes. Having been forewarned, Chun Winli refrained from inquiring about the discovery process, instead focusing solely on questions regarding the mushroom. Afterward, she hurriedly packed up and left, maintaining a stern demeanor throughout, uttering not a single superfluous word. After escorting the female reporter and her entourage away, Zhang Baoshan returned. Chuckling as he recounted, Chun Winli, in her self-proclaimed worldly wisdom, insisted on viewing the Roji before commencing the interview. A mere glimpse of it induced 3 episodes of emesis. Prior to recording your segment, she had just finished vomiting, and her legs were visibly unsteady as she emerged from the restroom. I remarked the average individual, upon beholding it at close range, might only vomit once. Her experiencing 3 bouts suggests that, at most, within the past fortnight, she was directly assailed by the aura of death, leaving an internal deficiency and morbid within her system. If not promptly addressed, she will likely suffer from lifelong physical frailty and susceptibility to illness. Zhang Baoshan, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Is that truly the case? Is it that severe?" I affirmed, "In our profession, we do not lightly diagnose ailments. Since I have stated it, then it is indeed so. You may verify it by observing whether she experiences vomiting upon consuming fish or meat, and whether her gums bleed daily for no apparent reason. Yet medical examinations reveal no abnormalities. As Ko Qianji mentioned in Jiu Shu Qing Lu, the law of general death pertains to the scaly species, conflicting with the decline of in death, and they must not be compatible." Zhang Baoshan blinked, evidently not comprehending the statement. "I shall inquire of her. Should she indeed suffer from these ailments, I shall advise her to seek your counsel." Now is my turn to be surprised. "Are you well acquainted with her?" "Somewhat. I am well acquainted with her father." Zhang Baoshan's response was rather vague, and I discreetly refrained from further inquiry. With the interview concluded, the next step was to prepare for the capture. Given the intent to angle, it was imperative to prepare a robust net, lest the fish, being of considerable size, should escape. The entire arrangement process, as per my instructions, was to be strictly confidential, with only Zhang Baoshan remaining on site as a witness and assistant. Zhang Baoshan initially rolled up his sleeves, fully prepared to exert effort. However, I merely scattered a layer of glutinous rice flour on the floor of the room where the meat was stored, then informed him that the setup was complete. The expression on Zhang Baoshan's face at that moment was truly remarkable. When I was finally returned to Daya village, just as I was about to alight from the vehicle, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked from behind, "Mr. Zhou, will your arrangement truly capture that individual?" I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "If you remain apprehensive, feel free to employ additional measures, but do not disturb the glutinous rice flour in that room." Zhang Baoshan inquired, "Mr. Zhou, what is the principle behind this? Could you enlighten me?" I assured him, Captain Zhang, rest assured and think positively. You have not placed all your hopes solely on my method. The normal investigation procedures are still underway, are they not? I have observed the personnel from the police station conducting inquiries throughout Day Village. Zhang Baoshan chuckled. Well, one must have a backup plan. After saying this, he produced an envelope for me, stating, this is the consultant fee for your services. Once we apprehend the suspect, I shall treat you to drinks, genuine Jean Chung cellar liquor, which is nearly impossible for the average person to procure. I accepted the envelope, which contained 300. Later that evening, I went to Bao Yuqin's residence to watch television. Huang Mao was also present, curled up in the corner, motionless, with his fists clenched on his knees, his eyes wide open, scanning his surroundings anxiously. Bao Yuqin brought him a bowl of millet porridge, which he held with both hands, slurping it down while intermittently glancing around with vigilance. Yesterday, I invited Mr. Lao Du from Sanlai to take a look. He also mentioned that it was a disturbance, jumping and singing, and even prepared a bowl of talismanic water to administer, yet there was no improvement whatsoever. In the end, he left without accepting any payment, remarking that the force causing the disturbance was not an ordinary minor spirit, but rather a significant celestial entity, advising me to seek a shaman from the northeastern region for further assistance. Bao Yuqin was troubled and incessantly complained. I suggested, I have recently heard about a renowned master in Jincheng, Master Yao, who is quite famous for addressing such ailments. Perhaps we should seek his counsel? Bao Yuqin sighed, responding, I am aware of Master Yao, but he currently only attends to the affluent. For us common folk, we can only hope for his apprentices to come by. I am uncertain of their capabilities, and their fees are exorbitant. 3 years ago, when a neighboring village was being relocated, Mrs. Hong found herself inexplicably tormented by some deity, persistently obstructing bulldozers at the village entrance and even stealing raw meat at night. After exhausting all local remedies, it was only through the intervention of the relocation overseer that they sought Master Yao's help. He sent an apprentice who demanded a substantial sum for travel expenses, and upon arrival, charged another hefty fee to remedy Mrs. Hong's plight, which was a concession made only due to the influence of the overseer, Mr. Huang. Ultimately, the fees were deemed excessive, and they hesitated, contemplating further delays. I advised her, though the spirit may be temporarily calmed, there is no guarantee it will remain so indefinitely. If any triggers or temptations arise, it may very well resurface. At that moment, it seemed even divine beings would find it challenging to intervene. With such immense prowess, Master Yao's disciple must not be lacking in skill. It would be prudent to extend an invitation. Those who have caught the attention of Head Yen, whether one or two pieces, undoubtedly possess the means. Otherwise, it would not warrant Yan's endeavor to establish a nest. Bao Yuqin hesitated, choosing her words carefully before redirecting the conversation. The provincial news has commenced. The program I recorded, titled Curious City Talks, airs after the provincial news, focusing on the peculiar occurrences of everyday life, and it ranks first in viewership across the province. This episode featured a special segment on the meat fungus. The opening showcased a distant shot of the meat fungus. Initially, we had intended to capture close-ups of its distinctive features, but both Chun Wenli and the cameraman fell ill, leading us to abandon that idea. Yet, even a mere distant shot provoked intense discomfort among the audience. Bao Yuqin pressed her hand against her chest, exclaiming in frustration, "This ghastly thing is truly repulsive." The yellow-haired figure huddled in the corner shifted uneasily. Fortunately, this shot was fleeting, lasting no more than 20 seconds, before experts appeared on screen, offering various scientific analyses, positing that this organism is a large fungal collective, with what appears to be eyes being merely a cluster of secreted slime. Ultimately, it was my turn to appear, introduced as a local folklore scholar invited to provide a comparative analysis alongside the experts. This organism is a dead meat fungus, toxic and harmful. I have reported it to the police several times, insisting it should not be displayed here, and that they should leave its disposal to us, as our Three Meridians Hall specializes in this field. Indeed, esteemed viewers before the television, should there be anyone at home afflicted by an external ailment or confronted with an enigmatic object, You may seek our assistance at San Maitang. We are located in the development zone, Daya Village. All the lengthy discourse I previously articulated has been entirely edited out, leaving only the two sentences I insisted must remain. Fortunately, the camera angle proved favorable, capturing a semblance of an esteemed folk practitioner in my demeanor. Particularly notable was the clarity with which my hands, placed before me, were filmed. My index fingers were bent towards each other, with my thumbs resting atop, while the remaining 3 fingers interlaced. This gesture is known as Daming Ko, signifying to those well-versed that I have already claimed ownership of the medicinal fungus, and they should not entertain any thoughts of tampering with it. This is indeed the genuine bait that draws forth the individual skilled in the art of corpse handling. The program with the highest viewership on the provincial station yielded remarkable results. By the afternoon following its broadcast, individuals began arriving at my door-seeking diagnosis. Among them was a neatly attired elderly lady, cradling a well-groomed, chubby boy, whose face was flushed and languidly nestled against her. She reported that he had been burning with fever for nearly a week, and despite injections and medications, there had been no improvement, prompting her to inquire whether he had been inadvertently offended by something. I invited the elderly lady to take a seat in the examination room, felt the pulse of the boy's wrist, noted that the pulse was closed, and upon examining the palm, I observed vigorous movement just below the intersection of the index and middle fingers. I then asked the elderly lady, "Annie, 7 days ago, did you take him out?" "Yes, it was Sunday, just as his parents were both free, so they took him to play at the nearby park. Upon returning, he appeared a bit weary. We initially thought he was simply tired, but by dusk, the fever set in. I suggested consulting a practitioner, but the couple dismissed the idea, each vehemently denouncing superstition. Their son reprimanded me, asserting that such actions would cast a negative light on their family, and forbade me from seeking the practitioner. What is so remarkable about merely being an associate professor? After all, Professor Lao Guan is an academician, and when family matters arise, he too seeks the guidance of a practitioner. The elderly woman rambled on, her words meandering without purpose. I promptly interrupted her, inquiring how many intersections we passed on our way back from the park. The elderly lady furrowed her brow, pondering for what seemed like an eternity, finally estimating 5, or perhaps 6, uncertain of the path they had taken. I remarked that he must have been startled at the intersection, losing his spirit. I advised her to inquire about the intersections they had traversed that day, specifically which one had encountered a disturbance or the burning of paper offerings. I instructed her to take the coat he wore that day and, at midnight, call out 3 times at the intersection, returning to cover him with the garment. The following morning, she should burn the coat to facilitate his recovery. Additionally, I would prepare a concoction to stabilize his spirit, boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1, and he should consume a small cup of it every night before sleep for 7 consecutive days, without interruption, lest his fever relapse. The elderly lady diligently noted my instructions and carefully tucked away the prescription, before finally inquiring, "Mr. Zhou, how much should I offer in gratitude?" I replied with a smile, "Just let it flow naturally. Take the child home first, and should the remedy prove effective, you may return with your offering." This encounter sparked a wave of patients seeking my assistance, all drawn in by the news broadcast from the provincial station. On that day, I attended to 4 consultations. 2 were resolved promptly, with one family offering 200 and another 300 as tokens of appreciation, expressing their heartfelt gratitude as they departed. During the consultation, I deliberately inquired whether they had previously sought the assistance of other physicians. Aside from the elderly lady mentioned earlier, the other 3 had indeed consulted with practitioners who had commendable reputations. However, after a series of attempts, they found little to no improvement. This experience provided me with a clearer understanding of the dynamics within the realm of external pathologies that Jin Sheng specializes in. I estimate that within a fortnight, leveraging the notoriety gained from provincial media coverage, I will secure my position within Jin Sheng's professional circle. Chapter 21. The Willow Branch Exorcism after sending away the 4th patient. Dusk had fallen. At this hour, Bao Yuqin usually brought dinner, but today she did not appear. I did not wait for her. Instead, I ventured out for a stroll around the village, seeking a modest noodle shop where I ordered a bowl of noodles topped with sauce. Subsequently, I headed to the village committee to borrow a phone, dialing the number left by Phone 1. It was Phone 1 herself who answered, her voice brimming with delight upon recognizing me. Mr. Zhou, I saw you on television. I initially intended to seek you out in the development zone, but I hesitated, thinking you might have other plans since you hadn't called. I only recently secured a place to stay, and now I am settled. You can bring the child over whenever you have time. May I come over shortly? I inquired. I employed the method you suggested, and the child has not cried at night, yet he appears lacking in energy, always looking listless and eating very little. His face has grown gaunt over the past couple of days. Since you are coming tonight, please bring some offerings, and we shall observe him here. Oh, I will pack and leave right away. Phone 1's voice conveyed urgency, and after her words, she hung up the phone. As I exited the village committee, I encountered Tao Danian, clad in a coat and strolling leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back. The old party secretary greeted me, saying, "Young Mr. Zhou, old he has invited Master Yao's disciple over. I am going to take a look." I inquired, "Is he Qiangbing unwell?" Tao Danian remarked that during the day, a rat scurried into the house, startling Qiangbing, who then behaved like a frightened rodent, squeaking and desperately attempting to burrow into a wall hole. Unable to squeeze through, he banged his head, causing blood to flow profusely. The family of old He, left with no alternatives, sought assistance from the village, binding Xiangbing before hiring the services of the renowned Yao Daxian. However, only Yao Daxian's third disciple could be summoned, who was presently at home. The esteemed master had a certain gravitas, demanding a substantial fee for his apprentice's journey. I remarked that as long as he possessed the ability to save a life, it was worthwhile. After all, old he had only one son, and without him, what value would money hold? Tao Danian sighed, acknowledging the truth of my statement. Yet, he lamented that old he had pinched pennies throughout his life, and now faced such a significant expense, it was likely to cause him great distress. I even suggested that they consult someone regarding old he's ancestral tomb. After all, if a man had just been exhumed and his son suddenly fell ill, it was highly probable that the tomb bore some fault. Mr. Zhou, what do you think? I inquired. The party secretary replied, I'm a practitioner of Yin veins, focused on external ailments. Matters of geomancy and ancestral graves are beyond my expertise. As I engaged in casual conversation with Tao Danian, we soon arrived at the residence of Bao Yuqin. In the center of the yard stood a black automobile. A robust, middle-aged man clad in a black leather jacket leaned against the vehicle, arms crossed, exuding an air of boredom. I couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. His stance was firm, resembling a mountain. It was evident that he possessed formidable skills. The presence of such a steadfast guardian indicated the considerable prowess of Yao Daxian. Mother, help! It hurts, stop hitting me. The heart-wrenching cries, akin to the slaughter of a pig, intermittently echoed from within the room, punctuated by sharp, cracking sounds. A shrill voice bellowed, "Go, go, go," accompanied by the sobbing of Bao Yuqin, pleading, "Qiangbing, just endure a bit longer, it will be over soon." The villagers standing outside the door wore expressions of discomfort and dismay. What could be causing such a commotion? Tao Danian furrowed his brow, cast a glance at me, and muttered as he entered the room. I followed him quietly. Upon entering, I beheld Huang Mao stripped bare, his hands bound behind him, hanging in mid-air, with his toes barely grazing the ground. A bald man, clad in an exquisite traditional Chinese jacket, circled around Huang Mao, shouting commands while wielding a willow branch the thickness of a finger, relentlessly striking Huang Mao's body. With each lash, he would retrieve a handful of coarse salt from a small cloth bag at his waist and sprinkle it over Huang Mao. His body was marked with countless bloody wounds, leaving no intact skin visible. Blood dripped steadily to the floor. Each handful of salt caused Huang Mao to convulse in agony. No wonder he screamed so pitifully. It was hardly distinguishable from torture. Bao Yuqin cowered in the corner of the room, weeping inconsolably, yet dared not approach, continuously urging, "Just hold on. It will be over soon. Be brave, Qiangbing, endure a little longer." Witnessing this scene, Tao Danian was taken aback and urgently shouted, "Stop! Quickly stop! If this continues, someone will die." She was determined to intercept the bald man. Bao Yuqin hurriedly stepped forward to stop Tao Danian, saying, "Old Tao, Xiao Dingxian is currently exorcising Xiangbing. Please do not disturb him. Enraged, Tao Danian retorted, Old He's family. Are you blind? If this continues, he will lose his life. And what good will your exorcism do? Stop immediately. Do not sacrifice your son. Bao Yuqin, in a frenzied state, pushed Tao Danian away. Do not interfere. Xiao Dingxian has stated that Xiangbing is entangled by the gray spirit, and it is essential to extract the gray spirit. Observing Xiangbing and Appo's severe injuries, she insisted that the blows were primarily directed at the gray spirit. At present, it was not Xiangbing who was crying out in pain, but rather the gray spirit itself. If the gray spirit could no longer endure and fled, Xiangbing would recover. I noticed how Danian turned to speak to me, and I promptly exited the room to prevent him from voicing his thoughts. Upon stepping outside, I saw old Chao standing by the window with his hands in his pockets. His expression decidedly grim. I approached him and greeted, Comrade Chao, still at work so late? He replied, How could I leave with such chaos? If a life is lost, I am the one who suffers. Old Chao grumbled irritably before turning to inquire, Is his method effective? I replied calmly, Each family possesses its own unique remedies for external ailments. It is not for me to say. However, using willow branches to whip away evil spirits is indeed a legitimate practice. This young Dingxian possesses genuine skills. Hearing the commotion, he kept his distance, maintaining a facade of ignorance, right? Old Chao's seasoned demeanor shone through as he spoke. I said, Comrade Chao, since you are aware, please do not put me in a difficult position. I am new here and do not wish to offend the local authority, Master Yao. Old Chao fell silent for a moment and then said, I'll treat you to a drink tomorrow evening. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile, offering him a cigarette. Try it, the blend I prepared. It soothes the throat, clears phlegm, and invigorates the mind. Old Chao accepted the cigarette and placed it between his lips. Noticing my lack of urgency, he chuckled softly, took out a match, struck it, and handed it to me. The previously unused match was finally ignited. I lit my cigarette from the flame, nodded at old Chao, and with the cigarette in hand, turned back towards the doorway, only to find Tao Danian being forcefully ejected by Bao Yuqin. He was still defiant, raising his voice, Hey, from the He family, if you disregard my advice, don't say I didn't warn you. I reached out, gently pushing the two blocking the door aside, stepped into the room, and said, Old comrade, the storm has swept toward the northwest. Avoid the clear paths and refrain from the rain of apricot blossoms. It's best to take a break. Chapter 22. Blood-snatching technique in our profession. There exists an unspoken rule. When we encounter one another, we should acknowledge each other without delving into the underlying truths. However, when faced with a critical juncture, offering a subtle reminder is indeed a gesture of goodwill. To translate my sentiments, fellow practitioners, this individual is not possessed by external malevolence. Rather, he has merely transgressed. Your current approach is misguided. Cease immediately. Under normal circumstances, upon hearing my words, even if one were to disagree with my assessment, a discussion would ensue. Yet, the bald man merely cast a glance in my direction and scoffed. Who do you think you are to challenge me? With that, he lashed the willow branch down forcefully. The strike landed squarely on the vulnerable area of the yellow-haired man, eliciting a piercing scream that soared several octaves higher than before. Meanwhile, at the entrance, as Bao Yuqin struggled with Tao Danian, her body trembled, prompting her to glance back in concern. Mr. Zhou, what is happening? I paid her no heed, instead forming a ritual gesture with my hands, bowing slightly toward the bald man. The pulse of chaos stirs. The essence of Gazoo divides yin and yang. Today the Tao guides my being. Fellow practitioners, I humbly present my respect in accordance with tradition. He questioned my standing, and I responded with courtesy, ensuring the atmosphere was not lacking in decorum. The bald man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing me. You dare to come into Jin Cheng's territory, proclaiming your presence without first paying homage to the celestial sex? What audacity! I withdrew my ritual gesture, offering a faint smile. You are either ignorant of the customs or believe yourself invincible, disregarding even the most fundamental courtesies. The bald man, with a flick of his wrist, coldly scoffed. Which belt was not fastened securely that revealed you? His words trailed off abruptly, leaving only the frantic movement of his lips. He raised a hand to touch his mouth, then pointed at me with a fierce glare, his mouth moving more rapidly. With a disregard for decorum, he seemed to invite calamity through his words. As a fellow practitioner, I took it upon myself to impart a lesson on behalf of your master. I grasped the finger he pointed at me and gently twisted it, causing his middle and index fingers to press against the back of his hand. The bald man's eyes and mouth widened in shock, appearing to scream in agony without a sound, rendering the scene eerily surreal. Seizing the moment, I tapped my finger on his brow and declared, "Report my message to your master. Should you dare to confront me, come and reclaim your voice and your life." His expression turned blank. I held onto his arm and said, "Let us go," giving a gentle tug, and he obediently followed me out of the room. The figures of Tao Danian and Bao Yuqin, who had been blocking the doorway, were startled and hurriedly stepped aside. The man in the leather jacket, leaning against the car, noticed me pulling the bald man out, and his gaze sharpened. He discarded the cigarette, but on the ground, and, with a swift motion, took a stance next to the car, then lunged forward. His left hand reached for the bald man, while his right hand swung a punch towards my face. Before the blow landed, the rush of wind preceded it, striking with a chilling urgency that made it difficult for me to keep my eyes open. A lethal punch. The force was unwavering, destined to land with enough impact to at least cause a concussion. I braced myself, preparing to confront the impending danger. The disciple was arrogant and domineering, while the guardian displayed no restraint. The renowned Yao Daxian of Jincheng was likely more than just an observer. I took a step back, gently pulling at the air, causing the bald man to instinctively position himself in front of me. His eyes widened and mouth opened as he shouted, "Are you seeking death?" After uttering those words, he seemed momentarily surprised, as if he had not anticipated producing sound. This outburst caught the leather-jacketed man off guard, causing a slight delay in his movements. With my palm shaped like a blade, I thrust beneath the bald man's arm, striking precisely at the lower left area of the leather-jacketed man's chest. Unfazed, he pulled the bald man behind him and stepped forward, his fists raised like thunder. This time, I did not evade. Instead, I stood my ground, took a deep drag from the cigarette wedged between my fingers, and silently observed the leather-jacketed man. His ferocious punches slowed to a halt, mere centimeters from my face, trembling slightly in the air. Blood flowed from his nose, mouth, and ears. A skilled fighter indeed. What a pity. I exhaled the smoke slowly, pressing the cigarette but against the fist before me. Had you simply taken little Ding Xian and left, rather than harboring malicious intent to end my life, you would not have met such a fate. The one responsible for your downfall is none other than yourself. From this day forth, do not even think of resorting to violence again. Take him back. If your skills are insufficient, do not embarrass yourself further. Very well, I shall convey your words to Yao Daxian. The leather-jacketed man opened his mouth, blood pouring forth incessantly. The bald man replied, "No need for you to speak. I will relay it to my master." The man in the leather jacket regarded the balding individual with a hint of skepticism, yet chose to remain silent, pulling him into the car and departing swiftly. Observing this, I noted that the young apprentice's abilities were merely superficial, lacking any discernible insight. It was rather perplexing that Master Yao permitted him to assess and diagnose matters. His own skills seemed to be lacking as well. Bao Yuqin approached with an expression of urgency and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by that?" I replied, "This individual lacks competence and employs misguided methods. If this continues, your son may not perish, but he will undoubtedly suffer severe depletion of his vitality, leading to a lifetime of frailty and illness. Such a charlatan has no business attempting to diagnose any ailment." Bao Yuqin, incensed, exclaimed, "How utterly shameless! He charged me a substantial fee just for the consultation. This scoundrel has swindled my money to indulge in his own vices." She then lamented, "What shall we do about my son Qiangbing?" I advised, "First, we must lay him down. I will prepare a remedy. Quickly fetch water to cleanse his wounds. Ensure that every injury is thoroughly washed, leaving no trace of the willow bark debris, as it could lead to severe infection." Bao Yuqin hastily summoned the villagers outside to assist in laying He Qiangbing down. while Tao Denian volunteered to help prepare the medicine. In no time, the courtyard was left with only old Chow and me. He looked at me with a heavy sigh and said, "I regret my decision." I chuckled softly. "Comrade Chow, what do you have to regret? Saving He Xiangbing's life is surely a cause for celebration. Even if I had chosen not to intervene, his fate was not sealed. However, entangling with you has made it exceedingly difficult for me to contemplate a peaceful retirement." Old Chow shook his head and remarked, "You practitioners of esoteric arts have all grown cold-hearted. Each of you resorts to devastating means capable of annihilating entire families, far more perilous than the likes of the pure-hearted fortune-seekers, such as Chong Laoxian. What was that technique you employed to harm someone just now?" "One must speak truthfully in the presence of a true master," I replied. "It is the blood theft technique." The strike I delivered to the lower side of his chest disrupted the rhythm of his heartbeat and the velocity of his blood flow. If he could remain calm and refrain from vigorous activity, supplemented with proper remedies over 3 years, he might restore his condition to normal. Yet his murderous intent surged, and with all his might he struck at me, causing his own blood to violently rush and subsequently rupture the injured vessel, leading to internal bleeding. After this, he may never wield his martial prowess again. However, I did not disclose the entirety of the truth. In the presence of a true master, one must not speak falsehoods. But neither did I claim that everything must be stated candidly. For the likes of Jiao Paikek, the inability to engage in combat is merely the beginning. The vessels within his body will continue to rupture in accordance with the flow of blood, an irreversible process that will persist until they are completely destroyed, culminating in a cessation of suffering only after approximately 6 months. The afflicted will endure excruciating torment, a most pitiful fate. This is deemed one of the most vicious methods within the 36 esoteric arts of external paths, classified as the 5th of the poisonous techniques in the authentic compilation of Taoist lineage. The Yin Vein technique is regarded as an external sorcery for good reason. Old Chow fixed his gaze upon my eyes and said, "You are deceiving me. I have witnessed this technique before." Chapter 23. Seeking consultation, Comrade Chow. I'm unlike anyone you have encountered before. I raised the cigarette nestled between my fingers and gave it a slight shake. Tomorrow evening, I shall prepare the ingredients and await your fine wine. I have heard that the Jinyi distillery possesses a 30-year-old cellar-aged brew, which is elusive even for those who seek it. I caught a whiff of it during my train journey here, and indeed, it is exquisite. Alas, I did not manage to savor it. Surely, you can procure some. A promise made must be honored. The invitation is on me. Old Chow shook his head and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. In a flurry, Bao Yuqin rushed out from the room, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, you must come and see Qiangbing. We need to think of a solution. His condition is quite dire." Upon entering the room, I beheld Huang Mao huddled in the corner like a large rodent, his head drawn in, emitting frantic squeaks and attacking anyone who approached him. The villagers who had come to assist were left with their hands and faces bloodied, hesitant to advance. This incident is not grave. It is merely an intensification of malevolent forces that have yet to be expelled, clouding his vision and impairing his senses, but it is not insurmountable. I reassured Bao Yuqin before approaching Huang Mao. "Mr. Zhou, be cautious. He is extremely ferocious. Watch out for his bites. He's been quite savage." The villagers voiced their warnings in unison. It is of no consequence. Such trivial malevolence dares not display its ferocity before me. As I spoke, I had already reached Huang Mao's side. His eyes glinted with a crimson hue, and with a ghastly expression, he leapt towards me, jaws agape. I raised my right hand and pressed firmly on his head, forcing him back to the ground. Huang Mao remained obediently crouched there, motionless. A collective gasp of astonishment escaped from the villagers. I rolled up my right sleeve and said, "Please bring me a bowl of salt water. A mere taste of its brine will suffice." Bao Yuqin hurriedly turned and dashed into the kitchen, emerging moments later with a bowl of light salt water. As she handed it to me, she couldn't help but express her concern, saying, "Are you really going to pour it on him? He is covered in wounds. It must be so painful." No, the essence of treating external ailments is to genuinely seek a cure, not like that little Deng Xian who leaves people half dead. Those who practice such dubious healing are either unskilled or outright charlatans. As I spoke, I raised my right hand, gently dipping my index and middle fingers into the bowl. The yellow-haired boy, freed from his restraints, attempted to leap up. I swiftly withdrew my hand and flicked the salt water from my fingertips into his eyes. He fell backward to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes returning to their normal hue, and the shrill cries ceased. "Everything is well now," several villagers exclaimed in unison. "All right, let us lift him onto the bed." With a single command from me, the villagers hurriedly approached, carefully lifting the yellow-haired boy onto the bed. After a while, Tao Dajong returned with the necessary medicine, preparing to boil water for cleaning the wounds. He then informed me, "Mr. Zhou, there is a woman with a child at your door, seeking treatment, I presume." Upon hearing this, I instantly recognized it was Feng Wan who had arrived. After giving a brief instruction, I turned to leave, but Bao Yuqin quickly stepped forward to grasp my arm, asking, "Mr. Zhou, when will you recover? I'm counting solely on you." "Perhaps in about 10 days, I replied. "Only 10 more days, but what if Qiangbing falls ill again in the meantime? As long as he doesn't see any mice, he should remain well." "Mr. Zhou, could you devise a plan for me? The mice are scurrying about, and I cannot keep my eyes closed to it. If you shave off his yellow hair and then come to my room to collect some items, ensuring his safety for these 10 days should pose no problem." "Ah, I shall go and shave it right away," Bao Yuqin said as she produced a paper package and thrust it into my hands. "Mr. Zhou, please don't find it lacking. Just take it for now. Once Qiangbing is well, I shall certainly show my gratitude again." I gently squeezed the package. 5,000. This was likely originally intended for Xiao Dingxian. Indeed, to earn more, one must rely on their reputation. Though I have gained some renown in Jincheng through my skills to earn a greater fortune, I must solidify and elevate that reputation even further. Fortunately, I have already prepared the stepping stones, merely waiting for them to present themselves. Standing at the entrance was indeed Feng Wan, cradling a tightly bundled child in her arms. To my surprise, a Meijia car was parked in the courtyard. Behind the wheel sat a plump man in his 40s, his hair neatly combed and shining, wearing only a cardigan on this chilly day. Through the car window, he gazed intently at Feng Wan, his eyes brimming with avarice. Upon seeing me enter the courtyard, Feng Wan joyfully approached. "Mr. Zhou, you have returned. Why weren't you waiting in the car while helping with matters across the street?" I nodded in response and stepped forward to open the door. Upon alighting from the vehicle and knocking on the door, an elderly gentleman happened to pass by, informing me that you were just across the courtyard. I thought it too cumbersome to get back in and out of the car, hence I refrained from doing so. This vehicle does not belong to her, nor is it borrowed. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such a phrase about the inconvenience of disembarking. Therefore, it is evident that a man had driven her here. As the car door creaked open, the man stepped out, instantly shivering from the cold breeze. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around himself and hurried over, exclaiming, "Enough chatter. Quickly open the door, lest the child gets cold." I remained silent, while Feng Wan gently remarked, "Old Gao, please do not rush, mister. Zhou is in the process of opening the door. I am merely concerned about little Cherry getting cold," she added. Old Gao chuckled softly, his gaze lingering upon Feng Wan's face, never once glancing at the child cradled in her arms. I discreetly opened the door, allowing the two to enter. The warmth of the room enveloped us, prompting me to remove my coat to avoid breaking into a sweat, for I would soon step outside into the chill again. Feng Wan carefully placed the child upon the examination bed, deftly removing the scarf and unzipping her down jacket, before eagerly unwrapping the swaddling. Beneath the layers, the child was clad in a delicate white sweater, paired with fitted jeans, cinched at the waist with a broad belt that emphasized her slender figure, making it appear as though one could easily grasp her waist with a single hand. As Feng Wan bent down to tend to the child, her body's allure became increasingly pronounced, exuding an astonishing charm. Old Gao's breath grew ragged and heavy, his lips instinctively moistening as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The infant girl, swaddled in her blanket, appeared immaculate and delicately fair, clearly well cared for, devoid of any hidden ailments. Yet, her expression bore a hint of discontent, her spirit somewhat lacking. She lay restlessly on the bed, turning her head from side to side, until Feng Wan cradled her, which brought her a sense of reassurance as she nestled her head against Feng Wan's chest, her eyes fluttering shut in a gentle slumber. As was my custom, I began by checking her pulse and examining her fingers. The pulse at the wrist was not closed, and there was no fluttering between her fingers, indicative of neither collision nor loss of spirit. The palm showed no signs of darkening, suggesting that no sinister forces were at play, and the back of her hand lacked any blood vessels, ruling out any familial misfortune. When a child is restless at night, it typically stems from either a lack of care leading to nutritional deficiencies or one of the aforementioned issues. From the child's condition, her skin was supple and her blood abundant. She was undoubtedly cherished by her family, receiving ample attention and nourishment. The source of concern did not lie with the child. I instructed Phone 1 to sit upright, tilting her face towards the light for a thorough examination of her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. And I scrutinized her palms and fingers once more. With a clearer understanding forming in my mind, I stated, "Have you brought your belongings? We will stay here tonight for observation." The adjacent room was a guest chamber, well equipped with essentials. If anything seems amiss during the night, do not hesitate to call for me. This had been previously agreed upon, and Phone 1 promptly consented, taking the child with me to the guest room. Lao Gao eagerly followed Phone 1, never straying from her side as he accompanied her to the guest room, dutifully retrieving her belongings from the vehicle and assisting in organizing her items. Traveling with a child overnight can be quite a hassle. Phone 1 had brought 2 large bags filled to the brim. As she meticulously arranged each item, Lao Gao flitted around her, claiming to help, yet only managing to create chaos, occasionally bumping into Phone 1 in the process. Chapter 24. Nightmare. After being bumped multiple times, Phone 1 helplessly said, "Lao Gao, you should head back. Your sister-in-law must be anxiously waiting at home. Thank you for accompanying me on this trip." Lao Gao rubbed his hands together and replied, "What relationship do I have with Wei Gu that warrants thanks? I will inform your sister-in-law that I will be here tonight to keep you company. It would not be prudent for you to be alone with little Cherry. Should anything arise, I can lend assistance." As he spoke, he lifted his garment and retrieved a compact, straight-bar mobile phone from the pouch hanging from his belt. It was the recently released Nokia 2110. He proudly waved it around before beginning to press the keys. Phone 1 quickly intervened. "No need for that, Lao Gao. I can manage on my own. You should return. Besides, there aren't any extra beds in this room. Where would you sleep? The child is my priority. I can make do on the chair for a night, and I can call for help if needed." Lao Gao stubbornly began dialing. I interjected, "Mr. Gao, you cannot stay in this room. I have asked Sister Phone to spend the night here, primarily to observe the cause of the ailment. Your presence would be a distraction. If you must stay, you may use the examination room." Phone 1 seized the opportunity to add, "Lao Gao, see, Mr. Zhou has also said that your presence here is not suitable. You should return." Lao Gao shot me a glare and said to Phone 1, "Then I shall come to pick you up tomorrow. And little Cherry, no need. I cannot say when I will leave, and you have your own business to attend to. I can simply call a taxi when the time comes. A taxi would be quite inconvenient. How about this? Before you leave, give me a call, and I will come to fetch you. Zhuanzi, you must consider little Cherry more." "All right then." Phone 1 gazed at the child on the bed, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately acquiesced. Lao Gao lingered, reluctant to depart so soon. I said, "Mr. Gao, allow me to escort you." Lao Gao shot me an annoyed glance and replied, "Zhuanzi, I'm leaving now," before finally departing with reluctance. I watched as Lao Gao drove out of the courtyard, carefully secured the gate, and unearthed a large coin buried beneath the threshold. I brought it to the consultation room to cleanse it, then retrieved a yellow incense stick. I turned to the guest room, discreetly placing the coin above the door frame as I entered. Phone 1 had finished tidying up and was seated by the bed, soothing the child. Upon seeing me, she began to rise. "Stay seated. I will light a calming incense on the windowsill. Be cautious not to ignite the curtains." I added, "The door has a bolt. Simply lock it from the inside. If the child becomes restless, call for me from the west room." After giving my instructions, I lit the incense and placed it on the edge of the window frame, not lingering any longer and leaving the room directly. Phone 1 accompanied me to the door and then returned inside, the sound of the bolt sliding into place echoing behind her. I returned to the consultation room, took out my brush and white paper, and painted a black cat. When Bao Yuqin arrived, I handed her the painting along with 3 incense sticks, advising her, "Hang the painting in your son's room, light the incense before it, and offer some fish or meat, as cats are fond of such delicacies." Bao Yuqin carefully accepted the painting and inquired, "I notice the guest room light is on. Should I prepare extra for breakfast tomorrow morning?" I suggested preparing an additional room for a female guest, as she had a child who might disturb the night. It would be prudent to keep an eye on her. Since she was still nursing, it was advisable not to provide her with overly warm items. Bao Yuqin acknowledged my request and hurried home with the painting in hand. I glanced at the time, returned to my desk, and continued my practice of calligraphy. When accompanying Sister Miao, regardless of the day's events, it was imperative to dedicate time to my evening rituals before sleep. In recent days, I had been overwhelmed with various tasks, leading to a chaotic routine and restless thoughts, which caused me to forego my evening practice in favor of merely standing and cultivating my breath. Today, however, I found an unusual tranquility, as if the moment were ripe, and decided to resume my evening rituals. The evening practice comprises 2 components: the cultivation of calligraphy to nurture one's spirit and the practice of martial arts for health. Each night, I must complete 3 pieces of writing, totaling no less than 500 characters. Sister Miao often remarked that, even if the sky were to collapse, I should remain unperturbed, effortlessly composing a piece of the Lantingyi Su without a single stroke amiss. This mastery of spirit is what defines true practice. I completed the 3 pieces in one breath. However, during the final 100 characters, impatience became evident, as the structure appeared somewhat loose and distorted, with strokes occasionally deviating from their intended form. 2 years prior, I could write nearly 400 characters without distortion. Yet these remaining 100 characters have eluded my grasp for the past 2 years, with no progress. Sister Miao advised that I must encounter experiences to refine my heart and temper my character in order to transcend this limitation. I chose not to dwell on this matter, gathered my belongings, donned my practice attire, and made my way to the courtyard. This evening was resplendent with a clear sky, and a luminous full moon hung high above, bathing the courtyard in a bright glow, uplifting my spirits immensely. I stood in the courtyard, poised, and gradually began to practice my movements. The art I was taught by Sister Miao was an internal martial style, its origins and lineage shrouded in mystery, yet she emphasized its purpose for well-being. The techniques were expansive and powerful, imbued with a sense of steadiness and vigor, suggesting they would be equally effective in combat. However, I had never attempted to test this theory, not from a lack of desire, but because Sister Miao forbade me from using this technique in fights. Initially, my movements were slow and fluid, but as I executed each technique, my muscles stretched and the tempo quickened. By the last 3 moves, they were almost simultaneous, producing a series of explosive sounds reminiscent of firecrackers in the air. I gradually retracted my stance, cradling my hands to my abdomen, exhaling softly as a stream of white vapor shot forth silently like an arrow, dispersing only after 3 meters. Sister Miao could project her breath for 5 meters, accompanied by a resonant sound. Thus, I could never surpass her. After completing the entire sequence, I was drenched in sweat, feeling an indescribable sense of lightness and exhilaration. Turning my head, I noticed Feng Wan standing by the window, observing me. I offered her a smile, and she, somewhat shy, stepped away from the window. Yet she did not draw the curtains completely, leaving a narrow gap. Through this opening, the flicker of incense could be seen, glowing faintly. Returning to my room, I rinsed my body with cold water and retired to bed. In the middle of the night, I was suddenly awakened by a faint, almost indistinguishable sound of moaning. It was restrained and stifled, a blend of agony and pleasure. I opened my eyes and glanced at the clock. It was precisely midnight. This hour marked the retreat of yang energy and the zenith of yin, the most opportune moment for the ethereal and shadowy to wreak their mischief. I turned over in bed, donned my coat, and stepped out of the bedroom, approaching the client's window. Peering through the narrow gap in the curtains, I beheld a pale figure restlessly writhing upon the bed, her long legs entwined in a tight embrace. Despite the frigid temperature, she lay bare, uncovered by any blanket. her skin flushed with a vivid heat, glistening with beads of perspiration. She bit her lip tightly, emitting a low, melodic moan that twisted and turned in the air. Her eyes remained firmly shut, yet beneath her eyelids, the rapid movement of her eyeballs was evident, clearly ensnared in a haunting dream. I gently tapped the lower edge of the window frame. The fragrant smoke within flickered momentarily before extinguishing. Almost simultaneously, a large coin on the door frame flipped and fell, striking the threshold with a dull thud. The child on the bed erupted into inconsolable cries. Chapter 25. Help me once the writhing body suddenly stilled. Feng Wan, struggling to awaken, abruptly opened her eyes, turned over, and instinctively cradled her child, eager to nurse. I rapped on the window and said in a low voice, "Do not feed her. The more you do, the more restless she will become." Feng Wan was startled, clutching the child tightly, pulling the blanket around her, and looking fearfully towards the window. "Do not be afraid. It is Zhou Cheng." I continued, "Sister Feng, please reignite the incense at the window, bring the child before it, and gently rock her for a while. Once she falls asleep again, come to the consultation room. I have something to discuss with you." Having said this, I did not linger outside, but returned to the consultation room, where I placed 2 talismans on the table and boiled water to prepare a pot of tea. Approximately half an hour later, Feng Wan arrived. She had evidently tidied herself up, her face clean and hair neat, though the corners of her eyes still bore a trace of lingering spring warmth. With her head bowed, she dared not meet my gaze and softly inquire, "Mr. Zhou, have you discovered the cause?" I gestured for her to sit, poured her a cup of tea, and said, "First, have some water to calm your nerves. We shall speak afterward." Feng Wan cradled the teacup, sipping delicately. After a few sips, her emotions visibly eased, and the remnants of her dream's lingering spring warmth faded completely. It was then that I asked her, "How long have you been having such dreams?" Feng Wan shifted uneasily in her seat, her discomfort palpable as she hesitated to speak. After a moment of indecision, she whispered, "It has been nearly 6 months since my husband passed away, and just a month ago I began to experience these dreams intermittently. Initially, they occurred every few days, but in the past month, they have intensified to nearly every night." I pressed further, "In your dreams, is it your husband, or someone else?" This time, Feng Wan remained silent for a longer period. At first, it was my husband, but then there were others. Her ears flushed crimson, rendering her unable to continue. I interjected gently, "Allow me to articulate this for you. Should I err, feel free to interrupt." The additional figures are introduced by Lao Gao, who initially stood by observing you both, but later became involved, transforming the encounter into a trio. You employ my method. Once the child is sound asleep, your dreams manifest in vivid detail, and upon waking, you may find your body reacting as if it had experienced profound excitement. Feng Wan's face was flushed to the point of seeming to bleed, her legs restlessly entwined. Observing her reaction, I continued before adopting my method. Each time you were startled awake by the child's cries, only to find yourself unclothed, drenched in sweat, with a sore back and weak limbs. In your haste to soothe the child, you would instinctively offer her nourishment, correct? Feng Wan inquired softly, "Did I wake Sherry?" I replied, "No." She was not awakened by your noise, but rather cried out in an instinctive effort to protect you. The bond between mother and daughter is profound. She sensed your discomfort and, through her cries, pulled you from the clutches of your nightmare, safeguarding your mind from complete descent into a realm governed by desire. However, the heat coursing through your body will inevitably be transferred to her. Being young, she cannot dissipate it, resulting in her listlessness and loss of appetite. What? Feng Wan was momentarily stunned. She cried out for my protection? I was merely having a nightmare, a spring dream. Thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. You may yearn for your deceased husband, but do you wish to engage with Lao Gao in any manner? Of course not, Feng Wan vehemently denied. I am not that kind of frivolous person. My husband has only been gone for a little over 6 months. How could I even entertain such thoughts, especially with Lao Gao? Thus, this dream you experienced is not a normal one. It is a manifestation of someone planting a seed of desire within you, rooted in your longing for your husband. What kind of seed? Feng Wan asked, bewildered. A mere thought seed. This seed will subtly guide your thoughts, becoming the nourishment it thrives upon, ultimately growing into a towering tree that dominates your mind, rendering you wholly controlled by the desires it harbors, leaving you unable to extricate yourself and ultimately succumbing to its influence. Currently, your dream involves 3 individuals. In due time, your husband will fade from the picture, leaving you entwined with Lao Gao. With each passing night of such dreams, your rationality will be overshadowed by the desires that arise within them, leading you to seek solace in Lao Gao's embrace. This is a form of thought manipulation, one of the 36 unorthodox arts. The method of planting the seed of confusion enables the remote manipulation of a person's thoughts, compelling them to engage in actions that contradict their inherent nature. However, this technique necessitates regular invocation. Otherwise, it will dissipate within a week at most. Feng Wan's complexion turned ashen. Lao Gao aims to take advantage of me? I nodded slightly. In the past 6 months, you have been engaging in a particular activity regularly, with a maximum interval of 1 week, allowing someone to come into contact with your body, correct? A few months ago, I had been suffering from severe lower back pain, and Lao Gao introduced me to a female traditional Chinese medicine practitioner whose massage techniques were exceptional. I would visit her every weekend for a session that included both massage and acupuncture, lasting about an hour. Is the acupuncture done on your lower back? Indeed, I replied. When you return home, you might want to look in the mirror. There should be a faint bruise in that area, which is actually a mark left by the ritual. I pushed the 2 talismans on the table toward Feng Wan. Place this one under your pillow while you sleep for a fortnight. It will ensure you no longer experience similar dreams. The other, place in a small red cloth pouch and wear it around your neck. It will inflict harm upon the individual who intends to wield this unorthodox art against you, rendering him unable to fulfill his manhood for the rest of his life. After returning home, do not visit that female physician again. Feng Wan, taken aback, stared at the 2 talismans, hesitating for a moment before whispering. Lao Gao and our families share a close relationship. He has been in business with my husband. Sister Feng, I only concern myself with healing, not the reasons behind it, I interrupted. Medicine cannot cure every ailment, and the art is only passed to those with intention. Whether to use it or not, the decision rests solely with you. Return and take your rest. There shall be no matters this evening. Tomorrow, you may bring the child home. Feng Wan carefully stowed away the 2 talismans, silently rising to depart. As I observed her walk, her waist twisted painfully, her legs seemingly reluctant to move. I could not help but furrow my brow. This obsession runs deeper than I had anticipated. If not resolved completely, it could lead to endless troubles. Sister Feng, upon your return, seek out a man and engage in intimacy while bearing the 2nd talisman. This will eradicate the obsession entirely and leave no lingering hazards. Feng Wan stood frozen in place, silent for a moment, then awkwardly fled the consultation room. I tidied my belongings, extinguished the lights in the room, and returned to bed, drifting into slumber. I did not know how long I slept when suddenly I heard soft footsteps approaching from afar. I immediately roused from my sleep. The footsteps paused briefly at the door before it was gently pushed open, and they made their way to my bedside. I lay still in bed, my eyes closed, puzzled by her intentions. In the next instant, a warm and soft body nestled under the covers, tightly embracing me. My husband had passed not long ago, and I had no one to turn to for solace, nor could I seek out another. Should anyone discover this, I would lose all semblance of dignity. Mr. Zhou, you are a sage. Grant me this one favor. After this, I promise I shall not trouble you again. Chapter 26. The dream of spring leaves no trace in moments of leisure. As fish and dragons dance, sweat drips like rain. After a passionate entanglement, Feng Wan did not linger in my bed for the night. Instead, she struggled to rise, donned her clothes, and, much like her arrival, departed quietly, even taking the considerate step of closing the door gently behind her. I lay in bed, feeling invigorated and utterly at ease, with an overwhelming urge to summon Feng Wan back for another encounter. Sister Miao had once warned me that the pursuit of desire could be as perilous as wielding a knife. She had personally imparted the sharpness of this truth. Yet, a question lingered in my mind. Is every woman a blade of desire, or are only those like her truly sharp? Feng Wan and Sister Miao were worlds apart. Sister Meow was as robust as a leopard, her body devoid of any excess, every muscle taut under the thrill of excitement, exuding an intimidating sense of strength, as if she were in a fierce battle with an adversary. In stark contrast, Phone 1's physique was as pliable as dough, seemingly lacking in muscle. The more exhilarated she became, the more she softened, ultimately collapsing as though all her bones had vanished. I had mastered the 36 arts of the unorthodox, refining the methods of the Aeon Meridian, capable of slaying from a distance without shedding blood and rescuing without leaving a trace. In any era's realm, I would be regarded as a top-tier sorcerer. Yet, I found myself perplexed by women. I sensed that, even if desire were indeed a knife, Phone 1 and Sister Meow represented entirely different forms of that blade. I was compelled to explore the nuances of each. Fortunately, reason triumphed over the impulses of desire in the end. Though I am not a paragon of virtue, I am no beast. Phone 1, in a state of helplessness, ultimately chose to share a passionate moment with me. I refused to take advantage of her vulnerability or add insult to injury. That recent encounter, though profoundly memorable, can merely be regarded as a form of remedy. She utilized me as a source of healing. Releasing my fleeting obsessions and impulses, my mind swiftly returned to tranquility, allowing me to quietly reflect for a while before peacefully falling asleep. Although I was disturbed twice throughout the night and hardly slept well, I still awoke promptly at 4 to begin my morning practice. First, I meditated in bed to gather my energy, then proceeded to the courtyard for my standing exercises. While standing, I noticed that Phone 1 had also risen, draped in a down jacket, gazing at me through the window. Upon realizing I was aware of her presence, she offered me a warm, genuine smile before drawing the curtain shut. I continued my exercises, my mind serene as I remained unaffected by her smile. When I completed my morning routine and returned to the bedroom, the organized Phone 1 was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Zhou, I will take the child back shortly. Is there anything you wish to convey?" "Nothing of importance. I've said all that needed to be said. You may decide how to proceed. Should anything seem amiss upon your return, feel free to come find me. Let us have breakfast before you leave. I asked the neighbor to prepare your portion. Do not let her kindness go to waste." Bao Yuqin had delivered 2 servings of breakfast, fragrant lamb, offal soup, flatbreads, and an assortment of savory dishes. Phone 1 did not hesitate, consuming a generous bowl of lamb, offal soup, and devouring 2 flatbreads before cradling the child and departing. Before leaving, she slipped a red envelope into my hand. 500 yuan is the standard price in Jin Cheng's line of work. Throughout the entire process, she exhibited no unusual behavior and did not mention the events of the previous night, as if it were merely a fleeting, untraceable spring dream. That morning, no patients arrived seeking consultation. I buried the large sum of money back beneath the threshold of the courtyard. After lingering until around 10 o'clock, I tidied up simply, conveyed my intentions to Bao Yuqin in the courtyard, and then left my residence to wander aimlessly. Having thoroughly explored Daya Village in the past few days, I was intimately familiar with the surroundings, so I ventured directly out of the village and strolled along the roads encircling it. I mingled with a group of elderly men on the street, listening to their banter, then slipped into a billiards hall to partake in the lively atmosphere. Additionally, I purchased a dual-card tape recorder along with 2 albums by Wang Jie at a department store. Ultimately, I resolved my lunch at a humble street eatery, where I bought roasted chicken, cooked beef, smoked tofu, and fried peanuts. With the delicacies in my left hand and the tape recorder in my right, I meandered back. As I walked along the path, I spotted someone waiting in the courtyard from a distance. It was a family of 3. Their first-grade child had been complaining of sharp pains in his back, yet medical examinations yielded no results. After seeking treatment from local practitioners without success, they had seen a television program and decided to bring their child for a consultation. I welcomed the family into the consultation room, as per usual, serving them 3 cups of tea to warm them up before examining the child. I checked his pulse and inspected his palms. Everything appeared normal. When asked to lift his shirt, I examined his back, which showed no redness, swelling, or markings. I scrutinized the contours of the child's brow and eyes, casually pressing a finger on his back. Instantly, the child erupted into cries, exclaiming in pain as if pricked by a needle. The couple, visibly distressed, exhibited profound concern. Tears welled in the mother's eyes while the father paced anxiously, cigarette in hand, yet forgot to light it. I offered a faint smile and gently tapped the child's back with my finger. Initially, he opened his mouth to wail in agony, but before the sound could escape, his eyes widened in astonishment, and with a piercing scream, he leapt high from his seat, tears and snot cascading freely. This sudden outburst left the couple in a state of panic, desperately reaching for their child. I intervened, placing a hand on the child's shoulder, and remarked, "This is the genuine reaction to a needle prick. If you continue to deceive your parents, this pain will persist." The unruly child, unable to withstand such fright, promptly confessed that he had feigned illness merely to avoid school. The couple, who had been frantically agitated moments before, were now seized by fury, restraining their son as if preparing for a tumultuous confrontation. I halted them, saying, "Dear parents, it is best to educate your child at home. This is not the appropriate setting." Reluctantly, they spared their son, expressing their gratitude profusely and attempting to offer me money as a token of appreciation. I declined the monetary gesture. After bidding farewell to the family, no further patients arrived for consultation that afternoon. I refrained from wandering outside, instead connecting the tape recorder, inserting a cassette, and pressing play. The somewhat husky, melancholic voice of Wang Jie filled the air, resonating with the themes of drifting through clouds and winds, laden with dust. This is my favorite song. I reclined in the armchair by the window, listening to the melodies of Wang Jie, idly passing the afternoon until dusk, when the door was forcefully flung open. "You possess the ability to cure ailments, do you not? I've been feeling rather unwell these past few days. Come take a look at me." As the boisterous and imperious voice echoed, a man with shoulder-length hair entered, clad in a leather suit. Despite the frigid weather, he wore only a floral shirt underneath, its collar casually open, revealing a fearsome tiger tattoo adorning his chest. He swaggered in, plopped himself onto the sofa, and carelessly tossed the handbag he held under his arm onto the coffee table, producing a dull thud as a portion of a black gun handle slipped out from the open bag. I scrutinized him for a moment and smiled, inquiring, "Has Master Yao sent you to investigate my circumstances?" Chapter 27. Apology. The long-haired man displayed a look of astonishment, evidently taken aback by the fact that I had so bluntly exposed his true nature upon his entrance. However, he quickly regained his composure, leaning against the back of the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, and declared, "Let us not beat around the bush. You injured my brother Xiao Ding and me yesterday, and I have come today to seek justice for the two of us. You must chop off a hand and a foot as an apology, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you might as well surrender your life." His words were unfounded, and his demeanor lacked subtlety. He was not a genuine figure of the underworld, but rather a mere street thug. Lacking any lineage, he relied solely on bravado and a willingness to fight, forming factions in the streets and claiming to be a child of the underworld, while in truth, he was devoid of any real understanding of its intricacies and lore. I couldn't help but feel disappointed. I had anticipated that, after Xiao Ding returned, Master Yao would either intervene personally or send a disciple. Instead, he dispatched a fool destined for demise. If justice is to be sought, it ought to be Master Yao himself who arrives, rather than sending a simpleton like you to meet his end. Who the hell are you calling a fool? I'll take you down. The long-haired man's eyes glinted with menace as he reached for a handgun concealed in his bag. Yet in the next moment, his movements froze. Slowly, he turned the gun toward his own face. "Magic? You possess magic?" the long-haired man exclaimed, terror etched across his features. Did he truly believe he could display bravado in my presence after stepping into my domain? "When Master Yao sent you, did he not inform you of my true identity?" I turned over and sat up, pushing open the window beside me, reaching out to break off a slender icicle hanging from the eaves. It resembled the crude craftsmanship of an old Black Star from the 54 model, perhaps a product of inferior quality. You are not one to engage in such trivial matters. A mere thug, focused solely on vying for dominance and territory, does not require such lowly tactics. Are you a pathfinder, a merchant, or merely a brute? If you possess the audacity, then take my life. I am unafraid of the scar that would mar my forehead." The long-haired man was drenched in sweat, his voice hoarse as he let out a strained howl. I smiled faintly, rubbing and twisting the icicle between my hands. The icicle, as thick as a finger, transformed into a slender ice needle, akin to a sewing needle. I waved this needle before the long-haired man, and with a swift motion, I plunged it into the back of his skull with precision, leaving not even a drop of blood at the entry point. His gaze turned vacant, and he slowly uttered, "We brothers are here to pave the way for the great immortal." The 36 arts of the external path, the art of controlling puppets through consciousness. With this needle, he would divulge whatever I commanded and perform any task I desired, far more convenient and discreet than traditional puppet manipulation. The only drawback was that this needle would damage his brain tissue, allowing him to survive for only 10 more hours. Why did he seek to pave the way? The great immortal had healed a nobleman, who in turn rewarded him with a lucrative opportunity in the realm of shadows. However, the few who previously operated in this line of work were dissatisfied with the great immortal, sabotaging a business deal that cost him over $1 million, tarnishing his reputation with the nobleman. Thus, the great immortal sought to re-establish his dominion over the shadowy paths of Jinsheng. Currently embroiled in fierce competition with the 3 local lords, Ma, Ho, and Tion, the act of paving the way involves forcibly intruding into the clandestine business realm, seizing territories and market shares. Any goods that cannot see the light of day are referred to as shadow goods. Jinsheng, strategically situated in the heart of central China, serves as a crucial conduit for trade, where smuggled items from the south, cultural relics from the north, opiates from the west, and kiln products from the east converge and disperse, giving rise to a convoluted underground world. The term "sitting on the turf of shadow goods" denotes the role of a major intermediary, acquiring various shadow goods that pass through and laundering them through a series of processes for resale. Those carrying the goods, eager to avoid complications, are inclined to entrust their items to reliable intermediaries. Thus, this cycle of influx and outflux yields exorbitant profits. Such a business is not suited for just anyone. It requires a mastery of both the legitimate and the illicit, a far-reaching influence, and a heart hardened by ruthlessness to thrive and endure. Even a wandering sorcerer like Yao Daxian, despite having powerful backing, must engage in fierce competition to carve out a niche in this domain. It is no wonder that Yao Daxian remains absent even when his apprentice encounters trouble. The trifling earnings from treating external ailments pale in comparison to the immense fortune generated by engaging in shadow goods. Therefore, this man is not merely destined for demise. He serves as a messenger. Yao Daxian concedes responsibility for the incident involving Xiao Dingxian, acknowledging that the initial disrespect originated from his own shortcomings, and offers this life as a form of atonement. However, he also intends for the long-haired man to articulate the rationale for his concession clearly. It is not out of fear, but rather a strategic decision to pursue grander endeavors, rendering him indifferent to the modest gains attainable from external ailment treatment, thus preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. This exemplifies the genuine tactics of an adept practitioner of the esoteric arts. Thus, the long-haired man was fated to meet his demise the moment he stepped outside. I placed my hand upon the nape of his neck. Having received this apology, by customary standards, the previous grievances were considered resolved. Henceforth, neither party could invoke this matter as a cause for further conflict. At least for the time being, Master Yao exhibited genuine intent. However, I could not accept this apology. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, are you busy?" The voice of old Chao resonated. He opened the door, but did not enter, leaning against the doorframe with his back to the water well in the corner of the courtyard, brandishing a pair of wine bottles in his hand. "I have brought the 30-year aged golden liquor. Tonight, we shall not return until inebriated." With a sense of foreboding, he subtly cautioned me against causing any fatalities. I chuckled heartily and playfully slapped the long-haired man on the back of his neck. "All right, this concludes our business for today. You may leave now." The long-haired man, as if awakening from a dream, sprang to his feet, patted himself down, and produced a stack of cash, which he presented to me with both hands. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. This is a token of respect." I accepted the money gently squeezing it. Exactly 3,000. The long-haired man bowed to me once more before turning to exit in front of old Chow. However, as he stepped out, he inadvertently stumbled over the threshold, nearly falling in a most undignified manner. "Take it easy," old Chow kindly reminded him. "Close the door behind you. I have brought the wine. What about the dishes? They have been prepared since early morning, waiting for your esteemed arrival." I discreetly tucked away the faux 5-4 bill left behind by the long-haired man into my bag and led old Chow into the back room. Old Chow seemed oblivious to the handgun. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the round table was already set with neatly sliced delicacies. Satisfied, old Chow nodded and without further ado, raised his hands to uncork both bottles of wine. The rich and robust aroma of the wine instantly filled the room. I couldn't help but exclaim, "What fine wine!" Hastily, I fetched a wine jug to pour and warm the drink. The wine was exquisite, and the dishes were delightful. However, before indulging, some matters needed clarification. Old Chow pressed his hand over the mouth of the bottle, and a sharp, cold glint flickered in his murky old eyes. "This wine is easy to acquire, yet difficult to savor," he declared. Chapter 28. A toast. What do you intend to say to me? Should you reveal your intentions first? The atmosphere is rather chaotic. I clasped my fists towards old Chow, preparing to reveal my bottom line. "Do not engage me in such trivialities." Old Chow interrupted me with irritation, proclaiming, "I have been a police officer my entire life. I am not versed in your cryptic vernacular." I retorted, "So you intend to converse with me in your official capacity? I have merely 10 months until my retirement." Old Chow plopped down at the table, asserting, "Anyone who hinders my peaceful retirement shall not have an easy time." I chuckled heartily, suggesting, "Then shall we drink and converse? If the conversation does not please me, I will return the wine untouched." Old Chow scoffed. "Do you truly fear that I would demand it back? Heat it up." I acquiesced, pouring both bottles of wine into the jug, warming it in the hot water, and seated myself across from old Chow, inquiring, "What news have you heard that prompts you to exert such pressure upon me?" Old Chow slammed the table and exclaimed, "Little Ding Xian returned and reported, claiming that he would sever his own tongue upon entering. You previously mentioned that Master Yao could retrieve your bottom line, yet he seeks to reclaim little Ding Xian's voice and life. Clearly, you are setting a deadly stage, compelling Master Yao to confront you in a duel. What does Ding Xian know of earning a living through skill? Do you think I regard your words as mere nonsense?" I replied candidly, "His lack of mastery is evident. Master Yao allowing him to venture forth to inquire about illnesses is indeed a disservice. When a disciple of Master Yao causes death, it tarnishes the reputation of our entire profession." I exposed him on the spot, yet he remained obstinate, losing his voice, as I took it upon myself to teach him in Master Yao's stead. This is the code of our trade. Master Yao cannot possibly be unaware of it. Old Chow remarked, "Rules are the essence, while reputation is the facade. Yao Jinghua has been renowned longer than your age. If you publicly accept him as a disciple, it would be a disgrace if he does not return the favor. How can one maintain their standing in Jincheng otherwise? Zhou Cheng, before a true master, one must not speak falsehoods. Your tactics resemble those of the late Elder Chong. You raise a small banner to attract attention, proclaim your name with great fanfare, and through a series of strategic maneuvers, establish your presence within the circle and gain notoriety outside of it. Following this, you're to showcase your skills to gain trust, all while wagering the lives and fortunes of many for your grand schemes. You have observed Zhang Baosheng, Tian Ruisheng, and their ill-gotten gains, and now find yourself unable to resist the temptation to establish your own foothold in Jincheng, hoping to reap your share, am I right, in the world of wanderers. These strategies are ubiquitous. It would be misleading to say that my adoption of them aligns me with their intentions." I tested the temperature of the wine, filled a cup for old Chow, and poured one for myself as well. Raising my cup, I declared, "I, Zhou Cheng, possess the legitimate lineage of the my masters. Although my purpose in Jincheng is to establish my reputation, I shall solely rely on my own abilities to heal and save, earning my name. Displaying my skills is merely to gain trust. I shall never seek to become a deity or take on disciples. I state this now. Should I ever retract my words, let it be taken as freely as this wine, which you may claim with ease, given your prowess. With that, I lifted my cup and downed its contents in one go. The 50-degree aged spirit was smooth upon entry, yet ignited a fiery warmth within, causing me to involuntarily gasp. I am not of the wandering folk. As long as they do not infringe upon my domain, I remain indifferent. The skills I learned in my early years have long been returned to my esteemed forebear. Old Chow tenderly smoothed the creases on his police uniform, reflecting on the favorable new era. Even someone like me, without deep roots, can hold such a respectable position. A true civil servant. Wherever one goes, one stands tall and upright, deserving of respect from all. Now, with a complete family and both children well settled, I feel content. He raised his glass and gestured slightly towards me, saying, 10 months. If you allow me a peaceful retirement, I shall pass this skill on to you. With one hand lifting the cup to drink and the other resting on the table, he finished his drink. When he set the glass down, it seemed the intact surface of the table could not withstand even a small cup, silently yielding to create a small hole, causing it to drop down. I discreetly kicked my foot under the table, sending the cup back through the small opening. I filled the kettle and returned it to Old Chow, saying, I must first express my gratitude to you, esteemed elder. Gently swirling the cup, a faint blue flame rose from the liquid within. Old Chow smiled, took the cup, and drank it all along with the flame, praising, excellent wine, superb technique. He tossed a couple of peanuts into his mouth, savoring their flavor, and remarked, your skill is not inferior to that of the legendary Chong Laoxian. In those days, Chong Laoxian gained fame in Jincheng, establishing his reputation over 4 or 5 years. For several years, he showcased his talents as an immortal, opening a grand hall and widely accepting disciples. At the height of his success, half of Jincheng believed in him, and with a single command, he could summon people to the yamen, compelling even high-ranking officials of the national government to kneel publicly and offer tea. He possessed true mastery. I have witnessed it myself. This was not mere skill, but a profound art. I poured another drink for Old Chow and inquired, what was Chong Laoxian's foundation? Old Chow cast a sidelong glance at me, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. He was a disciple of the immortal mother of no birth, a legitimate scion of the Hualien lineage, wielding the esoteric 3 Lotus secret arts. In years past, he had devoted himself to preaching in the nearby villages, but his foothold in Jincheng was secured through the act of extending Old Yuan's life. Within the 3 Lotus secret arts, there exists no authentic means of prolonging life. Rather, he relied on the external method of life theft for sustenance. Every 3 years, he would renew the pact, fortifying life for 4 cycles. After the demise of the venerable Chong, who met his end at the hands of the army, Old Yuan's future did not bode well. Indeed, it was true. That old fellow, captured in the 50s, did not survive to face public trial, but perished within the confines of his prison cell. Externally, he appeared intact, yet his insides had turned to mush, a truly tragic fate. Given such a situation, could Chang's disciples still thrive in Jincheng? What barriers could there possibly be? Even if calamity were to strike in the end, had they not gained a few extra years of life? These old-timers, with their callous hearts and corrupted livers, would gladly endure anything for an additional year, even if it meant wallowing in filth. Was Chang's disciple still engaged in the sinister practice of life theft? I could not say. I was merely a lowly officer, privy only to the matters of my precinct and ignorant of anything beyond. Nevertheless, the method of life theft was undeniably insidious, destined to invite retribution. It was merely a question of who would bear the consequences. Do you still believe in retribution? I believe in nothing but drinking, I retorted, for these 2 bottles had cost me considerable face, having begged my former apprentice for them. I could not let them go to waste. Old Chow, unwilling to discuss the matters concerning Chong any further, shifted to trivial gossip about Dahu village. I refrained from pressing him any further and simply accompanied him in drinking. The evening stretched on until nearly 7 o'clock, and we drained every last drop of the 2 gin of liquor. Old Chow, thoroughly enjoying his drink, took the remaining cooked beef and packed it up. Just as he was about to leave, he turned to me and asked, "Is your name really Zhou Chung?" I countered, "Is your surname truly Chow?" Old Chow burst into hearty laughter, gave me a resounding slap on the back, hummed a little tune, and staggered off. I returned to the house to tidy up the table and glanced at the indentation left by the wine cup. Then I proceeded to my evening routine, writing and practicing martial arts. After completing my evening tasks, I went back to my room to wash up and prepare for bed. I closed my eyes for a moment before rising and stepping outside. As I passed by the village's police station, I noticed the lights were ablaze inside. Late at night, old Chow, wrapped in his coat, sat by the window, his head bowed in slumber. When I glanced over, he suddenly lifted his head and opened his eyes, coincidentally locking gazes with me. I smiled at him and gave a gentle wave before exiting the village. At the roadside, near the village entrance, a long-haired man leaned against his car. Upon seeing me emerge, he said nothing but immediately got into the car and started the engine. The automobile came to a halt across from an entertainment establishment known as the Dynasty of Joyful World. This evening, Yao Jinghua had arranged to parley with the three chieftains who originally presided over the illicit territories, capitalizing on his newfound connections with influential figures. He had assembled a cohort of desperados, such as the man with long hair, and had spared no expense in procuring goods from the Hualong region. He initiated simultaneous offensives against the Ma, Ho, and Tian factions. At the height of his audacity, he orchestrated mass street brawls involving dozens of individuals, even resorting to gunfire, which reverberated throughout the province. This prompted a large-scale investigation and apprehension of numerous subordinates from all four sides by the police. Against this backdrop, even though each of the four factions had their own backers, they dared not continue their struggle and convened to negotiate a resolution. At this juncture, Yao Jinghua had effectively emerged victorious, as long as he could secure a seat at the negotiating table. The other three factions would inevitably allow him to join their circle and amass wealth. Tonight marked the inaugural encounter between Yao Jinghua and the figureheads of the three factions. In addition to the long-haired man, Yao Jinghua mobilized all of his disciples and henchmen to establish a formidable presence. The other three major factions mirrored this approach. The majority of individuals were not authorized to enter and remained outside. The streets on either side of the entertainment complex were teeming with young men sporting closely shaved heads, most of whom were clad in green cotton overcoats, their hands tucked into their pockets. These overcoats were the quintessential tool for street brawlers during the winter months, capable of concealing knives and clubs, while also providing a degree of protection against blades. I entrusted the handbag containing the Hualong-made weapon to the long-haired man, extracted 2 ancient coins, and incised a shallow cut on his palm, staining it with a trace of blood. I then handed one of the coins to him. The long-haired man accepted the coin, placed it in his mouth, and strode purposefully towards the entertainment complex, carrying the bag. A group of short-haired youths gathered around the long-haired man, chattering animatedly. The long-haired man maintained a stern demeanor, completely disregarding them as he strode inside. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone's attention was captivated by him, I opened the door and exited the vehicle. After scanning my surroundings, I stealthily maneuvered around to the back alley of the entertainment venue, locating the rear entrance. I casually placed a small mirror on the doorframe before navigating through the narrow kitchen passageway, ultimately arriving in the resounding hall filled with music. I chose a dim corner booth to settle into. On stage, the band continued to perform, with a singer clad in a strapless, ultra-short dress captivating the audience. Yet, the atmosphere was chillingly cold. The hall was distinctly divided into 4 factions, each group occupying separate areas. In the center, 4 individuals lounged on their respective sofas, each flanked by intimidating subordinates. The long-haired man stood behind one of them. This individual, in his 50s, donned a traditional Tang suit, with gold-rimmed circular glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. This was Yao Jinghua, renowned as the foremost figure in Jin City's underworld. Also known as the Master Yao. It was truly unfortunate. Had everything gone according to plan, I would have used him as a stepping stone to engage in a battle of wits, thereby ascending to the pinnacle of Jin City's mystical circles, bringing me closer to the 3 target levels I sought to investigate, thus laying the groundwork for my subsequent actions. At that moment, Yao Jinghua was embroiled in a heated argument with the other 3 men, lacking the time to acknowledge the long-haired man who should not have returned alive. I retrieved another large coin stained with the long-haired man's blood, flicked it into the air with a deft gesture, clapped it onto the back of my hand, and silently intoned the innate urge to kill. The long-haired man suddenly drew a handgun, advanced a step, and fired at the bald man who was facing off against Yao Jinghua. The bald man collapsed on the spot. The crowd gasped in shock as the singer and musicians on stage screamed and fled to the backstage. Without uttering a word, the two negotiating men leaped up and ran backward. Their subordinates quickly brandished knives and guns, charging towards the long-haired man. In an astonishing display of composure, he raised his weapon and fired, hitting one elderly man in his 60s squarely in the back, while simultaneously kicking a table towards another overweight man, striking him squarely in the back. The elderly man cried out in agony and fell to the ground, while the overweight man was sent sprawling forward by the table's impact. The long-haired man swiftly approached, stepping on the back of the overweight man, and fired 2 shots into the back of his head. A throng of subordinates rushed in, surrounding the long-haired man, brandishing knives and guns. Despite being hit multiple times and suffering grievous wounds, he remained unwavering, calmly walking over to the elderly man, still howling in pain, and fired 2 more shots into him. A bald henchman with a tattoo of a descending tiger on his head, his eyes ablaze with rage, leapt up and swung his knife towards the long-haired man's neck. In a world of street brawlers, there exists an unspoken code. They know where to strike without causing fatal injury. However, this man was clearly driven by a murderous intent, aiming to take the long-haired man's life. His strike was both fierce and swift. The long-haired man, preoccupied with firing his weapon, was unable to evade, and the blade struck him deeply, embedding itself halfway into his neck. The long-haired man lifted his gaze to the formidable figure beneath the tiger tattoo, a rigid smile stretching across his face as he raised his gun and aimed it at the man's forehead. In an instant, he pulled the trigger, creating a gaping hole in the back of the bald man's skull, brain matter and blood erupting forth. The bald man's body crumpled, and he sank to his knees before the long-haired man. Without a moment's hesitation, the long-haired man kicked the bald man down, indifferent to the blade at his neck or the blood gushing from the wound. He slowly turned to survey the subordinates of the 3 factions, his lips still curled in that stiff smile. The onlookers recoiled in fear, their terror palpable as they retreated in disarray. The long-haired man pivoted once more, now directing his attention toward Yao Jinghua and his entourage. Yao Jinghua remained seated on the sofa, his expression ashen. However, the group of his subordinates behind him turned pale with fright, instinctively stepping back as the long-haired man approached. Yet, upon noticing Yao Jinghua's unwavering composure, they hurriedly regained their stance, drawing weapons concealed on their persons. The long-haired man suddenly knelt before Yao Jinghua, proclaiming loudly, "Master, I take my leave. I wish you grand aspirations and the sole dominion over Jincheng." With that, he bowed his head and, rising to his feet, seized his own hair with one hand while gripping the hilt of his knife with the other. In a swift motion, he severed his own head. The headless body, knife in one hand and head in the other, stepped forward, blood gushing from the severed neck. The subordinates of the 3 factions could not withstand the horror, screaming in terror as they fled the scene. Yao Jinghua abruptly stood up, scanning the surroundings with a furious shout. Come out! Come out! I know you are here. Show yourself." The group, already pale with fear, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of whom he was addressing, and began to look about anxiously. I sat motionless in the corner. "Come out, Zhou. Show yourself. I have already acknowledged my wrongs and offer my apologies. What more do you desire? Zhou, I demand you to emerge." Yao Jinghua's voice erupted in a frenzied roar. The bewildered subordinates regained their composure and stepped forward. "Master, we must leave quickly. Lei will arrive shortly." "Hurry, esteemed one." "Leave? Where else could I possibly go?" Yao Jinghua cried in despair, clutching his hair in anguish. "Zhou, this matter is a reciprocal affair that I have accepted. I shall not let it end here. Since you refuse my apologies, then face your demise." I removed the hand pressing against my palm, revealing a blood-stained banknote. Its inscription facing upwards. "Heaven has decreed a slaughter. All shall perish." Chapter 30. Deceased. I rose to my feet and flung the coin towards Yao Jinghua. He swiftly caught it, and upon inspecting it, his expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, the headless man with long hair, who was retreating step by step, suddenly hurled the cleaver he held, sending it soaring over a distance of several meters, embedding itself in Yao Jinghua's back. He staggered momentarily before collapsing, still clutching the coin tightly in his hand. His subordinates erupted into frantic screams, descending into chaos. What a pity. A perfectly respectable gentleman. Yet he chose to engage in such base dealings, forcing me to expend considerable effort only to find myself compelled to clean up the aftermath. I shook my head and retraced my steps, exiting the entertainment complex through the back door, casually retrieving the small mirror from the doorframe as I passed. Upon returning to the front entrance of the establishment, I was greeted by a scene of utter disarray on the street. Thugs wrapped in cotton coats dashed about aimlessly, while others huddled together in disorganized groups, all wearing expressions of sheer terror. At the foot of the stairs leading to the entertainment complex, the headless body knelt, clutching its own head. Jinshun would likely acquire a new urban legend of horror from this night. By the time I returned to Daya Village, it was nearly midnight. The lights in the police station had been extinguished. After a brief wash, I lay down in bed, suddenly feeling the chill of the sheets, reminiscing about the warmth of the previous night. I rose promptly in the morning, practicing my breathing exercises, standing meditation, and washing up as per my usual routine. Bao Yuqin brought breakfast, steaming buns, fermented rice wine, sesame oil-dressed vegetables, and fried meatballs. The standard remained unfaltering, yet her demeanor had taken on a subtle shift. After delivering breakfast, she did not depart as usual. Instead of casually finding a seat, she stood by with her arms crossed, watching me eat with a mixture of awkwardness and reverence. Under the scrutinizing gaze of this elderly lady, I found it increasingly difficult to continue my meal, prompting me to set down my chopsticks and inquire if she had any matters to discuss. Only then did Bao Yuqin mention, "There are 3 dead mice beneath the painting of the cat immortal. I wanted to ask how to handle that." A smile escaped me as I replied, "Perhaps we should bury them at the base of the village tree." I then inquired, "Is there anything else to offer to the cat immortal?" She assured me that the usual offerings would suffice. "Ah, Mr. Xiao Zhou, once the strong troops are ready, may I keep the cat immortal at my home? I shall not fall short in my offerings. Let us discuss that later. For now, please take care of the matter." "Understood." Bao Yuqin nodded, hastily departing. I couldn't help but exhale a sigh. This opportunity, intended to showcase my skills in front of the esteemed Yao immortal, had instead been squandered, merely played out in front of a rural matron. As Miao Jie aptly stated, human plans are often outmatched by the whims of fate. All we can do is fulfill our duties and adapt to circumstances. Having dismissed Bao Yuqin, I anticipated a peaceful breakfast, but just as I savored my second sip of rice wine, Zhang Baoshan burst in with great fervor. After a brief greeting, he was about to speak when his gaze fell upon the large steamed bun before me. Without hesitation, he seized one and stuffed it into his mouth. I noticed that Zhang Baoshan appeared somewhat listless, with shadows encircling his eyes, so I inquired, "Captain Zhang, did you not sleep well last night?" "I hardly slept at all," he replied. "I've been occupied since last night until just now, without a sip of water or a morsel of food." "Did the person collecting the meat from the Ji arrive?" "Of course not. Around 3 in the morning, all the brothers I had stationed there were rendered unconscious, and the culprit swaggered in through the front door. I intended merely to make an appearance, yet instead of revealing my face, I ended up exposing my backside. The director and the criminal division of the municipal bureau gave me a thorough scolding. Fortunately, Mr. Zhou, the glutinous rice flour you scattered proved effective. That rascal, upon entering the room, became ensconced in the flour and began to emit smoke, collapsing to the ground, utterly immobilized and wailing. Was there anything else that occupied your attention? Oh, Mr. Zhou, not only can you discern external ailments, but you also possess the gift of foresight. Last night, a significant incident transpired at an entertainment establishment called the Lu Shiwang Dynasty. A call from the municipal bureau summoned me there, and I was occupied until the early hours of the morning. Had they not apprehended the suspect, I might still be there now. I spent the entire night without sleep, and not a drop of water or grain of rice passed my lips, relying solely on cigarettes to sustain me. Alas, young Mr. Zhou, do you have any cigarettes left? I could use one. I've exhausted my supply through the night. I produced a pack of 3 or 5 and tossed a cigarette to Zhang Baoshan, offering him a light. Zhang Baoshan inhaled deeply, and a sense of vitality washed over him. Glancing at the half-consumed cigarette between his fingers, he shook his head and chuckled. They say smoking is detrimental to one's health. Yet without this, life becomes truly unbearable. A puff of smoke, a bite of steam bun, a delightful indulgence in both eating and smoking, neglecting even the vegetables. How did the Lu dynasty manage to transfer you from another district? Among the deceased, there was a fellow who was quite notorious in our area, known as Master Yao. Have you heard of him? Master Yao has died? I was taken aback. His apprentice had recently come to treat a neighbor's son for an external ailment, but his skills were lacking, nearly leading to a fatal outcome, prompting me to admonish him and send him away. I was preparing to confront Master Yao regarding this matter, yet he has passed away. During negotiations, things went awry, resulting in the deaths of 4 leaders in the territory, including him. Nevertheless, this matter does not concern us greatly, and you need not worry about any revenge from Master Yao. Was he not a practitioner of external ailments? How did he become a leader in the territory? That is a long story. If you are interested, I shall elaborate later. I did not come here this early merely to discuss this. After we apprehended that individual this morning, we conducted an overnight interrogation, exhausting all means, yet he remained silent. Ultimately, he stated that he would be willing to cooperate, but only after meeting you. I hurried here to request your presence, to ensure your efforts are not in vain. Should he be willing to speak after meeting you, I will petition the chief for a consulting fee on your behalf. I gently tapped the table, realizing the hidden meaning. He is a seasoned practitioner and would not wish to meet me. Captain Zhang, you have fallen into a trap. Zhang Baoshan paused, hastily swallowing the bun he had just bitten into. A trap? What kind of trap? He used this statement to probe whether I was nearby. You took too long to come find me. Since he knows I am not close, he will surely flee. Zhang Baoshan chuckled heartily, brimming with confidence, and said, Mr. Zhou, you are overthinking this. He is currently in the detention center, confined to a solitary cell, shackled with both leg irons and handcuffs, unable to escape. However, before he could finish his words, his phone vibrated at his waist. Captain Zhang, you need to return quickly. The man we arrested last night has died. Died? How is that possible? He was lively when we brought him back. How could he be dead? What are you all doing at the detention center? Are you accepting bribes to silence him? Oh dear, Captain Zhang, what do you take us for? If you continue with such nonsense, I might just report you to the director. Regardless, he is dead. You should hurry back to see what can be done. Chapter 31. A cure for all skepticism. The phone rang with a considerable clamor, and I distinctly heard it. Once Zhang Baoshan finished his call, I promptly inquired, Is anyone still watching over Roji? He replied, They apprehended the individual and withdrew, transferring everything to the research institute. At this point, Zhang Baoshan suddenly realized something and immediately contacted the institute. As anticipated, Roji had vanished, leaving behind 4 large characters on the wall. Returned to the owner. Damn it! Zhang Baoshan instructed the institute to keep the information confidential and not to disseminate it for the time being. After hanging up, he cursed vehemently and tossed his phone onto the table. Yet, he quickly picked it up again, tenderly wiped it, and returned it to the pouch at his waist. He then turned to me, asking which one died in the detention center. I shrugged, replying, I'm no oracle. Shall we go take a look together? Zhang Baoshan suggested. I'll ask the director for an additional consulting fee for you. I laughed heartily, saying, Why not just secure me a position with a fixed salary instead of applying for a fee for every task? It would be more efficient to have me on a regular payroll to assist you, Zhang. Zhang Baoshan pondered this, as if finding some merit in my words. I quickly waved my hand. Zhang, I was jesting. Don't take it seriously. I'm merely a leisurely person. I can offer you consulting advice, but I cannot endure the constraints of formal work. Let us first investigate the situation, and we can discuss the rest later. Zhang Baoshan stuffed the remaining steamed bun into his mouth and seized my bowl of fermented rice wine, draining it in one go, before pulling me out the door. Upon our arrival, a throng of individuals had already gathered outside the deceased cell, bustling with activity, taking photographs, collecting evidence, and examining the body, each engrossed in their tasks. Zhang Baoshan instructed me to wait outside while he squeezed into the crowd, engaging in hushed conversation with a burly man with a dark complexion, before returning to escort me inside. This imposing figure was Bao Jiangwo, the chief of the district police department. Initially, his countenance was as grim as a stormy sky, yet when he turned to me, his demeanor softened considerably. He extended his hand in greeting and spoke courteously, exchanging pleasantries before instructing Zhang Baoshan to guide me further in, while also requesting the warden to accompany us and provide an overview of the situation. The deceased was an elderly man with a bald head, bearing an utterly unremarkable appearance. His gaunt face sunken in, sprawled on the bed in a most grotesque manner, his skin exhibiting a pallid, bluish hue. This was the former occupant of the courtyard, Wang Laogun, an exceedingly ordinary old man. The room was permeated with an overpowering and peculiar stench, enough to provoke a strong urge to retch. The forensic pathologist, who entered first to examine the scene, donned 3 layers of masks, concealing her features except for a pair of bright, piercing eyes and remarkably straight eyebrows akin to a man's. Her voice was muffled as she succinctly stated that the preliminary assessment suggested death due to a sudden myocardial infarction, though a definitive conclusion would require an autopsy. The warden, surnamed Hao, was a portly middle-aged man who, while relaying the circumstances, exuded a sense of grievance. He explained that when the individual was brought in last night, it had already been communicated that he was a serious criminal under provincial supervision. I had specifically arranged for a solitary cell, complete with handcuffs and leg shackles, and had even stationed personnel at the entrance to ensure vigilant oversight, lest any unforeseen incident occur. As dawn approached, he suddenly began to shout loudly, accompanied by retching, filling the room with an unpleasant odor. I called for a doctor to examine him, who diagnosed it as a gastrointestinal flu, prescribing medication and an intravenous drip. I didn't send him to the infirmary for the drip. Instead, it was administered right there in the cell, and I summoned an elderly inmate to clean up the mess. This elderly man was a habitual thief, accustomed to frequent visits, but had become somewhat reformed and was due for release today, which gave me a sense of assurance. His work was swift, and in under 20 minutes, he had tidied up and departed. After this, everything remained rather calm. But who could have anticipated that this morning, when the meals were delivered, we would find him lying lifeless on the bed? We could hardly be blamed for this. As I listened, I pressed my hand against the old man's face, and an understanding settled within me. I turned to Zhang Baoshan and signaled discreetly, saying, "Let's step outside. The odor in here is overwhelming. We must not disturb the body for the time being." Zhang Baoshan grasped my intent, leading the still chattering director Hao outside. He informed Bao Jiangwo, who promptly arranged for Director Hao to have a separate office. Once it was just the 4 of us remaining, I stated, "Capturing this individual again is quite simple, but I require your trust." Bao Jiangwo readily replied, "We owe it to Mr. Zhou for helping us catch this scoundrel. We will heed your direction, provided you can bring him back. I would even relinquish my position as director to you." I chuckled. I wouldn't dare to accept such an offer. A position like yours comes with its burdens, and even a minute in it would surely invite calamity. First, I would like to pose a few questions to Director Hao, and then you can verify if the situation aligns with my account. After that, we can discuss our course of action. What do you think? Very well, Mr. Zhou. Please proceed with your inquiries. Old Hao, be honest in your responses. Director, how could I dare to be anything but truthful? If I fail to clarify matters, it would spell my doom. Mr. Zhou, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Without hesitation, I inquired, "Has that old inmate been released this morning?" Director Hao replied, "The paperwork was completed yesterday. He was released this morning without breakfast, as is customary." "Is there an issue with that old rascal?" "No worries. I know precisely where he mingles. Capturing him will be a piece of cake." I did not respond to his remark, but posed another question. "While he was being processed last night, were you constantly monitoring from close distance?" Director Hao stole a glance at Bao Jiangwo, stammering as he said, "We did keep watch. I was present at the time, but the odor was quite overpowering, so I maintained some distance. Nevertheless, the room is quite small. Once the door is opened, everything is visible, so distance is of little consequence. After the cleanup, I even went inside for a look. Although he appeared somewhat feeble, I can assure you he is alive. I nodded and politely requested, Director Howe, you must have photographs and records of that old inmate. Could you kindly fetch them for me? Director Howe, understanding the implication, promptly replied, I will retrieve them right away. Without further ado, he turned and exited. I addressed Bao Jiangwo. The issue lies in the very aspect I just inquired about. The individuals have been swapped. The deceased is that old inmate, while Wang Laoguan has been released. Zhang Baoshan interjected. That is impossible. The two are vastly different, and our personnel are not blind. There is no way a mistake could occur. Furthermore, I personally delivered Wang Laoguan last night. He is indeed the one inside. I said, clear the scene. I shall reveal the situation to you. The fewer individuals who are aware of the specifics, the better. Bao Jiangwo, a decisive man of action, wasted no time and immediately made arrangements. By the time we arrived again, all unrelated personnel had been removed, leaving only the coroner and the police taking photographs and gathering evidence. I took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to each person, saying, the scene may become somewhat unsettling shortly. Please indulge in a smoke. It contains a blend of calming herbs to ease the mind and dispel negativity. Bao Jiangwo readily accepted a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, this cigarette possesses a certain charm. It is remarkably refreshing. It reminds me, of the tea that Baoshan provided me. Zhang Baoshan chuckled, replying, that tea was also procured from Mr. Zhou. The coroner, however, merely accepted the cigarette without lighting it, stating, I do not smoke, so rest assured. In my profession, I have encountered all manner of scenes and can withstand whatever may arise. I smiled and produced a small iron box, akin to the size of a matchbox, from which I extracted 3 short yellow incense sticks. I ignited them with a lighter and placed them approximately 5 centimeters beneath the feet of the corpse, puncturing small holes in the sole. Moments later, the skin of the corpse began to undulate as though countless tiny insects were writhing beneath the surface. In an instant, a muffled pop erupted as the skin on the top of the head split open and the mangled, fleshless body slid forth from the fissure, covered in a viscous slime teeming with small white maggot-like creatures. The air was filled with an overwhelmingly pungent odor, permeating the confined space. The female forensic expert, holding her mask tightly, abruptly turned and fled outside. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she could no longer contain herself. She tore off her mask and began to vomit violently. The sinister arts of the outer world, specifically designed to confront all who dare to doubt their potency. Chapter 32. The Great Buddha Descends. Leaving no trace, the scene was indeed overwhelmingly horrifying, causing the remaining individuals in the room to display expressions of profound distress. Fortunately, the presence of smoke mitigated their immediate reactions. What on earth is this? Zhang Baoshan, having previously encountered the grisly experience of human skin garments, was the first to regain his composure. Human skin clothing. Have you ever perused the legend of the Condor heroes? The human skin mask worn by the old evil Huang bears a similar essence, while the mask merely strips away the face. This garment demands the complete removal of skin from the entire body, and it must be done while the victim is still alive to ensure that once donned, it appears indistinguishable from the skin of a living person, devoid of any flaws. Emerging from this human skin attire is the very individual who was meant to depart today. Last night, Wang Laoguan feigned illness, seizing the opportunity to flay the old man's skin, subsequently shedding his own to don the guise of the old man, brazenly walking out of the detention center in the skin of another. This technique is a form of the divine borrowing method. I, embodying Zhou Cheng, employed the divine borrowing, first claiming a life before assuming a new identity. Wang Laoguan utilized the shell borrowing technique, merely borrowing the skin without claiming a life. It may appear relatively mild, yet it is far more brutal in reality. The one flayed alive endures a fate worse than death. However, to maintain the vitality of the human skin garment, it is imperative to prolong the life of the skinned individual for as long as possible. Wang Laoguan's sole aim was to utilize the skin for his escape. Hence he resorted to no other means. The old man's demise in the dead of night was, in fact, a stroke of fortune, sparing him from further suffering. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong of Tang, a similar incident known as the false concubine case transpired, wherein a sorcerer employing the shell borrowing technique kept a concubine, flayed alive, preserved in a jar in the cellar for 3 years until the case came to light, mercifully ending her torment. Although I have recounted this matter succinctly, the pallor of the faces present spoke volumes of their horror. Zhang Baoshan exchanged a glance with Bao Jiangwo, and it was he who continued to inquire. Skinning a person alive is a meticulous craft. How, and his team have been closely monitoring. How did Wang Laogun manage it? At this juncture, he suddenly paused, then uttered a curse. Damn it, this Wang Laogun is not just any Wang Laogun. Is he still alive? Upon voicing this, he could not suppress a shiver, revealing a profoundly chilling expression. Let us refer to him as Wang Laogun. I picked up a small white maggot from the skinless corpse. It is known as a corpse worm, which feeds on the connective tissue between skin and muscle. By making a small incision on the surface of the skin and inserting this creature, a sufficient quantity could enable the removal of a human skin in merely a minute. And in that minute, only a brief ruse is required. I pushed the door to the room open. On the door's reverse side were starkly imprinted bloody handprints, alongside remnants of cleaned-up vomit. This was an external, malevolent sorcery, insidious and unavoidable. One cannot blame Hao and his team. The stench emanating from the vomit must have been laced with some drug, creating a potent stimulus that instinctively repulses one from approaching. This individual likely prepared for an escape long before taking action. Who could have anticipated that someone could accomplish the gruesome act of skinning a person alive and switching identities within such a brief span? It is utterly deranged. Bao Jiangwo's countenance darkened like stormy waters. If we do not bring this individual to justice, we all may find ourselves stripped of our skins and titles. Baoshan, you must collaborate with Mr. Zhou. If you can retrieve this person, whatever is required, be it human, money, or equipment, is yours for the taking. Understood, Director. Zhang Baoshan, always somewhat nonchalant, stood upright with a snap and saluted. Turning to me, he inquired, Mr. Zhou, what do you need me to do? Speak freely. This matter must remain confidential. Publicly, we must acknowledge the death of Wang Laogun. By doing so, he will believe that my connection with the police is not particularly deep, thus emboldening him to return to me. Does he truly dare to come back? Both Zhang Baoshan and Bao Jiangwo displayed expressions of incredulity. It is not a question of courage. Rather, he will return to exact his vengeance upon me. His murders and the concoction of elixirs were ostensibly for healing purposes. Yet no elixir can rival the living flesh and bones of the living meat fungus. Hence, his audacity in seeking the meat fungus surely implies that he intends to use it for someone. However, the meat fungus in my possession is a forgery. In truth, it is dead fungus, and consuming it would undoubtedly lead to demise. What benevolent character would dare to indulge in elixirs and dead meat fungus? Should that individual misapply the remedy, resulting in such a master-esque death, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but he would also face relentless pursuit, necessitating a hasty retreat into obscurity. With such profound enmity, he will undoubtedly seek me out for retribution before fleeing. Captain Zhang, all you need to do is station someone in my residence, and we shall wait for his arrival. Within 5 days, he will certainly return. Bao Jiangwo hesitated, questioning, but does this not place you, Mr. Zhou, in a perilous position? Is there not a more prudent approach? It matters not. As long as we are prepared, his abilities cannot harm me. I produced a matchbox from my pocket, placing a corpse worm inside. With this in my possession, should he approach, I shall be alerted. At that moment, my foresight shall outweigh his intentions, ensuring my victory, especially with your support as well. Then it is settled. Baoshan, please arrange the specific actions and ensure Mr. Zhou and Appo's safety. Bao Jiangwo decisively made the decision. Upon exiting the interrogation room, the female forensic expert leaned against the wall, still retching incessantly. The after effects of this substance are indeed quite potent. I retrieved a small vial of my own concocted remedy from my pocket and offered it to her. A single dose would quell the nausea, though it was not Danshan pill. The forensic expert accepted the vial, but did not consume it immediately, instead continuing to heave while clutching it in her hand. After leaving the detention center with Zhang Baoshan, he drove me back to Day Village. As we approached the village entrance, Zhang Baoshan suddenly inquired, "Mr. Zhou, was this part of your design? Did you foresee that fellow escaping from the detention center?" I smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Zhang Baoshan continued to muse aloud. "Those who concoct the life-restoring pills are not to be trusted. What sort of decent person would buy such pills for healing? Therefore, you set this trap, using Wang Leigun's hand to eliminate that buyer. When Wang Laogun returns to vent his anger, you can deal with him, ensuring a complete resolution of the matter." I replied, "Captain Zhang, you overestimate me. I am merely a practitioner of external maladies, not as capable as you envision." However, Zhang Baoshan asserted, "My master, Lao Gao, once told me that the reason the world fears the true Buddha is that their actions invariably lead to death. Yet there are degrees to this. The lesser Buddha reveals itself, causing harm and seizing souls, while the greater Buddha descends, leaving no trace behind." I shook my head and said, "I do not believe in deities or Buddhas." Zhang Baoshan patted me on the shoulder and said, "I will apply for some protective gear for you, just in case." I expressed my gratitude to Captain Zhang with a gesture and turned to make my way into the village. Behind me, Zhang Baoshan inquired, "Mr. Zhou, what brings you to Jincheng?" I chuckled heartily, giving him 2 thumbs up. Jincheng is the strategic heartland, a confluence of dragons and serpents, where one can establish a name and soon gain national recognition. In due time, I shall also be a renowned master. Making money will be effortless, don't you think? Is that so?" Zhang Baoshan shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. I leisurely strolled through the railway tunnel and entered the village. The window of the police station at the village entrance was open, and old Chow, wrapped in his coat, resembled a seated Buddha as he guarded the window. Upon seeing me, he waved for me to come over. "Comrade Chow, is there any instruction?" Old Chow pulled an envelope from his coat and tossed it to me, squinting his eyes with a half-smile, resembling a Buddha descending to the earthly realm, leaving no trace behind. "Well, young man, it seems I have underestimated you after all." Chapter 33. Just call on me without prior investigation. Wearing a F.A. Ade, one cannot deny your esteemed self a peaceful retirement, can one? I spread my hands in a gesture of helplessness. "And yet, you dare to lay blame upon me." Old Chow, in a surprisingly jovial mood, jestingly scolded me while gesturing toward the envelope, implying that it might hinder your competition for resources, thus costing you an opportunity. Henceforth, abide by the law. Conduct yourself appropriately as a teacher, and refrain from mingling with those dubious characters like Master Yao. Comrade Chow, I have always adhered to the law. I have not engaged with Master Yao. His ill fate during negotiations, leading to his demise, bears no relevance to me. Do not take advantage while pretending to be virtuous. Examine the contents. Inside the envelope lay a notice, inviting legally sanctioned practitioners to assist in healing. However, the notice failed to specify who was to be treated or the nature of the ailment, merely providing a location. Such notices can be likened to ancient bounty announcements. Yet, unlike public bounties, these notices circulate solely among genuine insiders, effectively deterring incompetent charlatans from intruding. Nonetheless, this method has become somewhat antiquated. The community of practitioners in several southern provinces has adopted the use of pagers and text messages for disseminating notice content, ensuring swifter and more precise communication. My colleague Miao and I had previously secured several deals in the south through such electronic notices. This particular notice was issued by Wu Xuehue, the owner of a rapid transport group. His grandson had fallen ill with a peculiar disease, and despite extensive efforts both domestically and internationally, the ailment remained a mystery. After consulting an expert who deemed it an external illness, Wu Xuehue sought assistance by issuing this notice, offering a substantial reward. It has been nearly a year since this post was published, and many have come seeking help, yet none have found a cure. If you could indeed provide a remedy, not only in Jincheng, but throughout the entire province, you would undoubtedly hold a significant position. I flicked the flyer and tucked it back into the envelope. Placing it on the table as I said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I shall not respond to this flyer." Old Chow raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Afraid of damaging your reputation if you fail to cure?" I smiled and replied, "There is no need to provoke me. There is no ailment beyond my capacity to treat. However, I only accept consultations in my practice. Those who wish for my services must adhere to proper etiquette and respect. It has been said that only those lacking true ability would go out of their way to solicit patients seeking a chance to heal. In contrast, those like myself, who possess genuine skill, are always sought after. In the past, when I traveled incognito with Sister Meow, I had no qualms about accepting flyers for the sake of earning a living. Yet now, as I aspire to establish my reputation in Jinsheng, I cannot behave like those itinerant practitioners who merely chase after profit. To build a name, one must first establish a foundation. If I accept home visits, others will follow suit, lest I offend anyone. Accepting such a flyer may bring fame, if successful, but it would reduce me to a mere servant in the eyes of the affluent. If I do not attend to every household, preferring instead to wait for them to seek me out, it will set a precedent. Once one household does so, all will recognize this standard. It is the ones who are invited to visit who are revered, and they must be treated with utmost respect. Old Chow scoffed and said, "Has the person you spoke with not mentioned that without sufficient renown, no matter how great your abilities, wealthy families like the Wuss would not simply seek you out for a consultation after watching a television program? In order to garner the admiration of others, one must first seize the opportunity to genuinely showcase their remarkable abilities. Even when acquiring wealth, one must occasionally bend down to pick it up. Seeking consultation from those esteemed in the community is not a disgrace. Rather, it is a means to establish one's reputation." Long ago, the venerable Elder Chong was revered as a living deity before entering the Golden City, yet he still sought the esteemed Dr. Yuan's counsel to gain acclaim. As a young man, what you have to be ashamed of? Though I do not take on disciples as a deity, it does not diminish my authenticity as one. I appreciate your kind intentions. When the Wu family approaches me for a visit, I shall express my gratitude then. This is an excellent opportunity to penetrate the upper echelons of local practitioners in the Golden City. Without the guidance of insiders, discovering such connections proves to be quite a challenge. I must acknowledge this favor from Old Chow. There is no need for thanks. Simply refrain from causing any disturbances for the next 10 months. I shall create a countdown sign to hang in my home. Go on. Are you planning to count the days until my end? I laughed heartily, waved my hand at Old Chow, tossed the half-pack of 3-5 cigarettes onto the table, and turned to return to the small courtyard. I first visited Bao Yuqin to inquire if there had been any consultations that morning, followed by checking on the situation of the yellow-haired one. That name no longer suits him. His once golden locks have been entirely shaved by Bao Yuqin, leaving him with a pale, greenish head as he squats in the corner, fixated on the cat painting hanging on the wall, looking exceedingly docile. Bao Yuqin remarked, "We owe it all to you. Ever since we brought back this feline spirit, the strong soldier has improved significantly, though he consumes very little and remains silent. Is there any way to encourage him to eat more? Have you forgotten what I said?" "No, I have not forgotten. I fear that indulging him too much may lead to his reluctance to leave. My concern is that he might end up starving." "He will not starve. He spends his days wandering outside and causing trouble, likely due to having eaten too well and finding himself idle. A little hunger might do him good rather than harm. Would it be better to give him even less porridge?" "No. Any further reduction would genuinely risk his well-being. Just follow my arrangements and refrain from overthinking." "Very well. I shall heed your advice. By the way, the granddaughter of my uncle's sister's old friend has been experiencing persistent fevers. Could I trouble you to take a look? Simply come to the clinic when you are available. I will call her and ask her to bring the child over shortly." Bao Yuqin, the granddaughter of my uncle's sister's old friend, arrived promptly, and she did not come alone. She brought along a considerable entourage, including but not limited to the child's parents, grandparents, 3 aunts, 2 uncles, and a host of children ranging from 4 to 18 years of age. The house was filled with an overwhelming sense of liveliness. I have never encountered such a bustling scene in my life. Fortunately, this family is quite well-mannered, despite the large number of visitors. They did not create a cacophony, but rather observed quietly, which is indeed a rarity. "Mr. Zhou, I kindly request you to examine what ailment this child is suffering from." The hospital visit merely indicated inflammation, and after 5 days of anti-inflammatory medication, there has been no improvement. Several hospitals have provided the same diagnosis. Our dear Zhu sought the expertise of specialists from the provincial children's hospital, yet no definitive explanation was provided. They merely suggested a period of further observation. They noted that recently, instances of unexplained fever have been prevalent, and most children tend to recover naturally after experiencing a week of mild fever. Bai Yuqin's aunt's sister, a rather corpulent woman, was impeccably dressed and wore glasses, presenting an air of formality that suggested she was an educated individual. Her speech was articulate, laced with a habitual authority that indicated her dominant role within the family. Beside her sat her husband, whose appearance and demeanor were characteristic of a retired bureaucrat, quietly reserved. The child, merely 3 years of age, was neatly groomed, sporting a delicate silver bracelet on her wrist. However, she lacked vitality. A gentle touch revealed a warm forehead, a sign of her ongoing low-grade fever. It is said that children are not afraid of fever during illness, but rather of the absence of energy. As I proceeded through the examination, taking her pulse, inspecting her fingers, and observing the palms, I felt a sense of unease. I requested the removal of her shoes and socks to examine her chubby little feet. Upon noticing a bruise the size of a fingertip on the top of her left foot, I inquired, "When did this appear?" The elderly lady cast a fleeting glance, and the child's mother quickly responded, "We discovered it 10 days ago. We visited the hospital, and they said it was merely a bruise from a bump that would heal in a few days." I probed further. Did the fever start the day after the bruise appeared, or was it the 3rd day? The mother replied, "It was the 3rd day. Does this have any relation?" The elderly lady interjected, "Do not speak out of turn. Listen to the doctor." The child's mother fell silent, no longer daring to speak. I pointed to the row of young girls behind me and said, "Please remove your right shoes. I wish to take a look." The elderly lady turned her gaze and, upon seeing the group of girls, totaling 9, promptly instructed them to take off their shoes, revealing a row of white, delicate feet before me. I examined each one and then asked them to put their shoes back on. Turning to the elderly lady, I inquired, "Is this the only boy in your family, without any others?" She replied, "Indeed, he is the only one. The state has policies in place, and our family is dependent on public support. We must adhere to the rules." After a moment of contemplation, I asked, "Have experts at the provincial children's hospital indicated that such cases have been on the rise? Are they predominantly boys?" The elderly lady immediately cast a glance at the old man beside her. He appeared somewhat indifferent, clearly skeptical of my line of questioning. Yet intimidated by the elderly lady's authority, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Following her look, he quickly sat up straight, cleared his throat with a deliberate cough, and, assuming an air of importance, responded, "Well, this matter isn't entirely clear. We came here for medical treatment and didn't inquire too deeply, just ask if you don't know." The elderly lady exclaimed, startling the old man. Overcoming his pretense, he hastily accepted the phone from the child's father behind him, dialed a number, and said, "Hello, Professor Yang? This is Zhu Zhengmin. I apologize for the interruption. Is it a good time to speak? I wanted to ask you about something you mentioned earlier regarding cases like my grandsons. Have they been predominantly boys?" "Oh, I see. Thank you. When I have the chance, I will arrange a time with old Gu for us to gather together." "Huh. I still have a few bottles of vintage original brew at home, which I procured from the old leader during my previous visit to the capital. I've been reluctant to open them, but when the time comes, I will bring them along for us to savor together." "Oh, I will tell you more about it later. You can attend to your matters for now." After hanging up the phone, the old man's expression became somewhat nuanced. He first glanced at the old lady, and, when he turned to me, his demeanor grew considerably more serious. Professor Yang mentioned that all the children he has received are boys. Chapter 34. Troubles of response sent a wave of tension through the room. The elderly lady hurriedly inquired, "What is this ailment? Is it contagious?" "It is not an illness," I reassured her. "First, bring the child into the inner room. I will resolve the issue before we delve into details." Having an inkling of what was amiss, I refrained from further elaboration and instructed the two to take the child inside. The mother cradled the child, followed closely by the elderly woman, while the others had no choice but to wait outside. The child's father attempted to enter, but refrained upon receiving a stern glare from the mother, revealing that such domestic authority can indeed be inherited. Inside, the room was warmed by a small heater, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of summer. I first retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper, pressing it against the corner of the table. Then, I lit a candle and placed it at the center of the table, followed by lighting an incense stick, which I inserted into the incense burner on the windowsill. With the preparations complete, I instructed the elderly lady to remove the child's clothing and lay it on the bed. Old aunt, stand guard at the door. If a draft blows in, simply shout, "Get out." Be a bit fierce, but no need to say anything more. The elderly lady appeared troubled. I have never scolded anyone in my life. Perhaps we could have old Jew do it? He has been a soldier, fought against the Japanese, served in Korea, has a loud voice, and knows how to be fierce. Very well, let old uncle stand outside the door. If he senses a chill, he shall shout, "You dear aunt, remain inside and do not move." The child's mother will stand by the window, watching the incense. If the flame flickers, she should call the child's name. I will not say stop, she must not cease. Old Jew to the door. Coming, coming. Rest assured, old Chai, with me here, the entrance will be well guarded. The child's mother stood before the incense, her entire body tense, and even before anything had begun, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Everyone was in position. I first purified my face and hands. With my left hand, I grasped a small coin cup, while in my right hand, I heated a needle over the candle flame, gently piercing the bruise. The child instinctively recoiled, letting out a wail, twisting in distress, and within moments was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the incense flickered at the window. The child's mother cried out, "Little treasure, little treasure, little treasure." Just after her third call, an elderly man at the door erupted in a furious shout. "Get out." His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, causing the curtain at the door to tremble violently. I swiftly lifted the coin cup over the candle flame and pressed it against the bruise. A slender gray line was drawn from the needle's tip. As the needle began to draw blood, I immediately removed the coin cup, holding it upright. The gray line settled at the bottom of the cup, revealing a fine, powdery substance. The bruise on the child's foot now left only a small red dot. The child, who had been crying, blinked, kicked his little legs, and broke into a toothless smile at me. The little one understood gratitude, expressing his thanks with that innocent grin. I returned his smile, acknowledging his appreciation. Then, a sudden jet of water shot upward, aimed directly at my face. Fortunately, my reflexes were sharp, despite the unexpectedness of the deluge. I managed to evade it at the last moment. Though my clothes were drenched, I ultimately spared my face, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Within the confines of the room, two women exclaimed in unison. The child burst into peals of laughter, flailing their arms and legs with abandon. Indeed, children can be little devils. I vowed never to allow these mischievous imps to urinate upon me again. Ignoring my damp collar, I first examined the small cup, reassured to find it free of any unwelcome liquid before I breathed a sigh of relief. I carefully placed it on the table, covering the cup's opening with a talisman, and addressed the two women. "All right, you may dress him now. Once you've tidied up, please take the child outside, and do not disturb anything in this room. I will change my clothes first." Having issued my instructions, I hastily fled the scene, disregarding the curious and anxious glances from those outside, and returned to my bedroom to change. Just as I was in the midst of changing, I heard a cacophony of cheerful voices from the examination room. "The fever has subsided. Oh, look at the little one's spirit. They are certainly on the mend. Mr. Zhou is quite remarkable. These doctors are not merely charlatans. They possess genuine skill." "What do you mean genuine skill?" "This is true mastery. Let us show proper respect." My colleague's son had also suffered from a persistent low fever. I should have him brought in for a visit. "Yes, indeed, let us refer everyone." Yet I felt no joy. Although the child had recovered, the real troubles were just beginning. Upon returning to the examination room, the elderly lady cheerfully informed me, "Mr. Zhou, the child no longer has a fever, and their spirits are lifted. Does this mean they are well? Is there anything else we should be cautious about?" I advised, after returning home, please refrain from taking the child outside or allowing them to meet strangers for the next week. As night fell, I instructed the old uncle to sleep outside the door, assuring him that should any matters arise, he could bring the child to me at any time. After imparting my instructions, I handed a red string bracelet to the elderly lady, advising her to have the child wear it for an entire year without removing it, even during bathing. She nodded in acknowledgement, carefully receiving the bracelet, and then produced an envelope to hand to me, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." I accepted it, feeling the usual weight of 1,000 yuan within, quite generous indeed. The entire family then rose, surrounding the elderly lady as they made their way outside. The old man intentionally lingered behind, waiting until everyone had exited before quietly inquiring, "Young Mr. Zhou, should I bring the dagger I used back in the day when I go to bed?" The old uncle is aware of such matters. I confessed my ignorance, recalling a time during the war in Shandong when a monk, having returned to secular life, assisted local families with troubled children. He had asked me and my squad leader to stand guard outside for a night, and the child had recovered by dawn. I pondered that my grandson might be in a similar predicament, requiring my blood-stained hands to provide protection. "No need," I replied. "Your own aura is formidable enough, and the dagger you used is too fierce. It might startle the child." "Ah, very well then, I shall forego the dagger." Once the family departed, I returned to my clinic, gazing at the faint gray hue in the small money cup. After a moment of contemplation, I placed the cup into the cabinet. I am merely a practitioner of the Yin Pulse, attending to illnesses, a duty as natural as breathing. Engaging in unnecessary matters only invites trouble. My friend Miao Jia once remarked that in our profession, it is not the abundance of cases that frightens us, but rather the complications they invite. Thus, this day concluded with just one consultation request. As evening descended, Bao Yuqin came to deliver my meal, her face aglow with joy, a smile stretching from ear to ear. The dishes were plentiful: half a salted duck, sauteed melon slices, garlic jelly, and a small bowl of cabbage and tofu soup. Once I had finished my meal, Bao Yuqin presented me with a red envelope, saying, "Mr. Zhou, this is a token of gratitude from my aunt's sister. She did not seek your consultation, feeling it inappropriate to approach you directly, so she entrusted me with this." I replied, "If she did not seek my consultation, what merit is there for this offering? I cannot accept it." My younger sister had recently sought assistance from her friend, which had proven rather troublesome. They were reluctant to help and had been deferring. Today, after you treated her child, they felt indebted to her and agreed to assist with the matter. My sister thought this was an opportunity to express her gratitude to you. Hence the gesture. I insisted, "There is no need for such an offering. Attending to patients is my duty, and it is unrelated to her. Please return this money to her." "Ah, then I shall take it back," she said, and, respecting my wishes, she tucked the envelope away. After dinner, I rested for a while before promptly commencing my evening routine, practicing calligraphy and martial arts. While I was in the midst of my exercises, I noticed Feng Wan standing at the gate, hesitating and peering down, not entering. I felt a tinge of confusion, but remained focused on completing my set of movements before I inquired, "Sister Feng, has something happened with the child again?" No, it's not that. The cherry is fine. My mother is watching over her." "Mr. Zhou, I have something I wish to ask you." Feng Wan finally gathered her resolve, lifting her gaze to meet mine. "May I come to discuss it?" I carefully observed her features, the delicate arch of her brows, the gentle curve of her eyes, her nose, and ears, before inviting her into the consultation room. I offered her a seat on the sofa and poured her a cup of warm tea, then settled into the chair opposite her. Feng Wan appeared exceedingly anxious. Having removed her down jacket, she sat there fidgeting with her hands. I suggested, "Warm yourself with the tea, and we can speak at our leisure." Upon hearing this, she abruptly lifted the cup and downed the entire contents in one swift motion, placing the cup forcefully on the coffee table. Since returning home, I've been suffering from severe pain in my lower back. I can't even bear to touch it. "Mr. Zhou, can you help me?" I replied, "I have just examined you, and you do not exhibit symptoms of an external ailment. For back pain, it would be prudent to seek a hospital examination." Feng Wan suddenly stood up, towering over me as she gazed down. The painful area was precisely where the female acupuncturist had previously treated her with massage and needles. It had swollen significantly, and the pain radiated to her hips. "Surely, she must have employed some malevolent technique that harmed my body," she asserted. I looked up, unable to see her face from this angle, my view filled only with her ample curves. I leaned back against the sofa realizing that diagnosing an ailment requires examination, not speculation. A hospital visit was indeed necessary, as I was unable to treat common maladies. Phone 1 persisted. Mr. Zhou, since I'm already here, please take a look at me. If all is well, I will feel reassured. With reluctance, I conceded, very well, let us proceed to the inner room. Please lie down on the bed and expose the area of your lower back that troubles you, and I shall examine it. Phone 1 approached the door to the inner room and paused momentarily, her hesitation palpable yet fleeting. In but a few seconds, she lifted the fabric curtain and stepped inside. After a brief interval, I rose from the sofa, first washing my hands before parting the curtain to enter the inner chamber. Phone 1 was already sprawled upon the bed, her garments hiked up, revealing her alabaster, slender waist. The sight of her delicate figure momentarily dazzled my senses, causing my heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. Regaining my composure, I approached the bedside and closely examined her lower back. Amidst the smooth, pale skin, a scattering of small red spots caught my attention, starkly visible. Tentatively, I pressed lightly upon the area. There was no swelling or bruising, indicating that this was merely a guiding mark, devoid of any significant concern. Yet as I applied pressure, Phone 1's body quivered slightly, eliciting a soft, low moan. Does it hurt? I pondered, feeling a twinge of doubt. That sound bore little resemblance to pain, reminiscent instead of that night. Phone 1 offered no reply. Instead, she turned to sit up and enveloped me in a tight embrace. I must still be unwell, she confessed. Since returning home, I've been plagued by an insatiable itch, my thoughts consumed with the desire to engage in that act with you once more. Please, help me just this once, for it shall be the last time. Chapter 35. Visitors arriving in succession, the consultation room serves as a sanctuary for inquiries and healing. It is a place where disorderly conduct is utterly unwelcome. This embodies the fundamental respect one must uphold for their vocation. Thus, I carried Phone 1 back to the bedroom. She clung to me like a lifeless ornament, reluctant to release her grasp. The tumult of passion rendered the passage of time irrelevant, leaving me with a profound sensation of softness and warmth. Following our encounter, she did not hastily don her clothes and depart. Instead, she nestled quietly in my embrace, akin to a contented cat with its fur smoothed. Her sleek back glistened with perspiration. I shall prepare some water for you. Perhaps you would like to take a bath? I suggested. Phone 1 shook her head, pressing her face against my chest, and softly inquired, Do you look down upon me? I gently stroked her hair and replied, The desires of humanity are vast and varied. The avarice born of death and destitution manifests as the gravest of evils. Hence, the inclinations of desire and malice are the very essence of the heart. The human heart conceals its true intentions, rendering them inscrutable. The notions of beauty and ugliness reside within, invisible to the eye. If one were to pursue desire relentlessly, where would the principles of propriety stand? Phone 1, bewildered, responded, You are quite cultured. I cannot comprehend your words. This is a passage from the Book of Rights. You have done nothing amiss, yet I ponder why you sought me out. We are hardly acquainted. We have only met thrice in total. Is it not somewhat excessive to have been intimate on 2 occasions? Aside from Yao Jia, I had not engaged extensively with any other women, and prior to turning 18, I had no experience in matters of intimacy. The discipline of my practice required the preservation of my youthful essence, and Miao Jia scrutinized my every move. Phone 1 softly remarked, The cherry is still small. My husband was adept in business and left behind a few possessions before his passing. For the sake of Cherry, I cannot remarry, nor can I casually seek a man of ill repute within my circle. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Uncle Gao remarked that I am a true celestial being, descended merely to fulfill a lingering desire. While I found his words incomprehensible, I grasped his implication. I am dependable. A smile escaped me. Could it be that Comrade Gao possesses the gift of divination? His assertion was rather absolute. Celestial beings are categorized into righteous and errant ones. Moreover, I had pledged to another that I would not become a deity, but rather remain human. Sister Miao once cautioned that those who delve into unorthodox arts acquire extraordinary abilities, controlling life and death. Over time, this leads to emotional desensitization, fostering a belief that one has transcended humanity. Should one truly become a celestial being, they forfeit their human essence, rendering them capable of unspeakable acts devoid of moral boundaries. She wished for me to remain human throughout my life, eschewing divinity. Feng Wan stated, "Regardless of whether you are a celestial being or a mortal, I shall not impose upon you. You are my life-saving elixir. Once I recover, I shall no longer seek your company." I sighed, feeling a twinge of softness in my heart as I caressed her hair, hoping she would not regret this in the future. Feng Wan remained silent, merely nuzzling against me. I gently pressed her beneath me once more, and she became increasingly tender and supple. The presence of another in the bed undeniably alleviated the solitude. However, my excessive gentleness made it exceedingly challenging to rise on time for the morning session. As I stirred, Feng Wan awakened, also dressing in the dim light. "You should sleep a little longer," I suggested. "No, it is my turn to take the shift today. I cannot be late. I must first return to check on Cherry. Will I be able to come back? You may visit any time." I retrieved a red bracelet and handed it to Feng Wan, instructing her to put on the child and refrain from taking her outside for a week and to avoid any visitors for half a month. Feng Wan tucked the bracelet away, silently donned her clothes, and embraced me tightly for a considerable time before reluctantly letting go. I accompanied her out of the village, watching from a distance as she hailed a taxi before turning back. After practicing Qigong and having breakfast, patients began to arrive for consultation. The previous day, a family from a Zhu household had referred them, as their child was suffering from a persistent fever. Following my usual routine, I checked their pulse and examined their fingers and palms, ultimately inspecting the left foot. Indeed, there was a bluish bruise present. Without further inquiry, I proceeded with the prescribed treatment and reiterated my advice. However, this family lacked a seasoned veteran like Zhu Zhengmin, so I suggested they procure a used weapon, such as a bayonet, gun tip, or dagger, to hang above the child's bedroom door at night. After seeing this family off, I organized the red bracelet and had an early lunch before seeking out Bao Yuqin and then Tao Danian, requesting him to arrange for 3 educated individuals from the village to assist. Tao Danian provided me with 2 members of the joint defense team and sent over the most educated female director. Soon, new patients began to arrive in succession. At the very least, each family consisted of 3 members, typically comprising 6 or 7 individuals. The family planning policies in Jinsheng are strictly enforced, resulting in most families having only one child, who is cherished and protected like a fragile treasure, with at least 6 pairs of eyes anxiously watching. The persistent fever was a source of distress for the entire family. Bao Yuqin was responsible for boiling water and serving tea, while the 2 community defense team members maintained order and the women's director assisted with registration. After accommodating 8 families in one go, it was only when dusk approached that the influx ceased. These 8 families were all beneficiaries of state support, and within the system, information flowed freely among them, enabling the swiftest arrivals. Each family offered a customary tribute of 1,000 yuan. I estimated that the coming days would be quite busy, so I treated the few helpers to a meal at a local restaurant and gifted each a red bracelet as a token of gratitude, inviting them to return the following day. After dinner, upon returning, I noticed a familiar old Jetta parked at the entrance. Zhang Baoshan leaned against the vehicle, smoking a cigarette. As I approached, he retrieved a bag from the car and handed it to me. It contained a bulletproof vest meant for close wear and a walkie-talkie, already set to the appropriate channel. Just switch it on and it's ready to use. The personnel had been arranged in shifts with 4 teams of 2 on duty, ready to respond at a moment's notice. "Ah, I see your business is thriving," he remarked. I stopped by in the afternoon. The courtyard was bustling with people. Why are there so many cases of foreign ailments in Jinsheng? 2 of them are from the big courtyard. I refrained from entering the courtyard, fearing the crowd might be overwhelming. They all exhibit similar childish ailments, persistent low fevers, and have been referred to one another, I explained. I expect the number of visitors will not diminish in the next few days. Is this foreign ailment contagious? He inquired. It an oppose. That's hard to say. It really depends on the specific circumstances, I replied. Captain Zhang, why don't you come in for a while? I won't. There's much to attend to at the station. I must return. Even this late, you're not off duty yet? In our line of work, There is no such thing as a quitting time. In the past 2 years, the flow of personnel has increased dramatically, leading to a plethora of chaotic situations. I fear that we may soon face another stringent crackdown. Enough of that. Do you have a cigarette? I'd like a pack. I'll smoke yours first, then mine. Somehow, the flavor seems off. Just a moment. I grabbed a bag and returned to my room, retrieving 2 packs of cigarettes, which I tossed to Zhang Baoshan. You can only manage 3 in a day, no more. Conserve them. It's a hassle to match them up, and I currently lack the time to do so. Once they're gone, they're gone. With your cigarettes prolonging my existence, life feels a tad easier. Zhang Baoshan gleefully tossed the cigarettes onto the passenger seat, glanced around, and pulled a short baton from his lower back, handing it to me. It's an electric baton, a weapon I cannot officially provide you. I obtained it under my name. Take it for now. As I watched the car depart, I turned back inside, tried on the bulletproof vest, and tucked the walkie-talkie and electric baton beneath my pillow. After completing my evening prayers, I retired to bed. The emptiness of the covers felt starkly cold, and I found myself yearning for that soft, tender sensation. Matters of intimacy, once tasted, are truly unforgettable. Chapter 36. The Paperman's Reckoning in the Dead of Night. I was suddenly stirred by a rustling sound outside my window. Someone was in the courtyard. Without turning on the lights, I quietly donned my outer garment and slipped out through the back door, making my way to the shadows beside the house to observe. In the courtyard, there were 2 figures clad in cotton coats, their heads adorned with knit caps and their faces hidden beneath cotton masks. One held a bucket while the other was swiftly applying something to the bedroom door. After a few strokes, they crouched down to place an object on the ground by the door, then hastily exited through the fence without using the main entrance, settling into a dark corner and remaining motionless. Capitalizing on the cloak of darkness, I stealthily approached from behind them, producing a cigarette. I crushed one, scattering its tobacco over their shoulders, and pricked the back of their necks with a needle before retreating to the shadowy corner of the courtyard, oblivious to my presence. The 2 remained foolishly squatting there, peering curiously into the yard. Before long, a bat swooped down from the sky, spiraling briefly before colliding with the door, producing a sharp, resounding thud akin to someone forcefully knocking. This tactic was known as the midnight ghost knocking, an archetypal method of conjuring fear. By smearing eel blood in the shape of a handprint on the door, the bat, drawn by the scent, would peck at the blood clots, creating the illusion of a knock. As the inhabitants inside heard the commotion and approached the door, the startled bat would take flight, leaving those unaware to believe that a ghost was at their door. I couldn't help but chuckle as I returned through the back door, switched on a light, and flung open the door. The vigorous knocking ceased abruptly. The door was covered with a multitude of blood handprints, and standing on the ground before me was a paper figure, its hands outstretched, cradling a ghostly banknote. I picked up the paper effigy and, upon examining the ghostly currency, discovered its denomination was 90 million. In the past 2 days, I have treated 9 children and received 9,000 as a token of gratitude. Real money seeks affection, while ghost money demands a life. This feels like a threat to me. I have opened my practice, providing care to those who seek it. It is only natural. Even if my actions disrupt their plans, they ought to adhere to proper protocol and first communicate their request for me to cease treatment. That is the reasonable course of action. Yet, they say nothing and resort to the crude method of using a paper effigy to demand a life. How incredibly discourteous. This reminds me of the likes of Xiao Ding and Yao De. Their behavior is strikingly similar. The local sorcerers of Jinsheng exhibit a shocking lack of etiquette. Despite their limited abilities, their tempers are anything but small, embodying a foolish arrogance, as if they were the supreme authority. I feel compelled to teach them the very basics of courtesy. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life with a low call, "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou." I secured the door, placed the paper effigy and ghostly currency on the table, and picked up the intercom to respond. "It's nothing. Those 2 are of no concern." "Understood. Take care." After hanging up, I meticulously wiped the small amount of blood from the needle onto the paper effigy, took a dark red incense stick, and threaded the effigy, ghostly currency, and a large coin together. I lit the incense, inserted it into the incense burner on the windowsill, and then returned to bed to continue my slumber. When I awoke in the morning, the incense had burned away, leaving the paper effigy and ghostly currency with a perfect circular hole, now resting in the incense burner, scattered with ash. After completing the morning class, I took with me paper figures, ghost money, and a small cup containing a gray substance, making my way directly to the village police station. Although it was early, Old Chow was indeed present. Upon seeing me approach, he greeted me with a smile, inquiring, "You were quite busy yesterday. What prompted you to seek me out? Change your mind about going? There is no chance now, as I've already torn down that notice." I shook my head, placing the small cup on the table and sliding it towards Old Chow. This was extracted from the left foot of a child I examined over the past couple of days. "What do you want me to do with this?" "I don't understand the ways of your so-called practitioners," Old Chow remarked, though he picked up the small cup to examine it closely. His expression soon turned grave. "Ashes?" I nodded towards the table, replying, "Human ashes." Old Chow was momentarily taken aback, promptly pushing the cup away and muttering, "I have only 10 months until retirement." I then placed the paper figures and ghost money on the table, stating, "A doctor who previously treated the child mentioned that recently there has been an influx of children displaying similar symptoms. Many are sent home with antipyretics, yet some have continued to suffer from fevers for over half a month without any respite. I can treat this ailment, but last night someone employed paper figures to demand a life. You tell me, is this something I should concern myself with?" Old Chow became irate, slamming his hand on the table and glaring at me. "What do you mean by that?" I replied, "Comrade Chow, I have always kept my word. Since I promised not to stir up trouble, I shall endure this. From today onward, I will cease my practice for a maximum of half a month. The truth of this matter will reveal itself. If the boys cannot be found, they will inevitably turn to the girls. Regardless, the plight of these children is no longer my concern." Old Chow, visibly displeased, remarked, "You've caused this trouble. Haven to you?" I replied with composure, "I am here to establish my practice, to heal and save lives. It is a matter of principle and righteousness. More children will seek my help today, and if I accept them, it won't just be a mere formality. So, will you give me your decision?" Old Chow responded, "A visit for a lesson will suffice. Do you truly fear them with your skills?" I slowly extended my left hand, palm up, revealing a large coin resting within. As the coin glittered, it sprang from my palm, spinning gracefully before descending. With a swift motion of my right hand, I smacked the coin onto the back of my left hand. The inscription upon it exuded a lethal aura. I moved my palm aside, presenting the coin to Old Chow. The inscription faced upward, dusted with a hint of black residue. "What are you trying to imply?" I questioned. "What era are we in, still resorting to such tricks?" Old Chow rummaged at his waist, producing a pair of handcuffs which he slammed onto the table. "Do you believe I won't take you back and give you a good stretch?" I responded, "To wield such tactics indicates that one possesses genuine skills. Comrade Chow, you are knowledgeable. What would you have me do?" Old Chow's lips quivered slightly as he sank back into his chair, despondently stating, "Had I known, I wouldn't have shared that drink with you. Your fate is of no concern to me. In 10 months, I shall retire. Why must the heavens send such a harbinger of misfortune to torment me?" I consoled him. "Think positively. These events would occur regardless of my presence. Would you not intervene if you witnessed them? Perhaps the heavens intended for me to assist you in navigating these troubles, sparing you from distress as you approach retirement." "You certainly have a way with words," he retorted. Old Chow waved his hand irritably, dismissing me with a command to take my things and not to bother him. I smiled, putting away the paper figurines, the ghost money, and the small offering cup, yet I left the large coin atop the table. On this day, a total of 23 families sought my consultation, all afflicted by the same ailment. It seems that news of my purported secret method for curing this malady has spread widely throughout the bustling city of Jincheng. As dusk approached, Zhang Baoshan arrived, not in his old Jetta, but clad in a different attire, donning a hat, and presenting himself under the guise of seeking medical advice. What transpired with those two individuals last night? I guided him into the consultation room. The table was lined with 3 rows of small offering cups, each containing ashes collected from the feet of children who had previously sought my assistance. This practice is known as selecting a spirit from ashes. Chapter 37. The selection of ashes and spirits. What does this mean? Surely, it cannot bode well. Zhang Baoshan furrowed his brow deeply, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. He pulled out a pack, glanced at it, then tucked it back and retrieved another. He offered me one. Chuckling awkwardly, I couldn't help myself. I smoked 3 already this morning. By the way, do you have any left? Could you spare me 2 more packs? I was somewhat taken aback. Zhang, you're quite generous. Have you really finished off 2 packs already? Zhang Baoshan lit his cigarette and replied with a hint of resignation. Not at all. I stashed them away in my desk drawer. But this afternoon, Lao Bao swung by the station, and I foolishly offered him one. He took a puff and immediately recognized it was your brand, insisting I give him some. When a high-ranking official like him asks for cigarettes, I couldn't possibly refuse just one. I opened the drawer to grab a whole pack for him, and that rascal snatched a whole pack from me. Now, I'm left with just half a pack. My supply is dwindling, and it's making me anxious. I suggested, you should conserve your smoking for now. Once we resolve these pressing matters, I'll procure some herbs to prepare a remedy for you. However, you'll have to cover the cost of the cigarettes. No problem. He replied, I owe you some huangaloo as a token of appreciation. Recently, the son of Lao Huang from the spice factory got himself into a street brawl and was taken in. He is a classmate of mine, and I helped him get released. In gratitude, he gifted me a few packs of the white shell huangaloo. I've been saving them, but now I'll bring them all to you. They're hidden at home with just 1 pack on me, and I'll see who dares to take it from me. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. What is the meaning of this selection of ashes and spirits? You do realize that treating leukemia requires matching for a bone marrow transplant, right? The selection of souls from ashes resembles that of a similar nature. There are those who seek a child compatible with the essence of the deceased to perform a certain task. They inject the ashes beneath the skin of the child's foot and cast a spell. Upon reaching the age of selection, the child will suddenly develop a fever, enduring it for 9 consecutive days. After this ordeal, the compatible child will absorb the ashes, resulting in a distinctive mark appearing at the center of their forehead. At that point, the child bearing this mark will be taken away to fulfill the intended purpose. What is that purpose, you may ask? The possibilities are numerous, and I cannot claim to know them all. For instance, it could be akin to a lama seeking a reincarnated child to return and be revered as a spiritual leader. It might involve sacrificial rites, where the child serves as an offering. It could also pertain to the creation of alchemical elixirs aimed at remedying congenital defects. Or perhaps it is to serve as a substitute to ward off misfortune for the family of the deceased. There are many other potential uses. I paused for a moment, swallowing back a thought that lingered on the tip of my tongue. To orchestrate such a grand scheme merely to abduct a child? Not just one child. It is possible that several, even dozens, may be sought. The selection of souls from ashes is not infallible. Once chosen, the child must be nurtured for a year before a second selection can confirm the final decision. What becomes of the children who are not selected? A small fraction may not survive, while the majority may suffer severe mental impairment, leaving only a fortunate few to emerge unscathed. Truly, it is a lawless affair. Did those 2 individuals from last night threaten you to prevent you from treating those children? Today, you have treated so many. Surely more will come tonight. I shall summon personnel to take them back for a thorough interrogation. You must not reveal yourselves in this matter. Wang Laogun could appear at any moment. He may very well be observing the situation from the shadows as we speak. If you expose yourselves, you risk scaring him away, and capturing him again will be an unattainable goal. I produced the recorded consultation notes and handed them to Zhang Baoshan. This is the documentation of the children's conditions. These children were born 3 to 4 years ago, with their birthdays predominantly falling between July and September, indicating that their birth dates are a fundamental selection criterion. The infusion of ashes must occur immediately after the child is born, and the effects will manifest around the age of 3 or 4. Such actions cannot be executed without an insider within the hospital. Captain Zhang, you may begin your inquiries at the hospitals where these children were born. I shall manage my end. Zhang Baoshan pocketed the records and said, I will arrange for an investigation. However, our police force is currently stretched thin, and given the ambiguous nature of this situation, I cannot allocate too many personnel. It may take some time before we uncover anything substantial. I replied, that is of no concern. We shall work in tandem, and we will surely uncover some signs. If they arrive tonight, I should be able to gather some clues. I then took my leave, advising him to rest early. Should the situation become overwhelming, do not hesitate to call for reinforcements. Your life is of utmost importance. Understood. By the way, Captain Zhang, do not return before Wang Laogun makes his appearance. These practitioners can see through disguises. Once they have witnessed you, no amount of alteration will deceive them again. Is it truly that formidable? Then I shall refrain from coming. By the way, would you consider purchasing a mobile phone? Your current device is merely a pager, lacking any essential functionality, making it exceedingly inconvenient for me to reach you when necessary. We shall discuss it later. After bidding farewell to Zhang Baoshan, I returned to the consultation room. I gathered all the small remnants of ash from various containers into a single cup, placed a talisman within, and burned it, mixing it with the ashes. From my luggage, I retrieved a faceless wooden figurine and nestled it among the ashes, then poured a small amount of liquor to soak it. I sealed the cup with another talisman, sprinkling incense ash upon its surface before carefully placing it in the corner of the cabinet. Since I was utilizing the ashes to select a spirit, those ashes became the vital link to the matter at hand. The essence of all confrontations lies in persistent effort. From this moment forth, I must prepare myself. Once I had completed the handling of the ashes, I resumed my evening rituals. However, the nearly 200 characters I inscribed that night deviated from my usual standard. The process of selecting a spirit from the ashes had indeed affected my state of mind. The last thought I swallowed back was perhaps to seize life and extend longevity. My cultivation of inner peace remains insufficient. Sister Meow was right. I require further refinement. That night, I refrained from sleeping, instead sitting upright on the sofa in the consultation room, meditating to restore my spirit. The other party was bound to arrive tonight. Each day I procrastinate is another day I could have healed more children, amplifying the impact of their spirit selection. Since I was not intimidated, they would surely seek to resolve me swiftly. The individual arrived around 1 o'clock in the early morning. The chaotic sound of footsteps rushed into the courtyard. Devoid of any concealment, clearly unafraid of being discovered by me, perhaps even intending to provoke my awareness. From the sound of footsteps, it was evident that at least 20 individuals had arrived. This was not a matter of magical dueling. Rather, they seemed intent on resolving the issue through brute force. The mindset of these practitioners from the Gene City is indeed quite different from mine. Were up to me, I would undoubtedly opt for a contest of magic, a far more discreet approach that would entail lesser repercussions and not interfere with the significant matter of selecting spirits. As I listened to the footsteps approaching the door, I rose and pushed open the door to the consultation room. With a loud bang, 2 figures clad in thick cotton coats and masked with cotton coverings stumbled backward, shielding their heads. In their lowered hands, a glimmering strip of cold light could be seen. Chapter 38. A fatal encounter from afar. The 2 individuals were struck heavily by the door, staggering backward before losing their balance and collapsing onto the ground. The others nearby were taken aback, hastily retreating a few steps. Some rushed to assist the fallen, while others craned their necks to observe the unfolding situation. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped forward, swiftly closing the door behind me. Casting a glance around, I took stock of the courtyard's circumstances. Outside each of the 3 rooms, figures clad in cotton overcoats, woolen hats, and cotton masks appeared, each wielding a knife of considerable length. Their attire was evidently intended to conceal their identities. Yet, for one such as I, a practitioner of the arcane arts, it held no significance. The absence of recognizable faces or figures could be overlooked, as one's essence and spirit remained perceptible. Once I had encountered someone, no amount of disguise could veil them from my sight. For instance, the 2 men who had come last night, despite their identical garb and unremarkable height, were instantly recognizable to me, standing prominently at the forefront, clearly having scouted the place the previous evening and now returning to lead the way. I retrieved a cigarette, placing it between my lips without lighting it, and inquired, "Which faction are you from?" to storm the premises without first surveying the inhabitants. The individuals in the courtyard converged, exchanging glances but offering no reply as they charged towards me, knives raised. There were no rallying cries to bolster their courage, only a silent, determined advance, revealing them to be seasoned assailants. I smiled faintly, producing the paper effigy and holding it to the cigarette's ember, giving it a gentle shake. A spark ignited from the paper figure, and the cigarette was lit. Suddenly, the two men from last night halted in their tracks, discarding their knives, their bodies writhing in distress as they emitted anguished cries. A thick, acrid smoke billowed forth from beneath their overcoats. The sudden turn of events left everyone petrified, halting in their tracks, gazing helplessly at the two individuals. The pair cried out in anguish, shedding their coats and tearing away their undergarments. Their skin bore extensive burn marks, charred and blistered, with sparks dancing and wisps of smoke rising. The charred wounds expanded at an alarming rate, swiftly engulfing their bodies. They transformed into two figures of charred remains, crumbling with every movement, revealing the raw, crimson flesh beneath, which was immediately consumed by the flames anew. Layer upon layer, they burned away, and within just over a minute, they had become two heaps of blackened ash. The scene was horrifically gruesome, causing the crowd clad in cotton coats to retreat in unison, huddling together in fear, unwilling to advance further. Yet, I did not underestimate them. To withstand such a display without succumbing to terror and scattering was indeed remarkable. This indicated that they were not a makeshift group, but rather a stable gang, with a leader of considerable influence present among them. I took a deep drag of my cigarette, allowing the smoke to fill my lungs briefly before exhaling. The smoke surged forth like a sharp arrow, soaring 3 meters ahead before dispersing into a delicate mist above the two piles of charred remnants, gradually merging with the crowd. Take them back and inform your master, for if one seeks retribution with paper effigies, one must see it through entirely, not merely engage in a superficial charade. Once the paper figures are summoned, there will inevitably be a reckoning. Among these individuals, there were no sorcerers, merely ordinary enforcers, which left me with lingering doubts. The selection of ashes and the summoning of spirits through paper effigies are indeed serious practices employed by legitimate sorcerers. However, when it comes to the act of claiming a life, resorting to a band of thugs to carry out such deeds is nothing short of farcical. If one were to utilize these henchmen to execute their methods, the earlier display would not suggest efficacy. The techniques of wandering sorcerers are myriad and perilous, yet none possess the genuine capacity to kill from a distance. At the very least, they must obtain the target and oppos, as birth date and time, along with unwashed garments and clandestinely acquired hair or blood to enact their spells. As a newcomer to Jinsheng, I lack connections, placing me at a disadvantage in establishing my reputation. However, this very anonymity serves as an advantage in a contest of sorcery, as my origins remain undisclosed, rendering many techniques ineffective against me. Acquiring my hair or blood is no easier than attempting to take my life directly. If the adversary intends to employ thugs to execute their stratagem, these henchmen would not flinch. Rather, they would recklessly charge towards me, needing to reach my vicinity at the very least. There is something amiss here. After a brief silence, a few individuals stepped forward, using a discarded cotton coat to gather the two heaps of charcoal remnants. Subsequently, all present silently retreated into the shadows. I extinguished the cigarette in my hand, turned back into the room, donned a similarly prepared cotton coat, and slipped out the back door. Under the cover of darkness, I made my way to the path in front of the courtyard. Following the lingering scent of smoke, I effortlessly located the two individuals who had been lurking in the shadows, surveilling from a concealed corner. I tapped one of them on the shoulder from behind. Both turned to glance at me simultaneously. I gestured to them with my hand. They groggily rose and began to move away. I silently trailed behind, leaving the village of Dahu, and continued along the road for a while until I came across a van parked by the roadside. I approached, opened the door, and climbed inside. The vehicle was already occupied by several individuals. With the addition of 3 more, we were crammed in like sardines. Yet no one seemed to question the presence of an extra person. As soon as I settled in, the van roared to life and set off down the road. An oppressive silence enveloped the interior until, nearly half an hour later, someone exhaled a long sigh. This seemed to trigger an unspoken release, and everyone began to stir. Some sighed, others stretched, and they exchanged cigarettes and matches among themselves. I, too, was offered a cigarette, which I lit with the borrowed flame. Nevertheless, a palpable silence persisted. The vehicle continued for almost an hour before finally coming to a halt. I disembarked alongside the others and found myself in a spacious courtyard. To the east stood a dilapidated factory, where several dismantled and incomplete tractors and harvesters lay scattered, suggesting it was a small agricultural machinery workshop. Besides the van I had arrived in, there were 2 additional vehicles parked in the yard. The disembarking individuals all entered the factory without uttering a word. Inside, the factory was modest in size, housing 5 rusted and outdated lathes, clearly abandoned. Everyone who had just come from my previous location was present within the factory. Some squatted in the corners, others perched on the machine beds, while a few leaned against the walls, their faces ashen, all silently smoking, occasionally gesturing with their hands. A realization washed over me. I understood now why no one spoke. They were all mute. It remains unclear whether they were chosen as henchmen due to their muteness or if their selection as henchmen rendered them mute. Regardless, I have undoubtedly landed a significant catch. In the center of the workshop, a particularly burly man squats by a lathe. He is not tall, his face adorned with a thick beard, and he is draped in a tattered, oversized padded coat. Though he remains still, he exudes an aura of dominance, a palpable menace lurking beneath the surface. This individual had been present earlier, initially lingering at the back of the crowd. Once those 2 were inexplicably consumed by flames, he seamlessly integrated himself into the throng, maintaining a low profile. He sits there, smoking in silence, occasionally glancing at his wristwatch, displaying signs of impatience. I found refuge in a corner, quietly smoking, patiently awaiting developments. After approximately half an hour, the sound of a vehicle echoed from outside. Moments later, a man strode in with purpose. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a fair complexion and youthful features. A pair of golden-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, his hair slicked back with an oily sheen. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit beneath a pristine overcoat, he emanated the air of a wealthy scion. Upon his entrance, all the mute individuals in the workshop sprang to their feet, a mix of unease and trepidation on their faces. The burly man, resembling a fierce tiger, hastily extinguished his cigarette and approached with a hurried gait, bowing respectfully before gesticulating with his rough hands. The affluent young man regarded him with a cold smirk before delivering a sharp slap across the bearded man's face, though it appeared effortless. And even the sound was barely audible. When that hand struck down, a large, swollen bruise instantly manifested on the bearded man's face. I couldn't help but squint my eyes. This slap held a certain intrigue. Chapter 39. This moment reflects that moment, a group of useless individuals. The man exclaimed, shaking his hands, his voice soft and effeminate, reminiscent of a eunuch from a television drama. The bearded man bowed his head, trembling all over, despite his formidable strength. Capable of crushing the delicate young man with a mere hand, he displayed neither the will nor the courage to resist. Very well, I shall not hold this against you. The man in the suit retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away the remnants of contact with the bearded man, carelessly discarding it onto the ground. He beckoned to a tall, mute figure nearby, signaling for him to pick up the handkerchief. The towering mute promptly complied, cradling the handkerchief in his small hands, intending to present it to the man in the suit. However, as he lifted it, his expression shifted dramatically. He convulsed and collapsed to the ground, dark blood oozing from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. All the mutes trembled uncontrollably, their fear reaching a palpable peak. The bearded man, standing before the suited figure, nearly lost his footing. Remember this for next time. When demanding a life from a paper figure, one must either reclaim a life or lose their own. I shall grant you another chance. Tomorrow night, return and retrieve the life of that surnamed Zhou. I will speak a few kind words to the old Buddha for you, and we shall let this incident pass. Should you fail again tomorrow, you will all perish here. The old Buddha does not nurture the useless. The bearded man nodded fervently, rummaging through his pockets before producing a pack of cigarettes, which he offered to the man in the suit with an ingratiating demeanor. A man in a suit forcefully struck a cigarette to the ground, exclaiming, "What filthy thing is worthy of being offered to me?" The bearded man trembled and immediately knelt, too frightened to raise his gaze. "You wretched creatures," he continued, "it is only through the compassion of the old Buddha that you are permitted to earn your meager sustenance. Enough. Rise, for fortune smiles upon you today. You have secured a deal with the Southern Flower Gang, and the old Buddha is in good spirits. Deliveries are due next month. Attend to this matter now, lest you delay tomorrow's affairs. Clean this up and do not waste it. Take it to feed the dogs." Trembling, the bearded man stood up, beckoned, and led the suited man toward the southeastern corner of the factory. Several mute henchmen promptly jogged over. I discreetly lowered my head and followed behind them. In the southeastern corner, there was an entrance with an iron door that was locked. The bearded man opened the iron door, and a pungent, nauseating odor immediately wafted out. I involuntarily twitched my nose, a chilling wave swept over my back, and every hair on my body stood on end. Memories associated with that stench began to resurface from the depths of my mind. Descending the steps, I found a spacious cellar, featuring 2 iron tables stained with grime. On the left wall hung an array of knives, axes, and saws, while below sat a cage surrounded by sharp, protruding spikes. To the right against the wall was a row of 3-tiered iron cages, each containing a child, some only 4 or 5 years old, others merely 2 or 3, sitting there naked, their expressions vacant, neither crying nor making a sound. The sole exception was a cage at the very end. A girl with 2 braids, appearing around 6 or 7 years old, huddled in a corner of a cage, clad in a red down jacket, gazed out in terror. At this very moment, it felt as if time had stood still. This visit was indeed fortuitous. 4 openings, 2 half-closed, all requiring 5 years of nurturing before they could be utilized. The man in the suit casually commanded as he approached the girl's cage, observing her for a moment before gesturing to the bearded man nearby. The bearded man hurried over, only to receive a sharp slap across the face. "Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch? She has lost considerable weight in just a few days." This was a direct request from the old master, and you dare to disregard it. The bearded man, flustered, gestured frantically, but the suited man kicked him, sending him sprawling. "What good are your gestures? If she refuses to eat, will you not force-feed her? The next time I come, if she has lost more weight, I shall have you slaughtered to feed her. Now, get to work." The bearded man scrambled to his feet, gesturing wildly to the several mute assistants who had followed. They hurriedly approached the cage, pulling out 6 similarly sized children and dragging them to the 2 iron beds. The bearded man retrieved a heavy iron tool from the wall, but reconsidered and opted for a saw instead, brandishing it with a sinister grin. He turned towards the iron beds, scrutinized the children, and seized the most robust-looking boy, tossing him onto the bed. 2 mute henchmen restrained the boy's limbs, while another stood nearby, holding a tray filled with various jars and bottles. The man with a scruffy beard brushed his hand against the boy's waist, picked up a saw, and aimed it at the spot his fingers pressed. He first applied ointment from a bottle onto the skin, preparing to cut. This was the authentic practice of harvesting and mutilation. Abducted children had their limbs broken, deliberately causing deformities, or were taken to the streets to beg, eliciting the sympathy of benevolent souls who might offer more money, or sold to traveling circuses for voyeuristic entertainment, or to certain individuals with a penchant for the grotesque as playthings. Once a person is reduced to a commodity, even if they're damaged or imperfect, they remain highly sought after. The 4 gaps mentioned by the man in the suit refer to the need for 4 limbs to be broken, while the 2 halves indicate 2 children whose lower bodies must be severed. The former can be accomplished by a beggar's gang, but the latter requires expertise in the secret arts of harvesting and mutilation to ensure the survival of the severed children. The ability to engage in such business indicates a long-standing specialization in this nefarious trade, attracting even beggar gangs from the South to procure live victims. Countless innocent children have met their demise at their hands. Harvesting and mutilation deserve nothing but condemnation. I stepped forward, grasped the scruffy, bearded man's hand, shook my head at him, and then turned my gaze to the man in the suit. The 36 external arts of enchanting and bewildering were at play. Having exhaled that puff of smoke in the courtyard, he was already prepared to cast his spell at any moment. Upon meeting my gaze, The scruffy, bearded man appeared momentarily stunned, his eyes losing their clarity. He dropped the saw in his hand and, along with several mute enforcers, charged towards the man in the suit. The man in the suit had been intently observing the girl when the sound of approaching footsteps prompted him to turn his head. To his astonishment, he saw a bearded man and his companions rushing towards him. "What do you want?" he inquired, bewildered. The bearded man responded to his question with action, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The man in the suit doubled over in agony, resembling a curled shrimp. Simultaneously, black blood began to seep from the bearded man's eyes, mouth, and nose. In that fleeting moment of impact, the man in the suit retaliated against the bearded man. Yet, the latter appeared utterly unfazed, landing another punch squarely on the man in the suit's face. The man in the suit was struck violently, collapsing backward and losing consciousness. The mute henchman then hoisted the man in the suit onto an iron bed, hastily stripping him of his clothing. Upon catching sight of the man's lower half, I couldn't help but pause in surprise, only to be overtaken by laughter shortly thereafter. Chapter 40. The compassionate heart of the Bodhisattva. In a place where certain things should exist, there remains only an incomplete remnant. He is indeed a true eunuch. From the appearance of the remnant, it seems his manhood was not surgically removed, but rather shattered by brutal force. It must have been excruciating at that moment. I approached the iron cage at the far end, crouching down to observe the girl. She hails from a wealthy family. Her mind is not clouded, clearly fearing that medication might harm her brain. At her age, she remains merely a girl, difficult to sell. She is unlikely to be of great value. Those who practice such cruel acts would not risk using her as a mere pawn. Capturing her necessitates careful nurturing to prevent her from losing weight. And there's a high probability she is of substantial worth. If only she could sleep soundly, this would merely be a dreadful nightmare, and upon awakening, she would forget all that transpired here. The girl collapsed in response, emitting steady breaths. I removed her right shoe and sock, revealing a bruise the size of a fingertip on the top of her foot, resembling the appearance of a centipede. No wonder only the boys have fallen ill. It seems the girl has already been found. This selection of ashes for spirit has persisted for a considerable time. Had it not been for my discovery, it would likely have gone unnoticed and quietly slipped away. After all, Jincheng is a metropolis with a population of millions. A child with a slight fever is often not a grave concern. Even if illness leads to demise, only the affected family feels the impact. And in such a vast city, it barely creates a ripple. I turned back to the iron bed. As I passed by, the children in the cage began to lean and fall one after another. The few who were dragged out were no exception. From the perspective of the man in the suit, I cast a glance at the bearded figure. In an instant, the bearded man delivered a resounding slap, awakening the suited gentleman from his stupor, leaving him bewildered and terrified as he regarded the assailant. I shall pose my questions. Should you fail to respond or provide an erroneous answer, I shall sever a part of you, the bearded man declared, brandishing a saw. As he spoke, blood gushed forth from his mouth in a gruesome display. "Which esteemed companion do we have here?" the suited man exclaimed, anxiously scanning his surroundings. His gaze flitted past my position multiple times, yet he remained oblivious to my presence. Compassionate souls suffer in silence. The divine grants blessings, fulfilling heartfelt wishes, illuminating the world with goodwill. I sat humbly before the Bodhisattva, occupying the esteemed position of the golden child, unaware of which mountain, temple, or venerable sage the individual before me revered. The golden child station is akin to the right arm of the great Bodhisattva, a direct lineage of the flower-picking art, a core figure within the entire faction. To declare one's origins is to recount one's lineage and connections. The ties among the practitioners of external arts are intricate and convoluted. Should one wish to recount, there is always a way. In the realm of martial arts, among fellow practitioners, there exists no profound animosity. By establishing one's origins and recounting relationships, misunderstandings may be resolved, leading to reconciliation, with potential for mutual prosperity and commerce. I glanced once more at the bearded man. "Incorrect," he retorted, seizing the saw and directing it toward the suited man's left hand. The suited gentleman emitted a heart-wrenching scream, pleading no pleas. I will answer. Ask me anything, and I shall respond. The bearded man did not relent. He ultimately severed the left hand of the suited gentleman. Swiftly, he seized a bottle and applied ointment to the bleeding stump. The blood soon ceased its flow. The suited man wailed incessantly, tears streaming down his face. Although he was entranced, a few mute bystanders still displayed expressions of delight. "Your name?" the bearded man inquired once more. "Sun Jiaobong," came the reply. "Which venerable Buddha do you worship?" "The thousand-faced Hu Baoku." "What is the connection between Hu Baoku and the one called Huayin Zhang?" "I do not know who Huayin Zhang is." Without hesitation, the bearded man brandished the saw, aiming it at the man's right hand. "Please no. I truly do not know. I swear." The suited man screamed desperately. "Not even aware of Huayin Zhang, yet you dare to claim knowledge of the Hu family's legacy?" "I have been in this profession for 10 years. I have encountered many who revere Hu as their Buddha, yet I have never heard of anyone named Huayin Zhang." "What treasures do you seek from the ashes?" I do not know. This is knowledge only the venerable Buddha and the dragon lady at his side possess. They do not speak, and I do not dare to inquire. For how many years have you been seeking? How many treasures have you chosen, male or female? I have been seeking since I entered the profession. There are selections each year. Over the past decade, I have chosen approximately 7. And the current captive is the 8th, an odd-numbered male and an even-numbered female. Where can we find your venerable Buddhas? I do not know. Please, I truly do not know. It has always been the venerable Bodhisattva who contacts us to arrange matters. We dare not inquire about the Bodhisattva's whereabouts. For any issues, we seek out the Dragon Maiden, and should one wish to find the Bodhisattva, one must first locate the Dragon Maiden. The sin of soliciting alms is profoundly severe, and the higher one's status and capabilities, the more enigmatic their movements become. No one dares to trust them. Otherwise, the infamous Zhang would not have perished alone at my hands. Although the man in the suit serves as the golden boy beside the Bodhisattva, he is not considered a true confidant and is unlikely to uncover further information regarding the Bodhisattva and the Dragon Maiden. He boasts to the mute enforcers of his ability to speak favorably before the Bodhisattva. Yet he has only encountered the Bodhisattva twice, once when he pledged allegiance, and once when he was granted a skill due to his commendable performance. Each time, the Bodhisattva's appearance varied. Thereafter, all communications were relayed through the Dragon Maiden, who would convey messages or issue commands. He cannot approach the Dragon Maiden directly. All matters are communicated through a pager, to which the Dragon Maiden responds at the time and place for a meeting. After confirming this, I refrained from further inquiries. The extent of the man and Appo's misdeeds is not my concern. I need only to be aware of the matters that intrigue me. Although he could not articulate why the Bodhisattva would directly send a paper figure to exact vengeance, I understood fully. Despite our prior unfamiliarity, this marks the second time I have interfered with the Bodhisattva's affairs. The first instance occurred on a train, where I claimed the moral high ground, sending away 6 individuals, 3 dead and 3 maimed, returning with a message that he dared not accept. This is an opportunity for retaliation, as we both lay claim to half the rationale. The more one engages in morally reprehensible activities, the more one must adhere to principles and decorum in other matters. I seized the mobile phone and the Chinese character pager belonging to the man in the suit and compelled him to send a message to the Dragon Lady, claiming that a failed mission had resulted in dire losses. The man in the suit complied obediently, then pleaded, "I am also a victim of circumstance. If I do not act according to the old sage's instructions, I shall surely perish. We bear no animosity towards one another. Please spare me, as we are all practitioners of the mystical arts, bound by a shared legacy." "You're not a practitioner," I retorted, emerging from behind the bearded man to confront the suited individual. "Your show of bravado is nothing more than a mere trick. Employing poison as a remedy is not sorcery, but mere skill. You cannot even muster a proper plea for mercy, and yet you deem yourself worthy of discussing our shared legacy?" Upon seeing my face, despair washed over the man in the suit. While I remained concealed, he had a glimmer of hope for survival. Now, with my visage revealed, his prospects turned grim. "Rest assured, you shall not meet your end today," I assured him with a faint smile. "You may not remember me, but the pain you endure will be etched in your memory. In your next life, refrain from committing such heinous acts. I patted the bearded man's shoulder. Grinning menacingly, he raised a short saw in his hand. If it does not fall upon the innocent, then it must inevitably descend upon him. With the bearded man's expertise, the suited man would not perish, at least, not today. Chapter 41. Beyond humanity. As I emerged from the basement, carrying the garments of the suited man, all the mute henchmen congregated at the entrance, their visages painted with terror as they gazed downward. The anguished screams of the suited man echoed relentlessly. Upon catching sight of me, they gestured animatedly, inquiring about the situation. Though I did not comprehend their silent language, I merely waved my hand in response. Suddenly, one mute individual, with bulging eyes, lunged at a nearby companion, viciously sinking his teeth into the latter's throat. Then came a second, a third. All the mutes descended into madness, howling frantically as they clawed at one another. The technique of the mind-bending seed encompasses 4 arts, each capable of inducing hallucinations and complete loss of reason. While its malevolence may not rank among the most nefarious in the 36 arts of the external path, this ability to beguile the mind was once the greatest source of vigilance for the feudal dynasties. Emperor Qianlong had once issued a decree in response to the demonic case involving wandering Taoists in Changji, declaring that any who employed such malevolent arts to manipulate the hearts of others with malicious intent would be deemed guilty of the 10 evils and face immediate execution. I stepped out of the factory, leaned against the wall by the door, and lit a cigarette, gazing up at the starry sky. In the days since my arrival in Jincheng, I had committed the map of the city to memory during my moments of leisure. By correlating the map with the celestial expanse above, I could ascertain my precise location as long as I remained within Jincheng. As I finished my cigarette, the cacophony of screams and fracas within the factory subsided, leaving only faint groans. The paper figure seeks a life not for another, but for itself. I made a call to Zhang Baoshan using the phone belonging to the man in the suit, informing him of the precise location of the abandoned agricultural machinery repair shop. The gang members were embroiled in a fierce internal conflict, fighting over their ill-gotten gains. If you hurry, you might still salvage a few lives. It was an interregional affair, and venturing into another area to retrieve people would undoubtedly elicit scorn. I needed to keep a tight grip on Lao Bao. Zhang Baoshan muttered a few words before hanging up. A green Prado, driven by the man in the suit, had appeared in the courtyard. I entered the vehicle and drove away, for even if the man in the suit survived, he would no longer have use for the car. After exiting the factory premises and parking a short distance away, I waited by the roadside for a while until a convoy of police cars sped by. Leading the procession was Zhang Baoshan's Jetta, with the scowling Bao Jianjun seated in the front passenger seat. I couldn't help but smile after the convoy passed. I started my car and returned to the small courtyard. By the time I arrived at the destination, it was nearly 4 in the morning. I parked the car in an empty space near the courtyard, and upon entering, I felt around the threshold, unearthing a large coin. After carefully rubbing it to ensure it was not the one used by Yao Daxian, I tucked it into my pocket and proceeded indoors. I washed my hands and face, lit a stick of incense, and placed it in the incense burner on the windowsill, burying the coin within the burner. After completing these tasks, it was time for the morning session, so I settled onto the mat for meditation and energy practice while having breakfast. Early on, individuals began arriving with their children, seeking medical consultations. Throughout the day, I attended to nearly 30 patients, 28 of whom were victims seeking to select ashes for spiritual guidance, while the remaining 2 were ordinary cases of collision. In the midst of it all, Lao Chao strolled over, hands tucked into his pockets, observing the commotion outside the courtyard for a while before silently departing. From dawn till dusk, I scarcely found time to enjoy a proper lunch, hastily consuming a few bites. During the patient registration, I learned from the relatives that there was a remarkable physician in Dahu village of the development zone, renowned for his expertise in treating external ailments, particularly adept at addressing persistent fevers in children, a piece of information that had spread throughout the entirety of Jincheng. This was evident from the diverse circumstances of the families seeking consultation. Unlike the previous days, where most were state employees, today's visitors were a mixed lot, some engaged in small businesses, others in agriculture, and some doing odd jobs. The tokens of gratitude varied significantly. Some offered 3 to 500, while others gave 1 to 2,000. There was even a family from a nearby rural area that presented a thick stack of cash, not exceeding 200, which I accepted as per usual. I labored until nearly 7 in the evening, finally bidding farewell to the last family. The few individuals who had come to assist were so fatigued they could barely straighten their backs. I treated them to a meal and presented each a red envelope containing 300 yuan. It was not out of stinginess, but rather a matter of moderation. Excessive generosity often yields no benefits. The group, particularly Bao Yuqin, was adamant about refusing, playfully pushing and shoving as if in a quarrel. I had to explain that treating external ailments without accepting payment could invite karmic repercussions, given the sheer number of patients that day. If they declined the money, they too would face consequences. Only then did they reluctantly accept the envelopes, promising to return the next day to lend a hand once more. Upon returning to my residence and tidying up, I was about to commence my evening class when Zhang Baoshan called. His voice was somewhat hoarse, concealing an underlying tension. I heard from Lao Chao that your little courtyard is almost bursting at the seams, and you have some leisure time now, correct? Yes, I do. How are the children faring? There are not many issues to speak of. When I visited last night, they were all alive. However, one named Sun Jiabong had his limbs severed, reduced to a mere walking stick, yet he miraculously survived. It is indeed a tragic situation. Yet I must confess, the more wretched it becomes, the less sympathy I feel. Today, I spent the entire day interrogating. These ruffians are hardly human, the children they have harmed. Their actions are utterly devoid of conscience, and it is no surprise they commit such vile acts. It would be best if such filth were eradicated entirely. Should a similar incident arise again, I shall certainly take my time before responding. Captain Zhang, you seem to have misconstrued the matter. Their malevolence in dying is merely a convenience. A thorough investigation, a public trial, and a proclamation to the world to deter unlawful behavior is the true justice. Your awareness is more akin to that of a police officer than mine. Capturing the living has its merits as well. We've uncovered numerous leads, which have been reported to the Municipal Bureau, leading to the formation of a special task force. In addition to dealing with their case, we will also trace connections to apprehend those associated with them. I have been assigned to the special task force, so I may not be able to attend to matters on your end for a while. I will arrange for someone else to oversee your affairs. Will you be using this number from now on? I will for the time being. Very well, I will have the person taking over contact you later. Aside from the matter concerning Wang Laogun, Sun Jiabong has revealed that he has connections to an old master and the Dragon Maiden, both of whom are notoriously ruthless and experienced. Please exercise caution in the coming days. Rest assured, Captain Zhang, my purpose in Jinsheng is to establish a firm foundation. I hold my life in high regard. The pager on the table buzzed and vibrated, its narrow screen flickering with green light. The message read, Imperial Entertainment Plaza, Room 218, 9:18 p.m. This establishment is the most renowned nightclub in Jinsheng, situated a mere 40 minutes drive from Day Village, and approximately an hour's journey from the abandoned agricultural machinery repair shop. The time was just past 8:05 p.m., leaving an hour and 13 minutes until the meeting. I gathered the necessary items into a bag and informed the surveillance team via my walkie-talkie that they need not follow me. With my heavy bag in hand, I set off directly for the Imperial Entertainment Plaza. I deliberately drove at a reduced pace, stopping midway to change into the attire of the suited gentleman, ensuring my hair was slicked back to perfection. This meticulous preparation consumed about an hour, and I finally arrived at my destination. Chapter 42. You are mistaken. The Emperor Entertainment Plaza boasts an expansive fade, adorned with vibrant neon lights that illuminate half the street in a kaleidoscope of colors. The establishment is divided into 2 levels. The first floor features an enormous, open-plan disco hall. Beneath the pulsating rhythms and shifting lights, several dancers clad in scanty attire draped in sheer fabric twist and sway on a central stage, embodying a myriad of peculiar dance moves to the exhilarating beat of the music. Above them, a large iron cage holds a woman, completely unclothed, who clings to the bars. wildly shaking her head and twisting her body. The atmosphere is electric, with men and women alike dancing fervently in response to their performance. The air is thick with a mlang of alcohol, perspiration, and an array of peculiar scents that seasoned patrons can discern yet are unable to articulate. The second floor consists of private, fully enclosed rooms. Room 218 is located at the end of the southwest corridor, accommodating approximately 7 or 8 individuals. The coffee table is adorned with beer and fruit platters, while a karaoke machine plays a lively rendition of the Undersea City Dance show. I settled onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and silently observed the animated display of swimsuit-clad beauties on the screen. Precisely at 9:18, the door to the room swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman dressed in a long red evening gown, her face heavily powdered. "Boss, let me bring in a few young ladies to keep you company. I assure you, you'll find someone to your liking, including university students," she declared before stepping aside. In a flurry, a group of young women, heavily made up and clad in revealing attire, streamed in, each holding a small purse and aligning themselves against the wall, a striking array of shapes and styles, each exuding their own unique charm. I cast a glance and pointed towards a woman in a silver spaghetti-strap dress that revealed her back, a striking figure among the crowd of dancers. She appeared to be in her 20s, her physique notably prominent. The matron swiftly gestured, and those who were not chosen quietly filed away, leaving only the woman in the silver dress. "May I ask your name?" she inquired with a charming smile as she settled beside me, reaching for a beer from the table. I returned her smile, took the bottle from her hand, deftly flicked off the cap with my thumb, and arranged the 3 glasses in a triangular formation. As I poured, the pale golden liquid cascaded down the sides of the first glass, overflowing yet gracefully, splitting into 2 streams that filled the other 2 glasses below. "I must admit, your presence is quite a surprise," I remarked, flipping the top glass upside down without spilling a drop. "I expected you would send that armed guardian from the hallway to settle our matters instead." The woman in the silver dress dropped her pretense, chuckling lightly as she crossed her legs, producing a sleek silver cigarette case. She extracted a slender cigarette, placing it delicately between her lips, and ignited it with a flick of a lighter, inhaling deeply before saying, "Venturing into the lion's den alone, you possess quite the audacity. Should I commend your boldness or mock your naivety? Is this shabby establishment truly worthy of being called a lion's den?" I retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her, my hand resting upon the smooth expanse of her bare back, slowly gliding downwards, teasingly echoing the movement she had just made with the bottle. "Are you still relying on your external prowess to flaunt your skills?" A look of terror emerged on the face of the woman in the silver dress. Just as she settled down and grasped the wine bottle, she seized the opportunity to employ one of the finest techniques of the Blossom art, the 5-mile fog. When she ignited her lighter, it would activate the properties of the fog. Normally, I would be immobilized, rendered motionless, while retaining only a semblance of consciousness. Yet now, I conversed and moved with ease, while she found herself rooted in place. She could not even muster a cry for help. In the span of 2 sentences, the outcome was determined. My superior skill overshadowed her like a mountain. Unable to suppress me, she was destined to be subdued. I paused my hand just beneath her lower back and pressed gently. A flush of crimson spread across her face, and she slumped onto the sofa as if bereft of bones, soaking the upholstery beneath her, her gaze fixed upon me as if she beheld a malevolent specter. The lineage of the Blossom art, passed down from the revered Bodhisattva to the Golden Boy and then to the Dragon Maiden. During the transmission of skills, the Golden Boy's lineage was severed, binding him solely to the Bodhisattva. In the transfer of techniques, a trace of allure was left upon the Dragon Maiden, allowing for future manipulation, ensuring the Bodhisattva and Appo's legacy. A Dragon Maiden marked thus bears 3 ethereal shadows upon her brow, and no matter how she alters her appearance, she shall be recognized at a glance. I gently tapped the Dragon Maiden's forehead. "Since I have arrived, the Golden Boy is as good as dead. If you possessed any wit, you would not have dared to appear before me. Do you have anything to articulate?" Upon my inquiry, the woman in silver was finally able to speak. "I shall not betray the venerable figure, regardless of how you choose to confront me. though my voice trembles with fear. I harbor no intention of summoning the minions outside. You are mistaken. I have never sought to glean the whereabouts of the elusive Qin Mianhu from you. I merely wish to convey a matter to your esteemed elder. From my side, I retrieve a cup containing the ashes. After 2 days of treatment, the ashes have accumulated to a substantial depth at the bottom of the cup, transformed into a grayish paste akin to mud, completely submerging the featureless little puppet's feet. I produced a stack of 40 million paper offerings, brandished it before the woman in the silver gown, ignited it, and then removed the talisman, sealing the cup's opening, casting the burning offerings into the vessel before promptly resealing it. As the offerings fell, they ignited the ashes mingled with the small flames, producing flickering blue flames. The little puppet stood amidst the inferno. I inquired of the woman in the silver gown if she comprehended. Her face turned ashen. Indeed, this was a genuine warning. Even the town specters were aware. Thus, inform your venerable figure that he has 3 days to beseech me, or else the owner of these ashes and his descendants shall meet a gruesome fate of rotting away. I placed the cup back into my bag and retrieved a sheet of white paper along with a slender silver needle. Although foolish to approach me, you exhibit commendable courage. Therefore, I shall grant you a reward. The paper figure demands a life, though it is not so easily obtained by your kind. I tore a paper figure from a blank sheet, each hand grasping a knife, and delicately pierced its chest with a silver needle, withdrawing it to reveal a trace of crimson. With the scant blood, I pricked the figure's visage twice, creating a pair of sanguine dots. Just as a dragon requires its eyes to be doted upon, so too does a paper figure need its awakening, with the heart's essence infused into it. The paper figure would gain a semblance of life, thus enabling it to reap souls and sever destinies. I dipped my fingers into the chalice, flicking the liquid onto the figure's head. Instantly, it sprang to life, alighting above the door of the private room, its paper knife quivering ever so slightly. Let your man enter and take a chance. Perhaps he could vanquish me in triumph in this encounter. The woman in the silver gown remained resolutely silent, her lips sealed in determination. Yet, her silence was not hers to command. A gentle tap on the nape of her neck coaxed her voice forth. Another box of wine. Please. Almost simultaneously, the door to the private room was forcefully flung open. A burly man with a brutish face barged in, brandishing a shotgun and ready to fire. The silver-clad woman's eyes widened in alarm. The paper figure descended onto the back of the man and Oppo's neck, plunging its knife with precision. Though the diminutive paper blade might not penetrate his thick flesh, the moment it pierced his skin, he crumpled to his knees, collapsing face first onto the ground with a resounding thud. The paper figure then floated back to the tea table, standing firmly without support, its blood-stained knives poised, their tiny, blood-smeared eyes fixated upon the woman in silver. I gently patted her smooth, rounded shoulder. You might choose not to inform him of this matter. In 3 days' time, it will come to claim your life. You live, or do your venerable deity live? The choice is yours to make. Chapter 43. The duel as delicate as embroidery. The woman in the silver skirt regained her physical freedom, yet lacked the strength to rise, curling up on the sofa. Her eyes fixed on me, brimming with unmasked animosity. My mere touch not only awakened the spring essence within her, causing her desires to surge like a turbulent sea, rendering her legs weak and immobile, but it also sabotaged the techniques she had mastered. She would never again be able to wield her powers to harm others in this lifetime. However, her hatred should not be directed at me. Rather, she ought to feel fortunate. Had it not been for the necessity of her conveying messages to the old Buddha, her fate would have mirrored that of the golden boy. I reached down, tugging at the thong beneath her skirt, crumpling it into a ball and slipping it into my pocket. I stepped over the man sprawled at the doorway and exited the private room. Behind me, muffled sobs echoed within the confines of the chamber. Upon my return to Dao village, it was nearly midnight. I refrained from driving directly into the village, choosing instead to park along the roadside outside the railway bridge's culvert. I changed out my suit and overcoat, carrying my bag as I walked into the village. The lights in the police station at the entrance had already been extinguished. Upon reaching my destination, I pushed open the door to the courtyard. Stepping onto the threshold, I sensed a slight looseness. Dismissing it, I closed the courtyard door behind me. Entering the consultation room first, I placed my bag in the inner room and reached for the walkie-talkie inside, tapping it gently 3 times before turning back. I poured 2 cups of still warm tea and set them on the coffee table, saying, "Since you are here, let us converse." From the shadows in the corner of the room emerged a gaunt man. By his appearance, it was none other than the seasoned thief, known for his skinning escapades. He clasped his hands towards me, his left hand pressing down on his right, his thumb curling into his palm. The fate is divided into 3 heavens. As you are refined stones for creation, I possess the teachings passed down to me, and the lineage remains unbroken. With that, he approached the sofa, sitting down with an air of confidence. Yet he did not offer tea, merely gazing at me. He regarded himself as a legitimate inheritor of divine alchemy, venerating Yuhua, the creator, as his master, thus feeling no qualms about the act of killing for the sake of refining elixirs. I returned his gesture of respect, but did not disclose my name. My lineage is inscribed upon the wall. There is no need for further elaboration. Here to kill me? The old rogue, bearing the face of a habitual thief, declared with nonchalance, "I concede defeat. My skills are lacking." Yet I admonished him, "You should not have sought to ensnare me with that rotting medicinal fungus from the outset. As fellow practitioners of the unorthodox path, one ought to leave a thread of mercy in our contest of magic. Forcing me towards my demise leaves no room for leniency in return." I raised my cup and drained it in one gulp. When I appeared on television, I made it abundantly clear that it was indeed rotting fungus. The greed within your heart is what has led you to this dead end. While heaven's tribulations may be forgiven, self-inflicted calamities are inescapable. Since your return in pursuit of that foul fungus, your fate has been sealed. If I am doomed, then so are you. Before my return, I left a message for my family. Your foul fungus has brought ruin to 3 generations of my kin, and they will surely seek vengeance for this blood-soaked grievance. Do you wonder why I allowed you to retrieve the fungus? To eradicate the root of the problem, one must ensure their blade is sufficiently sharp. To strike at a towering tree may well shatter your weapon. I have not drawn my blade. How could you discern whether I wield a mere cutting knife or a celestial axe? Regardless of whether you possess a cutting knife or a celestial axe, tonight, you cannot escape death. There will be no opportunity to eradicate the root. Do you possess the audacity to take my life? Were it not for your presence in my abode, I would undoubtedly flee as far as possible, never to return. Yet, your arrogance betrays you. Even if you truly wield celestial powers, in this sacred ground where I have cultivated elixirs for a decade, you shall inevitably meet your defeat. Wang Laogun produced a small, curved dagger from his bosom, its blade no larger than a palm, and with a swift motion, he slashed it across both cheeks. Blood flowed down his face, instantly transforming it into a grotesque mask reminiscent of a corpse. He then plunged the dagger into his left shoulder, reached into his garment, and retrieved a palm-sized hand drum. Leaping from the sofa, he raised the drum with his right hand and struck it with his left, dancing to the rhythm as he sang. "The patriarch grants me 3 blades, 3 golden knives I carry near. With these blades I shall sever life, 1 to behead, 2 to cleave the body, 3 to shatter the soul. As these 3 blades descend, my spirit takes flight and my life is lost." I reclined leisurely on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, observing Wang Laogun's performance with detached amusement. He sang the refrain thrice, each rendition more frantic than the last, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he glanced at me, perplexed by my calm demeanor amidst his escalating frenzy. "Sit down, have a cup of tea. Take a breather. Your ability to forge elixirs in the 9-fold cauldron speaks to your genuine skill. Preserve some semblance of dignity for yourself." I tapped the table and nudged the teacup forward. To employ such techniques ineffectively only invites mockery from the spirits. A decade of endeavor does not guarantee invincibility. Your hasty actions, after merely 2 days of preparation, reveal a lack of prudence. Engaging in a battle of wits is akin to embroidery. One must first establish the framework and outline before daring to discuss matters of life and death. From the moment I laid eyes on this courtyard, I began to strategize for this encounter. Although it may appear that you possess the advantage of terrain, in truth, the advantage lies with me. You might think that I'm wholly focused on dealing with that group of petty criminals, allowing you to take advantage of my apparent oversight. However, the reality is that I have been meticulously preparing to counter you. It is I who holds the intention, while you remain oblivious. Ah, let the master reveal his might. Suddenly, Wang Laogun shrieked, discarding the hand drum, and brandished the short dagger from his shoulder, hurling it towards me with all his might. This dagger was intrinsically linked to these 3 rooms. Once thrown, it would undoubtedly strike me, and no evasion could avert its trajectory. Wang Laogun has cultivated this courtyard and these 3 rooms for a decade. If he lacked even this final desperate gambit, it would be unworthy of his prowess in assembling a 9-layered corpse cauldron. Yet, the moment he unleashed this dagger, it signified that he had exhausted all avenues, leaving him with only this last, desperate attempt. I had refrained from any rash movements, biding my time for this very moment. Once this dagger was cast, he would have irrevocably lost. I retrieved the thong from my pocket, and, as the dagger soared towards me, I deftly tossed it, ensnaring it upon the blade. The dagger immediately lost its aim, skewing to plunge into the solid ground before me. The terrazzo floor, unyielding in its strength, shattered the tip of the dagger upon impact. Breaking its handle, with a cry of despair, Wang Laogun turned and fled towards the door. Though his movement seemed sluggish, he appeared instantaneously behind the door without opening it, then dashed into the courtyard as if passing through the very walls. I leapt from the sofa, racing to the windowsill, and extracted the buried coin from the incense burner, pushing open the window to hurl it at Wang Laogun. Wang Laogun reached the threshold of the courtyard, mere inches away from escape. Yet, he was unable to take that final step. A heavy sum of money descended upon him, striking the back of his head. This was the weight of ancestral debts, a culmination of rituals and prayers, entwined with the essence of a land. As long as he remained within the confines of the courtyard, the blow was akin to the collapse of the 3 rooms and the small yard itself. Wang Laogun staggered and fell to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Outside the courtyard, 2 figures hurriedly approached. They were the police, having received my signal. They paused at the entrance, illuminating the prostrate Wang Laogun with their flashlights. Yet they remained cautious and did not advance. Chapter 44. A matter of right and wrong. This was something I had reiterated before the scheme was set in motion. The gravest danger posed by Wang Laogun lies in his ability to kill and skin a man in the fleeting span of a minute. To ensure that the gravity of the situation resonated with them, Zhang Baoshan specifically led them to view the corpse of the notorious thief, Lao Hao. Even the most seasoned detectives, despite their extensive experience, were rendered nauseous at the sight of that flayed body. Such malevolent sorcery truly exceeds the psychological limits of any normal individual. I carried the incense burner from the windowsill as I exited the room. 2 officers, one wielding a flashlight and the other a firearm, aimed their weapons at the prostrate Wang Laogun. Upon noticing my emergence, one of them called out, "Mr. Zhou, are you unharmed?" "I am unscathed. He lacks the ability to inflict harm upon me," I replied, approaching Wang Laogun without further ado. I cast the entire contents of the incense ash upon him. Instantly, his body crackled, and acrid smoke billowed from his clothing and flesh. "Ah, how ruthless you are!" Wang Laogun cried out in agony, writhing on the ground. White maggots cascaded from beneath his skin, turning a charred black upon contact with the ash. As the maggots fell away, the skin of Wang Laogun cracked open, peeling away to reveal bloodied flesh glistening with a viscous substance. It was as if he were enduring a torturous death by 1,000 cuts. The 2 officers could no longer contain their revulsion. They turned away and retched, yet their flashlight and firearm remained unwaveringly aimed at Wang Laogun. I retrieved a half-pack of cigarettes and tossed it to them, lighting one for myself to quell the nausea. He can no longer put on a show. Summon someone to take him away. The 2 policemen hurriedly lit cigarettes, inhaling deeply, and the effect was instantaneous. Nausea vanished. One of them, savoring the smoke, remarked, "ISN and Oppos. This the same brand that Captain Zhang smokes? No wonder he doesn't retch at the sight of the corpse. Evidently, he has received some favor from Mr. Zhou. How dare he mock us? We must settle the score with him later." The other replied, "I noticed he keeps his cigarettes locked in a drawer. Why not steal some and share them with everyone? The one savoring the smoke immediately agreed. Excellent idea. Let us do it tomorrow. While they conversed, Wang Laogun ceased his wretched screams and writhing. His clothing and skin lay in tatters, scattered across the ground, and he lay exposed, flesh bared to the winter chill. Gasping violently, "Mr. Zhou, do you think we should call an ambulance?" The policeman who had been savoring the smoke looked on with concern. "No need," came the reply. "Though his appearance may be alarming, this is merely his normal state." Having mastered the shell technique, the first thing he did was shed his skin, a process he refers to as molting. Goodness, he truly is inhuman. I produced the matchbox containing the corpse parasite and tossed it onto Wang Laogun. He grimaced and emitted a low, sorrowful laugh. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the shell technique and the intricacies of the human-worm connection. You must have studied it yourself. How many have perished at your hands? Now, Lazy supports you because you are of use. Once you're no longer needed, you shall be the first to be captured. I am Mr. Mai, who never resorts to direct violence, adhering to the law and maintaining integrity." I responded to Wang Laogun, and, amidst the scattered remnants of clothing and flesh, my gaze fell upon 4 large coins. "These are intended for my ritual to cleanse the residence." He dared to confront me only after pilfering them from beneath the threshold. My intent in leaving 1 coin while retaining 3 was to mislead him, making him believe I needed the large coin to contend with the elusive Qian Yanhu, thereby prompting him to seize this opportunity to eliminate me. Fishing requires more than mere patience. It demands baiting and luring the fish into the open. Waiting passively for him to approach is perilously reckless. Miao Jia once advised to advance 1 step while anticipating 10, to navigate the treacherous waters of this predatory sorcerer and Appo's realm successfully. We harbor no grievances, so why treat me thus? You Haven and Appo's even inquired about my name. Wang Laogun gasped, truly perplexed. In this world, one must discern right from wrong, not merely question morality. I have set my sights on this courtyard. Yet you have erected 9 corpse cauldrons here. To find peace, I must offer you as a sacrifice to appease the restless spirits trapped within. Your question is naively simplistic. Did you ever consider the grievances of those you used in your alchemical pursuits? If I perish, you shall not escape unscathed, for the master of the life elixir will undoubtedly seek you out. You are utterly unaware of the formidable figures you have offended, no matter your prowess. Your demise is inevitable. I fear not their pursuit, but rather their silence. I withdrew a stick of crimson incense, igniting it and placing it upon Wang Laogun's forehead. "What are you doing?" Wang Laogun exclaimed in terror, writhing in distress. I remained silent. A sparse cacophony of sounds echoed from all directions. Enormous, red-eyed rats surged forth, attacking Wang Laogun with relentless ferocity. His cries of agony were now far more heart-wrenching than before. Neighbors began to illuminate their windows, casting curious glances toward the source of the commotion. However, upon realizing it emanated from a small courtyard, the figures at the windows swiftly vanished, extinguishing their lights one by one. In this house, where 27 souls had met their demise, no one dared to inquire about the unfolding events on this dark night. The rats, after biting, would fall dead on the spot, yet the relentless tide of their brethren continued to surge forward, as if Wang Laogun were an exquisite delicacy, worth the risk of death just to have a taste. This horrifying spectacle left 2 policemen dumbfounded, their faces drained of color. Thankfully, they had cigarettes to steady their nerves, lest they succumb to nausea. "Mr. Zhou, given his condition, is it still necessary to pursue him?" They pondered. Individuals like him possess layers of flesh to facilitate a swift escape. They can feign death or seek a substitute. Unless you eliminate this outer layer of flesh, you cannot contain him. The 2 policemen fell silent. Soon, a fleet of police cars arrived at the scene, led by Bao Jiangwo himself. By this time, no more rats dared to appear, and the ground was littered with the carcasses of fat, old rodents. Wang Laogun had shrunk in size, his body a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh. The police, enduring intense discomfort, hoisted Wang Laogun onto a stretcher and placed him into the vehicle. Bao Jiangwo did not engage in lengthy conversation with me. He merely grasped my hand firmly and promised, "Mr. Zhou, you have rendered us a tremendous service. Upon my return, I shall diligently report this and ensure you receive the recognition you deserve." I replied, "Director Bao, there is no need for such measures. Capturing this criminal allows me to reside here in peace, free from the constant anxiety, which is a significant benefit for me as well." He insisted, "That simply won't do. One must acknowledge merit. Otherwise, how could I face Mr. Zhou again in the future? Just wait. I assure you, you shall not be overlooked." Bao Jiangwo and his team hurriedly escorted Wang Laogun away. As for the true identity and background of Wang Laogun, I remained utterly indifferent. I buried the 5 large coins once more beneath the threshold, placed the incense burner before the clinic's entrance, inserted 3 new sticks of incense, then cleansed my face and washed my hands before returning to my bedroom to prepare for sleep. At this point, it was nearly 3 in the morning. Yet, this slumber was imperative. Chapter 45. The Sacrifice to the Spirits. As I entered a state of slumber, I found myself counting silently to 9. In my drowsiness, I was awakened by the sound of muffled cries and the unsettling rhythm of gnawing. I rose from my bed and approached the window to gaze outside. A pallid mist enveloped the courtyard, where fragmented shadows lay upon the ground, voraciously devouring the carcass of a rat. Tears streamed down my cheeks, mingling with the blood that trickled from the corners of my mouth. At the moment I peered outside, as if startled, all the figures turned in unison, their blood-red eyes fixed upon me. The air was thick with an aura of ferocity and brutality. "You shall not have sacrificed in vain. Having feasted upon the flesh and blood of my enemies, may you now disperse. This place, from this day forth, belongs to me." The chilling sound of gnawing echoed once more. To offer human flesh and blood as a tribute to spirits is indeed a dark sorcery. Yet, when executed at the right moment, it can yield remarkable results. As Sister Miao once stated, it is the human heart that harbors malevolence, never the methods themselves. With a pure heart, there is no technique that cannot be wielded. I rose at precisely 4 o'clock. Though I had only slept for an hour, I felt invigorated rather than weary, my spirit remarkably refreshed. The lingering chill of the cleansed abode had vanished entirely. This courtyard could no longer be deemed a haunted dwelling. Following my meditation and qi cultivation, I completed my standing practice indoors. As I tidied up, I could hear intermittent gasps of astonishment from outside. When I finally emerged, the courtyard was teeming with people, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief as they beheld the multitude of rat carcasses. In the biting cold of winter, within a mere span of 2 hours, the bodies had all succumbed to advanced decay. Yet, curiously, the air bore no trace of putrefaction. Instead, a faint and delightful fragrance enveloped the air, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. The 3 incense sticks before the consultation room had burned down to their stubs. "Mr. Zhou, what has happened?" Mr. Zhou, who was crying out so pitifully last night. "Mr. Zhou, shall we assist you in tidying up?" A cacophony of inquiries erupted, each voice laced with concern, as everyone eagerly awaited my response. Last night, Wang Laogun returned only to be apprehended by the ambushed officers from the Public Security Bureau. I took the liberty of tidying up a bit as well. From this day forth, anyone who resides in this courtyard shall be free from harm. I kindly ask everyone to lend a hand in clearing the yard. If we delay any longer, patients will soon arrive for consultations. The villagers promptly returned home to fetch shovels and plastic bags, gathering the corpses of the mice and, as per tradition, transporting them to the village edge for cremation beneath the great locust tree. They then utilized a tractor to level the courtyard ground with fresh soil. In gratitude for their assistance, I presented each villager with a red string bracelet, bestowing upon them all that I had left. Not long after the mice carcasses were cleared, patients gradually began to arrive for consultations. The number of visitors that day was noticeably halved compared to the previous day. The impact of the selection of ashes was less extensive than I had initially surmised. This suggests that they should be able to delineate a narrower scope, from which necessary targets could be identified within a short span each year. Nonetheless, in the wake of this incident, my reputation has been successfully established in Jinsheng. Today, 7 individuals arrived for consultations beyond the selection of urns, two of whom had journeyed from the opposite side of the city, traversing the entirety of Jincheng. The advantage of a reduced number of consultations is the opportunity to conclude early and rest. As customary, I treated my 4 helpers to a meal, but this time, I refrained from offering any monetary compensation. Instead, after we finished dining, I turned to Bao Yuqin and instructed, "Auntie, upon returning home tonight, bathe your son with rice-washing water, and prepare offerings of the 8 immortals, including 4 types of meat, for varieties of vegetables, for kinds of fruit, along with 4 distinct wines. Tomorrow, I shall visit your home to set up an altar and perform a ritual to heal your son." Bao Yuqin was overjoyed, responding eagerly and hurriedly returning home to prepare. With nothing pressing to occupy my time, I meandered back, deliberately taking a detour to the village entrance. Lao Chao had yet to finish his work, still seated by the window, wrapped in his coat like a Buddha, hands tucked away. Upon noticing my approach, he grunted dismissively, turning his head away from me. The coin, speckled with ash, remained on the table, its position unchanged. I couldn't help but chuckle, leaning against the window and addressing the averted Lao Chao. Last night, I accomplished 2 tasks. In the latter part of the night, I apprehended Wang Laogun, bringing an end to his alchemical endeavors, ensuring that his courtyard would not become a haunted residence. Earlier, I dealt with the Dragon Maiden before the Venerable Bodhisattva, imposing a deadline upon the Bodhisattva's envoy, Qin Mianhu, to come and request my clemency within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lao Chao immediately turned to face me, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized my expression. "It suffices that the matter is resolved. Why must you compel Qin Mianhu to seek you out? My reputation in Jincheng has begun to flourish, yet I still lack the reverence for my peers in the field. Initially, I intended to use Yao Daxian as a stepping stone, but he has brought about his own demise. Since Qin Mianhu has fortuitously found his way into my grasp, I shall utilize him as a support instead. Surely, this time I shall succeed, right? Go away. I am not skilled in divination, so how could I possibly know if success is within reach for you? Do you wish for me to succeed, or do you hope for my failure? Qin Mianhu will not come to meet you. This old fellow is exceedingly cunning. Throughout his life, he has never engaged with strangers, nor have I heard of him ever contending with anyone in a duel of magic. The golden boy before the chariot claims he is the authentic master of the flower patting art, recognized by all practitioners across the nation. Is this truth or mere fabrication? The art of flower patting has 2 prominent figures. In the south, there is Qin Mianhu, and in the north, there is Huayan Zhang. However, a decade ago, Huayan Zhang met an untimely demise under mysterious circumstances in Jincheng, prompting Qin Mianhu to journey north under the pretext of avenging his clan member, subsequently establishing his presence here. It is rumored that authorities have sought this southern trickster multiple times, both overtly and covertly, yet they have failed to uncover his origins. Practitioners of the flower patting art are often devoid of emotion, so what could compel one to traverse such a vast distance to a foreign land? Risking capture for the sake of clan member? I have no answers. My workday has ended. Do leave, and do not hinder my return home. The selection of ashes for spirit invocation is a method for extending life, yet it should not be something a mere trickster can comprehend. Over the past decade, Qin Mianhu has thrived in his endeavors, with 2 disciples, the Golden Boy, skilled in the art of life extraction and selling souls, and the Dragon Lady, adept at illicit activities that swindle the unwary. This does not resemble a quest for vengeance. Rather, it appears he intends to take root in Jincheng. They place great emphasis on the familiarity of the game when it comes to playing flower dice. The adage goes that one should be willing to forego precious goods rather than abandon the familiar board. The fear lies in the unfamiliarity of the surroundings, where one might lose their touch and face humiliation. What could possibly compel Qin Mianhu to forsake his thriving business in the south and venture into the perilous territory of Huayanzhang? Why do you have so many questions? Engaging in flower dice is a lowly pursuit, and even if one were to gain some legitimacy, it remains a trivial matter within the circles of sorcerers. In Jincheng, there are plenty who can manipulate him with ease. It is likely that those who seek longevity through borrowed time are few and far between. Wouldn't you agree? Nonsense. Do not naively inquire about such matters, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. Trust me, Chimyan who will undoubtedly refrain from seeking you out. The chaotic affairs of Dahu village have reached a temporary conclusion. You should focus on your work and earn a living in peace. The tree desires tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Although Wang Laogun has faced repercussions, he has left himself a way out. It won't be long before someone comes knocking at my door, seeking an explanation. With a smile, I turned over the large coin on the table and pushed it towards Old Chow. Chapter 46. The unexpected guest. Old Chow gazed at the large coin in silence for a considerable time before inquiring, "Why do you insist on lingering in Day Village?" I shrugged my shoulders and replied, "If you truly find my presence so unwelcome, I shall take my leave immediately." He surely was aware of my act of using Wang Laogun's flesh and blood as offerings to the spirits. If I departed, the malevolent spirits that had feasted on the flesh would remain, transforming the courtyard into a genuine haunted residence. These wicked entities might even extend their influence, affecting the entire Day Village. In times of chaos, monstrosities tend to roam freely. Although we currently reside in an era of peace, the vast majority have never witnessed the true devastation wrought by malevolent spirits. Yet, someone like Old Chow, who has survived through the tumultuous years of war, must have encountered such horrors. Old Chow glared, ready to unleash a tirade, but after a moment of effort, he deflated like a punctured balloon, staring blankly at the coin once more. I remarked, "Comrade Chow, in the realm of the world, one often finds oneself ensnared. Wang Laogun spent a decade here, crafting the corpse cauldron to refine the life elixir while you sat idly by, oblivious to it all. Could that truly be mere happenstance? Therefore, let us wager on this single coin. You assert that Chimyan who will not come to see me. I contend that he undoubtedly will. Should I lose, this coin shall be my prize to take home." Old Chow remained unresponsive. I did not press him further, leaving the coin on the table as I strolled back. In the distance, I noticed a woman clad in a black and white checkered coat, pacing back and forth in front of the courtyard. How could someone so unrelated to my affairs possibly be here? "Greetings, Mr. Zhou. I am Yang Xiaowen, a forensic expert from the District Bureau. We have met at the detention center. Please, feel free to speak. It is rather chilly outside." I interrupted her self-introduction, opened the door, and led her into the consultation room, pouring her a cup of hot tea. Yang Xiaowen cradled the warm cup, sipping slowly, her expression somewhat hesitant. I did not rush her, merely smiling as she enjoyed her tea. "Mr. Zhou, I have come to seek your guidance on certain matters." To seek guidance is too grand a term. I am merely a practitioner of external ailments, possessing limited knowledge. In truth, I harbor skepticism towards individuals in your profession. I have encountered several who claim to diagnose external ailments, yet most turn out to be charlatans, relying solely on their eloquence to deceive. However, Captain Zhang spoke highly of your genuine expertise, which prompted my visit to consult with you. The essence of true expertise is subjective in its interpretation. While I possess an understanding of matters within my field, I confess my ignorance regarding those outside of it. As they say, different trades, different mountains. Just as I am utterly unacquainted with your forensic skills, Comrade Yang. Upon hearing my words, Yang Xiaowen broke into a smile. Her sharp brows and striking features softened, revealing a warmth and approachability in her expression. "Mr. Zhou, how did you discern that I intended to inquire about forensic matters?" I raised my hands in a gesture of surrender and remarked, "Our acquaintance is fleeting. We have met only once in the detention center. You appear composed and in good health, devoid of any ailments associated with external maladies. Your visit after work suggests that you have encountered an inexplicable dilemma, and, after much contemplation, thought of me a mere practitioner of field medicine. Yet, you were uncertain and chose to consult Captain Zhang for insights about my character. Upon receiving confirmation, you resolved to seek answers from me. Therefore, I must preface my statements to prevent any undue disappointment. As a rustic practitioner of unconventional arts, my knowledge is rather limited." Yang Xiaowen withdrew a stack of photographs from her pocket, carefully laying them out upon the coffee table. In the images, a man appeared, his skin marked by deep wrinkles and dryness, suggesting he was no younger than 70, perhaps even 80. This individual had been sent for an autopsy just yesterday. The findings indicated that he had surpassed the age of 80, having succumbed to the natural process of aging, a fate often regarded as a blessing. However, if he were indeed. If he were truly 80, I took up the thread of Yang Xiaowen and Appo's narrative, selecting a frontal photograph where his eyelids had been drawn back to reveal his eyes. I pointed to the pupils that had dilated. Typically, age brings cloudiness to one's gaze. Yet his eyes were strikingly clear and bright, exhibiting a youthful vitality that suggested he was merely 23 years of age, not 80. Yang Xiaowen's expression turned to one of astonishment. Indeed, this man was only 23 years old. Just a week prior, he had been a student at Jinsheng Medical College. And this morning, he had been discovered lifeless on a park bench by sanitation workers. I found myself perplexed, unable to fathom how a person could undergo such rapid decay in so brief a span of time. I have been a forensic expert for nearly 4 years, and there are only 2 cases that have exceeded my understanding. One was at the detention center, and the other concerns this corpse. I raised my hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Comrade Yang, I am merely a physician who treats the living. When it comes to the deceased, if you wish to uncover the true cause of death, you must rely on your police to investigate the truth, or perhaps consult a medium to speak directly with the departed. Seeking my assistance is akin to asking a blind man for directions. Furthermore, the investigation of a case does not fall within your responsibilities, does it?" Yang Xiaowen pressed her lips together and inquired, "Is the external ailment real?" I couldn't help but chuckle. If you wish to ask something, just say it directly. There's no need for circumlocution. Yang Xiaowen hesitated, ultimately shaking her head, and rose to leave, her demeanor unusually anxious. "Comrade Yang, please wait a moment." I called out to her, retrieving a business card and inscribing my newly acquired phone number upon it. I handed it to her, adding, "If you find it difficult to sleep tonight, place this beneath your pillow. It may help calm your mind and grant you a restful night." Yang Xiaowen accepted the card, examining it closely before asking, "How did you discern that I am sleepless?" "You are not sleepless. Rather, you're troubled by vivid dreams that disrupt your sleep quality." I corrected her subtle misconception. What occupies your mind during the day manifests in your dreams at night. If you refrain from pondering those perplexing matters during the day, you will find that your dreams diminish at night. This predicament stems from within. External remedies may provide temporary relief, but they cannot address the root cause. "Thank you," she said, tucking the card into her pocket before hastily departing. I smiled softly to myself. If there were no discrepancies in the information, she would undoubtedly return within 3 days at most. After seeing Yang Xiaowen leave the courtyard, I returned to my seat by the coffee table. The photographs had been left behind. Whether intentionally or inadvertently, I could not ascertain. However, I was indifferent to this matter. I simply gathered the photos, intending to return them upon her next visit. That night was particularly tranquil, devoid of dreams or disturbances. I closed my eyes, and upon reopening them, it was already time for the morning class. Bao Yuqin arrived with breakfast a full half-hour earlier than usual, consisting of tofu pudding, large meat buns, and 4 varieties of pickled vegetables. She waited for me to finish eating and clear the dishes before inquiring, "Mr. Zhou, at what time today shall I prepare the altar for my son, Qiangbing's ritual? Is there anything else I need to gather?" I calculated briefly and replied, "At 4:18 p.m., please prepare 3 jin of millet and a rooster, and find 9 men aged between 20 and 30. Relatives or friends will suffice. Just ensure none of them are born in the year of the rooster. Do not allow your son to eat or drink today. Cleanse his head and face an hour in advance. You need not come to assist today. Focus on your preparations." Bao Yuqin acknowledged my instructions, hurriedly gathering her things and returning home. The number of patients seeking consultation dwindled throughout the day, with only 9 families arriving, 3 of which were not victims of the urn selection. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, no one else came. I informed the Women's Director and the 2 community defense team members that they need not return to assist tomorrow. I also presented each of them with an envelope containing 500 yuan, both as a token of gratitude and a means to cleanse karmic ties. Having dispatched the 3 individuals, with over an hour remaining before addressing He Qiangbing's predicament, I felt no urgency to commence preparations. I resumed playing Wang Jie's melodies, reclining in the sun-drenched warmth of the winter afternoon on my chaise by the window. Barely had I settled in when I perceived the sound of footsteps approaching the consultation room from the courtyard. The footsteps were hurried and heavy, imbued with an unmistakable air of anger and impatience. The cadence of the steps revealed the intent of the visitor. This individual was not here for a consultation, but rather to provoke trouble. Chapter 47. Professor, how could you do this? Behind the furious and restless footsteps, there was another pair of hurried yet anxious steps, slightly farther away, just arriving at the courtyard entrance. This sound belonged to Bao Yuqin, a presence I had grown accustomed to hearing daily. The door swung open with a heavy force. A tall figure barged in, a girl in her early 20s, clad in a down jacket with a red scarf and a single ponytail, her round glasses lending her a touch of youthful naivety. "Are you Zhou Cheng?" she demanded, her demeanor resembling that of a feisty kitten, bristling with indignation. I couldn't help but let out a laugh. "What are you laughing at?" The girl retorted furiously. "Is it you who prevented my mother from taking Qiangbing to the hospital? With such a severe illness, are you suggesting he should languish at home to die? If anything happens to Qiangbing, I will ensure you pay for it." I inquired. "How do you intend to make me pay?" Her rhetorical question left her momentarily stunned, and she instinctively replied, "I will call the police to arrest you." I remarked, "Old Chow is sitting at the village police station every day. You go find him right now." "Fonger, Fonger." Bao Yuqin rushed in, seizing the girl's arm with urgency. "How can you speak to Mr. Zhou like that?" Turning to me, she added, "Mr. Zhou, please do not take it to heart. My daughter has become foolish from her studies and did not mean to offend you. I apologize on her behalf." The girl, still fuming, exclaimed, "Mom, why are you apologizing to such a fraud? I'm going to find Old Chow to have him arrested." "You speak nonsense," Bao Yuqin exclaimed, her voice turning sharp and piercing. "You worthless squanderer, hurry and apologize to Mr. Zhou. Otherwise, I shall strike you down." Her hand was raised, wavering in the air, yet she ultimately refrained from delivering a blow, merely grasping her and insisting, "Mr. Zhou is not a fraud. He is truly a capable man. He has healed many in recent days. Mother, what era is this? How can you still believe in such superstitions?" The girl retorted fiercely, "Qiangbing is unwell and must be taken to the hospital immediately. We cannot allow these charlatans to meddle. If anything happens to Qiangbing, no amount of compensation can make amends. Listen to me. We shall take Qiangbing to the hospital right now, and whatever treatment is necessary shall be administered." The girl faced Bao Yuqin without flinching, her expression one of anger. In contrast, Bao Yuqin appeared somewhat intimidated, mumbling, "Qiangbing has merely offended, Mr. Zhou can heal him once he performs his rituals. Do not cause a commotion. Any matters can be discussed at home with your mother. Do not disturb Mr. Zhou. Mother, you have allowed this itinerant trickster to cloud your judgment. No, today you must heed my words." The girl turned to glare at me, adding, when I turned back, "I shall settle this with you. If you possess any ability, then by all means, try to stop me." I shook my head, unwilling to engage in this dispute. I turned to Bao Yuqin and suggested, "Why not take your son to the hospital for an examination first? We can discuss the rituals for another day." "No, I refuse to go to the hospital. Today, I implore you to treat him. He has suffered for so many days. We cannot delay any longer." In a flurry, Bao Yuqin implored, "Mr. Xiao Zhou, please exhibit your magnanimity and refrain from engaging with her, as one would with a child." She then turned to the girl, "Feng, return home with me first. We shall discuss matters there. I beseech you. I would even kneel for your sake." I found the scene rather amusing. It was as if this elderly lady treated her son and daughter with entirely different standards. "No, even if you were to kneel, today, Qiangbing must go to the hospital. If he truly possesses the ability, let him stop me." The girl shot me a fierce glare, her demeanor unyielding as she tugged at Bao Yuqin, making her way outside. Now it was Bao Yuqin who clung to her, unwilling to let go, evidently fearful that she might take He Qiangbing to the hospital. Just as the stalemate persisted, a taxi pulled up at the entrance, and 3 individuals hastily emerged. Among them was the elderly woman cradling a child, the very first to inquire about a consultation after watching the television program. Accompanying her were a man and a woman, both in their 30s, exuding an air of refinement despite their evident anxiety. As the trio hurriedly approached, they were taken aback by the scene unfolding at the entrance. The girl's expression shifted, and she no longer bothered to tug at Bao Yuqin, releasing her grip and calling out with some unease, "Teacher Du, Teacher Huang, what brings you here?" The middle-aged couple exchanged awkward glances, and it was the woman who broke the silence. "Why are you here? My home is just across the street." "Ah, this is my mother." "Mother, these are professors from my school who have taught me." Bao Yuqing grew increasingly anxious, hurriedly patting her clothes as she greeted, "Hello, teacher. We're just visiting our neighbor." No, it wasn't merely a visit. It was that my mother had fallen prey to a charlatan promoting superstitions. My younger brother is unwell, yet they refused to take him to the hospital, insisting instead that this fraud must perform some ritual to save him. "Teacher, can one truly remain ill without seeking medical attention?" "Huh?" "Yes, indeed. One must promptly go to the hospital for an examination when unwell." The woman's expression became even more awkward, yet the girl remained oblivious. "Mother, did you hear that? Our university professors say so. Do you trust us or this charlatan?" "Mr. Zhou is not a fraud. Fanger, do not speak carelessly." Bao Yuqing was on the verge of tears, desperate. "Young lady, one must not speak so recklessly." The elderly woman, cradling a child, interjected with evident displeasure. "Mr. Zhou is truly capable. How can you unjustly label him a fraud with mere words?" "Enough. If you're not here to inquire about an illness, kindly step aside. The child has a fever." Realizing they were there for a consultation, Bao Yuqing quickly pulled her daughter aside. The elderly woman rushed towards me, holding the child. "Mr. Zhou, please examine the child again. The fever has returned and refuses to subside." The child in her arms appeared lethargic and devoid of vitality, his face flushed and eyes tightly shut. I gently touched the child's fingers, which had previously exhibited a lively pulse but now lay still, and inquired, having called the soul, "Why has the medicine not been administered on time?" The elderly lady turned to glare at the middle-aged man trailing behind her, and then remarked, "I noticed the child's fever had subsided, and he seemed more spirited, so I thought he had recovered. Medicine, after all, can be somewhat toxic, and I feared it might not be good for his health, so I decided to discontinue the medication. Little did I know that after 2 days, the fever returned and would not relent. Mr. Zhou, every fault lies with me. I beseech you to treat the child once more." Such is the heart of a parent. Even in this critical moment, she still considered her son's dignity. The young girl standing nearby, taken aback, gazed at the middle-aged couple, her speech faltering as she exclaimed, "Professor, are you here to seek this charlatan's help for your child?" The middle-aged man cleared his throat unconsciously, but replied, "Our child has been unable to shake off the fever, and we heard that Mr. Zhou possesses considerable expertise in this area, so we came to seek his counsel." The girl, meanwhile, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Chapter 48. Embracing all for my use, I conducted a brief examination of child. The issues were not severe. The primary concern was that the soul consolidation elixir had not been taken according to the prescribed course, resulting in the spirit being unable to firmly stabilize within the body after returning. During sleep, the child would unconsciously wander from the body. The human spirit is delicate. Without undergoing specific training methods, it becomes vulnerable when detached from the protective confines of the body. Any disturbances from the wind or moonlight or a sudden fright can lead to its weakening. In adults who possess robust bodies, a brief period of rest can suffice to rejuvenate their wandering souls. However, in children, whose bodies and spirits have yet to fully develop, the spirit is inherently fragile and unstable, and the body cannot provide adequate protection and nourishment. Should the spirit wander, recovery can take anywhere from 3 months to a year, often accompanied by symptoms such as excessive sleepiness, physical weakness, night sweats, irritability, and intermittent fevers. This particular child had recently lost their spirit due to fright and was now experiencing exacerbated symptoms from wandering, resulting in a persistent high fever. At this juncture, medication alone would not suffice. It was imperative to first stabilize the spirit and reduce the fever to prevent further harm to the child's foundation. I requested the elderly lady to carry the child into the inner room and lay them on the bed, removing their clothing. The professor and his wife, filled with concern, followed closely behind, but were met with the disapproving glares of the elderly lady, yet they remained obstinate in their presence. I paid them no heed and moved the incense burner from the windowsill to a position above the child's head. I lit 3 sticks of green incense, poured a small bowl of burning alcohol, and using my fingers, ignited it. I then swiftly touched the blue flames to the child's palms, soles, and the crown of their head 3 times, before gently pinching the area at the base of the neck where the large vertebra is located. This action left a purplish-black mark resembling a small bean at the site. The child's forehead was immediately adorned with tiny beads of sweat. I instructed the elderly lady to dress the child appropriately, then placed him before the incense. This was a soul-soothing incense, allowing the child to rest for half an hour before it would settle his spirit. Once the incense had completely extinguished, you may take your leave. I prepared a new prescription, adhering to the usual brewing method, but must be consumed continuously for at least half a month. This time, it is imperative to follow the treatment regimen diligently. Should there be any interruption, even if cured, it may leave a lifelong affliction. The elderly lady nodded in agreement, while the professor and his wife appeared somewhat skeptical, yet held a glimmer of hope. I opted not to engage further, serving each of them a cup of hot tea before stepping out from the inner room. Bao Yuqin and her daughter remained in the room, still standing. I couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you still here? Bao Yuqin tugged at He Fongbing, noticing the girl's stubborn demeanor. She turned to me and said, Mr. Zhou, Fong is rather impatient and lacks experience. Please do not hold it against her. I apologize on her behalf. As she spoke, she prepared to kneel. I hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Annie, there's no need for that. It's not a grave matter. Your daughter's concern for her brother is perfectly understandable. Yet, Bao Yuqin insisted on kneeling. He Fongbing bit her lip and finally spoke up. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. It was my fault. As the words left her lips, tears welled in her eyes. I replied with a smile. I understand that those of you with knowledge believe in science and consider my methods mere superstitious nonsense. However, since these remedies have been passed down for millennia, they must possess some merit, particularly in times of illness. Having an additional avenue offers a glimmer of hope. As long as it proves effective, it matters not whether it is deemed scientific or metaphysical. It is worth a try, with no harm in exploring. One should not dismiss an entire field of knowledge simply because of the prevalence of charlatans. Your brother's ailment is not an urgent matter at this moment. I shall attend to him this afternoon, and should he show no improvement, taking him to the hospital will still be an option. Your indiscriminate reproach towards your aunt only serves to cause her distress. After all, she is not merely your brother's caregiver. He is her beloved son. And does she not feel sorrow? To clarify, I have never suggested that your brother should not be taken to the hospital. If I were to fall ill, I too would seek medical examination and treatment. Stubbornness and selective belief are not the way. Embracing a multitude of perspectives is the true path to wisdom. From within the inner room, a voice filled with surprise emerged. He has come down. Feel his forehead. The fever has subsided. Oh, thank the heavens. No, wait, thank Mr. Zhou. He Fongbing gazed towards the inner room, lost in thought, and fell silent. Bao Yuqin, after offering numerous apologies, finally managed to lead He Fongbing away. I approached the table, prepared a prescription for calming the spirit and solidifying health, and, after careful consideration of the child's condition, made slight adjustments before taking it into the room to present to the elderly lady. I then addressed the esteemed couple of professors. Both of you are highly knowledgeable and likely acquainted with medical experts. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to have the prescription examined. This is a verified remedy recorded by the Venerable Guhong, tailored to the child's specific condition. Remember to drink at 7 each morning, and after drinking, bask in the sunlight until you perspire. When a child is asleep at night, place a piece of the mother's intimate clothing atop their head. This may assist in soothing their spirit. The two individuals listened intently, carefully stowing away the instructions. The male professor grasped my hand and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I heard what you shared with young He. It was truly enlightening. In our pursuit of knowledge, we often find ourselves ensnared in a narrow perspective, relying on our past experiences to judge unfamiliar domains, which is fundamentally misguided. While caution is warranted, given the scarcity of genuine expertise in our field and the prevalence of charlatans, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Those who speak in grandiloquent terms, obscuring clarity, and who employ elaborate tactics are often devoid of true skill and rely on deception to intimidate. As I spoke, I produced 2 business cards, offering one to each of them. As a newcomer in Jincheng, unfamiliar with the locale and lacking renown, I suggested that if they encounter peculiar ailments without identifiable causes, they might refer them to me. Perhaps I could provide assistance, should they find it difficult to sleep at night. Placing the card beneath their pillow could help stabilize their mind and promote restful slumber. The female professor examined the card closely and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, do you have a mobile phone? It would be more convenient for consultations." I inscribed my newly acquired phone number on the card and replied, "Consultations over the phone are permissible, but I do not make house calls. This must be clarified." Upon my departure, the elderly lady presented me with a token of appreciation, a sum of 1,000 yuan. It is evident that these 2 professors must have heard something that prompted them to agree to return for my treatment. Now that my reputation has begun to spread and instill trust, I can proceed to the next step. After sending off the professor and his family, I turned back to the bedroom and retrieved 2 small, faceless wooden puppets from my luggage. Each puppet was adorned with a strand of hair, one coarse and short, the other fine and delicate. I wrapped them in talismanic paper, pressed a large coin atop each, buried them within the incense burner, lit the incense, and solemnly bowed 3 times in reverence. Chapter 49. Not treading on the threshold of the Gu family at 10 minutes past 4. I arrived at the courtyard of Baoyuqin, carrying my bag. A rooster was tied by its feet, with millet scattered on the ground, while 9 robust men from the village stood nearby. He Qiangbing remained crouched in the corner, but he was now impeccably clean and dressed in fresh attire. The villagers, having heard of my intention to perform a ritual to remedy He Qiangbing's affliction, had gathered out of curiosity. However, Tao Danian chastised them and sent them away, although he himself lingered nearby, wrapped in his cloak, observing the proceedings. I addressed Bao Yuqin and her companion He Fangbing, saying, "Yesterday, the Public Security Bureau apprehended Wang Laoguan, and all the rats he had raised with human flesh perished completely. The malevolent forces afflicting He Qiangbing have lost their foundation and strength, and having been preyed upon by cats for so long, they are now weakened and can be easily dispelled. You too may observe from the side, but no matter what you witness, you must remain silent." Bao Yuqin quickly acquiesced, tugging at He Fangbing. He Fangbing remained mute. I chose not to press the matter further and turned to the 9 men assisting me, stating, "Today, I shall rely on your vigorous energy to subdue the entities that have been tormenting He Qiangbing. This malevolence poses a significant threat, and it must not escape. In a moment, I ask that 3 of you position yourselves at each door and window, facing away from the interior. Regardless of what you may hear or sense, do not turn around." After assigning their positions, I instructed Bao Yuqin to move a table against the southern wall. From my bag, I retrieved a hand-painted image of the Taiji savior and hung it upon the wall. I then placed an incense burner and red candles on the table, lighting the incense and candles, and arranged the 8 immortals' offerings and the 4 types of wine prepared by Bao Yuqin. All preparations meticulously completed, I inscribed the sacred vow and recited the incantations for a pure heart, mouth, and mind, as well as the invocations for the cleansing of heaven and earth. I poured 4 colors of libations, partaking of half in each cup while reserving the rest. The altar was thus established. Upon completion, I seized the large rooster, swiftly severing its neck, allowing the crimson blood to saturate the millet. I then retrieved a talisman, igniting it until it turned to ash, which I sprinkled into the mixture, stirring it thoroughly. With one hand holding the bowl of millet and the other grasping the remaining grains, I hurled them at He Qiangbing. He Qiangbing, struck, curled up defensively, emitting frantic squeals. After several cries, he suddenly opened his mouth, expelling a torrent of clear water, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. I immediately bellowed, "Wretched beast, would you flee?" and raised the half-filled cup of libation, casting it into the air. Intentionally, I sprinkled extra over the painting of the cat that hung nearby. Before long, a mouse appeared in the painting, on its back, legs splayed, beneath the paw of the black cat, blood trickling from its mouth, clearly doomed. Witnessing the scene, Bao Yuqin gasped in terror, covering her mouth tightly, while He Fangbing exhibited a look of bewilderment. The desired effect was achieved. In truth, Resolving He Qiangbing's disruptions did not necessitate such elaborate theatrics. These displays were merely for the benefit of onlookers. The efficacy of the treatment required a demonstration of the supernatural to inspire others to share the tale. In addressing external ailments, it is paramount to employ both technique and artistry, treating symptoms through skillful means while showcasing one's prowess. One must constantly remember to exhibit their capabilities, fostering an atmosphere of reverence and trust. Even if I could not utilize He Qiangbing's incident to find a stepping stone for my ambitions, it was essential to seize the opportunity to reveal my mystical abilities. The manifestation of the mouse in the painting signified the completion of the ritual. I paused for a moment, allowing the 9 villagers who had come to assist in the town to behold the scene depicted in the painting. This naturally elicited a hushed gasp of astonishment. Their gazes towards me grew increasingly filled with reverence. It was then that I removed the painting of the cat and handed it to Bao Yuqin before placing it in the hearth to be burned. Bao Yuqin, somewhat apprehensive, hesitated to accept it, inquiring if the painting is burned, won't the cat deity also perish? I reassured her, this painting, merely intended to ward off evil, holds no true sanctity. If you do not burn it and allow that mouse to escape, you may regret it when your household is unsettled. Upon hearing my words, Bao Yuqin promptly took the painting to be burned. Just as the painting was consumed by flames, He Qiangbing, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly leapt up with an exclamation of dismay. I'm freezing to death. Why are you all surrounding me? He continued, it's all well now. Truly remarkable, Mr. Zhou. You are extraordinary. Little Bingzi, you are indeed fortunate. Without Mr. Zhou, you would have met your end. The crowd merrily pointed and laughed at the bare-chested He Qiangbing, while his sister, He Fangbing, approached to drape a coat over him. With matters settled, I chose not to linger, gathering my belongings and returning to my modest courtyard. As twilight descended and dinner was served, it was not Bao Yuqin who brought the meal, but rather He Fangbing. Her eyes reddened, suggesting she had recently wept. I refrained from probing further, focusing solely on my meal. Braised pork with preserved vegetables, scallion braised fish, stir-fried greens with cured meat, accompanied by a bowl of lotus root and spare rib soup. My appetite was insatiable, and I cleared my plate, bowl, and soup with great enthusiasm. He Fangbing sat quietly beside me, waiting for me to finish my meal. After I had tidied up the dishes, he did not leave immediately, but poured me a cup of tea and said, my mother just informed me about my father's situation. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I was wrong during the day. I apologize. Holding the teacup, I savored the flavors and nonchalantly replied, it's nothing. In our profession, being misunderstood is a common occurrence. Ultimately, there are more deceivers in this world than genuine people. However, do refrain from being so reckless in the future. My leniency does not imply that others will be equally forgiving. If you encounter someone petty, they may secretly undermine you, and you might remain oblivious to the consequences for a lifetime. He Fangbing nodded silently, hesitating for a moment before asking, Mr. Zhou, do ghosts truly exist? I chuckled and replied, there are no ghosts. Otherwise, many of my healing principles would be rendered void. Yet, I have never encountered a genuine ghost in reality. He Fangbing quickly responded, what about in dreams? My mother said she dreamed of my father returning to find her. Can you help me see him in a dream? I waved my hand and said, I am merely a practitioner of the living's ailments, with no knowledge or ability regarding the deceased. Once a person passes away, they're no longer on the same path as the living. Yin and yang are divided. Some matters may not align with your imagination. As the saying goes, to meet is not as good as to reminisce. Not seeing him may be better for both you and your father. He Fangbing did not pursue the matter further, gathering his belongings and departing in silence. I too did not dwell on it, proceeding with my evening lessons. Upon returning to my bedroom, I noticed that the incense in the burner had completely burned out, prompting me to retrieve the 2 small wooden figurines, meticulously wrapped. Those with short hair were soaked in a small pot, sealed in a jar, and buried beneath the foot of the bed. For those with long hair, they were merely brushed with clear water and tied with hemp rope, suspended inside the wardrobe. This too is a form of spiritual binding, akin to the handling of ashes. The 2 strands of hair had long been prepared. The short one belonged to Xiao Wu from the station, while the long one was from Yin Xiaomei, the head of the household. Once everything was arranged, I lay down on the bed, fully clothed, and closed my eyes to sleep. At the stroke of midnight, I heard two faint rustling sounds outside the door, prompting me to open my eyes and sit up. "Since you have arrived, do come in and speak." A hoarse, aged voice echoed from beyond the door. Unfamiliar celestial beings cannot pass through the gates of spiritual enlightenment. We have already paid our respects to the Bodhisattva of childbearing and shall not step over your threshold. We are all old companions. We seek the five-fingered heaven, yet you, a mere specter, obstruct our path with unnecessary barriers. Chapter 50. The immortal gathering in matters of courtesy. One must yield twice and not more than thrice. On the train, I made my stance clear, as it seemed your subordinates were oblivious to this breach of etiquette. This constitutes the first offense. I shall take 3 lives as a minor punishment. This time, as I open my practice for the selection of ashes and spirits, it is only righteous to heal and save lives. Yet, you resort to summoning paper figures to demand a reckoning, which is the second offense. I shall claim your dragon maiden and golden boy, merely to make my point and to acknowledge the celestial presence. Should you remain unconvinced, we may either engage in further debate or invite fellow practitioners to adjudicate the matter. I will not engage in subtle insinuations. Instead, I will speak plainly. Subtlety serves as both a coded language and a sign of respect. However, given your initial breach of decorum, such niceties have become superfluous. It is evident that the younger generation lacks an understanding of the gravity of summoning paper figures for retribution. Since the offense has already occurred, I accept the consequences. Yet, your manipulation of spirits has crossed a line. The havoc caused by Sun Wukong does not extend to our sect. The principle remains. In your absence, I stand firm. If you wish to discuss principles, let us invite the fellow practitioners of this golden city to deliberate. As a newcomer, I am willing to participate in this discourse. You have suppressed the spirits for 3 days, and the King of Hell has offered no salvation. You have 2 days left. In terms of principles and lives at stake, you have neither protector nor disciple, nor the Dragon Maiden. Are you suggesting that you would sacrifice yourself? Let me know my family, the Zhou clan, has perished without a trace, leaving me unencumbered. Thus, you may take my life. You cannot substitute the lives of 3 minor spirits for your own. We are all brothers in this practice. The path has no singular route, and the laws have no precedence. This is merely a case of youthful indiscretion. Why escalate matters to such extremes? Humans strive for dignity, just as Buddhists seek the essence of incense. My purpose in coming to the Golden City is to establish a foundation. If I do not reclaim my dignity today, what worth is my life? In my hometown, Qinglao River of Pingxi Mountain, one may inquire about my background. For every grievance, I shall seek retribution, and for every resentment, I shall demand recompense. I am prepared to sacrifice my life for the sake of my dignity. What of you? Regardless of reason, what is it that you seek? We are all brothers in arms, and harmony is of utmost importance. I shall accept this matter. Regardless of reason, you must admit your fault and acknowledge the name. If you choose to engage in this business, I shall claim a share of 5 parts. Without a foundation, seeking the benefits of this endeavor will not find favor with the master. Let us then unite in camaraderie. The suppression of spirits can indeed be unraveled. It is out of respect for our brotherhood that I refrain from severing ties, allowing you to partake. Decorum dictates that one should yield a little. Your approach is not conducive to good relations. There are 3 methods to break the spirit's oppression. The master can bestow life, the family can bear the burden. And if you are capable, I shall accept my fate. A sudden sound from outside interrupted my thoughts. I leapt from my bed, grasped a handful of incense, ash from the incense burner on the windowsill, and opened the door. Outside, there was no one to be seen. On the ground lay a pair of faint footprints, the toes pointing outward and the heels toward the door. The individual had been facing away from the entrance. I scrutinized the footprints for a moment, then cast the incense ash over them, subsequently using a piece of rice paper and ink dust to make an impression of the footprints, which I carefully stored away upon returning indoors before resuming my slumber. The following day was uneventful, with only 3 patients visiting for consultations. As usual, I closed my door in the afternoon, took a stroll, and upon my return, purchased 2 bottles of wine and some pig's head meat. I made my way to the police station, first offering the wine and meat to old Chow, before revealing the impression of the footprints I had made, placing it upon the table. Old Chow sighed and inquired, "What discourse have you engaged in? Are we discussing the suppression of fate or acknowledging faults?" I chuckled. A mere flower picker dares to engage me in a debate regarding fate? Clearly, he is merely posturing for notoriety. I even demanded a meager 5 points of reasoning to justify his claim. Lao Chow took a sip of liquor, delicately picked up a piece of pig's head meat, and savored it slowly. I remained unhurried, patiently awaiting his response. In the region of Jincheng, a hub of connectivity and strategic significance, the mingling of dragons and snakes has been a historical constant. Establishing a foothold here has always been a matter of selecting the capital or opting for gold. The last individual to establish himself as a deity in Jincheng was the venerable Elder Chan. Since then, no divine figures have emerged, no matter how extraordinary. They remain mere shadows in the presence of that formidable individual who appears once every 5,000 years. It has been 30 years. The era of deities has waned, and now only 5 can still claim a position of respect in Jincheng. The foremost Feng Shui Master Su Wu, the fate diviner Lao Long, the spirit consultant Wei Ba, the ghost exorcist Wei Jie, and the alchemist Guxiao. Lao Chow raised his bottle in my direction. I clinked it with him, took a sip of liquor, and sampled a piece of pig's head meat. Do they aspire to be deities? Lao Chow chuckled softly, took another sip, inhaled sharply, and remarked, "Not to mention the currently thriving Master Li. Even figures like Yin Xin and Zhang Baosheng have amassed great wealth. Who wouldn't be envious? Who wouldn't T want to be a deity? You should ask who doesn't T wish for that." However, all 5 of them have narrowly escaped repercussions over the years. Especially Wei Ba, a disciple of Elder Chan. After enduring 2 rounds of scrutiny, who would dare to extend their neck recklessly? At most, they discreetly gather wealthy patrons, employing their methods to amass fortunes, but to openly claim the title of deity? They possess the ambition, yet lack the courage. Who among them could have orchestrated the matter of selecting the urn? It is difficult to ascertain. In 1982, the 5 families convened a gathering of Earth immortals, although the subsequent crackdown in the following year frightened them back into obscurity. However, in the present context of Jincheng, the disputes arising between individuals like you and the Thousand-Faced, who could lead to a situation that necessitates their intervention for resolution. Should they choose to step in? Thousand-Faced who would not meet his demise, for that would tarnish the reputation of the Earth immortals. While one may be forgiven for the calamities wrought by fate, one cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds. Ultimately, the Earth immortals are but mere mortals, incapable of safeguarding Thousand-Faced who. Nevertheless, I am intrigued to witness this gathering of Earth immortals. I shall return now and seek you out for a drink another day. I clapped my hands, stowed away the footprint paper, and took my bottle of liquor as I departed. Old Chow inquired from behind, "Zhou Cheng, what brings you to Jincheng?" Without turning back, I replied, "Captain Zhang asked me the same question, and I told him it was to establish my name and earn substantial wealth." "You are indeed an honest man. In the presence of truth, I shall respond with sincerity. I have come to Jincheng to lay the foundations for a legacy business, intending to settle here permanently." Old Chow spat heavily, saying, "Is your name truly Zhou Cheng?" I chuckled and retorted, "Is your surname truly Chow?" Old Chow cursed, "Get lost." Yet, after venting his frustration, he burst into laughter, adding, "Do mind yourself. I sense trouble brewing. If the crackdown resumes, these city rats, though currently reveling, would scatter at the first sign of danger. Rest assured, my intention is solely to establish a foundation for healing and saving lives. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should one provoke me..." I lifted the bottle and shook it at him, swallowing the last words that lingered on my tongue. "Should one provoke me, I shall eradicate the root of the problem." As evening descended, Yin, who returned once more, speaking through the door as before. This time, he took the initiative to address me first. "I grant you an extension on your life. Bow your head in acknowledgement of your fault. Post a notice bearing your name, and I shall bestow an additional 500,000 as a foundation. The principles of selecting the spirit may be overlooked, but you must agree. Tomorrow, the matter shall be resolved. You wish to use me as a stepping stone for your own glory, and I accept that. However, if the principles of selecting the spirit are non-negotiable, as long as I remain in Jinsheng, you shall have no further opportunities to choose. Chapter 51. The killing intent born in your heart, you have drawn your bow with great force, yearning for fame and recognition. It would be unwise to meddle with the ashes of the deceased. In my earnestness, I cannot yield any further. Let us delve into the matter of life and death. You have but one day and night left. In the realm of martial arts, one seeks nothing but fame and fortune. Even if you are indeed a true Buddha, there is no need to impose upon life so readily. I shall offer another chance. 2 lives for 1 million. Should you refuse, I will proceed to impose the matter of life and death. I choose to confront the matter of life and death. Tomorrow night, at 8, at the Southern Sky Pavilion on Mumu Mountain, I shall arrange a gathering for the esteemed Jin Sheng to discuss this matter, where we shall each stake a life. You must bring the ashes of the spirit along. With a resounding bang, the door trembled from a forceful knock. I took a handful of incense ash and opened the door to investigate. There was a bloody handprint on the door and shallow footprints on the ground. This time, the footprints were oriented towards the door. I sprinkled incense ash and took a paper impression, carefully comparing it with the footprints from the previous night. It was evident that the same individual had visited both nights. The audacity to set the matter of life and death on the spot could only belong to Qian Mian, who himself. At last, I have caught this cunning fox by the tail. The following day, I went to see old Chow early in the morning. He sat by the window, yawning incessantly, looking as if he had just awakened. "Comrade Chow, why were you awake last night?" "Awake? Nonsense. You nocturnal creature, you never come without a purpose. Speak." "I have made arrangements with Qian Mian who regarding the matter of life and death for tonight at 8 at the Southern Sky Pavilion. If I do not return by tomorrow morning, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging for my remains." Old Chow let out a lengthy yawn, retrieving a large coin and tossing it to me. Yesterday, someone had spread the word about a banquet hosted by Ganyan, although I had not heard of any official announcement. Perhaps it would be circulated today. I raised my hand, pressing the coin against the back of my hand without revealing it, allowing it to slide onto the table while still covering it with my palm. Old Chow observed my hand and urged, "Move your hand." The coin lay flat on the table, face up. I smiled and remarked, "A natural killing intent." Old Chow shook his head and replied, "This is not a natural killing intent. It is a malice born from your heart. You possess true skills, yet your inner fire burns too fiercely, and your murderous intent is too heavy. This is not the demeanor of one who navigates the rivers and lakes properly. If you wish to establish a presence in Jinsheng, you must amend your ways." I countered, "In peaceful times, where is the need for violence? Fear not. I am a practitioner of the Yin Meridian, and my hands remain untainted by blood. I worry about individuals like you," Old Chow said, tucking the coin back into his pocket. "I am merely a neighborhood officer, responsible for the safety of Dahu village. Matters of corpse retrieval do not fall under my jurisdiction." He then turned to visit Bao Yuqin, informing her that she need not prepare lunch or dinner for me. During our conversation, He Qiangbing lay on the bed, soundly asleep, but I did not see He Fangbing. Bao Yuqin, with a hint of concern, asked Mr. Zhou. Qiangbing fell asleep last night and dreamt of a swarm of mice surrounding him, which frightened him so much that he dared not close his eyes again until dawn. "Is there something amiss?" I replied, "This is a result of his spirit being entangled and weakened. Find a monk or Taoist for him to serve as a master. With a couple of years of reciting scriptures, his spirit will be steadied and his heart calmed." Bao Yuqin quickly inquired, "Mr. Zhou, would it be acceptable for Qiangbing to take you as his master? I see no one compares to your blessings." "Dear aunt, I do not take on disciples, and moreover, your son is restless and unsteady. He is not suited for this path. When you seek a master for him, choose someone with substantial foundations, a temple of great renown, as the temple's prestige can indeed anchor his spirit. Placing it under his pillow while he sleeps tonight may grant him a peaceful slumber." I handed a business card to Bao Yuqin and inquired, "Is your daughter returning to school now?" Bao Yuqin, with a furrowed brow, replied, "She says there are matters at the school, and has returned early. Ever since learning of her father's situation, she has been utterly distracted. I hope nothing is amiss. What troubles could a university student possibly face? I chuckled lightly, noticing Bao Yuqin's troubled expression. I requested a piece of white paper from her, took a pen, and wrote a few strokes, folding the paper into the shape of a safety talisman. If you truly worry, give this to your daughter to carry close to her. Ah, that is splendid, Bao Yuqin exclaimed joyfully, reaching for her pocket. Mr. Xiaozhou, please accept this small token. No need for that. Consider it a token of gratitude for the meals you have provided over these days. Keep it. I declined Bao Yuqin and Appo's offer. Upon returning to the courtyard, I hung a sign on the door stating that I was out for errands and would be available for consultations in the morning. After tidying my belongings, I stepped out and made my way to a nearby grocery store to purchase some items. As I wandered, I sensed someone trailing behind me. I feigned ignorance, completed my shopping, and boarded a bus heading straight for Mumu Mountain. Mumu Mountain is a renowned attraction in Jincheng, situated over 40 kilometers from the city center. Bordered by a lake to the east and a river to the west, the summit boasts a serene pool, presenting a landscape of tranquil beauty. Both Buddhism and Taoism have revered this location, erecting temples and pavilions. Today, the mountain is adorned with 7 palaces, 8 pavilions, and 36 halls, attracting a constant stream of visitors who come to pay their respects and admire the scenery. To accommodate the needs of tourists and worshippers, 6 hotels of varying standards have been established on the mountain. Among them, the Nantian Pavilion, located halfway up the mountain, serves as an economical lodging option that offers both food and accommodation, achieving a 3-star level of service. Upon arriving at the foot of Mumu Mountain in the early afternoon, around 2 o'clock, I chose to delay my ascent. Like many other visitors, I leisurely strolled along the mountain path, reveling in the sights and the spiritual ambience. I paid homage at the Sanyuan Palace, lighting an incense stick before gradually descending with the flow of the crowd. During this descent, I took a brief detour to the restroom, where I changed my attire and refreshed my appearance. When I emerged, my transformation was striking. Although I could not rival the extraordinary ability of certain individuals to change their essence and demeanor, I was no longer easily recognizable. The ability to discern one's true spirit is a rare skill among practitioners of the mystical arts. 2 individuals, seemingly in their 30s, lingered outside the restroom, and I walked past them without arousing their suspicion. One of them was smoking, and neither their appearance nor attire bore any remarkable features, making them blend seamlessly into the crowd. Such unremarkability is precisely what is required for one to engage in subterfuge. I retrieved a cigarette, placed it between my lips, and casually approached the 2 men, asking, "Gentlemen, may I borrow a light?" One of them discreetly produced a lighter and tossed it to me. I ignited a cigarette, returned the lighter, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a long plume of smoke, momentarily stunning the 2 of us. Where is the informant? He has gone to the restroom. What were the instructions upon his departure? 5th brother instructed to keep a watchful eye and report every half hour. If there were any intentions to head to the Southern Sky Pavilion, immediate notification was required. Where is 5th brother at present? He remains at the Lanqing hostel. Why hasn't he arrived? The old Buddha has commanded him to refrain from undertaking certain tasks personally. Is he attempting to defy that directive? Lord Sun has lost his composure, and the old Buddha has assigned 5th brother to take his place, serving as a pivot, thus unable to make his own appearance. The entire operation has faltered. How could 5th brother, as a pivot, facilitate any valuable goods? Ani Malong still needs to receive guanyin. The southern trade route must not be disrupted. Let us remain here and monitor the informant. After an hour, inform 5th brother that the informant has proceeded to the Southern Sky Pavilion. Once that is accomplished, we shall descend from the cliffs of decapitation. My family awaits. Understood. Chapter 52. The Immortals feast the Lanqing and is situated at the foot of Momo Mountain, nestled along a quaint tourist street, occupying a nondescript corner on the southern end. Its facade and signage are utterly unremarkable, and upon entering, one can immediately discern the subpar conditions of the establishment. Such an inn, barring the bustling tourist season, is typically quite desolate. However, It is evident that Xianmian who operates this and not with the intent of reaping substantial profits from tourists. Not far from the street lies the river dock, teeming with passenger boats, cargo vessels, and fishing boats that traverse the waters daily. One can board a vessel here and, within 5 days, reach another province. The scrutiny on the river is far less stringent than on land, making it an ideal route for transporting women, often referred to as guanyin, who are trafficked for the purpose of selling flesh in certain southern locales, a term derived from the notion of offering one's physical form. As I entered the Lanxing in around 5 o'clock, the hour for dinner, I found the dining area on the ground floor eerily quiet. Aside from the front desk attendant, the only other inhabitants were flies flitting about. Upon noticing my arrival, the attendant lethargically greeted me, inquiring if I desired a meal or accommodation. I scrutinized the attendant for a moment before replying, "A meal will suffice. Just a bowl of zhajiang noodles, please." "A bowl of zhajiang noodles. Feel free to take a seat. It will be ready shortly." I chose a table by the window, and before long, a tall, portly man clad in a wrinkled chef and Appo's uniform emerged, carrying a sizable bowl. He placed it on the table, revealing a meager portion of noodles at the bottom, accompanied by a dark, aged sauce and 2 limp sprigs of cilantro tossed in for good measure. Initially, I had intended to enjoy a meal before attending to my affairs. Yet the noodles before me were utterly unappetizing. I pushed the bowl aside and declared, "I shall not partake any longer. Let us settle the bill." The rotund man with a coarse voice responded, "120. I cast a sidelong glance at him, incredulous that such a meager fare could demand such an exorbitant sum. "Do you fancy a free meal? You ought to inquire whose establishment this is. Are you seeking trouble?" The stout man glared at me, his hand raised to strike my face. Swiftly, I seized his pinky finger and twisted it until it cracked. He yelped in pain and withdrew his hand in haste. Rising from my seat, I grasped the bowl of noodles in one hand and clutched the man's neck with the other, forcing him down. With a resounding crash, his face collided with the table, shattering it beneath him. He tumbled to the ground, rolling like a gourd, and in his descent, he knocked over a dozen tables. The waiter screamed, "Fifth brother, there's a disturbance. Who dares to cause trouble? Seeking death, are you?" With that reprimand, the door curtain was lifted, and a man emerged from behind. Though not tall, he was remarkably stout, possessing a width that surpassed his height. His bald head gleamed alongside a golden chain, and he tucked a Burberry handbag under his arm. Upon exiting, he immediately noticed the incapacitated chef sprawled on the floor, then turned his gaze toward me, letting out a chilling chuckle, and strode forward with purpose, looking for trouble. "Are we?" Without inquiring about my brother Wu, I swiftly lifted my hand and brought the bowl of noodles crashing against the man's face. Taking a step forward, I clenched my fist, curling my fingers so that my index finger jutted out like a dagger, and struck forcefully beneath his ribcage. The man gasped for breath, letting out a pained scream, gradually bending over as if to crouch down. Grabbing hold of his collar, I unleashed a flurry of slaps across his face, transforming it into a visage resembling that of a pig's head. The waitress emitted a piercing scream, hastily retreating to the back, for Wu had been assaulted. Paying no heed to her, I hoisted the man up and said, "So, you are Brother Wu. It's a pleasure to meet you. My brother has encountered a predicament and seeks your assistance to fill his pockets. I assure you, this favor shall be repaid in due course." With that, I retrieved an old black star from the long-haired man and placed it upon the pristine table, pressing this Brother Wu into a chair. I kindly adjusted his collar and took a napkin from the table to wipe the blood from his nose. Brother Wu sniffled, casting a sidelong glance at the old black star on the table, and muttered, "We're all in this together. There's no need for violence at the outset." I let out a cold chuckle and replied, "Please don't take offense, Brother Wu. I am rather quick-tempered and cannot abide humiliation. Your companion struck first, so I merely returned the favor. You have suffered in his stead. I hope you can direct your ire toward him. I don't require much, just enough for travel expenses. Once I establish myself in the south and conduct significant business, I shall repay you." Brother Wu touched his face, wincing in pain, taking sharp breaths through clenched teeth. "One slap is not excessive. Let us consider it the beginning of a friendship." He spoke as he bent down to pick up the handbag that had fallen to the ground. Extracting a stack of money without a glance and directly thrusting it into my hands, a sum neither more nor less, with the excess considered a token of our meeting. I accepted it, stowing it away in my pocket, and gathered the remaining items from the table, preparing to take my leave. Brother, do take good care of your subordinates. They ought to be vigilant, lest they provoke the wrong individuals, unaware of the peril that may ensue. Hold on a moment, called fifth brother, raising his hand to touch his face. Are you heading south or north, coming from the west, or going east? What brings you here? I scoffed softly, replying, I'm here for a gamble, having been unable to stay at the previous place. I'm heading south to seek my fortune. I left in haste, and now, with some newfound wealth, I find myself the subject of ridicule. Gambling, you say? Fifth brother's eyes darted thoughtfully. I happen to have a banquet. Would you care to join? I chuckled derisively. A restaurateur hosting a banquet? Are you concerned that your neighbors may encroach upon your business? It's a proper banquet, already attended by friends and family. I see you possess considerable skill. If you wish to lend a hand, I assure you, you will be well compensated. Oh, the esteemed proprietor, may I inquire which illustrious guest you are entertaining? Honoring the passing deities of the three pure ones. Such celestial beings demand a grand affair, which is not easily arranged. It's merely a small gathering. The guests are few, and the host, the earth god, is always accommodating. Currently, we are in need of someone to serve the dishes, and if you're interested, it would conveniently cover your travel expenses southward. To arrange a celestial banquet, one must indeed exert considerable effort. The noise generated could irk our neighbor, Old Lay, rendering the atmosphere quite unbearable. Thus, it is imperative to adhere to certain regulations. Maintaining a low profile is of utmost importance. It is easily said, yet the genuine skill must be employed to ensure the satisfaction of the wandering deities. We have previously hosted celestial banquets beyond the city, where the essence lies in swiftness and precision. One must seize the moment while it is warm, lest it falter and dissipate. Should the dishes cool before being served, the deities may take offense and depart in displeasure. My brother, having honed his craft at a prestigious university, has never faltered in his execution. The host can rest assured. Fifth brother extracted 3 bundles of cash from his bag and placed them upon the table. I did not scrutinize them closely. I merely accepted them, returning the earlier bundle I had taken, as I was employed, and it would be improper to take the host's money. My brother's hands were somewhat clumsy earlier, and I apologize for that. Nevertheless, even with the funds in hand, fifth brother has always been one to give without expectation of return. Once the banquet is successfully arranged, we shall cultivate a lasting relationship. Fifth brother squinted, his face resembling that of a sincere pig, brimming with genuine earnestness. Chapter 53. The Skill Who Dares to Strike Brother 5. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted. The door curtain was flung aside, and a throng of men surged forth from the back room, clad in nothing but their bare torsos or singlets, their tattoos displayed prominently, each wielding a cleaver. They surrounded me and Brother 5 with menacing expressions, poised to attack. I let out a cold chuckle, slipping my hand into my pocket while my gaze remained fixed on Brother 5, my eyes glinting with intent. Everyone stand down, Brother 5 bellowed as he leaped to his feet, snatching the cleaver from the hands of the foremost assailant and delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face. This unexpected turn left not only the struck man bewildered, but also the rest of the gang, who froze in place, staring at Brother 5 in confusion. What nonsense is this? I am not adversaries with this brother. Why do you rush in here uninvited? Apologize to Lao He at once. In unison, the group of underlings bowed deeply, exclaiming, Lao He, we apologize. Brother 5 turned to me, saying, My brothers lack experience. Please do not mock them. Since we have settled matters, let us retire upstairs for now. When the time comes, I shall call for you. I remained silent and followed Brother 5 upstairs into a private room. Once the door was closed, he said, Brother, let us adhere to the customs. Do not take offense. I produced the old black star, raising it high above my head. Brother 5 stepped forward, thoroughly checking me to ensure I carried no mobile phones, beepers, or any other means of external communication. He then had a platter of fruit brought in as a gesture of goodwill. With a smile, I accepted and handed a cigarette to Brother Wu, who took a couple of puffs before stepping outside. I settled by the window, retrieving the blood-stained tissue hidden in my palm. From my bag, I extracted paper and a pen, swiftly sketching a portrait of Brother Wu, smudging a bit of the blood onto my forehead. Then I procured a sewing needle and pinned the drawing beneath the bed. Having completed this preparation, I left the fruits untouched and lay down on the bed, closing my eyes to gather my thoughts. The sounds from the outside world filtered in, footsteps and laughter of passers-by on the street, the calls of merchants enticing customers, the clatter of tables and chairs being arranged on the first floor, Brother Wu conversing on the phone, and faint sounds of weeping. This sound emanated from below, likely originating from the underground, and it seemed there was more than one person. No wonder Brother Wu had taken his post here. It turned out there were matters of great importance being handled. Tonight was pivotal, and Brother Wu could not afford to be distracted. This batch of affairs would likely need to stay overnight, awaiting the resolution of tomorrow. As Brother Wu concluded his call, the heavy footsteps soon approached the room. The door creaked open. "Brother, there's news. The deity is about to arrive. We must hastily prepare the banquet. We cannot afford to delay. Let us depart immediately." I rolled over and replied, "We can relax once the tasks are complete. I wonder if there are any suitable venues nearby for a proper gathering. Ever since I left my hometown beyond the borders, I haven't felt at ease. It's been quite vexing. Rest assured, once we finish our business, I shall treat you to a delightful time. As for my own place, I can assure you, cleanliness and tranquility are paramount, and the quality is unrivaled." Elder Brother Wu laughed heartily and readily agreed. I followed him downstairs, and we boarded a Cherokee, heading towards Moo Mountain. Upon reaching the parking area, we disembarked, and I slung a bag over my shoulder before embarking on foot along the mountain path. By the time we arrived at our destination, twilight had settled in. This path is a necessary route to the Nanshan Pavilion. Although there are inns on the mountain, their prices tend to be exorbitant, leading most tourists to choose accommodations at the base. As darkness fell, the trail became devoid of any human presence. Elder Brother Wu led me around a sharp bend, murmuring a couple of sounds towards the adjacent thicket before plunging into it. Inside the dense foliage, 3 individuals were seated, meticulously inspecting their weapons. They were all seasoned veterans, their appearances unremarkable, with disheveled hair and dressed in simple, even somewhat tattered clothing, starkly contrasting with the glamorous assassins portrayed in Hong Kong films. Yet, this was the quintessential demeanor of a genuine assassin, remaining inconspicuous aids in blending in, while avoiding attention facilitates a swift exit. Those who are too striking often find it challenging to navigate this line of work. "Brothers, this is our new recruit. He will take the lead in a moment," Elder Brother Wu introduced. The 3 men glanced at me without uttering a word. One of them, a gaunt man in his 40s, inquired of Elder Brother Wu, "Is the target on their way?" "They're coming this way. They will arrive shortly." Elder Brother Wu placed the bag on the ground and opened it, retrieving a gleaming curved blade. He turned to me and instructed, "When the time comes, ensure to leave him a breath. The client insists on A-live extraction, otherwise, the payment will not be released. This task must be executed by me personally." A and Oppos, live extraction and Oppos, refers to decapitating a person while they're still alive. The 3 individuals were evidently aware of the request and offered no indication of dissent. They merely rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from their garments. It was the same emaciated man who spoke again, this time addressing me directly. "We 3 are old partners. However, since Fifth Brother has decreed that you shall take the lead, we shall not contest your position. When a moment arises, you will strike first. Regardless of whether you hit your target, immediately drop to the ground, and we shall follow with the finishing blows." Before he could complete his sentence, his head abruptly detached from his body. Fifth Brother, standing beside him, had suddenly revealed a menacing glare and severed his neck with a swift stroke of his blade. The other 2, startled by the suddenness of the act, instinctively raised their guns, but their movements were a fraction too slow. Fifth Brother, with the speed of lightning, executed 2 more swift slashes, claiming the lives of the remaining assassins. In the blink of an eye, all 3 killers had met their demise. Fifth Brother, drenched in blood and panting heavily, stood at the scene, his expression vacant and his gaze vacant. I inquired, "Which room is the old Buddha-s?" Fifth Brother, in a trance, replied, "The cliffside hall on the 3rd floor." Inform the old Buddha that the task has been accomplished. A flicker of inner turmoil crossed Fifth Brother's face. It was evident that deceiving Qin who instilled him with an overwhelming dread, to the extent that even my hypnotic influence caused him to hesitate. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment of struggle. He retrieved his mobile phone and left a message for the paging station. Please ensure the banquet is successful. Dispose of these individuals, and then you may take your own life. May your death be painful, allowing for the soul to linger, thus facilitating the journey back. Brother Wu nodded absent-mindedly, retrieving a small, entrenching tool from his pouch and commencing to dig a grave on the spot, preparing to inter the body. I chose to disregard him and emerge from the woods, following the path until I reached the Southern Sky Pavilion. Upon entering, I reserved a room, specifically requesting one with a cliff view. After ascertaining the precise location of the Lingyuan Pavilion, I dismissed the attendant, shed my outer garments, and donned a form-fitting outfit. Taking my position on the windowsill, I inverted myself with my head directed downward, knees bent, and my toes gripping the crevice of the outer wall. Supported by my hands, I began to traverse the surface in this upside-down posture, adhering closely to the wall. This technique, known as the scorpion's backward crawl, is a remarkable skill of old Rome, derived from the acrobatics of the colorful gate performers. I began practicing this maneuver at the age of 10 and devoted 8 years to it, achieving only modest proficiency. I could latch onto my body with any small opening. However, according to Sister Meow, she had witnessed true masters of this art, who could effortlessly cling to a mirror-smooth wall, relying solely on their muscular strength, moving with the grace of a gecko. In our subsequent travels, I learned that this extraordinary skill had long been lost to time, leaving me curious as to where she acquired it and where she had encountered such a master. To me, Sister Meow remains an enigma, and despite having followed her for a decade, I have yet to learn her true name. Chapter 54. Displaying one's skills before an expert, I navigated along the outer wall until I reached the window of the Lingyuan Pavilion. The window was tightly shut, and the room within was devoid of any presence. From my bag, I retrieved a slender wire and deftly inserted it through the window's crevice, skillfully manipulating it until the latch yielded. I pushed the window open and leaped inside, promptly producing the pre-prepared incense ash, which I meticulously sprinkled from the entrance across the floor. Above the Southern Sky Pavilion lies the Three Purities Temple, where the fragrant smoke rises ceaselessly, rendering any traces of my incense ash inconspicuous. As I continued to sprinkle while retreating, I found myself perfectly positioned at the window upon finishing. I then leapt back onto the windowsill, employing my grappling hook to secure myself against the outer wall, ensuring the window was closed once more. I withdrew the wire and hung it above the window. After approximately 20 minutes, the door to the room was pushed open and 6 individuals entered. Their company comprised both men and women, the youngest of whom appeared to be in their 50s. They exchanged polite courtesies, taking their seats around a round table. I paid no heed to their flattery and pleasantries, instead focusing intently on the footprints imprinted on the floor. Eureka! I had found it, the footprints of the elusive Qian who, belonging to a stout, elderly gentleman. His complexion was pale, devoid of facial hair, and he bore an aristocratic appearance, silent and stoic, exuding an air of aloofness. Amidst the exchanges of compliments, he was referred to as Master Gu. Without delay, I climbed back along the wall to my own quarters. By now, it was 7:45, leaving a mere 15 minutes until the appointed time. I took up my pen and spread out a sheet of paper, swiftly sketching the layout of the Lingyuan Pavilion and the individuals within. This rapid sketching skill I had acquired from an art teacher in Haiqing. In order to master this skill, Sister Meow exceptionally stayed in Haiqing for 6 months. After finishing her painting, I retrieved a footprint map of the thousand-faced Hu that I had carried with me, aligning it with the depiction of the thousand-faced Hu in the painting. I took 3 rusted iron nails and swiftly traced the footprint map onto the floor of the room, ultimately erasing the door from the artwork. With these preparations complete, I gathered my belongings and departed, changing my attire in a nearby forest to restore my appearance as Zhou Cheng before returning to Nantian Pavilion. This time, I made my way directly to the entrance of the Lingyuan Pavilion's private room. Upon reaching the door, It was precisely 7:58. Through the door, I could hear voices conversing. As the clock struck 8, the individual surnamed Zhou had yet to arrive, seemingly too anxious to show his face. As an outsider, what audacity did he possess to engage in discourse with our esteemed Huyi? Such insolence was unfathomable. Very well, gentlemen, let's take our leave. We shall arrange for someone to visit the Sanmai Hall to pluck a signboard. This cannot be left unresolved. If he dares to stake his life on this argument and fails to appear, it shall be deemed a loss for him. His life must be claimed. Otherwise, who would take these rules seriously? Indeed, to declare he cannot come is to disregard us. Do we not count as the esteemed elders of Jincheng? Are we mere playthings to be toyed with? If one dares to wager their life, they must be prepared to accept the consequences. Let us take his life, disseminate the notice, and make it clear that Jincheng is a place governed by rules, not a playground for the reckless and impudent. Gentlemen, since we are gathered here, there is no need to rush off. It is rare for us to convene, and I've already ordered food and drink for our enjoyment at precisely 8 o'clock. I pushed open the door and entered the room. The lively chatter abruptly ceased. The 8 individuals seated around the table turned their gazes towards me, their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. The most pronounced look of surprise came from a middle-aged, balding gentleman, whose countenance bore a hint of trepidation. His exaggerated demeanor seemed almost desperate for my attention. How contrived! I greeted them with a smile, clasping my hands together, fingers intertwined, thumbs aligned, raised to the side of my right cheek. A gesture of respect among fellow practitioners, a customary salutation for those who traverse the seas of knowledge. Mindful not to tarnish one's reputation, an air of silence enveloped the room as the elderly men and women exchanged glances, caught in a moment of contemplation. After a considerable pause, the balding gentleman rose to his feet and declared, "Today, we are all esteemed colleagues here. There are no outsiders present, so there is no need for formalities. Let us first introduce ourselves. I am Huan Hai. I have long admired the illustrious name of Master Hu's venerable matron." He continued, "This is Aunt Ma, an expert in the art of exorcism through song. This is Teacher Jiao, the foremost in face reading and divination in Jincheng. Next is Master Gu, unparalleled in the knowledge of yin-yang and geomancy. This is Mr. Peng, renowned for his inquiries into the divine. Lastly, we have Uncle Chong, a distinguished scholar in health and alchemy, sought after by countless affluent individuals yearning for his elusive elixirs. These 5 individuals are all esteemed practitioners in Jincheng, gathered today at my invitation to witness our discourse and deliberation. The true master of the 1,000 faces, the balding gentleman, introduced the 5 present, with the authentic 1,000 faces being none other than Master Gu, renowned for his expertise in the domains of yin-yang and geomancy. I gestured towards a crowd, then confidently took a seat at the vacant spot. I retrieved another folded paper depicting the myriad footprints of who beneath my wine glass, and said, "Esteemed locals, since you have come to bear witness, I trust you will uphold justice in your dealings. Before we delve into reasoning, I would like to pose a question to Master Hu, and I invite you all to listen and evaluate this matter before we engage in discourse." The bald-headed elder's countenance darkened considerably. "We agreed to reason. Let us not digress," he retorted. "Ah, Master Hu, it is not I who is diverting the topic," I replied. "You summoned me last night to discuss fate, only to later host a feast for the Ganyan and ambush me on my way here. That hardly seems like the conduct of someone genuinely seeking to reason." "Zhou Cheng, do not slander without evidence," he shot back. "If I feared discussing matters with you, why would I summon these esteemed individuals?" "Indeed, Zhou Cheng," interjected Mr. Peng, who is renowned for his consultations with the divine, "you entered without intention to reason. Yet you claim Master who intended to ambush you for the Ganyan. Are you perhaps feeling guilty for avoiding the discourse, given that your life hangs in the balance? The decision to engage in reasoning is not yours alone. The rules are clear. If you are too timid to engage, then you may as well leave your life behind." His word relaced with a clear bias towards the bald elder. I expressed my disbelief and suggested, "Then let us have one of Master whose subordinates elucidate the matter. Mr. Peng, since you possess the ability to consult the divine, why not summon this spirit now to recount the astute strategies of Master Hu. The bald old man suddenly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "You killed Old Five?" I offered a faint smile, lifted the wine bottle from the table, and filled the glass, which was pressing down on the canvas. I am the master of Een Veins, who adheres to the principle of never staining my hands with blood. I do not take lives directly. Your Old Five clashed with the one summoned, leading to a mutual demise. As for the location of his demise, I cannot say. It is fitting to inquire with Mr. Peng about this matter, so that Master Hu may have someone to retrieve the body. Good tactic. The bald old man squinted at me, and I detected a subtle hint of woodsy fragrance. Chimian, who could no longer restrain himself. However, such trivial tricks displayed before me were akin to showing off one's skills in front of a master craftsman. Truly, it was a display of overconfidence. Chapter 55. Summoning Spirits. This fragrance emanates from the chicken blood charm, subtly enticing emotions and inciting a fervor akin to the effects of an adrenaline rush. The art of concocting such alluring potions is a hallmark of seasoned practitioners. However, that is the extent of their prowess. I feigned ignorance to the scent, lit a cigarette, and placed it atop a glass, suppressing the footprint paper, asserting, "The principle of fate dictates that equity must precede any discourse. Without the requisite courage or conviction, one should refrain from engaging in such matters. Further disputes would be futile. One cannot flaunt the principle of fate as a badge while clandestinely indulging in nefarious activities. Should this matter remain ambiguous, there is no need for deliberation. The esteemed gentlemen present are all venerable figures from Jincheng. Since they have accepted this invitation, they ought not to act as mere spectators. Mr. Peng, please illuminate us." Mr. Peng, with a stern countenance, retorted, "I, too, am a notable figure in Jincheng. Who are you to presume that a mere word can summon the celestial?" I chuckled derisively. "Even the novice cannot grasp the limited scope of your stature." The remark I made upon entering was lost on those present. Without the legacy of true lineage, one cannot claim genuine expertise. Most merely acquire a smattering of skills from seasoned practitioners and emerge as charlatans. Such individuals do not qualify as true sorcerers. They intrude upon this domain solely to elevate their own status. This is akin to purchasing access to the gatherings of the elite. If the soiree is graced by magnates, my presence therein may lend me an air of grandeur. In the realm of the underworld, exaggeration is commonplace. One transforms a mere fraction into a grand narrative, and such embellishments are merely par for the course. The notorious Chimian Hu, a man of disrepute hailing from a background of petty trickery, would find it impossible to summon any respectable individuals from the industry, even if he were genuinely inclined to engage in a rational discourse. This, after all, was merely a ruse on his part. Upon entering, it became immediately apparent to me that this group was composed entirely of charlatans. Yet, the more fraudulent they were, the more they clung to their pride. For their shallow foundations relied solely on the fade they presented. Should that fade be pierced, they would lose both their substance and their dignity in an instant. "How dare you speak such nonsense?" Mr. Peng roared, slamming his palm upon the table. "I, Peng Yinzu, have navigated the streets of Jincheng for a lifetime. Who does not show me a modicum of respect? What are you, to act so brazenly before me? Do you not believe I could summon spirits to dispatch you at this very moment? Old Peng, do not let anger consume you. It is hardly worth engaging with such an ignorant fool," came the voices of the elders around him, some urging Mr. Peng to temper his fury, while others insisted I offer my apologies at once, lest I suffer the consequences. The bald elder remained silent, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. I chuckled softly and said, "Mr. Peng, there is no need for anger. If you do not wish to summon spirits, then I shall take it upon myself." With that, I lifted the cigarette perched upon my glass and flicked it gently. The ash fell into the drink, igniting a vivid blue flame that erupted into a cascade of sparks. These sparks danced through the air, multiplying from 1 to 2, then 4, until in the blink of an eye, the sky was alight with countless twinkling embers. A series of resounding thuds echoed through the room, igniting blue flames in the glasses before each guest. Suddenly, the lights in the private room dimmed, leaving only the flickering azure glow, which cast an eerie pallor across every visage. I raised my glass and poured the liquor onto the floor. The blue flames danced across the spilled drink, flowing ominously. This was no ordinary beverage. It was the sacred nectar from the heavens, offered in reverence to the Lord of Impermanence, compelling me to invoke the spirits with urgency. With a tremendous crash, the window swung wide open, allowing a chilling gale to rush in. A ghostly figure, pale and indistinct, slowly materialized at the window. The atmosphere turned heavy with malevolence, the coldness seeping into our bones. The elderly gentlemen at the table were visibly shaken, particularly the two seated by the window, who leapt up in fright, abandoning their dignified demeanor. The bald-headed elder turned ashen with terror. "Who dares to inquire?" I glanced around, noting the silence that enveloped us, and could not help but chuckle before speaking. "Is it fifth brother?" "Yes." "How did you meet your demise?" I slit my throat. Upon uttering those two questions, the figure became distinctly recognizable. It was indeed fifth brother, with a gaping wound at his neck from which blood flowed profusely, soaking the front of his attire in dark crimson. The wound was so severe that he had to support his head with one hand to prevent it from falling. "Why did you resort to such a fate?" The three who hosted the banquet were treacherous, reluctant to act directly, but intended to betray me, resulting in a struggle that led to our mutual destruction. What banquet did they host, and who were the guests they invited? In a divine banquet, an invitation was extended to Zhou Cheng of the Three Veins Hall. "Do you harbor a grudge against Zhou Cheng?" "I do not recognize him. It is the directive of the venerable Bodhisattva." "Which Bodhisattva might that be?" "The thousand-faced who Bodhisattva? You are neither the celestial maiden nor the golden youth. Why summon an outsider for this task?" "Lord Sun has lost face, and Madame Long has looked upon Zhou Cheng. The venerable Bodhisattva has commanded me to take charge, thus I am not merely an outsider." "How shall we invite Zhou Cheng to the banquet?" "By plucking the fruit directly, we must establish a reputation." The exchange was clear and concise. The balding elder could no longer restrain himself, and erupted, "Old Five, you dog of a scoundrel, cease your nonsensical chatter." Before he could finish his sentence, Old Five, who had initially responded calmly, suddenly transformed, his face contorting into a grotesque mask as he lunged at the balding elder, shouting, "Bodhisattva, it is you who has wronged me. Return my life." Terrified, the balding elder scuttled beneath the table. Left without a target, Old Five turned to assault others. The elder gentleman screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. When Old Five pivoted towards me, I inverted my wine cup upon the table, gently tapping its edge, causing the surface to tremble. All the cups toppled, and the ignited liquor spilled forth, extinguishing the flames in an instant. In that moment, Old Five's form vanished, the chilling wind ceased, and the illumination within the private room was restored. The elderly figures, trembling with trepidation, turned to survey their surroundings, their expressions growing increasingly pallid. Particularly the matron skilled in exorcism, whose complexion turned ghostly as she struggled to remain upright, propping herself against the wall while hastily consuming a heart-saving pill. "Gentlemen, do you have any further inquiries? I can summon him back once more." No, it is abundantly clear there is no need." "Old Who, your actions are decidedly unscrupulous." "You, Who, are you not deceiving us?" In a state of frantic denial regarding my offer to re-summon the spirit, they cast reproachful glares at the balding elder. The elder's lips quivered before he suddenly knelt, repeatedly bowing before me. "Mr. Zhou, I was blinded by folly and acted dishonorably. You are magnanimous. Spare me this time. I can offer you any form of recompense. Money, goods, connections, anything. I beseech you to let me go." I let out a cold laugh. "What say you, gentlemen?" They exchanged glances, and the fortune-teller, Mr. Jiao, cautiously proposed, "Mr. Zhou, this who has acted in bad faith, let him publicize his misdeeds and issue a formal apology. Once that is settled, he should leave Jincheng." I regarded them with a sidelong glance. They were all summoned by Hu, perhaps allies in this charade, without facing any serious repercussions yet. They were already shielding him. I had staked my life on this debate. Could my life, bearing the surname Zhou, be worth merely an apology from him. Bearing the surname Hu? Chapter 56. Crossing the bridge, displaying skills like a saint. The doctrine of life and death is at stake. If one loses in debate, one must pay with their life. To abstain from arguing is also a form of defeat, a maneuver that will not lead to success. Aunt Ma, her heart still not quite at ease, pressed her hand against her chest and spoke in a hoarse voice. Mr. Xiaozhou, let us show mercy where mercy is due. Old master who has navigated the world for over 70 years. Let him off this time. How much longer can he endure? I replied with a chuckle. Indeed, the rules of the realm dictate that in matters of debate, the victor lives and the vanquished perishes. Should any esteemed elder be willing to take the place of the defeated, then the defeated may live. These elders refer to those who have been invited to adjudicate the outcome of the discourse, and presently, that includes you few. Who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves for Old Master Hu? Step forth and speak. It is worth noting that Old Master Hu never explicated why he sought to engage me in this life and death debate. It was because I had thwarted him twice, first by claiming 3 of his lives, and second by taking away his golden boy and jade maiden. His paper effigy sought my life, but failed, leaving him no choice but to resort to this discourse. The older gentlemen immediately fell silent, standing like statues in their unease. The balding elder trembled noticeably, casting furtive glances toward the venerable Gu. Yet, Gu remained hidden behind Uncle Chong, refusing to even show his face, remaining utterly mute throughout the encounter. In despair, the elder turned to me. You have thwarted my endeavors twice and now demand my life. Do we harbor a grudge? There was originally no enmity. However, your 3 failed maneuvers have created one. I gently tapped the table, causing a wine bottle to shatter with a resounding crash, sending liquid splattering across the surface. Even the tiger bears a lingering intent to harm. You, Master Hu, are a seasoned veteran of the underworld, having traversed more bridges than I have roads. Tell me, if I spare you today, will you grant me clemency tomorrow? Indeed, all who navigate this murky world seek fame and fortune, yet one must first survive, mustn't they? You are the authentic figure recognized by all in this realm. So preserve some dignity and conclude matters yourself. Do not create a scene that strips away both substance and appearance. The bald elder trembled as he cast a glance towards Master Gu. However, Uncle Chong mistakenly believed he was gazing at him. He stroked his beard and sighed. Brother Hu, a bet is a bet. Since you have wagered your life, you must accept the outcome. Use this. It will ensure your departure is not in vain. He produced a small porcelain vial from his pocket and placed it upon the table. I do not wish to. Brother Hu, embark on your journey with peace. Master Gu interjected from behind Uncle Chong. Do not let your final moments be a disgrace. The bald elder shuddered, seizing the vial, removing the cork, and tilting his head back to pour its contents into his mouth. Upon finishing, he cast the vial aside, bursting into a chilling laugh, tears streaming down his face as he fixed his gaze upon me. You, Zhou, do not think you have triumphed. I shall await you below, and you will meet a most wretched end. Black blood began to seep from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he slowly bent over, clutching his abdomen, emitting a primal wail of agony before collapsing to the ground, curling into a ball, and gradually falling silent. I turned to the elderly gentlemen present. They instinctively recoiled, their faces contorting into forced smiles. Professor Jiao, summoning his courage, posed the question, Mr. Zhou, since the matter is resolved, may we take our leave? I lifted my chopsticks and traced a circle in the air. Those who are guiltless, with no collusion with the scheming Hu, may depart. Yet those harboring ulterior motives shall not. Please, if you're able to leave, do spread the word that it may be known that I, Zhou Cheng, am not unreasonable in my judgments. I appreciate your efforts. Nay, we would not dare. The others hastily rose, disregarding their decorum, and rushed toward the exit. Professor Jiao, Aunt Ma, Uncle Chong, and Mr. Peng successfully fled the room. Only Master Gu, upon reaching the doorway, turned aside as if oblivious to its existence, colliding headlong into the wall. He paused, bewildered, glancing around in confusion. The door was within arm's reach, yet it seemed invisible to him. as though he were ensnared in a phantom barrier. The expressions of the four clustered at the threshold shifted from pale to flushed and back again, drained of all color. After circling about in bewilderment, Master Gu eventually came to a halt, a peculiar look crossing his face. Ultimately, he returned to his original seat, righting the toppled wine cup and pouring himself another drink. I observed the four at the door, pondering whether they chose to remain for the spectacle or intended to share the same fate as Master Gu. Without uttering a word, the four turned on their heels and fled, so hurriedly that they neglected to retrieve the shoes they had left behind. Master Gu drained his cup in one gulp, exhaled sharply, and chuckled heartily. What a fine strategy! I too poured myself a drink, raising my glass in acknowledgement. Ah, venerable Hu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Gu Daxian, or rather now known as Chim Yen Hu, poured himself another glass of wine, fingers elegantly aligned. He lifted the cup with a delicate gesture towards me. The sorrow of childless souls, bestowed with divine powers by the goddess, is a legacy that shall endure through generations, never to be extinguished. In the depths of the sea, among the circles of the old, the artistry of benevolence and righteousness is renowned. I wonder, dear sir, from whence does your esteemed lineage hail? Is the sea of benevolence a paternal domain, or does it hold a different significance altogether? My thumb slightly curled, while my four fingers spread wide, cradling the wine cup in my palm. Within the pulse lies a chaotic essence, as the ancient sage delineated the yin and yang, imparting wisdom through 38 teachings, which today resonate within me. I traverse the seas like the old sands, treading upon triad mountains, carrying forth the legacy of the sea of benevolence, having acquired a few skills of refined craftsmanship, all contingent upon fate and loyalty. Upon arriving at this sacred land, I sought to establish my presence and earn a humble living. Our exchange of gestures was akin to a spring ritual. He showcased the hand of the 5 lakes, revealing the entrance to his domain, an authentic technique passed down through masters reminiscent of seasoned travelers from Shaanxi. In response, I displayed the 4 C's gesture, asserting my identity as a legitimate practitioner of the yin pulse, having come to Jinsheng in pursuit of renown and fortune. This verification established that he was no mere charlatan, but rather a genuine adept within our circle, allowing for an open dialogue devoid of pretense. This Chim Yen Hu, indeed, represents a true lineage of esoteric practitioners, which explains why all flower practitioners acknowledge him as authentic. Chim Yen Hu shook his head, smiling. Since we have confirmed the absence of deception, why burden me with your raw offerings? Your skills do not seem to resonate with the teachings of the ancient sage. Rather, they are a genuine transmission from my bodhisattva lineage. That technique you employed to bridge the river was executed with divine finesse, a true celestial method that even I cannot replicate. The phrase borrowing a bridge to cross a river refers to the technique I had just demonstrated. I did not truly summon spirits. Rather, I utilized the mystical allure he provided, blended with my own concoction of medicinal smoke, to create a potent hallucinogenic effect that led those within the private room to experience illusions prompted by my words. Thus, the responses attributed to the spirit of Brother Wu were merely information I had already discerned. This technique of appropriating his methods for my own ends is aptly termed borrowing a bridge to cross a river. The phrase as skillful as a saint refers to the execution being seamless, capable of blurring the lines between reality and illusion, thereby deceiving even the most discerning experts. The thousand-faced who is a master of his craft, enchanting others with his art throughout his life. A true connoisseur would see through my ruse at a glance. However, seeing through it does not equate to being able to dismantle it. He lacks the capability to do so. For my technique encompasses not only the art of illusion, but also elements of esoteric sorcery. I tapped the table thoughtfully. While I am familiar with the true master of illusion, Hu, I had never heard of the thousand-faced Hu. 10 years ago, the master of illusion, Zhang, perished in Jinsheng, and it is curious that you emerged, claiming to avenge him, establishing your own domain, with the Dragon Lady setting the stage and the Golden Boy managing the goods. You seem to have aligned yourself with genuine deities. The thousand-faced Hu laughed heartily, but offered no response. As fellow practitioners, The thousand-faced who is no more. And even if I were to escape, I could no longer operate under his name. Why must you press me so? The domain of the Dragon Lady and the trade routes of the north and south all belong to you. Why not spare me? Upon hearing this, a sense of alertness arose within me. Chapter 57. The Silent Night's grass-cutting. Our current predicament is a consequence of the discord surrounding the selection of the ashes. Yet now, he refrains from mentioning the ashes and instead speaks of the Dragon Lady's marketplace and the north-south trade routes. This is a test of my true intentions. He finds himself at the end of his rope, facing imminent demise, yet still has the audacity to probe me. It is too late. You should have acquiesced to my terms last night. Once one has wagered their life, they must accept the consequences. I gestured towards the motionless, bald elder curled on the ground, reiterating my words. Preserve some dignity for yourself. Do not cast aside both substance and appearance. In the realm of the martial world, greed is the gravest folly. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, I decisively abandoned the notion of pursuing the thread of Qinyan Hu any further. The only course left to pursue is to eradicate the root of the issue. Qinyan Hu gradually narrowed his eyes and remarked, "We are all fellow brothers in the pursuit of the Tao. There is no need for a life-and-death struggle. I am not one to be trifled with. I possess my own skills, and if pressed too hard, a mutual destruction would serve no purpose." I slowly smiled, replying, "If you do not perish, how shall I take over the Dragon Lady's marketplace and your north-south trade routes? You have nurtured the Dragon Lady well. I intend to relish in her company, not letting your efforts go to waste." Ah, the spring memory is indeed a delightful gem, as smooth as water. Qinyan Hu, with a stoic expression, retorted, "If you desire her, I shall gift her to you. But beware, you may not live to enjoy her." Suddenly, he hurled the contents of his cup towards me, the liquor soaring through the air, exuding a foul stench and shimmering with a greenish glow. A couple of drops plummeted from the cup's rim, landing on the table with a sizzling sound, releasing a wisp of blue smoke. I grasped the blueprint of the footprint hidden beneath the cup and, with a slight tremor of my hand, intercepted the poisonous wine that was about to spill. Seizing the opportunity, Qinyan Hu leapt onto the windowsill, flung open the window, and vaulted out. Although he could not locate the door, he found the window. Despite the precipice outside, it represented a chance for survival for this seasoned rogue. I hurried to the window and gazed outward. The valley lay shrouded in darkness, and the forest winds whispered ominously. Qinyan Hu's figure had vanished. I steadied the trembling window frame and noticed the faint traces of blood left along the edge. When I had extracted the iron wire moments before, I had exerted some force, pulling out a series of delicate wooden splinters from the window's edge. The rogue, in his pursuit of precision in his craft, must maintain the softness of his hands, for such hands could not endure even the slightest prick. A faint smile crept across my lips as I turned my gaze back to the footprint blueprint in my hand. The entire cup of wine had been poured over the imprint, with not a drop wasted. The footprint on the paper had been utterly corroded. While one might forgive the sins of fate, one must not absolve the sins of self. I slowly pressed the blueprint against the bloodstain, then folded it into a square, placing it into the wine bottle. With a gentle shake, both the wine and the blueprint ignited. Qinyan Hu was doomed. Allowing him to escape was merely a means to employ his hands in eradicating the root of the problem. The Dragon Maiden was a sacred treasure of the Bodhisattva. I would rather see her destroyed than let her fall into the hands of another. As I gazed at the footprints in the wine bottle, now reduced to ashes, I crouched beside the balding elder and used a napkin to wipe away the black blood streaming from his 7 orifices. From my bag, I retrieved a fine, transparent thread and threaded it through 7 sewing needles, meticulously inserting them along his spine, gradually piercing from the nape of his neck down to his waist. With a twist of the fine thread, the balding elder opened his eyes and sat up. This was the external art of the 36 techniques, the puppetry of consciousness. The deceased possessed their own utility. In the realm of external arts, every human being serves as material, and nothing is truly without purpose. I commanded the balding elder to rise, and together we exited the private room, leaving the south sky pavilion behind. As we passed through the front door, I cast a spell upon the front desk attendants, ensuring they would forget the scene they had just witnessed. We descended the mountain and arrived at the parking lot, where I took Brother Wu's Cherokee and drove straight back to the Blue Lantern Hostel. Upon reaching the entrance of the hostel, the balding elder found a rope and hanged himself from the crossbeam of the door. I placed 3 incense sticks at the threshold and then retreated to the temporary resting room, lying on the bed with my eyes closed, silently counting to 9, surrendering to sleep. This night had drained me significantly. I required rest to swiftly recuperate, ensuring I would possess ample spirit and strength to confront whatever may arise next. As I closed my eyes, I once again heard the faint sound of weeping. Footsteps moved swiftly across the floor of the room. I opened my eyes to find Brother Wu, his face contorted with rage, standing in the center of the room, a deep gash in his neck from which blood flowed incessantly. He glared at me with a face full of malice, his mouth moving in silent fury, seemingly cursing me. I turned to sit up, quietly observing him. A faint gray mist seeped through the crack of the door, pooling gently upon the ground. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door swung open violently. Several disheveled figures surged in, their faces contorted with boundless loathing and hatred. In terror, Brother 5 turned to flee, yet found himself trapped within the confines of the room. The women who had rushed in overwhelmed him, pinning him down as they clawed and bit with desperation. Flesh tore, and Brother 5's mouth gaped wide in agony. Whether in a plea for mercy or a cry for his life, it was difficult to discern. I chuckled softly, reclined back on a bed, closed my eyes only to reopen them moments later. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with the scent of sandalwood lingering in the air. Glancing at my watch, I realized I had slept for nearly 5 hours. The first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. I tidied up briefly, removed the portrait nailed beneath the bed, and climbed out of the window, leaping into the street. I found a thicket and settled down, quietly observing the balding old man who was swaying at the hostel's entrance. Sparse pedestrians began to appear on the street. It wasn't long before the balding man was noticed, triggering a cacophony of screams and chaos. Yet, the hostel remained eerily silent, with no one emerging to investigate. Before long, accompanied by the shrill wail of police sirens, a large contingent of officers arrived at the scene. I mingled with the crowd for a while, enjoying the commotion before taking a bus back to Day Village. Upon entering the village, I spotted Old Chow draped in a coat, seated at the window of the police station. Upon seeing me, he visibly relaxed and waved me over. I approached and inquired, "You weren't sitting here all night without a wink of sleep, were you?" Old Chow scolded, "Get away from me." I slept so soundly, and before I knew it, dawn had arrived. I praised him. At your age, being able to sleep is indeed a blessing. Every additional moment of slumber nurtures your vitality. Who knows, it might even extend your life by a second. If you continue to sleep so well, you shall live to a ripe old age without a care. Stop with your nonsense. Old Chow shot me a glance. Last night, something happened in the latter half of the night. A woman hanged herself publicly at the Imperial Entertainment Square. By the time the police arrived, the owner of the establishment had gone mad, unable to utter a coherent word, only shouting, "Don't kill me." That was the Dragon Girl, a deed orchestrated by the old Buddha. He lost the argument, staked his life as compensation. It seems he intends to take his own Dragon Girl along with him. Old Chow glared at me, and after a while, he slowly remarked, "You truly are untouched by bloodshed. This method of using a knife from afar to claim a life is executed with such finesse. No need to get your hands dirty. I finally see it. You are nothing but a calamity. Thank you for your kind words. Good people do not live long, but calamities endure for 1,000 years. With your saying, I dare not claim I will live a millennium, but reaching 100 or 80 years is certainly within my grasp. Get lost." Chapter 58. The advisor. Upon returning to the small courtyard, I was spotted by Bao Yuqin as I entered. As soon as I had shed my outer garments, she appeared with breakfast in hand. Steamed dumplings, white porridge, and an array of delectable side dishes filled the table, exuding an aroma that no external vendor could ever replicate. Having skipped dinner the previous night and toiling through much of the night, my stomach was an empty abyss. The enticing scent of the dumplings was irresistible. I sat down and indulged heartily, consuming 21 dumplings in one sitting, accompanied by 2 generous bowls of porridge, while the side dishes vanished in an instant. As was her custom, Bao Yuqin awaited my completion of the meal before meticulously clearing the dishes. It was then that she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Zhou, I have heard that the Falun Temple on Wuzhong Mountain possesses considerable efficacy. Would it be appropriate for me to take Xiangbing to seek a master there?" Though I was not well acquainted with the nuances of Jincheng, I too had heard of Falun Temple's esteemed reputation. Many individuals journey from afar to light incense and make wishes. Thus, it would indeed be advantageous to study under a venerable monk of the temple. As long as we refrained from entering the main hall, there would be no issues. Bao Yuqin was eagerly awaiting my affirmation, and upon hearing it, she joyfully dashed back home. I washed my hands again and prepared myself, retrieving the cup containing the ashes. The flames had long since extinguished, and the ashes had taken on a dark, muddy texture, while the small wooden figurine had been completely charred black. I removed the sealing talisman, shattered the cup, and the ashes coalesced into a solid mass that remained intact upon the table. Extracting the figurine, I observed that its feet bore the same color and texture as the ashes, rendering the original wooden material unrecognizable. When squeezed, it was both soft and resilient, possessing a somewhat rubbery quality. Thus, the elemental artifact for suppressing nightmares had been successfully crafted. Should the puppet's feet be shattered now, the owner of the ashes and his descendants would soon perish as their feet rot away. However, with the demise of the elusive Qin Yanhu, such an act is no longer feasible. I procured 2 slender needles, piercing them into the soles of the puppet's feet, and buried the puppet head down in the incense burner on the windowsill, leaving only the pierced feet exposed. I then lit 3 sticks of incense, perfectly positioning the feet between them, allowing the ash to fall directly onto the soles. The following day was remarkably tranquil, with only one family seeking my consultation. The man of the household returned late from a night of drinking, wandering in a daze for several days, unable to awaken from his stupor, often straying off course. This was the simplest of external ailments. I ignited incense on the nape of his neck, applying a special technique to gently massage his temples. After just a few moments, he regained consciousness, and the chronic dizziness caused by years of heavy drinking significantly diminished. The grateful couple expressed their thanks profusely and, adhering to custom, presented me with 500 yuan. With little to occupy my time, I ventured out again, this time leaving my phone number for those wishing to consult me directly. A nearby convenience store had a public phone available. As I strolled through the afternoon, engrossed in the lively banter of a group of retired gentlemen, I received a call from Zhang Baoshan inquiring about my whereabouts. After providing him with the street signs and shop names, it wasn't long before he arrived in his old Jetta, urging me to get in quickly. "We've caught Qin Yanhu," he exclaimed before I had even settled into the passenger seat. I chuckled. "Congratulations, Captain Zhang. You truly are a remarkable detective. To capture such a cunning old fox so swiftly is no small feat, however. There's no need to share this with someone like me, an outsider." Zhang Baoshan replied, "You will no longer be an outsider in the future." I retorted, "Are you really going to give me a position?" "No, I truly do not desire that. On the train, even Comrade Gao must drink in secrecy. How could I possibly endure that?" Zhang Baoshan laughed heartily. "Even if you wished for it, I could not grant it. There's no need for further inquiries. Allow me to maintain an air of mystery for now, and you shall soon understand. The reason for my visit is that Qin Mian who wishes to see you." I inquired nonchalantly, "What does he wish to meet with me for?" He remained silent. "So you agreed to this meeting? Is that in accordance with the rules?" "He is not someone we apprehended. Rather, he was found." Zhang Baoshan evaded my question, explaining that the man had collapsed at the train station. Upon examination and treatment, it was discovered he had concealed a significant amount of cash and several pieces of gold on his person, which raised suspicions. Consequently, the situation was reported to the local police station, and upon inquiry, he identified himself as Qin Mianhu. What could possibly be troubling him? With his transgressions, he surely could not escape. And yet, despite not fleeing, he still dared to confess his identity? It seems he has no hope of escape now. His legs are swollen, oozing pus and blood, and his feet are so severely infected that the bones are visible. Currently in the hospital, his fever persists, and his moments of lucidity are dwindling. It's likely he has but a few days left. Yet, Even in this precarious state, he has divulged several critical leads. Old Bao intends to capitalize on his cooperation, hoping to extract as much valuable information as possible. Zhang Baoshan hesitated at this juncture, choosing not to divulge any further details. I merely stated, if it is inconvenient, then there is no need for you to speak with me about it. This matter does not pertain to me. However, Zhang Baoshan replied, it's not that it is inconvenient to discuss with you. It is that Lao Bao wishes to speak with you personally. If I relay this to you now, he will surely reprimand me later. He mentioned that given his rank, addressing you directly demonstrates his regard. I responded, Captain Zhang, in our line of work, the greatest fear is your undue attention. Your words leave me utterly unsettled, feeling quite the facade. Haha, you are not breaking any laws, so what is there to fear? Authority is merely a matter of words. As someone who observes external ailments, everything appears splendid when not under scrutiny, akin to a divine being. Yet, should a mishap occur, accusations of illegal practice or feudal superstition would suffice to tarnish my reputation. I continued, with your upright demeanor, why would we scrutinize you? As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. You indeed appear quite resilient. Wang Laogun and Qian Mianhu, both significant matters, bear no blame. Common practitioners cannot match your prowess. Lao Gao regards you as a true, celestial being, and I too cannot dispute that. I reassured him, Captain Zhang, rest assured. I am neither a celestial being, nor will I ever be one. He replied, with your words, I find solace. Let me tell you, despite the current commotion among those celestial beings, it will not be long before they must account for their actions. It is always prudent to earn one's keep through honest means, for that will never lead to regret. Your reputation is indeed spreading. I have recently heard of a remarkable figure surnamed Zhou in Jincheng, renowned for treating children's external ailments with extraordinary skill. In truth, I can also treat adults. In the evening, I will bring someone to meet you, specifically that journalist Chan Wenli. I must tell you, if she is treated properly, the benefits will be substantial. Upon opening for consultations, everyone who comes must be treated adequately, regardless of their identity. I am aware of your compassionate nature, Mr. Zhou, yet for some individuals, the advantages of their treatment are particularly significant. Hence, I merely wish to offer you a gentle reminder. Zhang Baoshan brought me to the District Police Bureau, where I went directly upstairs to see Bao Jiangwo. Upon entering the office, Bao Jiangwo greeted me with great courtesy, inviting me to the sofa and personally pouring tea before stating, Mr. Zhou, the purpose of your visit today is to discuss hiring you as a consultant, responsible for advising us on cases involving unique cultural customs. This proposal has been reviewed by our team and approved by the provincial department. You will receive an expert allowance of 800 yuan per month, with additional travel expenses covered if you need to go on business trips or accompany us in handling cases. You absolutely cannot decline this opportunity. Regarding the Wang Laoguan case, if we were to follow the usual investigative methods, not only would capturing suspects be uncertain, but even gathering leads would be challenging. However, with your guidance, we can easily apprehend the individuals involved. This has sent ripples throughout our organization. Had we not intervened vigorously, the provincial department would likely have directly approached you to secure your expertise. Chapter 59, Donning the Tiger Skin and Raising the Banner. I said, Director Bao, I am merely an outsider with no standing in your esteemed circle. Thus, I shall forego the position of advisor. However, should you require my assistance in the future, please feel free to call upon me. I shall be at your service. Bao Jiangwo replied, Mr. Zhou, I understand that your community tends to shy away from engaging with us, and I comprehend your reservations. Nevertheless, I implore you not to decline this matter. In recent years, cases akin to that of Wang Laogun have emerged sporadically. While their absolute numbers may be few, the repercussions have been profoundly detrimental. Furthermore, the clues are elusive, rendering these cases exceedingly challenging to resolve. Many have turned into cold cases, leaving the innocent spirits of the deceased unavenged and their living relatives bereft of justice. The swiftness and efficiency with which the Wang Laogun case has been handled can be attributed to your expert involvement and guidance, which has garnered significant attention from both the provincial and departmental levels. We not only hope that you can play an even more substantial role, but also aspire to seize this opportunity to recruit a cadre of unique talents like yourself as advisors to aid us in managing related cases. If you decline this invitation, we shall find ourselves unable to proceed further. Rest assured, I guarantee that this will not interfere with your daily life. By the way, I have prepared a special gift for you. As he spoke, he gestured to Zhang Baoshan. Zhang Baoshan promptly retrieved a plaque from behind the door, removing the red cloth that concealed it, unveiling 3 resplendent golden characters, San Mai Tang. The inscription in the lower left corner bore the mark of the Public Security Bureau of Jianggang District. This gesture was indeed a significant endorsement from an official entity for me, a mere observer. Such a favor was undeniably substantial. I feigned astonishment, hastily waving my hand, exclaiming, "This gift is far too extravagant. I cannot possibly accept it. A mere plaque. What significance does it hold? Advisor Zhou, please take it." Bao Jiangwo then retrieved 2 crimson certificates from his desk drawer, one large and one small. The larger one was an employment certificate proclaiming the appointment of Comrade Zhou Cheng as a folklore consultant, duly signed by the District Public Security Bureau, complete with a grand red seal and the director's signature. The smaller one was a portable consultant's credential, also bearing the official seal and number, lacking only a photograph. These items had clearly been prepared in advance. It was evident that I was destined to accept this consulting position, whether I wished to or not. Upon exiting the Public Security Bureau, Zhang Baoshan drove me home along with the plaque, and we arranged to meet Xianmian Hu the following morning. I enlisted Tao Dajing to bring 2 individuals to assist me in mounting the plaque, and I also procured 2 firecrackers. Once the plaque was affixed to the clinic door and ignited with a series of pops, this modest unveiling ceremony was deemed complete. Gazing at the plaque's inscription, Tao Dajing remarked appreciatively, "Mr. Xiao Zhou, I have encountered many gentlemen, yet you are perhaps the first to receive such a plaque." I replied, "This is merely a token of gratitude for assisting in resolving the case of Old Wang. While I have little need for it, one cannot refuse such heartfelt generosity." Tao Dajing chuckled. "How could you possibly say it is unnecessary? With this plaque, any would-be troublemaker will surely think twice upon seeing it." After bidding farewell to Tao Danian, Old Chow hurried over upon hearing the news. He gazed at the plaque for quite some time before remarking, with the grand bow drawn, "One can make a name for oneself. Yet, this is merely a pretext for using the public banner as a tiger's skin. Is a next step to erect pillars, raise flags, and announce one's arrival with the sound of gongs? Indeed, an old hand at this, you have hit the nail on the head. Although my role as an advisor came unexpectedly, the intention of utilizing this public FA Ade has been in my plan since I began this endeavor. With this layer of legitimacy, many schemes can yield results with half the effort, while also sidestepping various troubles. The hanging of this plaque signifies my firm establishment in Jinsheng, allowing me to raise my banner and declare my presence to the world of Jinsheng." I gestured towards Old Chow, indicating that the opportunity to announce my arrival with gongs had already been granted to me. When Wu Xuehue, a figure of considerable wealth, comes to invite me, I shall sound the gong, reverberating through the circles of Jinsheng. What a delightful thought! With Wu Xuehue's fortune in the billions, among the elite in Jinsheng, aside from Su Long, Wei, Gu, and a handful of others who wouldn't rush to seek my assistance in treating their ailments. What audacity to think that just a few days in Jinsheng would warrant such grandiosity. With all my skills, there is no ailment I cannot cure. You are certainly boasting quite grandly. Be cautious not to burst your own bubble. Let me clarify, no tricks allowed. I have no need for petty schemes. Instead, let us wager. Enough of this, he interjected, visibly uninterested in gambling. Mentioning a wager caused Old Chow to turn sour. He ceased our conversation, shrugged his coat tighter around him, and walked away. After taking several steps, I paused to turn back and remarked, "You've incited my ire to the point where I nearly forgot to discuss the matter at hand. There is news that a local gang in Penghu, the Liu family, has encountered some trouble. Tragically, 7 members of the family perished, including the head, Liu Yinpao, leaving only Liu Laowu, who was out collecting debts, barely surviving the calamity. Officially, the Liu family claims it was a case of food poisoning, yet those familiar with the underworld in Penghu have whispered that on the night the incident occurred, Lao mournfully severed his own little finger. A true man of resolve. He originally hailed from Penghu, but after offending the Liu family, he was compelled to flee to Jincheng to make a living. I chuckled softly and remarked, to cut one's finger as an oath. He indeed possesses a fierce spirit. Lao Chao grunted dismissively, saying nothing further, and strode out of the courtyard. Later in the evening, Bao Yuqin arrived to deliver dinner, visibly upset and irritable. She lamented that the bald monks at Felinci refused to accept Xiangbing as a disciple, citing an insistence on maintaining the tranquility of the Buddhist realm, shunning worldly entanglements. What nonsense is that? These monks are utterly insufferable. Upon hearing this, I noted with amusement that in the morning she had referred to them as esteemed masters. Yet by evening, they had devolved into mere bald monks. Bao Yuqin continued, I also heard that the Taoists at Laojun Temple possess considerable skills. Tomorrow, I shall take Xiangbing there to inquire. As she spoke, she cast furtive glances in my direction. With a resigned sigh, I replied, Very well, my dear aunt. If you are amenable, let him come here to assist me. Though I cannot take him on as a disciple, having him under my wing for protection and guidance would not pose any issue. However, there is one thing to consider. Serving under me, even in a subordinate capacity, will be exceedingly arduous. If you cannot bear to let him endure such hardships, then it would be best not to allow him to join. Bao Yuqin hesitated and remarked, I do not lack compassion, but my son Xiangbing has never faced any real difficulties throughout his life. I fear he may not withstand it and might run away. I cannot keep a watchful eye on him every day. I replied, Aunt, I simply ask if you are willing. As long as you are resolute, even with your son's 2 legs, he shall not escape from my grasp. I will ensure that he is trained to endure any hardship without fear. I need to think it over, Mr. Zhou. Please allow me some time to reflect. Bao Yuqin clearly hesitated, casting aside her previous thoughts. A mother's excessive tenderness often leads to a child's downfall. The current state of Xiangbing is, in no small part, attributable to Bao Yuqin's role as his mother. Chapter 60. The hand at 8 in the evening, Zhang Baoshan arrived with Chun Wenli. He had foregone his old Jetta for a Lexus. Chun Wenli was swathed in a large scarf, concealing her face and head, leaving only her distinctive, large eyes visible. One surmised that had the darkness not been a hindrance, she would have donned sunglasses as well. Prior to their arrival, Zhang Baoshan had cautioned that the visage of the Chun journalist was overly familiar to the local populace. Hence the late hour. He also entreated me to maintain discretion, betraying his belief that my practices bordered on archaic superstition, fearing the repercussions of public knowledge. I was engaged in my evening ritual of calligraphy practice, with nearly 30 characters yet to be rendered. Upon Zhang Baoshan's entrance with his companion, I continued unperturbed, gesturing for them to be seated. Zhang Baoshan, however, was too restless to remain seated. He approached to observe my calligraphy, producing a cigarette, which he placed in his mouth. At a gentle cough from Chun Wenli, he withdrew the cigarette and held it beneath his nose, inhaling its aroma. After a brief period, Chun Wenli, growing restless, also approached. With a mere glance, she exclaimed, Exquisite calligraphy. Without raising my head, I inquired, You possess an understanding of calligraphy? Chun Wenli responded, I practice calligraphy from a young age, having studied under the tutelage of the esteemed Master Wei for 3 years. While my own skills are modest, I possess a certain discernment. Zhang Baoshan interjected. Master Wei is a nationally renowned master of calligraphy and painting, as well as a collector. Last year, one of his paintings, what was it called, fetched 8 million in Hong Kong. Chun Wenli supplied Autumn Mountains and Rivers by Moonlight, Master Wei's magnum opus. Had he not required funds for antique acquisitions, he would have been loath to part with it at auction. It is indeed a rare opportunity to be able to learn from such accomplished calligraphers. Why not dedicate a couple more years to study? Chun Wenli lamented, My mother prioritizes education above all, so she didn't allow me to continue after elementary school. To be able to learn from masters of calligraphy and painting at such a young age is not merely a matter of wealth. The more esteemed the calligraphers, the more they elevate their status. Once their status is elevated, finances become insignificant. Intellectuals pride themselves on their integrity and cannot be swayed by monetary means. No wonder Zhang Baoshan remarked that he had greatly benefited from her recovery. Zhang Baoshan chuckled, interrupting the conversation. Mr. Zhou is also a master. It is entirely normal for him to write beautifully, as true masters all possess exceptional handwriting. Just as I was completing my final stroke, I glanced at Zhang Baoshan. He winked at me. I smiled, refraining from delving further into Chun Wenli's background, set down my brush, and invited them to return to the sofa, pouring them some hot tea before saying, "Reporter Chun, have your symptoms worsened in recent days, and yet the hospital has been unable to diagnose the issue?" Chun Wenli inquired. "How did you know?" I replied with a smile. "It was evident from our first encounter that you possess a strong will and harbor doubts about my methods. Your willingness to set aside your preconceptions and seek my consultation is not solely due to Captain Zhang's persuasion." Chun Wenli smiled candidly. "I have encountered numerous esteemed masters over the years, each boasting grand claims, yet few possess true skill. However, Uncle Zhang assured me that you possess genuine expertise, which is why I decided to give it a try. My symptoms mirror those described by Uncle Zhang, yet in the past couple of days, I have been plagued by dizziness and palpitations. Each morning, I awaken with a heavy, suffocating head. I wonder if you might be able to remedy this. There is no rush. Let us first examine your pulse." I extend my hand, beginning with the pulse, then proceed to examine the fingers, scrutinizing the palms and the back of the hands. Finally, I ask her to lift her hair, allowing me to observe her facial features, including her forehead, cheeks, and neck, before glancing at the nape of her neck. This reporter, Chun, possesses skin on her hands, face, and neck that is delicate and luminous, indicative of a life of privilege and care, untouched by the toils of labor. Her hands, in particular, are soft, as if devoid of bone, refined like porcelain, resembling a perfect work of art. They are distinctly different from those of Sister Miao and Feng Wan. Sister Miao's hands are smooth and firm, endowed with strength akin to steel. Feng Wan's hands are tender and soft, yet slightly coarse, a testament to years of household duties. In comparison, I find myself more drawn to Sister Miao and Appo's hands. The strength they convey brings an unparalleled sense of security, reminiscent of the solid support I relied upon in my youth. No matter how exquisite the hands before me, they pale in comparison to Sister Miao's. After meticulously examining every detail, I cast a glance at Zhang Baoshan before turning to Chun Wenli and inquiring, "In the past 10 days, have you come into contact with a corpse or an antique?" Chun Wenli replied, "I have not encountered a corpse, but I did recently admire a piece of porcelain from Mr. Wei's new collection. Does that have any relevance?" There exists a certain correlation. Many antiques originate from the earth and inherently possess an aura of malevolence. Should one be in a weakened state, the consequent clash could yield adverse effects. Reporter Chun, have you been frail and ailing since childhood, often suffering from menstrual irregularities and severe dysmenorrhea? Chun Wenli appeared somewhat astonished, questioning how such details could be discerned. I had presumed that those who specialize in external maladies were only versed in superstitions and the ethereal. I replied, "The examination of external ailments relies on the observation of the Yin pulse. The theory of the Yin pulse was first introduced by the esteemed Master Hong Yin treatise on pulse patterns. Master Ge is a renowned physician, and we, as his legitimate disciples, must also comprehend medical theories. Otherwise, we cannot prescribe remedies tailored to bodily afflictions. Your condition is not grave. I shall prescribe a course of medicine for you, lasting 15 days. I shall also provide instructions on preparation. Consume it before 9 o'clock each evening, and after 3 consecutive days, you should find considerable alleviation of symptoms. After this course, return to me for an assessment to determine if further adjustments to your medication are necessary." Chun Wenli appeared even more bewildered. Is it truly sufficient to simply take the medicine? I have observed others treating external ailments through incantations and exuberant rituals. Do you not employ such methods? There is no need for such theatrics, as the concerns of dislocation and spirit disturbance can be resolved through medication alone. Treatment for external ailments must be precise. One cannot merely resort to invoking deities and reciting scriptures from the outset. I penned a prescription and retrieved a small wooden axe pendant, presenting it to her. This is a peachwood axe. Wear it for the first 3 days of taking the medicine, and do not remove it while sleeping. should the axe become damaged. Return to seek my counsel. Chun Winley took the peachwood axe and remarked with a smile, now this exudes the essence of a proper gentleman. Without this formality, it feels as though something is amiss. One could easily mistake you for an ordinary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I chose not to respond to her comment. From her tone, it was evident that she harbored a certain skepticism towards me. Given this, there was no need for further discourse. When minds do not align, it is best to refrain from excessive conversation. Having already established my reputation in Jinsheng, there was no necessity to seek favor from the powerful. Chun Winley, too, seemed disinterested in further conversation. After obtaining the prescription and the peachwood axe, she departed with Zhang Baoshan. I tidied up my writing materials and proceeded to the courtyard to practice my evening exercises. Once I finished my routine and organized my belongings, I lay down on my bed, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Baoshan called. What was the situation with Chun Winley just now? Why didn't you speak to her directly? Chapter 61. The Hornet's Nest. Captain Zhang. This reporter, Chun, does not believe in my approach. Why bother bringing her here? Regardless of whether we can achieve a cure, it does not bode well for me. Winley has grown up under my watchful eye. She has been frail and beset by misfortune since childhood. It is unbearable for me to witness her suffering. Rest assured, irrespective of the outcome, I shall shoulder all the blame and will not implicate you in any way. This is not merely a matter of taking the blame. Very well, let us do this. Remember two things. First, ensure that Chun Winley does not visit that master way again. Second, she must remain at home for the next fortnight while taking her medication, avoiding any independent living arrangements. Oh, how did you discern that she was living alone? I have also noted that she moved out 3 years ago, and her health has steadily declined since then. Wait a moment. Do not sleep just yet. I shall return shortly. Before long, Zhang Baoshan drove back, bursting in with urgency. Mr. Zhou, please elaborate. I will discuss it with her father later. Is there something amiss with that old gentleman Wei? With a sense of resignation, I rose and poured a cup of tea for Zhang Baoshan. He accepted it eagerly, downing it in one gulp, then urged speak quickly. As for whether old Master Wei has any issues, I cannot say. However, it is unequivocal that Chun Winley's health is compromised. Her current frailty is not due to a congenital weakness, but rather stems from an excessive vitality that has drawn unwanted attention, rendering her a vessel for nefarious purposes. Washing life? Vessel? What does that mean? It does not sound auspicious. The act of cleansing the raw offerings from the warehouse, particularly the meat dumplings, necessitates a ritual of purification through popularity. Otherwise, they may carry malevolent energies that could harm esteemed patrons and jeopardize future business. This process is referred to as washing the raw, and the individual responsible for this purification is known as the furnace cauldron. Chun Winley, possessing an exceptional background and a prestigious family, is endowed with substantial popularity, rendering her the most suitable furnace cauldron for this task. The terms cleansing the warehouse and raw meat dumplings serve as cryptic jargon within the realm of tomb raiding, typically beyond the comprehension of the ordinary individual. However, Zhang Baoshan, having dedicated his life to solving cases, is undoubtedly astute enough to decipher their meaning instantly. Could it be that Mr. Wei is involved in tomb raiding? Yet, given his advanced age of nearly 80, it seems implausible that he would still be capable of such endeavors. Most likely, he is either a dismantler or an observer. I remarked, this matter does not concern me. My sole focus is on healing and saving lives, leaving all else aside. Zhang Baoshan replied, rest assured, I shall investigate Mr. Wei. If any issues arise, we will take appropriate action. Observing Zhang Baoshan's eager demeanor, I proposed, Captain Zhang, would you be open to hearing my suggestion? He responded, if you have a suggestion, do share. You are now a consultant, receiving compensation for your insights. It is your duty to provide them and not simply collect payment without contribution. I said, I advise against investigating Mr. Wei. Let this matter rest. Zhang Baoshan countered, that cannot be the case. Tomb raiding is a serious offense. Now that I have encountered it, I cannot simply ignore it. With a resigned sigh, I explained, the purification through popularity has its limitations. The furnace cauldron requires constant fueling, and only those close to the cauldron can perform this task. Typically, individuals used as furnace cauldrons are those procured through purchase or abduction. Although Chun Winley lives alone, she surely returns home frequently for meals. In fact, she goes back every day, as she does not know how to cook. At this point, Zhang Baoshan gradually fell silent, his eyes widening in disbelief. I nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang murmured, "This is impossible. With her family background, how could anyone manage such a thing? Captain Zhang, this is a hornet's nest. It's best not to poke it, as it could lead to dire consequences. Just focus on your responsibilities," I advised. Zhang Baoshan departed, burdened with thoughts, appearing somewhat lost. And I was uncertain if he heeded my final counsel. If he were to act recklessly, not only his current position, but even his life could be at stake. However, that was no longer my concern. As Miao Jia once said, it is difficult to persuade a ghost bent on self-destruction. Having expressed my sentiments, I felt I had fulfilled my duty, and excessive urging would only sour our acquaintance. I settled down for a peaceful sleep and rose punctually to attend morning classes. Bao Yuqin also arrived on time with breakfast. During the meal, she stood beside me, visibly troubled, attempting to speak several times but swallowing her words instead. I feigned ignorance. Some decisions must be made by her alone. My interference could foster resentment. Zhang Baoshan arrived as scheduled to escort me to the hospital. Upon our arrival, it was one of the fleeting moments of clarity for Qian Mianhu. He occupied a single room, guarded at the entrance by 2 fully armed police officers. Zhang greeted them and led me inside without even checking my credentials. Qian Mianhu leaned against the headboard, and 4 drip hanging from his right arm, while his left hand was shackled to the bed's railing. His feet, prop high, were severely ulcerated, with patches of skin exposing ghastly white bone. The room was permeated by a nauseating stench of decay. Upon seeing me, he surprisingly appeared quite pleased. After a brief greeting, he remarked, "I merely made a casual request. Yet they truly brought you here." I settled into the chair beside his sick bed, lit a cigarette, but only held it between my lips without smoking. The countenance reflects the heart, and events stem from intention. You may think it was a casual suggestion, yet it reveals your innermost thoughts. Speak. What do you wish from me? I am dying. Accepting the stakes and conceding defeat, there is no escape from death. Did you not wish to know about the selection of ashes, which I was entrusted to manage? I can tell you now, it is. No need for that. I do not wish to know anymore. If you have anything to confess, direct it to Captain Zhang. I interrupted Qian Mianhu, resolving that since I'd already lost my life, I would not entertain any last-minute tricks. It was time to depart with sincerity. Having spoken, I did not afford Qian Mianhu another chance to speak, rising and heading towards the exit. This old scoundrel harbored sinister intentions, hoping to play a trick on me in his final moments to avenge his grievances. I could not grant him that opportunity. Qian Mian, who was taken aback, Zhang Baoshan stated, "Your wish to see Mr. Zhou has been fulfilled. Now, hasten to make your confession." I had reached the doorway, poised to push it open. In desperation, Qian Mian, who shouted a single phrase. Upon hearing these words, I halted in my tracks. Chapter 62. Encountering the moon and achieving immortality, there are still 8 selected children imprisoned, and aside from myself, no one knows their whereabouts. I turned to face Qian Mianhu and coldly remarked, "Old comrade, relying on your connections to oppress me, you risk capsizing the entire ship with your rotten cargo." This statement was a rebuke, accusing him of leveraging public authority to stifle me, thus breaching the unspoken rules of the martial world and courting catastrophic retribution. In our previous confrontations, I had triumphed through skill and expertise. Qian Mianhu responded, "I seek only a swift resolution to avoid this torment. You practitioners of the Yin veins emphasize the importance of accumulating merit. One cannot turn a blind eye to the dying. Captain Zhang, he can treat my foot, and as long as I'm spared this suffering, I shall divulge everything. Trade routes, disciples from 8 provinces, the impoverished merchants who buy goods. I can reveal it all." Zhang Baoshan glanced at me. Although he remained silent, his eyes conveyed his intentions. "I will treat your foot, but first you must disclose the whereabouts of the children and clarify the other matters." I removed the cigarette from my mouth, flicked off the ash, letting a cascade of tiny sparks fall. "Find those 8 children, and then you may treat my foot. I will reveal the rest afterward." "Very well, speak." "The 8 children are confined in various locations, the first being I mentally etched the locations of these 8 children onto the map of Jincheng, aligning them with the stars above. Coupled with the little girl discovered earlier at the mechanical repair factory, it perfectly mirrored the 9 celestial deities in reverse position. In the rightful alignment, one encounters the sun. In the reverse, one encounters the moon. As stated in the Taishang Dongshin 5 stars and the sun and moon's constant scriptures. Those who encounter the sun shall inevitably attain celestial arts, and those who encounter the moon shall be granted immortality. Encountering the moon does not signify immortality in the conventional sense. Rather, it embodies the ability to resurrect those afflicted by terminal illnesses. This encounter transcends mere chance. It necessitates a consumption of sorts. The children of the moon are regarded as great offerings or sacrifices, and upon their offering, the moon's sovereign descends to the earthly realm. Employing a unique method to consume the descending moon's sovereign allows one to attain the elusive goal of immortality. This practice can also be viewed as a means of concocting a life-prolonging elixir. The custodian of the ashes is the intended consumer of the moon sovereign. He has not perished, but has merely taken a fragment of his bone for the purpose of selecting a spiritual match. According to the instructions of the Golden Boy, the selection of a spirit from the ashes has taken no less than a decade. Thus, this individual has consumed at least 10 moon sovereigns. Such a practice, rooted in the ancient art of life extraction, is beyond the grasp of a mere charlatan like Qian Mianhu. His revelation hints at a formidable figure lurking behind him, urging me to temper my assertiveness. Zhang Baoshan, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, diligently noted everything and promptly coordinated with the special task force to rescue the child. I followed Zhang Baoshan closely as he led an operational team to the scene. It was a modest eatery run by a couple. The husband was the chef, and the wife managed the accounts and served the dishes. They had operated this establishment for a decade, earning a stellar reputation among their neighbors. Even the local police officer, upon hearing of the impending arrest of this couple, was taken aback. In his records, these individuals epitomized law-abiding citizens. In order to ensure the safety of the children, 4 undercover agents disguised themselves as diners and deliberately selected dishes with hair in them, luring a man from the kitchen. They swiftly restrained the 2 individuals involved, while others, who had been prepared, rushed into the restaurant, heading straight for the kitchen. In the southeast corner of the kitchen, there was an entrance barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Below lay a narrow cellar, its entrance piled high with Chinese cabbage. Upon clearing the cabbage, the child they sought to rescue was revealed. He was a boy of 6 or 7 years, though he appeared unkempt and dirty. His clothing still hinted at a relatively affluent background. Terrified, he huddled in a corner of a steel cage, and upon seeing newcomers, he did not dare to utter a sound. The police gently lifted the child to the surface and, as I instructed, removed all the cabbage. The ground was etched with intricate celestial patterns. The iron cage was situated at the center of the star chart, beneath which lay a depiction of bleeding eyes. As I had surmised, the configuration represented the inverted method of summoning the 9 luminaries, invoking the moon deity for the promise of immortality. Zhang Baoshan inquired about the significance of the patterns. I provided a brief explanation, and his complexion turned ashen. He immediately alerted the other operational teams to be vigilant for similar symbols at the rescue site, insisting that all instances be photographed and documented. Reports began to return, confirming that all the children had been located, and it was noted that similar celestial patterns were present at the scene. Since the 9 luminaries had not yet been fully summoned, the condition of the abducted children remained relatively stable. Although they had undoubtedly been frightened, they had sustained no physical harm. Each action group apprehended a considerable number of those who held the children captive, conducting a brief preliminary examination on site, revealing them to be mere subordinates of the elusive Qianmianhu. This maneuver effectively dismantled a significant portion of Qianmianhu's influence in Jincheng. Upon returning to the hospital ward, Zhang Baoshan seized Qianmianhu, raising his hand as if to strike. Qianmianhu cried out, "I am aware that my fate is sealed. I only seek a swift end to my suffering. If you intend to strike me, I shall reveal nothing. I possess a technique that obscures my senses. No matter how you harm me, you will not reach me." Zhang Baoshan forcefully threw him onto the bed, stating, "If you fear not the pain, why did you summon Mr. Zhou for your treatment? Mr. Zhou shall not attend to you. Let you endure the agony and decay. Such a wretched creature deserves no mercy." Qian Hu turned to me and said, "Zhou Cheng, you made a promise. As the master of the Yin veins, you shall face dire repercussions for breaking your word." I chuckled softly, pulling Zhang Baoshan out of the ward, saying, "Captain Zhang, when he pleaded with me earlier, he deliberately separated me from you. He offered the lives of 8 children in exchange for my treatment of his foot, and a full confession in return for your mercy." Zhang Baoshan, infuriated, retorted, "What audacity! If I do not strip him of 3 layers of skin, I shall write my name backward." I replied, "You will not be able to subdue him. He is a master of the external arts of charm, adept at using drugs to beguile others, and himself. If he truly wishes to employ his techniques, even if you were to strike him down, he would not utter another word. Throughout the 10 provinces, he is recognized as the authentic practitioner of this craft. Why does he seek me out? Not only does he demand that I treat his foot, but he also wishes for me to convey to you that his worth far exceeds your imagination." Damn it. Zhang Baoshan slammed his fist against the wall, his pent-up fury seeking an outlet. After nearly 20 years as a criminal investigator, I have encountered all manner of despicable beings. Yet this group of scoundrels hardly qualifies as human. I patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "He is a cunning old fox. He would never resign himself to a fate of waiting for death. His request for treatment is merely a pretext for escape preparations. Let him revel for a while, and when he has exhausted his schemes, we shall settle the score." Zhang Baoshan, a seasoned officer, understood the gravity of the situation. Clenching his fist, he replied, "You tend his foot first. I will report to the task force." "You are right. If we can leverage his influence to unearth the widespread trafficking network across the nation, allowing him a moment of pride may be worthwhile." Chapter 63. The deadly trap. Upon returning to the ward, I found Qian Hu gazing at me, his expression one of desperate plea. The torment of his decaying body was so profound that no mere sedative could alleviate it. As an old acquaintance, I recalled our discussions beneath the Bodhi tree, with the essence of Buddhism and demonic philosophy intertwined, each holding its own truths. Even amidst the tumult of fate, I sought merely a slight lifting of the oppressive weight of Wuzishan, a chance to inquire into the mysteries of existence. I smiled faintly, placing a cigarette between my lips and lighting it, remaining silent as I observed Qian Hu. According to the records maintained by Zhang Baoshan and his associates, he was 78 this year, outstripping me by a full 60 years, an entire cycle of life. He had undoubtedly consumed more salt than I had rice in my lifetime. From our previous encounters, I recognized him as both cunning and decisive. However, I now saw his ability to bend and yield, even humbling himself before a younger counterpart in hopes of mercy. Yet, all of this was futile. His skills paled in comparison to mine, and he was destined to be crushed beneath my might. No matter how he schemed or toiled, it would amount to naught. As I took a puff of my cigarette, beads of sweat began to pour from Qian Hu's forehead, his legs twitching incessantly, his entire body trembling, causing the bed to rattle loudly. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, the sound of grinding echoing in the air, remaining silent until I finished my smoke. From my pocket, I retrieved another footprint diagram I'd saved, tearing it into shreds and crumpling it into a ball before tossing it into his lap. "Consume this. In 13 days, you shall recover. Should you break your promise, conceal anything, or deceive, the consequences will be immediate." Qian Hu hurriedly stuffed the paper into his mouth, chewing fiercely, nearly choking as he swallowed it down. I brushed off the ash from my cigarette, rose, and walked outside. Qian Hu, in a hoarse voice, remarked from behind, "The Moon Lord's establishment has reserved a place for the old immortal. The theory of fate dictates submission. One cannot traverse the dragon's path at night. If you are truly an immortal, then take your leave. I am not an immortal, nor do I aspire to become one. I shall not meddle in unnecessary affairs. The predicament you find yourself in is of your own making. Even now, you seek to drag me down with you, which underestimates my resolve. I have never been one to covet or take more than my due." Disregarding Qian Hu, I pushed open the door and exited the ward, exchanging pleasantries with the two policemen stationed at the entrance, not pausing for Zhang Baoshan, and left the hospital directly. That day, there were no consultations, and the night passed in tranquil solitude, allowing me to enjoy a deep and restful slumber. The following morning, two patients arrived for consultations. One was a high school girl who had been feeling weak and disoriented every day. Observing her facial features, I noted that she averted her gaze, appearing exceedingly timid. I assessed her pulse, discovering it to be irregular and indicative of a typical malevolent presence. The middle section of her pulse throbbed vigorously, suggesting the interference of a spirit. I prescribed a calming incense, allowing the girl to rest for 10 minutes before awakening her. In that liminal state between sleep and wakefulness, I swiftly inquired about her condition. The girl emitted a sharp sound, her words tumbling out in disarray, failing to form coherent sentences. According to the teachings of the Maoshan school regarding malevolent spirits, it is said that a fox spirit can ensnare a person, and it appeared that this girl was afflicted by such a creature, possessing some beguiling abilities, yet not quite reaching the level of a true spirit. I wafted the incense beneath her nose, and after a few sneezes, she awoke, fully restored. I brought 3 incense sticks to the girl's parents and advised them to purchase a roast chicken upon returning home, to be offered at the crossroads in front of their house at midnight. Another patient I attended to was a laborer at the Jiang dock who, despite his robust physique, suddenly found himself unable to stand straight due to excruciating back pain. He was too afraid to lift even a few pounds. After examining his pulse and fingers, I confirmed there were no significant issues. Noticing a slight darkening at his left temple, I inquired whether he had done any house cleaning prior to his ailment, to which he affirmed. I first employed a fire talisman and liquor to massage his lower back to alleviate his symptoms, then advised him to check for any holes in the northeast corner of his bedroom floor. If such a hole existed, he should seal it and then light a red candle at the closure for one night, which would remedy his condition. The home serves as a vessel for the individual. Any damage often manifests as financial loss or illness. Both cases were routine external ailments, easily resolved, and I collected a tribute of 500 yuan from each. This amount reflects the standard fee for external ailments in Jinsheng, surpassing the monthly wage of an ordinary worker. After sending off these two families, I sat for a while, and seeing no one else arrive, I decided to wander once more. Having explored the nearby areas thoroughly, I ventured further afield, and by the time I turned back, dusk had begun to settle. From a distance, I spotted a figure squatting in front of the courtyard gate. It was a rustic-looking old farmer, in his 50s, with a pipe clenched between his teeth and a bulging woven bag beside him. I couldn't help but smile and approached him, asking, "Have you been here long? Why didn't you give me a call?" The old farmer stood up in a flurry, brushing off his clothes with a couple of taps, and flashed a grin that revealed 2 rows of yellow teeth. "I'm fine. No need to rush. Waiting a little longer is no trouble, and I shan't squander my money unnecessarily." He called out to Bao Yuqin, who peeked out from the courtyard. "Mr. Zhou is back. I prepared dinner, and I'll bring it over shortly." This old fellow is quite amusing. When I suggested he come inside to wait, he stubbornly refused, choosing instead to squat in the wind, seemingly unbothered by the cold. The old farmer chuckled, not worried. "I'm robust, and this little breeze is nothing." I would tea wanted to stir the young lady. "Annie, I've already eaten outside, so there's no need to bring me dinner tonight." "Ah, all right, then you go about your business." Bao Yuqin appeared somewhat disappointed, but refrained from saying much more. I ushered the old farmer into the consultation room and remarked, "I thought you would wait a full 21 days before coming." The old farmer paused, then laughed. "Mr. Zhou, your insight is truly keen. I couldn't conceal this little ruse from you. In just a few days, you've made a name for yourself in Jinsheng. Now, anyone you ask will tell you about a Mr. Zhou who has been on television, proficient in treating pediatric ailments. Hence, I've come as promised. Please, instruct me on what you require." This man was Liu Aijuan, who had indeed come as agreed. I offered him a seat and poured him a cup of hot tea. After he had finished, I said, "In the future, refrain from using such disguises. Among practitioners like myself, such pretenses are as good as non-existent. You haven't conducted any business in Jinsheng before, have you?" On that occasion with Night Dragon, the plan was to execute a scheme in Jinsheng. a place I had never visited nor reveal my identity. I intended to cast a net in Jincheng, hoping to catch a substantial prize. Once successful, the scales would be mine, and the flesh would belong to you. Are you planning to set a dead-end net? Lu Aijuan instinctively swallowed hard. I am a disciple of the sage Fushi. I shall not allow you to breach the rules. Once the fish are caught, I will take the scales myself, and the amount of flesh you can claim will depend on your own capabilities. Are you aiming to catch grass carp, white crucian carp, or koi? Do not inquire about these matters. Knowing too much will not serve you well. Depart from Jincheng at night and wait a few days in Sanlin. I will arrange for someone to assist you. Once the person arrives, you should visit Hong Kong, posing as an investor from the region. You're an expert, so the specifics need not be explained to you. There is no need to travel to Hong Kong to play the role of an investor. A brief detour in the south will suffice, ensuring a seamless facade. I am aware of your capabilities, but on this trip to the island, there is a particular task you must undertake. Chapter 64. The flower I retrieved a large coin and a sealed envelope made of cowhide, handing them to Lu Aijuan. The coin, a Qianlong Tongbao, gleamed with a golden hue, its condition pristine and exquisitely packaged. Lu Aijuan did not bother to examine it closely. Instead, he merely rubbed it lightly with his fingertip and remarked, "The back features a dragon and phoenix design, but there seems to be a flaw." Or is it not a flaw? First, journey to Malaysia, then to Hong Kong, and deliver this flower coin and the envelope to the individual whose name is inscribed on the cover. As for the return to Jincheng, you may handle it yourself. But remember, do not use the previously employed Qinghua face. Lu Aijuan swallowed hard, tentatively inquiring, "Are we orchestrating a complex scheme?" Do not indulge in wild speculation that merely frightens yourself. I lightly flicked his teacup. Suddenly, a small black snake, no larger than a finger, emerged from the amber tea. Lu Aijuan recoiled in shock, instinctively touching his neck, his face betraying a look of fright, which perfectly suited his identity as an unsophisticated rural farmer. This was the mark of a true master. Even in the presence of those familiar with him, he maintained an air of nonchalance. If I were truly to devise a grand scheme, I would manifest as a divine being, effortlessly orchestrating a grand design without needing your assistance. My apologies for the laughter. I am rather timid. After 13 years in this profession, I have only engaged in modest undertakings, avoiding the 3 great mountains, and have yet to witness the grand world. My initial lesson upon entering this field was to kneel for 3 days beneath the character for greed. In 3 months, I shall be recognized as a prominent figure in Jincheng. Upon your return, you could establish a network within half a year, and then we shall embark on our separate paths without meeting. Should I stumble, you may decide the remaining affairs, and this flower coin shall belong to you. Lu Aijuan bowed respectfully, refraining from further words, leaving behind a red and white woven bag, and rose to depart. As I stepped outside to see him off, I turned around and spotted a mouse standing boldly in the courtyard, its eyes glowing a fierce red. It hesitated on the threshold, motionless, yet the earth beneath it was disturbed. I squinted, scrutinizing the audacious rodent. This must be the last one. It was better to eliminate than to spare. Suddenly, the red-eyed mouse collapsed, rolling twice before its 4 legs twitched and it staggered toward the wall. I remained composed and returned to the consultation room, replacing the incense on the windowsill, and opened the window slightly to allow the fragrant smoke to waft into the courtyard. I then took a large coin and tossed it onto the back of my hand. Flourish. I tossed it again. Still, it was flourish. After contemplating with the coin in hand, I buried it in the incense burner and returned to the courtyard. In the corner, the red-eyed mouse lay on its back, its legs twitching faintly. I picked it up and gathered several corn stalks piled at the house's edge, then went back inside. In the kitchen, I crafted a mouse from the corn stalks, severing the true mouse's head and limbs, attaching them to the corresponding positions on the cornstalk mouse. With the mouse's blood, I drew a talisman, inscribing on the back the words "in times of need, transform endlessly, in times of peace, return swiftly." I wrapped the cornstalk mouse in the talisman, ensuring the inscribed side was enclosed within, and placed it before the incense burner, offering a piece of leftover pig's head meat before it. This is the essence of the demon-concealing art from the 36 external methods of nurturing vessels and hiding spirits. The customary practice involves nurturing a pet for 3 years, only to subsequently strangle it with one's own hands. During the day, an altar is erected for offerings, and at night, one sleeps alongside the corpse. After a cycle of 49 days, one may recite incantations to behead and skin the creature, thereby harnessing the spirit of the deceased pet. However, I do not intend to keep the spirit for long. Instead, I require the mice that arise from the essence of the corpse cultivated in the alchemical furnace. Thus, I have temporarily fashioned a spirit of a dead mouse by merging it with the art of puppet control and transformation. Though it may serve but once, it suffices for my needs. Having completed this task, I placed a call to Zhang Baoshan and then proceeded, as usual, to commence my evening practice of writing large characters. I deliberately chose to inscribe the Tao Te Ching by Laozi, a text imparted to me by Miao Jia when I first began my studies in calligraphy to cultivate my qi. She noted that my heart was unsettled, harboring excessive malice, and that my emotions would surge with agitation. She advised me to practice this text whenever I felt disquieted, to restore tranquility to my spirit. Initially, as I took up the brush, my thoughts were somewhat tumultuous. Yet, as I transcribed the phrase, "One can remain ever tranquil, and all under heaven shall return to harmony," I found myself enveloped in serenity. As I continued with to introspect one's heart reveals no ulterior motives. To observe one's form reveals no true form. My heart grew as still as ice, and the strokes flowed with unparalleled smoothness and steadiness. The structure of my characters became profoundly robust and precise, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the original limit of characters. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted from outside the courtyard, followed by a resounding crash. The gate was flung open, and a vehicle barreled into the courtyard. Just as I was inscribing the words, "Such tranquility leads one towards the true path," the disruptive noise caused the final stroke of the character to falter, extending into a sharp point, reminiscent of a fierce blade, brimming with murderous intent. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed, rushing towards the door, which was violently kicked open with a resounding crash. A man clad in a gray down jacket burst in, and upon seeing me, without uttering a word, raised his gun and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. I stood motionless, letting out a sigh as I placed my brush upon the stand. All 3 shots went astray. The man froze, seemingly astonished that he could miss at such close range. Following closely behind him were 4 more men, all in their 30s or 40s, bearing ordinary appearances but with menacing gazes, each wielding a Black Star pistol. Without a word, they too raised their guns and opened fire. The first man who had entered was caught off guard, his back riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground without a sound. "Zhou, I will ensure you meet your end," one of the men, his forehead wrapped in a white bandage, declared as he stepped onto the fallen comrade, his voice dripping with malice. "I am Ludishan. You have harmed my family with your deceitful schemes, and today I have come to exact my vengeance. Remember my name when you descend." With that, he fired 3 more shots into the head of his fallen associate. Having completed his grim task, he crisply commanded a retreat and dashed outside, only to glance back momentarily, saying to me, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave. The tools may be old, but they are effective." The art of mesmerizing control is akin to sorcery for the unprepared ordinary person, who can fall victim without realizing it. The cup of tea poured in my room was not without consequence. I nodded in response, donned my outer garments, and gently patted my pocket. The mouse in front of the incense burner abruptly stood up, took a bite of the pork head, and with a gentle leap, jumped into my pocket. Upon exiting the room, I noticed a large Jeep Cherokee idling in the courtyard. 4 individuals circled around the vehicle, running incessantly, yet they did not board. Lu Dushing completed 2 laps before turning to glare at me, urging me to move or risk waiting idly. I placed a cigarette between my lips, lit it, took a couple of puffs, and approached to open the car door. The 4 of them squeezed into the vehicle. Lu Dushing took the wheel, sitting in the driver and Oppo's seat. Gripping the steering wheel with a focused gaze, his eyes wide in alarm. I settled into the passenger seat, offered Lu Dushing a cigarette, lit it for him, and then distributed cigarettes to the 3 in the back before speaking. This fellow doesn't seem particularly capable, does he? He was taken down with just a few shots. Isn't that a bit excessive? Ludishing shot me a glare and replied, You know nothing. This guy is cunning, otherwise Mr. Xiao Wu-Ti have fallen into his trap and been taken by thunder. Moreover, before our arrival, Master Jiang repeatedly cautioned us not to tread lightly or test the waters, but to charge straight in, entering without a word and firing immediately, all to avoid falling for his tricks. Our success this time is largely thanks to Master Jiang's guidance. Once we return, we must obediently follow Master Jiang's arrangements, doing precisely as instructed, and avoid courting disaster. Chapter 65. Today, you may know I am myself. When Zhang Baoshan arrived with his team, the 4 individuals remained seated in the vehicle, swaying as if the automobile were still in motion. Outside the courtyard, a throng of startled villagers gathered, chattering and pointing with amusement. Tao Danian, clad in a coat, along with several members of the Joint Defense Team, maintained order, preventing the villagers from entering the premises. What on earth is happening? Zhang Baoshan felt a mix of amusement and astonishment. I leaned against the vehicle, puffing on a cigarette. The driver, named Lu Dishan, was the 5th son of the Peng family. The elixir crafted by Wang Laogun had been purchased from their household. Inside the house, another associate was also among those shot dead by the occupants of the vehicle. Upon hearing about the gunfire and fatalities, Zhang Baoshan's expression darkened, and he quickly instructed the accompanying officers to enter the house and assess the situation. He then led me aside and asked in a hushed voice, Did you take action? No. This was the domain of Wang Laogun, a site steeped in alchemical practices, where the elixir's toxicity could clash violently with the concoction they had consumed. They must have ingested the elixir, which would render them disoriented upon entering the courtyard, making any intervention from me unnecessary. That essay relief, Zhang Baoshan exhaled, visibly eased. We'll head back together shortly. Given the gravity of this incident, we must take your statement. I remarked, they should be aware of Wang Laogun's true identity. Although Wang Laogun had been apprehended, he remained uncooperative, refusing to divulge any information. Despite Zhang Baoshan's efforts to extract confessions, they paled in comparison to the resilience of someone like Wang Laogun, who could easily shed his skin to evade capture. Zhang Baoshan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Really? You may interrogate him upon our return. Indeed, the life elixirs they purchased should not be entirely consumed. It would be prudent to inquire about the location where the remaining ones are stored. Zhang Baoshan was immensely exhilarated. Although he had been assigned to the human trafficking task force, he still oversaw the corpse cauldron case in Dahong village, which had been temporarily shelved due to a lack of progress. His primary focus had shifted to the more rapidly advancing Kiamianhu case. Concluding the corpse cauldron case would alleviate significant pressure for both him and the district bureau, as it was a case officially registered with the ministry, creating immense stress not only for their district bureau, but also for the provincial department. I accompanied Zhang Baoshan to take statements, and before we had finished, Lu Dashing interjected with revelations of 3 key matters. The first concerned the true identity of the individual who had assumed the guise of Wang Laoguan. This individual was named Shao Kunshin, a former Taoist priest from the Penghu King Zhuguan, who had renounced his vows 8 years prior to become a master of Yin and Yang. He had been summoned by the Lu family to provide his services, employing various sorcerous methods to eliminate their adversaries. Thanks to Shao Kunshin's significant contributions, the Lu family was able to monopolize the sand and stone markets in Penghu. Wang Laoguan had once been a prominent figure in the area, but after his defeat by the Lu family, he fled to Jincheng for refuge. Following the Lu family's orders, Shao Kunshin tracked him down to Jincheng, eliminating him and assuming his identity. To ensure the continued vitality of Wang Laoguan's skin, it was preserved in a jar and sent to King Zhuguan for safekeeping. The second matter pertained to the issue of refining the life elixir. The Ru family suffers from a hereditary congenital heart disease, which incurs exorbitant treatment costs without guaranteeing a complete cure. In a desperate bid for assistance, the head of the Ru family, Ru Lianpao, offered an ancestral treasure to the Qingshu temple. Shortly thereafter, Shao Kunshin visited, proposing the alchemical creation of a life elixir that could remedy the family's ailment and enable them to dominate Xuanping Drum. contingent upon the Ru family relinquishing 1/3 of their annual profits. Xiao Kunshan had previously concocted the life elixir twice at Pengdrum, with each dose proving effective for 3 years. However, to prevent recurrence, continuous consumption was imperative. In the small locale of Pengdrum, mysterious disappearances had become disturbingly frequent. Coincidentally, Wang Laogun had settled in Jinsheng Dahua village, prompting Xiao Kunshan to assume his guise to gather medicinal ingredients for elixir production in Jinsheng. The third aspect pertains to the motive behind seeking vengeance against me. Upon procuring the dead meat fungus, Xiao Kunshan returned, seizing half of the Ru family's assets, intending to use the fungus to permanently eradicate the hereditary heart condition. Unbeknownst to him, this decision led to the demise of the entire Ru family. He promptly departed Pengdrum, leaving a letter for the Qingshu temple, asserting that the dead meat fungus was of my procurement and seeking retribution from me. 2 days ago, the temple's abbot, a Taoist named Jiang Kuanxing, approached Ru Dushing, presenting the letter and advising him to pursue vengeance against me. Upon receiving such a plethora of clues, Zhang Baoshan was overjoyed and, disregarding the late hour, immediately called Bao Jiangwo to report the developments. Bao Jiangwo rushed over to preside over a case analysis meeting, during which it was decided to dispatch an action team led by Zhang Baoshan to Penggu to retrieve the remaining Shindan from the Liu family as material evidence, while also investigating the situation at Qingshu Temple to ascertain the background of Jiang Kuanxing. Given the Liu family's extensive influence in the Penggu area after years of operation, the district bureau refrained from contacting local counterparts and instead granted Zhang Baoshan the authority to make decisions at his discretion. As an advisor and an interested party, I attended this case analysis meeting, refraining from speaking until the end when I suggested accompanying Zhang Baoshan to Qingshu Temple, recommending we set off immediately to avoid any prolongation of the matter. My volunteer offer greatly delighted Bao Jiangwo, who praised me repeatedly and insisted that Zhang Baoshan ensure my safety. After the meeting, Zhang Baoshan promptly selected 8 key members, bringing our total to 10. And we split into 2 Mitsubishi SUVs, heading straight for Penggu. We rushed throughout the night and arrived around 5 in the morning. Everyone was exhausted, and rather than entering Penggu, we found a spot by the roadside to park and rest in the vehicles for a while. I, however, was not fatigued. I exited the vehicle alone and squatted by the roadside, lighting a cigarette. Zhang Baoshan followed suit, asking for a light. After taking a couple of deep puffs and exhaling a long plume of smoke, he lowered his voice and remarked, "Mr. Zhou, this is unlike your usual approach." I countered, "What approach do you mean?" Zhang Baoshan remarked, "From the moment we became acquainted, while you participated in these affairs, your involvement seemed rather tepid. It gives me the impression that you were merely a detached observer, present in body yet absent in spirit. However, this time, your heart is truly engaged." I retrieved a substantial sum from my pocket, still bearing traces of ash, and displayed both sides to him before tossing it and pressing it against the back of my hand. I raised my hand to showcase the result, a flower. Zhang Baoshan appeared perplexed. I repeated the gesture, tossing and pressing 9 times in succession, each time revealing a flower. Zhang Baoshan chuckled. "What kind of trick is this? Could you teach me? I could surely dupe those fools in our team." "This is no mere trick. It is the simplest method of divination through coin tossing. For any given situation, there are 2 outcomes, one symbolized by character and the other by flower. I mastered this method of divination at the age of 11, and each time I tossed, I received a character. This marks the first occurrence of a flower." "Really? Is it that extraordinary? What do character and flower signify?" "The character signifies an inherent threat to life. The subject of the divination is destined to meet their demise, not by human hands, but by the decree of heaven. A divination of this nature could lead to the loss of life. Who would dare to inquire further? Many seek to inquire about the fate of others, not merely their own. If you harbor a desire for someone else's downfall, you could request a divination from me now. Never mind. I do not place faith in such matters. You claim that the character signifies a lethal fate decreed by heaven. What then of the flower? Is it a manifestation of celestial compassion, promising longevity? The flower signifies that heaven is indifferent to the affairs of the world. Ah, I have indeed heard the phrase heaven and earth are indifferent. Recently, there was a television series in Hong Kong that frequently uttered this line, often accompanied by a tone that exuded an air of wisdom. The sentiment suggests that the cosmos takes no heed of the myriad beings, treating them as mere fodder. Is the notion of inherent violence a sign of the divine's collection of souls, while the indifference of heaven and earth implies a refusal to embrace humanity? The phrase embodies the idea of a merciless universe, where all beings exist in equality. Someone once remarked to me that the day I can cast forth flowers, I would transcend the constraints of this inherent violence. Zhang Baoshan furrowed his brow, questioning the meaning behind my words. It sounded rather unsettling. You're not contemplating some nefarious act, are you? He inquired. I laughed heartily, extinguishing my cigarette on the ground, then stood up, stretching my arms wide. With a flourish of my right hand, I conjured forth a bouquet of resplendent blooms. There's a saying in water margin. On the Qiantang River, the morning letter arrives. Today I realize I am who I am. With a slight modification, it could apply to my situation, casting lots to divine the secrets of the heavens. Today I can ascertain that I am indeed myself. I am ready to embark on my journey. Chapter 66. My path. I never anticipated the emergence of this flower. During my early days of learning the esoteric arts with Sister Meow, it was necessary to experiment with creatures such as cats, dogs, and mice. For a time, I became quite absorbed in tormenting these small beings, not solely for practice, but rather due to a peculiar exhilaration it provided. Sister Meow remarked that this was a manifestation of the whims that accompanied life and death. It is a dilemma that every practitioner of the esoteric arts must confront. The arts themselves are macabre, composed of flesh and blood, each steeped in its own grotesque and sanguinary essence. As one delves deeper into this realm, one may become intoxicated by the thrill of life and death, ultimately losing sight of one's original intentions, even forgetting one's humanity and mistaking oneself for a deity. Throughout history and across cultures, deities have regarded mortals as mere playthings, manipulating them with a callousness devoid of compassion. To forget one's humanity is to forsake one's moral compass, leading to actions bereft of boundaries. Consequently, Sister Meow administered a stern lesson, punishing me so that I endured 3 days of unrelenting torment. During those days, I found myself in a state of despair, neither yearning for life nor death, as if I were ensnared in hell itself. Sister Meow admonished me to remember that sensation, to always acknowledge my humanity. She stated, as we immerse ourselves in the esoteric arts, we find ourselves ensnared by circumstances, each with our own desires. Once learned, it is imperative to remember that the arts are to serve us, rather than us being subjugated by them. Never forget the original intent behind your studies. She imparted to me the technique of divination through coin tossing. Each time I felt the stirrings of murderous intent, I was to consult the oracle. This inquiry was not directed towards the heavens or deities, but rather, it was a quest for self-reflection. Is it truly necessary? Are there alternative choices? Is it possible to refrain from such actions? Lao Chao perceives clearly and articulates wisely. Words are not inherently lethal. Rather, it is the malice that arises within my heart. To claim that words possess innate lethality serves as a constant reminder to myself not to lose sight of my true essence, to retain my humanity, and to discern the purpose behind my actions. Opting for Mr. Ian Mai as my mentor aligns with this very intention. Miao Jie once mentioned that the moment I am able to cast flowers, it would signify my ability to stabilize my heart and mind. No longer reliant on divination for clarity and resolve. Only then would I truly have achieved mastery and be ready to embark on my path. She asserted that my heart harbored discontent, concealing malevolent intent, and that I would not be able to cast flowers until I reached the age of 30. Miao Jie possesses an uncanny foresight, never having erred before. Yet this time, she was mistaken. It had been less than 3 months since my departure from her, and I cast flowers. Lao Chao's words awakened me, liberating me from the confines of gambling and divination. Upon encountering that mouse, My immediate thought was to eradicate the threat at its root, rather than succumbing to a murderous impulse. Thus, I first tested the threshold to ascertain whether there was unrest within the household, before arriving at the conclusion that it was indeed a matter of life and death. In that moment, my thoughts were as cold as ice, my resolve as steadfast as stone. Had it not been for the swift arrival of Lu Dushing and the others, I would have undoubtedly surpassed my previous limitations. The decision to come to Penghu was one made after careful deliberation. The act of harvesting life has its own small circle, and perhaps this opportunity may provide a pathway into that circle, allowing for a deeper exploration in this regard. To ascertain the identity of the individual who jeopardized my life that year, it is imperative to employ a multifaceted approach, gathering corroborative evidence from various sources to ensure absolute certainty. I possess but a singular opportunity. I cannot afford to misidentify the person. Furthermore, I must confront the Qingshu Temple and, through this contest of wits, further stabilize my own disposition. Zhang Baoshan gazed at me in astonishment, remarking on my considerable prowess and yet my lack of initiation. Your master must be extraordinarily formidable. Could they truly be akin to the legendary deities? The foremost lesson imparted by my master was that there are no deities among mortals, nor can one ascend to divinity. Those who claim to be divine are either devoid of humanity or have resolved to forsake it. I shall never assume the mantle of a deity, nor shall my master. It seems rather peculiar for someone in your profession to assert that there are no deities among men, nor can one become a deity. What is so peculiar about that? The more one delves into such studies, the less faith they have in gods or Buddhas. Otherwise, how could they commit such inhumane acts? The divine presence looms just above them, and that divinity is their own. So, what distinguishes your initiation from your previous state? You now exude a sense of liberation, akin to breaking free from shackles, reminiscent of being released from confinement, particularly invigorating. There is no substantial difference. One could merely say there are fewer constraints. Yet, there is indeed a distinction. Once one's mind is settled and disposition stabilized, one can then attain clarity and witness the path. Miao Jia's path has led her to wander the world like a rootless reed. As for my own path, where shall it lead me? After an hour's respite, I shall prepare to enter the Penghu. This is a mineral-rich county, abundant in gold, iron, and coal. Since the state permitted private mining concessions, a multitude of wealthy individuals has emerged, yet this prosperity has been accompanied by a drastic deterioration in public safety. Each year, numerous skirmishes erupt over the competition for mining sites. The Liu family has risen to prominence amidst these conflicts, renowned for their ruthless tactics and undefeated prowess, establishing themselves as the wealthiest in Penghu for nearly 8 years. However, with the sudden demise of the Liu family, various suppressed factions are now stirring restlessly. Currently, the Liu family's affairs are managed by several distant relatives who lack both the prestige and the capability to oversee such a vast enterprise, thus failing to suppress the ambitions of local power brokers. Consequently, they are organizing a banquet emulating the style of Hong Kong and Taiwanese entertainment industry, dubbed the Heroes' Banquet, intending to invite 9 prominent mining heads to renegotiate the allocation of mining rights in Penghu. With the original Liu family's presence, the total would be 10, a number deemed perfect, as Penghu cannot accommodate more than 10 influential mining heads. In reality, however, there are nearly 30 notable mining leaders in Penghu. In a county with a population of 1 million and countless mineral resources, having fewer than 30 heads is hardly excessive. The Liu family is compelled to make concessions to avert disaster, and every mining leader believes they possess the strength to claim a share. This endeavor hinges on the ability to secure a place among the 10, promising at least a decade of prosperity. A decade could yield a lifetime of wealth. The question of who is capable and who is not will be settled through force, akin to the struggle for mining rights. A new wave of large-scale conflicts is on the brink of eruption, and the entire county of Penghu is steeped in tension. This information was gleaned by Zhang Baoshan during his inquiries along the way. In light of this information, Zhang Baoshan resolved to refrain from contacting the local authorities and chose to act independently, lest he inadvertently disclose critical details and provoke a response that could jeopardize the already precarious situation surrounding Penggu. Initially, Zhang intended to retrieve the remaining life elixir from the Liu family. However, I propose that we first visit Qingshu Temple, for it lies at the heart of the matter. The skin of Wang Laogun, left behind in the detention center, showed no signs of withering or decay. It remained fresh and moist, as if it had just been peeled away. This indicates that Wang Laogun is still alive. Locating Wang Laogun would be more conducive to identifying Xiao Kunshan. Zhang Baoshan acquiesced to my suggestion, and our two vehicles proceeded directly towards Qingshu Temple, situated 10 kilometers from Penggu on the venerable Lao Wushan. Qingshu Temple is widely renowned in the region, drawing throngs of devotees throughout the year, with particularly overwhelming crowds on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Baoshan designated a group of 4 individuals to remain below for support, while another group of 4 ascended the mountain alongside him and me. Prior to our ascent, we donned bulletproof vests, inspected our firearms, and ensured we were thoroughly prepared. I was unable to handle a firearm, receiving only a bulletproof vest and an electric baton. Zhang Baoshan specifically assigned 2 individuals to guard me, emphasizing the importance of my protection. Chapter 67. What is the way? The Qingshu Temple, though renowned, is modest in scale. Upon passing through the mountain gate and the Lingwan Hall, one is greeted by the Sanqing Hall, flanked by small halls on either side, along with the kitchen and living quarters. The courtyard is paved with cement, adorned with a grand yin-yang bagua diagram. At the center stands a half-human-tall incense cauldron, filled with ash and bearing 3 thick sandalwood incense sticks, which have just been burned halfway. It is still early, and only 2 middle-aged women are fervently bowing before the incense cauldron, offering their prayers. Nearby stands a young Taoist priest, appearing to be around 17 or 18, clad in a coarse blue robe and wearing a Hunyuan cap, holding a whisk in his hands. As we 5 entered, our commotion was rather pronounced. Yet the young priest merely cast a glance our way before returning his focus to the women offering incense. Zhang Baoshan stepped forward, eager to inquire, but I restrained him with a gesture, signaling him to be patient. Zhang Baoshan, despite his nature, led the others to stand aside and await. I lingered at the back, discreetly tapping my pocket, from which the mischievous mouse spirit leapt out and scurried off, slipping into the Sanqing Hall. Once the 2 middle-aged women completed their offerings, they turned to the young priest with hopeful eyes. He replied, "The sincerity of your offerings has been acknowledged by the 3 divine beings. Your wishes shall surely be granted." With that, he handed them a small pouch of incense ash, instructing, upon your return, divide it into 3 doses, taking 1 each day mixed with water. You shall see results. Remember, during each intake, to sincerely recite the name of the infinite heavenly Lord in your heart. Sincerity is paramount. Without it, the effects shall not manifest. 2 individuals, holding incense ashes, expressed their profound gratitude and departed. The young Taoist then turned towards us, casting a few discerning glances before addressing Zhang Baoshan, inquiring, "Wuyang Tianzuan, do you seek to offer incense for a wish, to interpret a dream, to divine, or perhaps to consult on medical matters?" Zhang Baoshan replied, "We wish to meet with Taoist Jiang." Unfortunately, the host had been summoned down the mountain for a ritual yesterday and was expected to return by 7 o'clock today. If time is not of the essence, you may take a seat, enjoy a cup of tea, and wait for a short while. The young Taoist courteously ushered our group of 5 into a side hall designated for receiving incense patrons, then stepped outside to bring in boiling water and teacups, serving each of us a cup of tea before taking a seat in a nearby position. The tea, sourced from the mountains, was not of any esteemed variety. Yet brewed with the spring water from the temple, it possessed a certain rustic charm. "Please do take a sip," he invited. I lifted the cup, inhaled the aroma, and couldn't help but smile before taking a gentle sip. The tea contained narcotic. This young Taoist was not a sorcerer. Those who possess true skills do not resort to overt displays of technique. Employing drugs is a technique, not a true art. A genuine sorcerer resorts to technique only when the situation demands a demonstration. In circumstances requiring control over a target, one would solely employ art without reliance on technique. Technique is ephemeral. Art is substantial. Zhang Baoshan and his companions, accustomed to merely being reminded about tea, were oblivious to the subtleties of good and bad tea. They lifted their cups, drank several hearty gulps, and then responded with laughter. This is indeed fine tea. What is your name, Taoist? And what is your position within the temple? The young Taoist smiled and said, I am Fong Guanyu. 3 years ago, I became the disciple of the master here, and now I serve as the host assistant at the temple. When my master is present, I assist in receiving visitors. When he is away, I guard the temple. Over these 3 years, I have acquired some rudimentary knowledge, so if any visitor has inquiries or requests, I welcome them to share with me. Zhang Baoshan chuckled and replied, I engage in minor commerce in Jingbei, but recently I have faced a series of misfortunes and have been plagued by nightmares. I heard that Master Jiang of Qingshu Temple possesses great abilities and can communicate with the divine, so I came to seek his assistance in dispelling my troubles. Fong Guanyu scrutinized Zhang Baoshan for a moment and remarked, You carry an imposing aura, which does not seem to align with that of a mere trader. Zhang Baoshan responded, It is indeed a minor venture, yet it has encountered obstacles. Recently, I have suffered significant losses, and the stress has caused me to develop several headaches, to the extent that I no longer dare to lie down to sleep. At this point, he swayed slightly, suddenly alerting himself as he reached for his waist. However, before he could complete the motion, he slumped over in the chair. I immediately followed suit, collapsing into my seat with the other 4 individuals. Fong Guanyu let out a hearty laugh, clapping his hands, and said, It seems that those who stir trouble at Qingshu Temple do not consider their own weight. He searched Zhang Baoshan and, upon discovering a bulletproof vest, his expression darkened. When he unearthed a handgun, handcuffs, and a police badge, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he promptly dashed out. I swiftly rose and stealthily followed him. Fong Guanyu entered a room behind a side hall, seized the desk phone, and dialed while nervously glancing out the window. The call connected swiftly. Master, a group from Jinsheng has arrived, 6 of them, all taken care of by me. For now, there are no outsiders. First, place the items in the cellar. I am unable to attend the banquet hosted by the Liu family, and although the items are rather valuable, it is acceptable to keep them since they were gifted by the esteemed elder. Please take care of the items, and I shall address them upon my return. The voice emanating from the receiver was deep and steady, exuding an air of calmness. Without waiting for him to hang up, I rose and returned to the side hall, leaning against a chair to feign unconsciousness. Fong Guanyu soon returned, bringing ropes with him. He first confiscated the handgun, handcuffs, and police badge, then proceeded to bind them with the ropes, carrying them away one by one. I was the third from the last to be lifted. Fong Guanyu carried me around to the rear of the Sanqing Hall, where there was a smaller shrine dedicated to the spirit officer. Pushing aside the statue of the spirit officer revealed an entrance. Entering through this opening led to an underground chamber measuring over 40 square meters. Despite its considerable size, it was filled to the brim. In the corner against the east wall stood a half-human tall, cylindrical vat, filled to the brim with a viscous, inky liquid. The surface of the liquid revealed a head devoid of skin, with flesh exposed to the air, already exhibiting signs of desiccation. The unshielded eyeball would occasionally flicker, indicating that this was not merely a lifeless object. Along the west wall lay a long iron table, stained with dried, dark brown blood. On the south side, against the wall, stood an altar featuring a black statue with a distorted, grotesque visage, its gaze vacant and seemingly dull-witted. Before the altar, incense burned brightly, with 3 offerings laid out, a plate of hearts, a plate of livers, and a bowl of blood, fresh and still liquid, not yet congealed. Suspended in the center of the chamber were 3 individuals. In addition to Zhang Baoshan, who was carried over first, there was a woman clad in a Taoist robe, her garment wide open, revealing her bare form beneath. 7 colorful needles were embedded between her chest and abdomen, arranged in the precise configuration of the Big Dipper, stretching from her left breast to her right lower abdomen. Her head hung low, long hair obscuring her face, remaining utterly still, as if she were lifeless. The ceiling was adorned with several circular rings. Feng Guanyu, with great effort, secured my hands behind my back and hung me from one of these rings. He then hastily returned to lower the other 2 men, suspending them in a similar manner. After hoisting 5 hefty men, he was notably fatigued, drenched in sweat, and heavily panting. He plopped down onto the mat in front of the shrine, initially seated with his back to it. However, he quickly turned to face the shrine, bowed his head in reverence, and murmured, "Forgive the unintentional transgressions of a humble practitioner." Just then, the woman in the Taoist robe stirred, slowly lifting her foot towards Feng Guanyu, who was kneeling in supplication. Chapter 68. The exquisite orchid before the dawn. The foot, slender and delicate, bore small, perfectly rounded toenails adorned with crimson polish, exuding an enchanting allure. It was the first time I had discerned such fascination emanating from a single foot. Slowly, it crept towards Feng Guanyu's nape, the toes almost poised to press down. Yet, she suddenly trembled, and from the 7 golden needles embedded in her chest and abdomen, droplets of blood began to surface. The foot that had stretched forth succumbed to weakness, hanging limply. The 7-star binding technique. Until the golden needles were removed, a mortal body could not move. This was a specifically devised restriction aimed at practitioners of the arcane arts, a safeguard against their myriad of extraordinary methods. Ordinarily, with the 7 stars affixed upon one, even the simplest act of speech would be rendered impossible. Yet, this woman was still capable of extending her foot. Either the binding spell was improperly executed, or she possessed remarkable prowess. Feng Guanyu remained oblivious to the unfolding drama behind him. After making several bows, he rose and hastily departed the basement. I swiftly untied the ropes, gently descending to the ground. The suspended woman quivered slightly, but remained silent. Paying her no heed, I approached the altar. The statue upon the altar bore no magical seals. It was neither a deity of righteousness nor malevolent spirit, but rather a ghost. To pay homage to a ghost required offerings of flesh. I cast a fleeting glance at the offerings on the altar, the heart and blood laid out, before shifting my gaze to the blood-stained iron table. I plucked the incense from the center, broke off its tip, inverted it, and inserted it into the incense burner. With a deft motion, I ignited the incense tail, then tore a piece from my garment, dipped it in the bowl of blood on the altar, and sketched a faceless, rudimentary figure. From its face down to its waist, I inscribed the character for Ghost 7 times, flanking the figure with incantations. Using the glowing tips of the incense, I scorched 2 small holes into the figure's face to serve as eyes. While the fabric's embers still flickered, I turned the ghostly effigy around and affixed the 7 ghostly talismans to its back. Having completed this ritual, I turned my back to the effigy and knelt on the mat, performing 3 deep bows in reverence. The woman, visibly anxious, tapped her toes against the ground, attempting to shift her body to the side. I reassured her, "Do not fear. I am not bowing to you." She whispered softly, "Old acquaintance, as fellow seafarers, I have not capsized without cause. I seek a paddle to aid my plight, and when the waters calm, I shall surely repay you with a vessel." I approached her, lifting her hair for a closer look. What a strikingly beautiful face it was. Though devoid of color and marked by panic, her allure remained undiminished, almost enhanced by a touch of vulnerability. Her performance was commendable. Coupled with her alluring figure and her desperate plea, she could easily deceive many. Yet, I was not so easily swayed. Miao Jie had once remarked that a woman's words could be but a ghostly ruse. The lips that could ensnare even the most cunning of souls were indeed fraught with peril. My gaze instinctively fell upon her lips, which, although parched and chapped, retained an astonishingly vivid hue. In encounters as fleeting as ours, one must first present their credentials and unfurl their sails before delving into tales of celestial mountains and the paths they traverse. The esteemed Lan Laomi, a figure from the Guangnan Circle, is a bona fide performer of the traveling theater, renowned under the name Zhang Sampan. He traverses the old pits, singing the exquisite Ming opera, yet somehow finds himself adrift in the realm of the immortals. Such a predicament seems unfathomable, as if he has stumbled through a wrong door, losing his way amidst the ethereal winds. My younger sister pays homage to the Ming emperor, shunning the pipe and eschewing the path of glory. In the wake of the Ming dynasty's decline, she seeks the elusive fragrance of orchids, following the currents of fortune. Little did she know that this realm of immortals conceals the spirit of the wooden beam deity, leading to her downfall. With the approaching full moon, she must offer a belly tribute to appease the gods, pleading for assistance from the old seer. Her intent was clear. She has been traveling the rural expanses of Yangwang, performing in a grand caravan, when the leading actress of her troupe mysteriously vanished. Following the thread of clues, she arrived at the Qingshu Temple, only to discover that it harbored sorcerers engaged in dark rituals. Captured and ensnared, she fears that on the 15th of the month, she will be sacrificed, her heart and blood offered to appease the spirits, and she implores me to save her life. I scrutinized her figure, smiling as I remarked, "Orchids of such fine quality do not lack in appearance. Just look at your splendid form. You could easily be deemed a first-rate orchid yourself. Why then resort to cultivating orchids to support a traveling tent? In these times, those who roam the rural landscape in grand caravans scarcely earn a living through legitimate performances. The stage is a realm of exposure and spectacle, a business of revealing garments and theatrical antics. Yet, this woman, with her exquisite features and stature, is of the highest caliber. With a legitimate heritage in the art of spring performances, she could at the very least secure a leading role in a theater, far beyond the reach of the ordinary late-night patrons. It is indeed perplexing that she has fallen to the depths of peddling wares in a traveling tent." She replied, "The orchid of the pre-Ming era, performing the purest of water dramas, sails upon a public vessel, with a legitimate stage to stand upon, and a boat's bottom to attest to my truth. This implies that she performs serious local opera, holds an official status, and participates in rural performances organized by the government, rather than being part of a disreputable troupe." After 1949, following tumultuous societal transformations, a substantial number of lowly professions from the old society were reformed and incorporated, allowing the lower strata of society to secure government employment, with the majority completely distancing themselves from the past. However, a small faction discreetly preserved the traditions of the past. Once societal controls loosened, the murky underbelly of society re-emerged, and those who had retained these traditions became bridges between the lawful and the illicit, amassing wealth simply by acting as intermediaries. A woman like the one before me, who has evidently retained the traditions, yet remains steadfast in performing legitimate opera for the government, is a rarity I have never encountered in my 10 years traversing the world of entertainment alongside Sister Meow. I suggested, "Let us leave a boat's bottom for future encounters." The woman fell silent. I chuckled, "If you are unwilling to leave it, that's fine. Life and death are governed by fate." The woman inquired, "Yet I am still unaware of the sustenance that the old acquaintance consumes." I gestured towards Zhang Baoshan and Jin Sheng Lazy. Then I performed a French seal, learned from the celestial arts, sustenance derived from filial respect, now established in Jin Sheng, which holds some semblance of order. To inquire about Zhou Cheng upon entering the city is quite respectful. I apologize. It turns out I am in the presence of an esteemed immortal. I am but a humble girl when Xiaomin, hailing from Haifeng, performing the Westerchin opera, as passed down by Master Zhang. I do not presume to be an immortal. I merely muddle through life, having just settled in Jin Sheng, and would gladly visit if time permits. Please hold on for a while. Once we resolve this troublesome situation at the temple, we can deliberate further. I approached the large vat in the corner, crouching down to scrutinize the severed head within. This was a method of a certain race, capable of preserving life even amidst the gravest of injuries. The individual's eyes had been gouged out, their tongues severed, ears pierced, and skin flayed, leaving them devoid of all senses. The body within the vat had also been stripped of flesh and blood, ensuring that the internal organs came into direct contact with the potion. Regardless of whether this person was Wang Laogun, there was no means to substantiate Shao Kunshan's malevolence. I refrained from disturbing the figure in the vat and returned to my previous position, suspending myself once more, when Xiaomin remained silent. After approximately an hour, footsteps echoed through the space. An elderly Taoist priest clad in a yellow Taoist robe adorned with trigrams entered the basement. His hair and beard were completely white, yet he appeared vigorous, his posture impeccably straight, showing no signs of decay. Su Guanyu followed closely behind, his expression somewhat anxious. Is it indeed those 6 individuals? Yes, master. The 5 of them possess identification and are armed, while this one only has a bulletproof vest and a baton, likely a local liaison. Master, they have specifically come for us. It seems our cover may have been compromised. Should we not make a hasty exit? You act rashly. If our cover were truly at risk, it would be the local enforcers clearing the area, not someone from Jinsheng traveling such a distance without notifying the locals. This is due to Lu Dexing's failure, leading to the revelation of the elixir of life's origins. Your uncle went out from our temple. They are here to investigate the foundation, merely stumbling upon us by chance. You should not have resorted to using the medicine. You ought to have awaited my return for guidance. Then, what shall we do? If the 5 enforcers are apprehended at the temple, no matter how significant the matter, it cannot be suppressed. Alas, what a pity for this foundation. The old Taoist let out a sigh and proceeded to pay his respects to the ancient deity, intending to offer this woman as a final tribute before gathering his belongings to depart. It was imperative to leave this place immaculate, without a trace. Su Guanyu responded affirmatively, kneeling on the mat, and bowed before the ghostly effigy enshrined. The old Taoist's facial muscles twitched momentarily as he placed his hand upon Su Guanyu's crown. A violent tremor coursed through Su Guanyu's body, yet no sound escaped his lips. In the next instant, his garments slipped away effortlessly, along with his human skin, descending in a neat and orderly fashion from head to toe. Chapter 69. The golden cicada's shedding of its shell, a blood-soaked figure emerged from within a human skin. With hands raised, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. It appeared to be devoid of pain, more akin to sheer terror. The white-bearded old Taoist held Su Guanyu's skin in one hand, while with the other, he tugged at his scalp, pulling off both clothing and skin, transforming into a grotesque figure of sinew and blood, teeming with countless tiny white worms writhing amidst the flesh. When Xiaomin retched at the sight, the bloodied figure, now the old Taoist, cast a glance back at her, emitting a hoarse laugh. Having endured my 7-star control, you still move. Not bad for a mere actor. He donned Su Guanyu's skin, while Su Guanyu, now in the guise of the old Taoist, trembled, raising his hand to touch his own face. Master, why must we exchange skins? Su Guanyu, now embodying the old Taoist, replied, These 5 thunderous beings cannot be killed. Shortly, we shall perform a play, returning all 6 of them to the reception room. You will impersonate me and deal with them, while I awaken them. Disguised as you, I will turn against them. You shall feign injury and escape. We will regroup here afterwards. By sacrificing my own skin, we may preserve this domain. At that time, I will return your skin to you, while I seek a younger visage for myself. I mentioned earlier that this was to ease your mind, allowing the divine power to facilitate the skin exchange, sparing you further torment. Clad in the guise of a venerable elder with a white beard, Su Guanyu remarked, Master, how can I allow you to bear such a blame? It will be better for me, your disciple, to play the role of the villain, sacrificing this mortal shell in the process. The white-bearded elder, embodying Su Guanyu, sighed and replied, For many years, I have gained renown at Penghu. Everyone is aware that within the Qingshu temple resides a deity known as Jiang. Who would believe that you are the mastermind here? I am growing old. The loss of this corporeal form is of little consequence to me. You, however, are still young and must ultimately cherish your own vessel. Enough of this talk. First, carry them back. I shall tidy up this place. Su Guanyu cast a sidelong glance at Wen Xiaomin and inquired, Master, shall I dismember her as an offering to the old deity? Jiang Qunqing interjected, Not so hasty. Once we have resolved the matter with Jin Chenglizi, we shall concoct a fate for her. Her corporeal form is of excellent quality and should not be ruined. I will take her skin before we proceed with any dissection. Now, carry the others. Su Guanyu acquiesced and resumed the arduous task of hauling back the individuals he had painstakingly managed to carry. Jiang Qunqing approached Wen Xiaomin and said, Young lady, if you confess sincerely, not only shall I spare your life, but I can also take you as my disciple and impart to you the wondrous arts of the immortals. With great difficulty, When Xiaomin lifted her gaze to him and replied, "To kill and sacrifice of spirits will bring you retribution." Jiang Kunxing laughed heartily. Retribution? What is this retribution? I am 91 this year, having lived through the years of the Qing dynasty until now. The Emperor Guangxu has perished, the Empress Dowager has passed, President Yuan has died, Emperor Xiantong is no more, and even the illustrious Manjushri, who appears once every 5 millennia, has met his end. Yet here I stand, thriving and robust, free from calamity and illness. Retribution? Can one truly believe the nonsense of a bald monk? He gazed skyward with a booming laughter, seizing Wen Xiaomin by the neck, compelling her to meet his gaze. If you choose silence, it matters not. Those who have perished at the hands of the Taoist master number not fewer than 80. And your presence adds neither weight nor relief. Your exquisite form shall serve my purpose well, a fitting tribute to attract 2 spirited souls to properly honor the old deity. His hand slid down Wen Xiaomin's neck, sequentially pressing 7 golden needles into her flesh, leaving only the faintest tips visible. Once all 7 needles were embedded, Wen Xiaomin became rigid, frozen in an odd posture, chest thrust forward, waist bent, and hips arched, unable to move. He rummaged through her vital areas before turning and kneeling on the mat, bowing deeply in reverence to the ghostly idol within the shrine, performing 3 prostrations and 9 bows. Intoning, "May the old deity bless me, guide me through this tribulation, and safeguard this legacy. In due time, I shall offer the finest blood and flesh as a tribute to the old deity." After his devotions, he rose and departed the basement. At the very moment he stepped out, a stick of incense in the censer snapped silently in half. I was the last to be carried out by Su Guanyu. Still positioned as before, even the fallen posture remained unchanged, and my identification and equipment were meticulously restored. Jiang Kunxing and Su Guanyu conferred in hushed tones before applying a potion to the foreheads of several of us. One took position at the door to the guest room, while the other returned to a side seat. Zhang Baoshan trembled slightly, slowly opening his eyes with a low groan. Su Guanyu, wielding a short blade, approached Zhang Baoshan. Jiang Kunxing stepped forward, clasping Su Guanyu's thigh, exclaiming, "Master, you cannot err again. You must not cause further harm." The unmistakable voice of Su Guanyu rang out. Yet Su Guanyu lacked the capability to follow through, merely managing to bellow, "Get lost," while forcefully shoving Jiang Kunxing aside and brandishing a knife toward Zhang Baoshan. According to their earlier arrangement, at this juncture, Jiang Kunxing was supposed to raise a chair and strike Su Guanyu from behind, subsequently seizing the knife to inflict injury upon him, compelling Su Guanyu to flee after sustaining wounds. Jiang Kunxing would then rescue Zhang Baoshan and others, shifting the blame entirely onto the lookalike Su Guanyu. However, as Jiang Kunxing fell to the ground, he discreetly formed a hand signal, gesturing subtly toward Zhang Baoshan. Just as Zhang Baoshan, who had recently regained consciousness and was still in a daze, began to move sluggishly, he suddenly became fully alert upon seeing the oncoming figure of the old priest wielding a knife. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his gun and fired, unleashing a rapid succession of 5 shots, all of which struck Su Guanyu in the vital area of his chest. Su Guanyu froze in place, gradually lowering his gaze to his chest, where blood gushed forth, before turning toward Jiang Kunxing and uttering a single word, "Master," before collapsing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood and falling silent. Jiang Kunxing cried out in shock, "Master!" and lunged on Su Guanyu's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. Zhang Baoshan, gun in hand, stood in stunned silence, then glanced at me. I signaled him discreetly. Zhang Baoshan understood the cue. The stage was now set for Jiang Kunxing's performance. He would claim that, under his master's orders, he had drugged the tea to incapacitate Zhang Baoshan and the others, but he could not accept his master's intent to kill them. Therefore, he had secretly administered an antidote and desperately tried to thwart his master's plans. He spoke of having studied the path of cultivation for 3 years under the guidance of his master, knowing only that he had a senior disciple. Yet he had never encountered this esteemed uncle. In summary, as a humble apprentice, he merely engaged in the earnest practice of his teachings, entirely oblivious to any illicit activities his master might be involved in. The coherence and precision of his words clearly indicated they were not hastily fabricated. It is likely that this disciple was brought forth to serve as a scapegoat. Zhang Baoshan revealed his identity and reassured Su Guanyu not to be disheartened or fearful, instructing him to wait there while he would notify the local police to handle the body. He then summoned me and the other four to a secluded corner, feigning a discussion, but genuinely inquiring about the situation. I whispered, "The matters here cannot be succinctly explained. You must swiftly retrieve the remaining life elixirs from the Liu family while I keep Su Guanyu steady. After acquiring the elixirs, you may contact the local authorities to address Jiang Kunxing's body." Zhang Baoshan, apprehensive, wished to leave 2 individuals to safeguard me. I countered, "You will face greater peril retrieving the elixirs from the Liu family. Here, I have only Su Guanyu, a novice in cultivation. Nothing will transpire. It is advisable to concentrate your efforts on the Liu family to ensure a smooth operation and return for me afterward." After conveying this, I exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Baoshan. He hesitated briefly, but ultimately acquiesced to my counsel and departed with his companions. Jiang Kunxing wept sorrowfully, cradling Su Guanyu's lifeless form, embodying the demeanor of a devoted disciple. I took a seat, watching him with a serene smile as he mourned, neither offering comfort nor inquiry, simply observing his performance. Jiang Kunxing wept profusely, perhaps realizing the futility of it all. He wiped away his tears and looked up at me. I wished to tidy up for my master. After a lifetime of grandeur, he should not depart in such a disheveled state. I offered him a faint smile and performed a respectful gesture, acknowledging the chaotic energy surrounding us. The teachings of Guzu delineate the duality of yin and yang, imparting the wisdom of 38 principles, which today resonates within me. As an old companion, I shall speak no falsehoods in the presence of the true sage. I have witnessed the splendid performance you have put forth, skillfully donning a facade. Chapter 70. Breaking the mountain. Jiang Kunxing cast a glance my way before turning his gaze toward the door. I reassured him with a smile, "Fear not. They are merely sailors, not the kind to engage in reckless disputes. When we meet in the open, there is no need to hide our faces." Rising to his feet, Jiang adjusted his attire, forming a gesture of respect with his hands. "The decree is threefold. The heavens command, and the stones were forged by Enhua. I convey the teachings, for the connection has not been severed. It turned out to be Mr. Zhou from Jincheng. Forgive my untrained eyes for not recognizing the true master before me. I apologize for my discourtesy." "Old Jiang," I remarked, "etiquette resides not in appearance, but in essence. First, your junior brother, the robust one, sought to confront me, and subsequently, you attempted to exploit a loophole to emerge. Twice have you aimed to take my life. Is this the propriety of your esteemed lineage? Where there are results, there must be causes. It is one thing for Mr. Zhou to covet that corpse cauldron, but it is altogether inappropriate to ensnare my junior brother with the bait of a dead flesh fungus, driving him to desperation. The logic of this matter lies with me, not you." Shea Kunshin's greed knows no bounds. I clearly stated on television that it was indeed a dead flesh fungus, and I established my identity through the proper gestures. Yet he disregarded all warnings, choosing to steal and consequently bringing ruin upon his own household, forcing himself into a corner. His self-inflicted plight cannot be justified by your reasoning. Originally, I had intended to let this matter rest, showing no desire to pursue it further. Yet, you chose to exploit a loophole, compelling me to engage in a discussion of reason with you. During our exchange, Jiang Kunxing had already taken his seat, smiling as he said, "Very well. Mr. Zhou, a true practitioner of the Yin lineage, bold in his artistry, seeks to traverse my Qingtian temple. I am eager to witness your methods and see if you can indeed engage me in this discourse. In the murky world of intrigue, individuals like Jiang Kunxing, who have firmly established themselves, regard themselves as deities, their faces commanding greater respect than the heavens themselves. Now that I have approached him, there is no possibility of him yielding or retreating. A victory must be achieved. As the landlord, I shall grant him a trifling concession, and he is welcome to display whatever abilities he possesses. Should he triumph, the justification remains with him, Should he falter, the rationale lies with me. All I seek is the life of my junior disciple in recompense. With an air of composure, he settled himself upon the chair, adopting a demeanor of magnanimity. However, his left hand was concealed behind his back while his right formed a loose fist in front of him, clearly indicating his intent to employ the yin-yang 5 elements sword technique. This technique does not wield a sword in the conventional sense, but rather invokes incantations. The practice begins on the first day of each month, at dawn, when one faces the east, burns incense, and bows in reverence, reciting the sword technique's incantation. This is followed by striking the 4 cardinal directions a total of 81 times, and with steadfast dedication over a course of 108 days. One may forge a sword. The maximum number of swords that can be prepared is 3. When the time comes to utilize them, one must silently recite the incantation, inscribe the symbol in the palm, and then, with a feigned grip, unleash the strike when the target is unguarded. A strike executed with the standard technique can incapacitate the target for the day. However, Jiang Kuanxing, invoking the power of ghosts within this quiet void temple, can harness supernatural strength, rendering his strike far more potent than the usual technique. Yet, this maneuver possesses a vulnerability. It must be executed when the opponent is unsuspecting. Thus, his pretense of generosity, claiming to grant me a trifling concession, is merely a ruse to lower my defenses, facilitating his clandestine strike. Furthermore, within the temple, the protective power of his ghostly worship renders him impervious to ordinary spells. Even as he conversed with me, he had already been preparing in secret. Yet, having summoned the yin-yang 5-element sword, he lacks the time to prepare further spells. With a swift strike that met only emptiness, his sole recourse was to retreat to the basement, invoking the spirits for aid. After all, at over 90 years of age, with a body in decline, what confidence could he possibly possess to confront me directly? I smiled and remarked, "You are the true disciple of life. Yet you resort to the unorthodox methods of the 5-element sword, eschewing the heart-piercing needle and the yin wind palm. Are you not concerned about tarnishing the reputation of your revered Niwa?" At my direct challenge, Jiang Kuanxing's gaze flickered, and he opened his mouth to respond. However, before he could utter a word, his skin suddenly tightened, as if someone had gripped him fiercely from behind, contorting his entire visage. In that moment, he let out a harrowing scream. A fist-sized bulge began to swell beneath his skin, rapidly traversing across his face. Suddenly, blood gushed from his left eye. In the next instant, his nose crumpled, blood pouring forth from the collapsed nostrils. With a piercing scream, he yanked at the skin atop his head, tearing away Su Guanyu's human facade, revealing a gruesome, blood-soaked form that leapt high from his seat, riddled with numerous holes. The rat demon was scuttling amidst his flesh and blood. Contesting through magic was akin to delicate embroidery. Preparation ensured victory. Although this was his domain, I had been ready since setting out, awaiting this precise moment. He employed words to buy time and lower my defenses, while I too had my own stratagem. The difference lay in his intent to prepare for an attack, while I was poised to initiate one. A single misstep, and the outcome would be irrevocably determined. Jiang Kuanxing, having shed his human guise, seized the mouse-like apparition and cast it heavily to the ground. Without a second thought for his own skin, he turned and leapt through the window, hastening his flight. I pursued him at a brisk pace, carefully regulating my speed to keep him in sight, ensuring he would not elude capture while also preventing him from losing hope of escape. Jiang Kuanxing fled into the basement. I followed closely to the entrance but refrained from descending immediately, instead using my foot to hook the edge of the opening and suspending myself inside. Kneeling before the shrine and the ghostly effigy, Jiang Kuanxing bowed 3 times, then grasped the bowl of blood from the offering table and poured its contents over his head. Following this, he bit into the heart and liver he had taken. At that moment, his actions faltered, for 3 incense sticks were missing the crucial central stick. It was then that the suspended Wen Xiaomin suddenly broke free from her bindings, placing a foot upon Jiang Kuanxing's nape. A sharp crack echoed as his cervical spine shattered, the bloodied fragments piercing flesh and sinew, his head lolling grotesquely toward his chest. Wen Xiaomin then seized his scalp, forcefully wrenching his head from his body. Blood erupted forth like a fountain, splattering against the ghostly effigy within the shrine. The offering table toppled, and the remaining 2 incense sticks snapped, extinguishing in the process. Ashes scattered into the air, and a chilling wind swept through the space. One Xiaoman shivered, wrapping her Taoist robe around herself, and with a gesture of respect, she addressed me, saying, "Oh, venerable immortal, I am grateful for your assistance. Once I return with his Taoist head to honor my sisters whom he has slain, I shall come back to express my profound gratitude. I do not venture into the basement. Instead, I dangle there, observing when Xiaoman, and I say, I summoned a rat ghost to assist you in removing the needles and breaking the 7 stars control, not to facilitate your reckless endeavor." When Xiaoman replied boldly, "Jiang Quenching murder my sisters. I have come to exact vengeance upon him. Should my actions jeopardize the old immortal's affairs, I will return after honoring my sisters with a sacrifice, and I shall accept any punishment without protest." I cautioned, "I fear you may not survive to seek forgiveness from me. You have witnessed the arrangements I just made. What gives you the audacity to act so rashly? Originally, those plans were meant for Jiang Quenching, but now they may fall upon you. From this moment forth, unless you forego sleep entirely, malevolent spirits will invade your dreams to claim your life." When Xiaoman declared, "As long as I can avenge my sisters, I shall accept death willingly. Please, old immortal, allow me to proceed. If only death were so simple to embrace." I shook my head and said, "Let us go. We are all beings of the sea, each with our own paths of yin and yang. If you wish to live, seek Master Xingzhong within 3 days to unravel this predicament. Until then, do not close your eyes." When Xiaoman bowed to me, clutching Jiang Quenching and Appo's head, and sprang from the basement, her bare feet swiftly carrying her away, moving so gracefully that it seemed as though she were treading upon the wind. It is said that the Western Qin opera features many martial plays, with authentic lineages possessing true skill, and from the way she departs, it appears to be no mere rumor. Chapter 71. The temple's destruction with a resounding thud. The headless and skinned corpse of Jiang Quenching finally collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around it. I released my foot and descended into the basement, carefully avoiding the flowing blood, and made my way to the large vat in the corner. The blood-like head swayed vacantly, as if sensing the shift in its surroundings. From my garment, I extracted a slender needle and slowly pierced the Baihui point at the crown of its head, softly reciting, "By the decree of the Supreme, I summon your solitary soul, all spirits, and the 4 beings to receive grace." The head ceased its swaying, gradually sinking beneath the potion. I turned and kicked the incense burner to shards, then shattered the offering table with another kick. The ghostly figure within the divine box trembled and fell to the ground from the shrine. The 7 ghost talisman upon my back had already turned to ash. Utilizing the shell, borrowing divine art, I summoned wild ghosts with the 7 ghost talisman, usurping the original divine position of the ghostly figure. Had Wen Xiaoman not been so eager to act, the possessed Jiang Quenching would have been ensnared and tormented by the wild ghosts, destined for a most unfortunate end. However, it was now Wen Xiaoman who was ensnared by the wild ghosts. The ghost worshipped by Jiang Quenching remained here, defiant, inviting any challenge. Observing the fallen, ghostly figure on the ground, I let out a cold laugh, crushing the effigy underfoot, shattering the shrine, and returning to the Taoist temple. I sought out incense, talisman brushes, yellow paper, and a peachwood sword, then returned to the basement. Using Jiang Quenching and Appo's blood, I inscribed 5 proclamations. The first addressed the malevolent spirits, the second the land deity, the third the mountain god, the fourth the myriad heavenly deities, and the 5th the supreme emperor of heaven. Upon completing the inscriptions, I ignited offerings in all directions and lit 3 incense sticks, placing them in the center of the basement. Then, with a peachwood sword, I lifted the demon statue's head, walking in circles around it, pausing after each step to recite the names of the deities from all directions, acknowledging their sins, severing the head and destroying the temple to punish its malevolence. After circling 9 times, I placed the demon's head before the incense and pierced it into the ground with the peachwood sword. Next, I inscribed a talisman of thunder and fire on yellow paper and affixed it to the hilt of the sword, igniting it with a spark. This entire ritual of temple destruction and exorcism was thus completed. Without the obliteration of this temple, the malevolent spirit, which had been fed for years with blood offerings, would linger here, ensnaring others to continue its offerings. I did not linger, departing from the basement and exiting the temple, securely closing the door behind me, and concealed myself in the woods on the mountainside to observe. At this juncture, it was nearing 9 o'clock, and individuals began to arrive at the temple to offer incense and partake in the festivities. It became evident how renowned Jiang Kuansheng was in this area. Although the temple doors were firmly shut, none among the crowd dared to knock, instead gathering outside to wait. In a short while, 30 or so people congregated at the entrance. Some, growing impatient, left, while others simply found a place to sit and continue their wait. Smoke began to billow from within the temple, followed by flames shooting into the sky. The acrid smoke spread, and the crowd outside sensed the impending danger. Some pounded on the door, while others hurried down the mountain to call for fire assistance. Yet, many remained bewildered, helplessly gazing at the smoke and flames erupting from the temple. I chose not to linger, turning to descend the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, I glanced back, witnessing the temple engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the sky. I strolled back to the urban area of Penghu County, seeking out a breakfast establishment where I ordered steamed buns, rice porridge, and some side dishes, indulging heartily. Just as I had satisfied my hunger halfway, I received a call from Zhang Baoshan. The moment I answered, he inquired about my whereabouts and well-being. I informed him of my location. Before long, Zhang Baoshan arrived in haste, accompanied by 3 subordinates, bursting into the breakfast shop in a flurry that startled the owner, who feared an encounter with a vengeful gang leader and promptly retreated behind the counter, too afraid to show his face. Zhang Baoshan seized me, scrutinizing me from head to toe, before finally exhaling in relief and plopping down beside me. You scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you. What with the situation on the mountain? At this point, he cast a wary glance towards the counter and abruptly changed the subject. We've secured our items. How about you? I replied, there's no need to go back. Let us discuss it on the way. You haven't eaten, have you? Boss, please pack 50 buns and 9 portions of porridge. Coming right up. The owner quickly emerged from behind the counter, beaming as he prepared the order and even threw in a generous serving of side dishes. We grabbed our buns and porridge and headed to the car. Not far from Penghu, we spotted another vehicle waiting by the roadside, so we paused to share our food. A group of us squatted on the roadside, devouring our meal voraciously. Seizing this moment, I recounted everything I had witnessed and experienced at Qingshu Temple, deliberately omitting the incident involving Wen Xiaomin, merely stating that Jiang Kuansheng had failed in his duel and had inadvertently set the entire Qingshu Temple ablaze. Although Jiang Kuansheng is utterly irredeemable, he should still be subjected to trial before any judgment and punishment are rendered. The notion of killing for vengeance, particularly in the presence of individuals like Zhang Baoshan, is best left unspoken. Zhang Baoshan and his associates were left astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he finally addressed his subordinates, stating that this matter should remain unmentioned. It suffices to discuss the process of acquiring the life elixir. Otherwise, the report would attract scathing criticism. The tales of duels against spirits and the destruction of temples, reminiscent of legendary novels, cannot be included in an official report, as they would clash with the prevailing scientific discourse aimed at dispelling superstition. Zhang Baoshan, lacking both roots and connections, managed to ascend to the position of chief of the criminal division at the district bureau by the age of 40, and he clearly has further aspirations, which cannot solely be attributed to diligent labor. After a smooth journey back to Jincheng, Zhang Baoshan and his team still needed to report back. However, as a consultant, I was not obliged to endure the same tribulations. Zhang Baoshan made a detour to drop me off at Daya Village. Upon entering the village, I noticed old Chow pacing anxiously in front of the police office window. I approached him, greeting, "Comrade Chow, are you out for a stroll to exercise?" Upon seeing me, old Chow's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, and he retorted, "Stroll? Where the hell have you been? I heard that someone caused a commotion at your door last night." It wasn't merely a disturbance. They intended to kill me. Fortunately, I was prepared. I recounted the events of the previous night and the following day to Old Chow. After listening, he refrained from commenting on the matters concerning the Qingshu temple. Yet he grasped the true crux of the situation that was of utmost importance to me. Did you just say you cast a flower? I was genuinely astonished, raising an eyebrow in surprise. You understand this? Casting coins for divination is a serious method for tempering one and Oppo's heart and spirit. In the past, given your fiery disposition and heavy intent to kill, how could you possibly cast a flower so soon? He retrieved a large coin and tossed it into the air. I clapped my hands together to catch it, my left palm facing upward as I shifted my right hand towards Lao Chao. The flower, the heavens are merciless. This coin was indeed the one I had reserved for him. Lao Chao furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the coin, knowing it should not have come to fruition so swiftly. I remarked, I must thank you for your enlightening words that allowed me to transcend the confines of coin divination. I can now examine my inner self from a higher perspective, no longer needing the coins to stabilize my mind and spirit. Lao Chao shook his head. I didn't possess the ability to awaken you in such a manner. This isn't right. It shouldn't have happened so quickly. Alas, had I known it would come to this, I would have learned more back in the day. Since you have now attained tranquility, does this mean you are prepared to clarify your understanding and embark on the path of enlightenment? I smiled faintly and tossed the large coin into the air once more, balancing it on the back of my hand before gradually withdrawing it. Words, born of lethal intent. Chapter 72. The Great Dawn. I have less than 10 months until my retirement. Old Chow sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. The times have changed. This path is no longer viable, and one risks becoming ensnared in it. Why persist in such stubbornness? Whether it be deforestation or temple demolition, neither is an easy endeavor. Even Zhang Tianshi would have to abide by the law in this era, resolving matters through proper channels. I presented my consultant certificate to him, stating, your perspective is rather narrow. A change in era does not imply that tasks cannot be accomplished. It merely necessitates a shift in approach. Old Chow took the certificate and examined it, letting out a sound of disbelief. In the past, those who ran afoul of the law would be vilified and labeled as lackeys, often facing dire consequences. As you mentioned, the times have changed, and you too have entered the public sector. That was in the past. The present is indeed different, and the future remains uncertain. Well, the path I tread is mine to choose. As long as I am resolute, it bears no relation to you. I have less than 10 months until my retirement. After this matter is settled, I should be able to enjoy some tranquility and refrain from bringing trouble home. Rest assured, I too wish to sleep soundly. You, Mr. Zhou, have engaged in a battle of wits, challenging who with cunning, and your reputation has already spread within the circle of sorcerers in Jincheng. Those entangled in such affairs will inevitably seek you out. Be clear in your arrangements, should you turn Dahu village into a chaotic mess. Do not blame me for severing ties. If you remain apprehensive, feel free to disseminate news of my actions against Qingshu Temple. It will ensure that everyone remains respectful and refrains from approaching my domain. Begone, do not think of borrowing my path to fish. It suffices. No matter how formidable your abilities, you cannot completely vanquish the practitioners of external arts. With a hearty laugh, I tossed a large sum of money back to Old Chow and turned to leave. By the time I returned to the courtyard, it was already 3 in the afternoon. After a brief wash and tidy up, I took a moment to rest when Bao Yuqing promptly arrived with a meal. A whole roasted chicken, soup made from old cucumbers, stir-fried lotus root, mapo tofu, freshly steamed rice, and the customary hot liquor were all present. Having spent the night and half the day outside, with only a bun to sustain me, I was famished and eagerly picked up my chopsticks, devouring the meal until it was entirely consumed. Once I finished, as Bao Yuqing cleared the dishes, I pulled out 300 yuan and handed it to her. Auntie, I intend to stay here long term, and it wouldn't be right to keep dining at your expense. This money is for my meals. Consider it a reservation for future dining. Bao Yuqing hatsti dekolin, exclaiming that it was unnecessary, as a few meals could hardly be worth much. Mr. Zhou, you are truly an extraordinary being. To partake in my cooking is a blessing earned through many lifetimes. The villagers are envious. How could I dare to accept your money? I replied, One must not speak of extraordinary beings lightly. It is not the monetary value I am concerned with, but rather, for people like us, there exists a principle of reciprocity. Should there be no exchange, it could lead to complications that might involve you. By accepting this payment, I can enjoy your meals with peace of mind, free from other worries. After a moment of hesitation, Bao Yuqing tentatively inquired, then, if a strong soldier were to become your disciple, would that mean I would not need to accept this payment? I chuckled, stating, a deal is a deal. The dining expenses must still be settled. Only then did Bao Yuqing accept the money and continue. For the past few days, I have been urging Changbing to work with you. Yet this obstinate child refuses to heed my advice. He tosses and turns at night, and during the day, he is seldom at home, wandering off who knows where. This lack of sleep has visibly taken a toll on him. Mr. Zhou, if you could devise a way to make him obedient. I promptly interrupted her, saying, Auntie, let us not entertain such notions. Regardless of any potential connections, we must allow things to unfold naturally. We cannot force them. To manipulate someone through sorcery is an affront to the natural order. Not only do I lack such abilities, but even if I possessed them, I would never employ them on another person. Remember, legitimate practices do not summon individuals, and summoning individuals does not constitute legitimate practices. Anyone claiming otherwise is surely not to be trusted. Bao Yuqing appeared somewhat taken aback by my earnest tone, readily acquiescing and refraining from further discussion on the matter as she gathered her belongings to depart. In the following 2 days, Zhang Baoshan did not reach out to me, nor did any practitioners come seeking my involvement. Only 3 families visited for consultations, each presenting common ailments easily resolved, with each family graciously offering 500 yuan as thanks. On the 3rd day, during the late afternoon, while I was leisurely wandering, I received a phone call from someone wishing for my assistance, stating they were waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. As I strolled back, carrying an assortment of snacks and trinkets, I passed by the village's police station, where old Chow gestured dramatically, quickly offering me a bit of good fortune, exclaiming, "A big sun is shining bright. Don't be greedy, or you'll end up overwhelmed." How big could that sun be, anyway? If it were truly substantial, would it not also cast a shadow on my doorstep? I reproached Lao Chow with his own previous words, casually tossing him a package of sliced marinated pig liver, wishing him joy. I had just passed by Lao Zhao's deli, where fresh delicacies had emerged from the kitchen, still warm and perfectly paired with wine. Lao Chow picked up a piece and, while chewing, mumbled, "Duke Wang, is it grand? The 1686 plate, is it significant? A mere million beneath you. Is it impressive? You carry treasure with you, is it not? If you manage to secure this, even years of inactivity would yield fortune. Enjoy it well. Embrace wealth and relish it, rather than fretting over trifles." I extended my hand towards him, inquiring about the money. "Let me ponder for you. Get lost," Lao Chow retorted, then added, "I just procured a bottle of aged raw spirit. Once I'm done, come over and enlighten me about your origins. All right, prepare the wine and wait for me." I decided to leave the snacks I bought on the way in the police station, returning empty-handed. From a distance, I spotted a white Duke Wang parked at the gate, its license plate ending in 1686. A middle-aged man, clad in a sharply tailored black coat and wearing dark glasses, strolled back and forth beside the car. Every step measured and precise, a true master of his craft. In the back seat, a figure remained inside, her hair elegantly arranged in an updo, revealing only her graceful neck, exuding an air of sophistication. Such a luxurious vehicle is a rare sight even in a city with a population of millions like Jinsheng, drawing the attention of numerous idle villagers who gather at a distance to observe. Upon my return, they called out to the middle-aged man in the black coat, "That is Mr. Zhou." The man halted, standing by the car and casting a scrutinizing gaze, tinged with suspicion and even a hint of hostility. I smiled at him and inquired, "Was that your call earlier?" The man in black nodded slightly, revealing himself as Miao Zhengping from the company, whose spouse has been afflicted with some peculiar ailment, seeking Mr. Zhou's assistance. No wonder he possesses such formidable skills. He is indeed a master of his craft. This truly is a genuine dawn of opportunity. I glanced into the car, smiled faintly, and remarked, "It is an honor to meet the illustrious Miao Longwang." but I fear you may not be deemed worthy of marrying the lady within. Chapter 73. The Nocturnal Whispers of Ghosts in the Subterranean Realm of Jincheng. There once existed the formidable trio of the three masters and a king, for prominent figures, each possessing vast influence, commanding numerous brothers, and straddling both the light and dark sides of society, capable of invoking storms and bending fate to their will. Among them, the three esteemed lords, known as Ma, Ho, and Tian, presided over the vast underground enterprise, controlling the lucrative trade of shadowy goods. It appeared that an additional lord, Yao, was on the verge of ascending to their ranks. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. During a negotiation at a nightclub, he was ruthlessly betrayed and stabbed by a trusted subordinate, which consequently led to the downfall of the illustrious Ma, Ho, and Tian, sealing their grim fate. Now, among the four eminent figures, only one remains, this very individual before me. This man, Miao Zhengfa, is revered among his brethren as the Water Dragon King. He oversees the Zhengfa Company, which boasts a fleet of vessels spanning the waters, tirelessly traversing the river. All contraband arriving from the south must navigate through his channels to securely reach Jincheng, from where it is then distributed to the northeast and west, thereby extending his influence across the nation. With the demise of the three esteemed lords, the Water Dragon King stands unparalleled in his dominion. Whispers abound that he intends to seize this opportunity to withdraw from the tumultuous waters and claim the shadowy trade for himself. Yet, such musings are merely the fabrications of the underworld. To have expanded his maritime enterprise to such an extent, monopolizing the influx of southern contraband, one must acknowledge that the Water Dragon King's humble beginnings as a water rat are insufficient to explain his current stature. Undoubtedly, he possesses powerful patrons backing him. Should he truly aspire to retire from the fray, the peril looms that even as one foot steps ashore, the other may still linger in the depths, leading to a swift and unceremonious demise. In the realm of the underworld, one's agency is often an illusion. For individuals like the Water Dragon King, this truth is not merely a saying, but a stark and bloody reality. As long as he does not genuinely aspire to abandon his current lifestyle, he remains the formidable leader of 1,000 loyal subordinates. With a mere stamp of his foot, the very waters of Jincheng tremble. Yet, this esteemed leader now finds himself alone, without a single follower, choosing instead to venture here, accompanied only by a woman, to seek treatment from a relatively obscure physician like myself. He stands outside like a mere lackey. Upon hearing my remarks, Miao Zhengping, with a stern expression, replied, "Mr. Zhou, you need not concern yourself with her relationship to me. Your sole responsibility is to ensure her recovery. Do not inquire or speak of anything beyond that. Should you succeed in healing her, I, Miao Zhengping, shall owe you an immense favor. Within the year, regardless of the difficulties you may encounter, you may seek my assistance, and I will do everything in my power to aid you. However, should you fail, you must pack your belongings and depart. There is no place for you in Jincheng." I chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further, and opened the door for him to drive the car into the courtyard. Miao Zhengping skillfully parked the vehicle in front of the house, positioning the rear door directly opposite the consultation room, allowing the woman to step out and enter with ease. As soon as the car came to a halt, Miao Zhengping promptly exited, hurrying to the rear door to graciously open it for the woman, ensuring her safe passage into the house. The woman was tall and elegantly draped in a luxurious white mink coat, her head adorned with a checkered scarf, and her eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses, rendering her face nearly unrecognizable. I scrutinized her for a moment and remarked, "Clothed, she is indeed more identifiable than when unclad." Miao Zhengping, incensed, clenched his fist with a cracking sound and stepped forward menacingly, exclaiming, "Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you seeking death?" "Oh, Miao." The woman suddenly spoke, her tone stern, demanding Mr. Zhou to apologize. Miao Zhengping was taken aback, unable to fathom her request. "He spoke to you in such a manner, and you expect me to apologize to him?" "Apologize?" The woman's tone grew increasingly severe. Miao Zhengping clenched his fists, his face flushed. Yet ultimately he bowed his head and said, "I am sorry, Mr. Zhou. It was my rudeness." I did not glance at Miao Zhengping, but focused intently on the woman, curious about her audacity to confront me again after our previous encounter. Did she presume I lacked spirit? Little sister does not dare to deceive the old sage. Every word I speak is the truth. Should I utter even a single falsehood, may I be struck by divine retribution, she declared, removing her sunglasses and unwrapping her scarf to reveal her face. It was none other than Wen Xiaoman. In merely 2 days, she appeared drastically changed, her figure gaunt, complexion pale, and eyes sunken, looking far worse than when she had been suspended in the basement. I inquired, "Have you been able to close your eyes?" When Xiaoman replied, "Regrettably." I did not heed the old sage's true words. I closed my eyes once the night before last and have since been ensnared. Now, I dare not close them for even a moment. As she spoke, she opened her mink coat, revealing that beneath, she wore nothing at all. Completely exposed to the frigid air, her fair skin was marred with dark purple bruises, resembling the aftermath of someone having gripped her from neck to ankle with relentless force. "Please, old sage, save me once more." Yet, within me, there stirred no emotion. I had yet to resolve the turmoil beneath the surface, and she sought my assistance again? "Return now, for in the vast expanse of Jinsheng, you are certain to find someone more capable than I. There is no need to seek my assistance so desperately. I dare not conceal from you, esteemed elder, that the connections I possess are genuine. My association with Boss Miao is merely a trivial relationship through my mentor. Since my arrival in Jinsheng, I have taken refuge under his roof. Come, I implore you to rescue me once more." When Xiaoman swiftly wrapped herself in her coat and gracefully knelt before me. This woman truly embodies the virtue of adaptability. She reprimands Miao Zhengping, a notorious figure in the underworld, as if he were a mere servant, yet without hesitation, she kneels to plead for her life. Miao Zhengping, standing behind, clenched his fists tighter, his face a portrait of unbearable humiliation. "Aunt, let us depart. If he refuses to treat her, there are plenty of capable healers in Jinsheng. Su Longwei, Wei Gu, and the 5 venerable elders, each possesses true skill and would undoubtedly surpass him." Without looking back, when Xiaoman declared, "Old Miao, you should return. This place is not meant for you." "Aunt, let us go. Must you wait for the old master to speak before you heed my words? Are my words truly so ineffective?" Miao Zhengping gritted his teeth, stamped his foot in frustration, and stormed out. The cement floor bore a faint imprint of his foot, a testament to his remarkable skill. "Does he harbor feelings for you?" I inquired. "I know, but it is impossible. It is merely a delusion on his part. After all, no matter how glorious he may seem, he is just an ordinary follower. How could he possibly wed a saintess such as yourself?" I retracted my smile, casting a cold gaze upon Wen Xiaoman. "Aunt, you are indeed a celestial being. Only those saintesses from the folk sects are worthy of such a title." After 1949, these sects vanished under severe oppression. However, once control was relaxed, they re-emerged from every nook and cranny, cloaked in a new guise, continuing their old tricks to deceive the hearts of the people, flaunting their deceit, amassing wealth at the expense of others. In fact, the commotion they create today, even making it onto major newspapers and broadcasts, merely employs the superficial tactics of these sections. If the practices of heretical cults are akin to feeding on human flesh and blood, these bizarre and sinister sects not only consume their victims without leaving a trace, but also do not spare their very souls and spirits. When compared, they are hardly any better than the likes of Jiang Kuanxing, the demonic sorcerer who sacrifices lives. In terms of danger and brutality, they may even surpass him. Had I known this woman possessed such an identity, it would have been better to allow Jiang Kuanxing to sacrifice her to the spirits. After all, it would merely be a case of dogs biting dogs. Chapter 74. Please save my life. The most detestable individuals to Miao Jia are those who, cloaked in the guise of celestial beings, remain idle and indifferent to the plight of others. It is not solely because their actions lack boundaries and humanity, but also because once entangled with them, it feels akin to being ensnared by sticky plaster, impossible to extricate oneself from. Throughout a decade of wandering the world, Miao Jia has encountered similar characters and situations. While she adheres to the principles of a wandering sorceress, choosing not to intervene or offer assistance. There are times when she takes a perverse delight in subtly exacerbating their misfortunes. I find myself no different, this time having been ensnared by this woman. Extending my hand to save her life has left me with an unshakable sense of discomfort. I withdrew a substantial sum from my pocket and placed it upon the tea table, gazing at Wen Xiaoman. Though our paths diverge in purpose, you are, after all, a celestial maiden. Since you have sought my aid, outright refusal would be quite uncouth. Thus, I grant you 3 chances. Cast the money and inquire of the oracle. Should the result yield no characters, it would signify that destiny has forsaken you, and your fate is unfortunate. You may seek counsel from the 5 venerable immortals, Su, Long Wei, and Gu, rather than squander time here with me. When Xiaoman did not take the money, but instead prostrated herself, her forehead pressed firmly to the ground. Oh, venerable immortal, my conscience is clear. I have never worshipped the Bodhisattva. You may send someone to Haifeng to inquire. I am presently the leading actress of the Xiqin Opera, holding a reputable status, and I must attend meetings in the county each year. Miao Jingping, according to the lineage from Master Zhang, would address me as elder aunt. In the presence of the real, one does not speak falsehoods. Miao Jingping hails from a lineage of water rats and bears no connection to your esteemed Lan Kai faction. Merely sharing a common ancestry, you cannot command him. Master Zhang, whose foundation is weak, has been labeled a theatrical tyrant and fled to Hong Kong years ago. He possesses substantial ties to the Hong Gang and has established himself as the influential figure at Pier 14, navigating the treacherous waters of business. 5 years ago, he dispatched an underling, masquerading as an investor, to seek my assistance in recruiting a reliable partner to connect with the local iron and grass factions for illicit ventures. Miao Jingping's father was also a disciple of the Hong Gang, having shared rituals with Master Zhang, and having spent many years as a water rat on the river. Thus, I granted him a position of responsibility. His ascendance is attributable to his own merit. Both the iron and grass factions acknowledge him, and even Master Zhang personally met him during his travels. Yet, he has persistently believed that I was the one who elevated him, thus remaining obedient to my directives. When Xiaoman has thoroughly laid bare her own vulnerabilities, I regarded her with furrowed brows, my fingers gently tapping against the substantial wealth upon the table. Without receiving my response, she dared not raise her gaze, remaining bowed in submission, beads of perspiration forming on the nape of her neck. Originating from Lan Kai, she possesses a keen eye and a ruthless heart, adept at navigating the complexities of life, indistinguishable from the supernatural. Her plea for liberation from the clutches of malevolent spirits is unnecessary. It is not a dire matter, nor is it true that I am her sole salvation. She harbors ulterior motives. Raising her head to speak, she seeks something from me. When Xiaoman does not rise, but lifts her chin, her forehead glistening with sweat, yet she refrains from wiping it away, ready to voice her thoughts. With a flick of my fingers, a substantial sum of money soared through the air, landing gracefully upon the back of her hand. Consider your words carefully. You have but one chance. When Xiaoman trembled slightly, gritting her teeth as she implored, I do not wish to bear the burdens of the world. I beseech your assistance. What is wrong with shouldering such burdens? Observing the current stature of Miao Jingping, it is evident that your contributions have been significant. Many individuals might toil their entire lives without earning what you bring in a single month. It is a lamentable reality that one may possess the means to acquire, but not the fortune to enjoy. Currently, the profits are substantial. There are certainly no fewer than 80 individuals who earn their daily bread through such endeavors. Yet, over the past 5 years, Master Zhang has only ventured abroad once, having acquired Canadian citizenship last year, never to return to Hong Kong Island. Once one has stepped in the mire, it is often too late for retreat. Throughout these years, I have refrained from spending a single penny of my earnings. Every transaction is etched clearly in my memory. The various associates and collaborators have all left their marks in the accounts. I am preparing to venture into the capital to forge my own path. However, Master Zhang has placed a curse upon me. Should I dare to betray him, the poison will surely take effect. Several elder practitioners in Jinsheng have intertwined their fates with Miao Zhongping's affairs, leaving me wary of seeking their aid. I have learned that upon your arrival in Jinsheng, You are untainted by any connections. The defeated Qian Mianhu and Jiang Quanxing are both formidable sorcerers, undoubtedly possessing genuine mystical abilities. Thus, I find myself compelled to seek your help. Is it possible that Master Zhang still wields such power? In his youth, he traversed the tumultuous regions of Xiangxi, where he once courted a celestial maiden. Master Zhang's experiences are indeed quite extensive. This is hardly surprising. That generation endured nearly a lifetime of turmoil and strife. Those who survive possess enough tales for an entire volume. For instance, there is the elderly officer, Old Chow, who spends his days napping in the police office. A man with such a wealth of experience possesses a cunning nature, as shrewd as a fox and as slippery as oil, conducting himself with utmost caution. I scrutinized the obediently kneeling Wen Xiaomin, finding it difficult to believe her words. Coming from a prominent family, she is adept at weaving half-truths in conversation, skillfully adapting her tales to suit her audience. Even if tormented by malevolent spirits, one would expect her not to divulge everything so readily. Her eagerness seemed excessive, and her acting skills left much to be desired. I dipped my finger into the tea in the cup on the table and traced 3 characters upon Wen Xiaomin's forehead. Then with my right hand, I extended my little finger, index finger, and thumb straight ahead while tucking my middle and ring fingers into my palm, turning my hand downwards. I traced 3 circles clockwise above the cup, followed by 3 counterclockwise, all the while silently reciting an incantation. This was the fundamental method of dispelling the curse through water. After completing the 6 circles, the liquid in the cup turned a deep crimson, confirming the presence of the curse. She was to drink the concoction, and, for tonight, she would stay here, taking care of her own dinner. I chose not to engage further with Wen Xiaomin, rising to replenish the incense at the windowsill with 3 sticks before stepping outside to seek out Old Chow. As I exited, I spotted the Duke Wang still parked at the gate, with Miao Zhengping leaning against the car, staring blankly at the door, his expression dark and brooding. Upon noticing my emergence, he instinctively straightened up, adopting a stern demeanor and fixing a hostile gaze upon me. I replied to him, "Your aunt will be staying here tonight. You need not linger here any longer." Miao Zhengping inquired, "Can you truly remedy her affliction?" I responded, "She bears no serious ailment. She merely finds you rather bothersome and wishes to avoid your company, seeking solace in my abode." Miao Zhengping's expression immediately hardened, turning a shade of ashen gray. "You speak nonsense. I hold my aunt in high regard. How could she possibly harbor any disdain for me? As for you, Zhou, I cannot fathom why my aunt would seek you out, but should you dare to lay a finger on her, I assure you, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you and end your life." How could a mere brute hope to monopolize the southern trade route? These 2 individuals seem rather well matched, though their performances are lacking, too focused on force rather than reason. I let out a hearty laugh and tossed a coin at him. An Appos, who would harbor ill intentions towards their own kin, always preoccupied with carnal thoughts. Do not be too quick to deny. Even without words, your eyes betray you. However, your aunt has no interest in you, so you might as well abandon that hope. If you doubt my words, feel free to return tonight for the spectacle. As you enter the courtyard, keep this in your mouth, no matter what you witness. Remain silent. Chapter 75. Ambivalence and distraction. Old Chow not only warmed the wine, but also meticulously sliced the delicacies and arranged them on a platter. He even added a dish of fried peanuts. Come, have a sip," he warmly invited, pouring 2 cups of wine and offering me one. I gently clinked my cup with his, using my thumb and forefinger, and a flicker of blue flames erupted from the rims of both glasses. Old Chow, somewhat displeased, remarked, "What is the fuss? When enjoying a drink, why show off? Do you not understand the virtue of humility in the presence of a true gentleman?" I replied, "You misunderstand. My intention is merely to warm the spirit and dispel any ill fortune." Upon hearing this, Old Chow's interest was piqued. "What is this magic? It's quite rare for you to be so affected." I downed the flaming drink in one go, exhaling a puff of warmth, and tossed a couple of fried peanuts into my mouth. The crisp sweetness of the peanuts blended with the rich aroma of the wine, creating an overwhelming sense of comfort that enveloped me. The driver was Miao Longwang. Seated beside him was his elder aunt, and the vessel was anchored in Haifeng. with sails set towards Hong Kong number 14, helmed by the venerable Zhang from the Shiqin faction. Yet something was amiss. Miao Zhengping hailed from a lineage of water rats, having pledged allegiance to Lord Pingbo and believed in various erratic deities, which would surely lead to disdain from Lord Pingbo, rendering him incapable of traversing waters. There was a shadow over his elder aunt's influence. Your insight is commendable, I mused. This water rat has become a dragon king, all thanks to her guidance. He bears the weight of the South, navigating 3 rivers, with the Hong faction on one side and the Ironmouth gang on the other, flowing through life with a couple of slaps to the face each month. Old Chow suddenly let out a string of curses, then looked at me with suspicion, questioning whether I was marked by misfortune, destined to attract calamity. Could such a formidable sea-wolf be provoked? I raised my wineglass, signaling him to pour more. She begged for my assistance, yet when I suggested she toss a coin for guidance, she refrained. Furrowing his brow, Old Chow filled 2 cups, downing one in a single gulp. Do you understand the craft, or are you merely dabbling in the arcane? He cautioned. Be wary. A single misstep can lead to catastrophic consequences, and you might find yourself in peril. I chuckled. Isn't that precisely why I sought your help? Old Chow eyed me warily. What do you intend? Do not overreach. I still have, he paused, less than 10 months until retirement. I'm keeping track. No need to keep bringing it up. I was not interested in the affairs of the underworld. I merely sought a piece of information. Who is the benefactor that provides for Miao Zhengping? Such matters are beyond the knowledge of a lowly precinct officer like myself, he replied. If Miao Zhengping were to ascend right here, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Should there? Get lost. Old Chow snapped, clearly irked. He slammed his cup onto the table, and as the remaining wine spilled out, he hastily scribbled something before swiftly wiping it away. Fortunately, my keen eyes, honed through experience, allowed me to discern what he had written. Upon recognizing the surname, I felt a surge of understanding. I clasped my hands in a gesture of gratitude towards Old Chow. Tonight's earnings are on me. Tomorrow's drinks are my treat. Upon exiting the police station, I veered onto the street, purchasing 2 bundles of paper offerings. By the time I returned to the courtyard, Miao Zhengping had already departed. I stepped over the threshold and, at the entrance of the courtyard, drew a circle on the ground before burning a paper ingot. Only then did I proceed to the guest room. When Xiaomin had already tidied up the bedding, donning a light, delicate nightgown, and sat on the bed, clutching the quilt, her expression unusually tense. I lit a stick of incense on the windowsill and reassured her, saying, You may sleep soundly tonight. When Xiaomin blinked and asked, Is that sufficient? Don't we need to perform any rituals to exorcise the spirits? I replied, I am unfamiliar with those shamanistic practices. I possess my own methods for dealing with wandering spirits. Do not inquire further. Simply rest peacefully. Upon exiting the guest room, I continued my evening routine, albeit without practicing martial arts, instead increasing the number of characters I practiced writing. Yet, I remained stuck at that same count, and no amount of writing seemed to aid my progress. Had it not been for Lu Daxing's interruption that night, I might have transcended this numerical limitation. I pondered when I would be able to recapture that mental state again. Returning to the bedroom, I found when Xiaomin nestled within my blankets, her head peeking out timidly as she gazed at me. May I sleep here with you? Whenever I close my eyes, I see those malevolent spirits surrounding me. I truly cannot bear to sleep alone. I chuckled softly and lifted the quilt. The delicate nightgown had vanished, revealing her smooth skin, though marred by bruises, still remarkably alluring. Particularly striking were her intertwined long legs and her slender, fair feet. The phrase "a knife atop a character" came to mind, suggesting that her legs and feet were indeed the very edge of her lethal allure. She sat up, confidently holding her chest high, silently gazing at me. Although words did not escape her lips, the lively glimmer in her eyes conveyed ample information. I positioned myself at the edge of the bed, and she gradually leaned over, wrapping her arms around my neck and pressing her face close to mine. I had heard that the Western Qin opera is rooted in genuine skill. It depends on which aspect of the craft you are referring to. Oh, then which aspect of true skill do you possess? This question remained unanswered, yet her tangible actions revealed to me her remarkable abilities. Indeed, her prowess was exceptional, surpassing that of Sister Miao and even Feng Wan. My experience in this realm is limited, and I cannot precisely articulate where her strength lies, but it is an undeniable sensation of power. When she sat atop me, the exquisite pleasure I experienced was unparalleled, unlike anything I'd felt before. However, it was not without its shortcomings. Though her technique was formidable, it lacked a certain sincerity, falling short of Sister Meow's fiery passion and Foam Wan's gentle grace. Just as we were engrossed in our activity, a faint sound emerged from the back window, but it was merely a single noise, quickly dissipating into silence. I chuckled softly when Xiaomin misinterpreted my laughter, slowly reclining onto me, her lips drawing near to my ear, accompanied by soft breaths. Since 1976, when Zhang Leo Banzu began his endeavors, I was merely 15 years old. He imparted his authentic skills to me for 3 years, thus recognizing me as his closed-door disciple. However, unbeknownst to him, it was I who had secretly reported him, causing his true intentions to be unveiled, unable to be concealed any longer. I had once believed that I could forever liberate myself from him, allowing me to shine as the leading lady in my own life. I would immerse myself in the art of performance, living with integrity and purity, my name resounding far and wide. Even the grandest venues in the province would invite me to showcase my talents, and the plays I directed would be presented to esteemed foreign guests. I was genuinely content, convinced that such happiness could accompany me throughout my life. Yet, he has returned, unable to become a person himself, and refusing to let me live as one. Suddenly, she erupted in a frenzy, screaming with all her might, as if confronting a shadow she loathed yet could not escape. The madness subsided, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. In the stillness of the night, peculiar sounds emerged, akin to a furious roar filled with malice and resentment. I opened my eyes to find a grayish mist swirling through the room. The sounds emanated from outside the courtyard. Approaching the window, I drew aside the curtains to reveal 5 shadowy figures standing beyond the gate. The grayish mist obscured their distinct forms, yet could not conceal the glimmering red of their eyes. Chapter 76. Heart of Iron. Nature of Ice. This restless howling did not persist for long. They soon quieted, gazing silently into the courtyard for a moment, then bent down to gather something from the ground before squatting at the doorway. I closed my eyes, then opened them again, still lying in bed, when Xiaomin curled up like a child, sucking her thumb, her cheeks flushed with slumber. As I rose, her eyelids fluttered slightly, yet she restrained her body, refraining from any movement. You needn't get up. Those fellows who cling to you are outside. I shall see them off. You may continue to sleep. When Xiaomin